In a world where second chances are rare, Qin Mo finds himself reborn on March 18, 1980, determined to rewrite his fate. Having lived a life shackled by a loveless marriage and family disapproval, his first act in this new life is to divorce his wife, Yu Shuang. Unlike before, he refuses to be a doormat, and as he builds a successful life, Yu Shuang's family, desperate for reconciliation, tries to manipulate him into rekindling their relationship. But Qin Mo has other plans. With his newfound resolve, he aims to break free from societal expectations and pursue his own happiness, even as his past continues to haunt him. Will he finally claim the life he deserves, or will the shadows of his former life drag him back? Therefore, you have already made your decision, have you not? Qin Mo's tone remained utterly serene, his expression devoid of any emotion. Qin Mo, you should understand clearly that I married you out of necessity at that time. I am grateful for the care your family has provided over these 3 years. Rest assured, once I obtain the divorce certificate, I will compensate you. Yu Shuang spoke without noticing anything amiss in Qin Mo's demeanor. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. My family will do their utmost to fulfill them. However, you must agree to divorce me. Very well, we shall go to the team office tomorrow to obtain the certificate. As long as you agree to our divorce, my father has said he can help you in the city. Yu Shuang's words trailed off as she turned to look at Qin Mo, believing she had misheard. I said I agree. We can go to the team office tomorrow to obtain the certificate, and then we will divorce. Qin Mo maintained his calm expression. As for your mention of compensation, before Qin Mo could finish, Yu Shuang interjected, you need not worry. I have already discussed compensation with my family. My father has now been reinstated to his position and has agreed to provide your family with 300 yuan as compensation, and additionally, he will assist in arranging a job for you in the county. Qin Mo gazed at Yu Shuang with indifference. There is no need for compensation. Qin Mo, you. This time, it was Qin Mo who interrupted Yu Shuang. Rest assured, since I have agreed to the divorce, I shall not renege. All right, it is settled. We will go to the team office tomorrow morning to expedite the divorce certificate. With that, Qin Mo turned and left. Yu Shuang stood staring at the door that Qin Mo had closed, momentarily at a loss. She had broached the subject of divorce with Qin Mo a month prior, to which he had vehemently opposed, even to the point of desperation, becoming the topic of gossip throughout the entire Taohua village. The entire village, and indeed the entire commune, knew that the youngest son of the Qin family was a wife-slave. Ever since marrying Yu Shuang, who had come to the countryside to work, Qin Mo had doted on her excessively. He had engaged in countless altercations over mere gossip about his wife, leading to no one daring to speak of the youngest daughter-in-law of the Qin family in his presence. Upon emerging into the outer room, Qin Mo lay down on a bed constructed from old planks, staring into the darkness, his thoughts drifting far away. He had returned from the health station alone, with no one waiting for him at home. His admission to the health station was due to his own reckless consumption of agricultural poison. Of course, Qin Mo had not genuinely sought death. He had merely intended to use such drastic measures to coerce Yu Shuang into not divorcing him. His parents and several older brothers were deeply dissatisfied with him, as his actions had turned the Qin family into a laughingstock within the village, causing them to lose face. After sending Qin Mo to the health station, they ceased to care for him. Fortunately, Qin Mo's desire for death was not genuine, allowing him to retain his life. No, Qin Mo was no longer the same person he once was. I never anticipated that the heavens would grant me a rebirth on this very day. If given the choice of a day to be reborn, he would undoubtedly choose the day before marrying Yu Shuang without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Qin Mo felt a twinge of greed. The heavens had bestowed upon him rebirth. What more could he desire? At the very least, he had been reborn on this day, March 18, 1980. Lying on his bed, Qin Mo contemplated the events of his past life, feeling a surge of unease. Ultimately, he had divorced Yu Shuang in his previous life, as she had similarly resorted to extreme measures, threatening to jump into a river, consume poison, or hang herself if he did not agree to the divorce. Infatuated with her, Qin Mo had reluctantly acquiesced to the divorce under her duress. Yu Shuang sought to return to the city, and their marriage was the greatest obstacle. Although her father was the director of a state-owned factory in the provincial capital, facilitating her return was not a straightforward endeavor. According to policy, those who married local youths while sent to the countryside would have their household registration tied to the locality. In other words, having local registration meant losing the opportunity to return to the city. However, Every situation possesses a degree of maneuverability, provided one possesses the right connections. As the head of a state-owned factory, Yu Shuang's father naturally had such connections. The key was that Yu Shuang needed to divorce first before they could manipulate her registration back to the city, allowing her to return with legitimacy. Qin Mo had only realized later that, given the influence of Yu Shuang's family, there were indeed alternative avenues to return to the city beyond divorce. The divorce was merely a reflection of her disdain for Qin Mo's peasant background and the entire Qin family. After their divorce, Qin Mo did not lose hope. When policies relaxed later on, he resolutely ventured to the provincial capital in search of Yu Shuang. After some time, he found her, but by then, she had married another and had a child. When Yu Shuang first laid eyes on Qin Mo, she regarded him as a stranger, barely sparing him a glance. It was only later that Qin Mo learned that Yu Shuang's husband was her childhood neighbor, with whom she had grown up. Upon discovering this, Qin Mo fell into a deep depression. He finally understood why, despite being married to Yu Shuang for 3 years, she had never allowed him to touch her. It turned out that her heart had always belonged to her childhood companion. Yet, fate had its own designs. Not long after, Yu Shuang, heavily pregnant and accompanied by her son, sought out Qin Mo. It was then that he learned her husband had been imprisoned for engaging in illicit activities, and her father had also been incarcerated for corruption. During that time, all Qin Mo felt was a profound sense of sympathy. Thus, he eagerly took on the responsibility of caring for Yu Shuang and her child. Successfully stepping into the role of a caretaker, Qin Mo brimmed with enthusiasm, eager to create a beautiful life for his wife and child. Of course, this wife and child were not strictly his, as Yu Shuang still did not permit him to touch her. When Qin Mo's family discovered that he was raising another's child, they vehemently opposed it. At that time, Qin Mo seemed to be under a spell, completely disregarding his family's advice and ultimately severing ties with them. Qin Mo resolutely took Yu Shuang and her child to a distant province, severing all ties with his family. In due course, as policies relaxed, Yu Shuang's husband was released, and the days of speculation became a thing of the past. Upon learning that her brother next door had returned, Yu Shuang left Qin Mo without hesitation, reuniting with her husband. Qin Mo still recalls her parting words. "Qin Mo, you are a good man." Years later, summoning his courage, Qin Mo returned to Taohua village, yearning to see his parents once more. However, upon his return, he discovered that his parents had already passed away. His brothers, in light of this tragedy, chose to disown him. Subsequently, he journeyed alone to the southern coast, where he lived out his days in solitude. To hell with being a good man, Qin Mo muttered under his breath while lying in bed. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he resolved to live it differently. Chapter 2. After the divorce, preparing for the college entrance examination in the inner room, Yu Shuang was equally sleepless. The transformation of Qin Mo was too drastic. Previously, he had been desperate, unwilling to separate, yet now he not only consented but appeared utterly indifferent. Did he think that such a demeanor would sway my decision? Yu Shuang perceived Qin Mo's change as merely a tactic to prolong their marriage under a different guise. The following morning, their parents, along with her elder brother and sister-in-law, had already left for work in the fields, leaving only Qin Mo and Yu Shuang in the courtyard. Qin Mo cast a glance at Yu Shuang and said flatly, "Let us go, we need to obtain the certificate from the team." With that, he strode out without looking back. Yu Shuang observed Qin Mo's retreating figure, still convinced that all of his actions were mere pretenses. I wonder how long you can maintain this facade." Deep down, Yu Shuang was resolute about finalizing the divorce with Qin Mo, yet she envisioned him lamenting and resisting the separation. His current demeanor, which seemed more eager than hers, unsettled her. At the team office, the secretary, Zhao Dajiang, regarded Qin Mo with a mix of confusion and surprise. The news of Qin Mo and Yu Shuang's marital discord was well known. However, Qin Mo's calm demeanor, even appearing somewhat impatient, took Zhao Dajiang aback. It wasn't until Qin Mo and Yu Shuang left with the certificate that Zhao Dajiang remained puzzled. "Secretary, do you think the youngest of the Qin family has lost his mind?" inquired the treasurer, Lu Bao, leaning closer to Zhao Dajiang with a hint of schadenfreude. "Don't speak carelessly. If the youngest of the Qin family hears you, there will be trouble," Zhao Dajiang reprimanded, then shifted the conversation. "Yet, it is true that today, he seems quite different from usual." It's just the two of us here. How would the youngest of the Qin family know?" Zhao Dajiang refrained from further engaging in gossip about others, recognizing its impropriety. Moreover, Lu Bao was known for his contentious relationship with Qin Mo in Taohua village. The reason was simple. Lu Bao was merely a few years older than Qin Mo. When Yu Shuang first arrived in Taohua village, she had garnered the affection of more than just Qin Mo, with Lu Bao being one of them. In fact, Yu Shuang's decision to marry Qin Mo was largely influenced by Lu Bao. Lu Bao, leveraging his position as treasurer, had attempted to court Yu Shuang, but resorted to various forms of harassment when his advances failed. He even threatened other young intellectuals at the commune, warning them against assisting Yu Shuang. Lu Bao sought to bully an urban youth like Yu Shuang in numerous ways. In this context, Qin Mo emerged as her hope for liberation from Lu Bao's torment. With 4 brothers in the Qin family, and counting cousins, they constituted a significant clan in Taohua village. In such rural settings, having a large family meant that no one dared to bully you. After Yu Shuang married Qin Mo, Lu Bao had not been shy about making disparaging remarks behind her back. The previous incarnation of Qin Mo would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of his wife. Thus, a deep-seated enmity was forged between Lu Bao and Qin Mo. On the other hand, Yu Shuang, even upon receiving the divorce certificate, remained in a state of disbelief. Is this really it? Watching Qin Mo walk ahead, she felt a tumult of emotions. From now on, we shall part ways amicably. Despite the dissolution of their marriage, she thought, he could still reside in her home until he returned to the city. With his back turned to her, Qin Mo's tone remained unwaveringly neutral. Yu Shuang cast a complex glance at his turned back, speculating, is he afraid to turn around, fearing I might see his pained expression? What does it matter? His feelings have no bearing on my life. Once we return to the city, we shall inhabit entirely different worlds. Although Yu Shuang harbored no love for Qin Mo, the reality of their separation stirred a complicated mix of emotions within her. After all, she had felt his kindness towards her over the past 3 years. Yet, the thought of returning to the city and reuniting with her brother Xinglong filled her with anticipation. Rest assured, once I return to the city, I will provide for you. My father has already. Qin Mo, growing impatient, turned around and interjected, I have already told you, I do not want any compensation. Qin Mo, you do not believe that by rejecting compensation, you can salvage our marriage, do you? Yu Shuang's tone rose, her expression darkening with his dismissive attitude. Let me be clear, do not think that you can win my favor with this strategy. Qin Mo regarded Yu Shuang's self-assured demeanor in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his silence, Yu Shuang mistakenly interpreted it as validation of her claims. Qin Mo, you must recognize the reality. My father is the director of the launching steel plant, and my brother is about to be appointed the secretary of Guxin County. Upon my return, I will participate in the college entrance examination. You must understand that there is a vast chasm between our families. In fact, you should realize that divorce is beneficial for you. I am not ungrateful. I have appreciated the care your parents extended to me over the past 3 years. Qin Mo listened quietly to Yu Shuang's words before responding with calm finality. That's enough. We no longer have any connection. You need not say these things to me. I reiterate, from now on, we shall part ways. With that, he turned swiftly and departed, leaving no room for further conversation. Among Yu Shuang's remarks, one phrase struck a chord with Qin Mo, participate in the college entrance examination. After his rebirth, Qin Mo had been contemplating how to live a different life this time. Yu Shuang's recent words sparked a clarity in him regarding his next steps. First, he would take the college entrance examination. In his previous life, after Yu Shuang returned to the city and attempted the examination, she was unsuccessful. Qin Mo, upon discovering she was married, fell into a period of despondency. Later, upon learning that she had participated in the college entrance examination, he naively believed that if he were to gain admission to university, she might reconsider her feelings. Surprisingly, through relentless study, Qin Mo indeed succeeded in gaining admission to university. Unfortunately, before he could graduate, Yu Shuang returned, visibly pregnant. Seeking him out, Qin Mo not only relished his role as a substitute, but also, disregarding the counsel of his teachers, chose to drop out of school. Having previously participated in the college entrance examination, he felt confident about taking the test again. Nevertheless, Qin Mo resolved to make the most of the 3 months ahead, striving to gain admission to a more prestigious university. Upon returning home, he found that his parents and older brother and sister-in-law were still at work. Ignoring Yu Shuang, who had accompanied him back, Qin Mo began to ponder how he might acquire the necessary review materials. In this era, obtaining such study resources was no simple task. At the very least, one would need to travel to the county to procure them. Chapter 3. Everyone assumed it was a reaction as evening descended. All members of the Qin family had gathered. The atmosphere around the dining table was notably somber. Qin Mo took the initiative to break the silence, stating, "Well, Yu Shuang and I have divorced." The hands of others holding chopsticks paused noticeably. Despite their numerous grievances against Qin Mo, they were still family at heart. "You two have truly divorced?" Qin Fu, the eldest brother, was the first to inquire, his gaze darting between Yu Shuang and Qin Mo. The others also turned their attention to the couple, eager to ascertain the truth of the matter. "Uncle Qin, Auntie, I am grateful for your care over these past 3 years," Yu Shuang began slowly. Although she had been married to Qin Mo for 3 years, she had never addressed his parents by anything other than uncle and auntie. This had long since become a subject of jest among the villagers. She continued, "Qin Mo and I have obtained our divorce certificate today. I will be moving to the educated youth point shortly. And to you, Brother Qin Da, Brother Qin Air, Brother Qin San, and my 3 sisters-in-law, I sincerely thank you for your support during these years." Is it really true? Despite the clarity of Yu Shuang's words, Qin Fu could not help but ask again. Qin Mo nodded slightly, confirming, "Yes, it is true." The news came as a shock, leaving the other members of the Qin family momentarily at a loss for words. Though they had always held reservations about Yu Shuang, the reality of the divorce stirred complex emotions within them. After a long pause, Qin Mo's father finally spoke, "Daughter, even though you are divorced, there is no need for you to move to the educated youth point. You may continue living here until you return to the city." Although Qin Mo's father had his grievances regarding his daughter-in-law, he still offered her a word of comfort. "Thank you, Uncle Qin, but that won't be necessary," Yu Shuang replied without hesitation. She was acutely aware of the family's discontent towards her, and now that they were divorced, she felt it would be uncomfortable to stay. "That is not acceptable," Qin Mo's father immediately countered, saying, "Daughter, you should heed your uncle's advice and remain here. We shall not revisit the past, but I do not wish for the villagers to gossip about the Qin family mistreating you after you move to the educated youth point." Qin Mo cast a glance at his father, understanding his concern. He feared that if Yu Shuang moved, the villagers would fabricate stories about their family. Yu Shuang was about to decline again when Qin Mo interjected, "Listen to my father. Stay here." He added, "When we were at the team office getting the certificate, Lu Bao was right there. If you move to the educated youth point, who knows what might happen?" At the mention of Lu Bao, Yu Shuang's expression shifted slightly. She had chosen to marry Qin Mo to escape from Lu Bao. Qin Mo's father looked at his youngest son with a hint of surprise. Previously, Qin Mo would unconditionally support Yu Shuang's decisions. If she had wanted to move, he would have worried but ultimately followed her. "Well, fine then," Yu Shuang reluctantly agreed to stay, adding, "I will only stay for a week, and then I will definitely leave." "All right," Qin Mo's father replied with a grunt, moving to the side to take up his smoking pipe. Qin Mo's mother and several sisters-in-law began to clear the table. Yu Shuang returned to her room, accustomed to the dynamics. Since marrying into the Qin family, she had rarely interacted with them. "By the way, there is one more thing," Qin Mo spoke up. Qin Mo's father continued to smoke, somewhat taken aback by his son's earlier behavior, but it did not convince him that his youngest had changed his nature. The others held similar sentiments. Returning to their own activities, "I will be going to the city tomorrow, and for the foreseeable future, I might not be able to work," Qin Mo announced, prompting the others to finally turn their attention to him. "Little brother, what are you going to the city for? You can't just stop working." Qin Fu, the eldest brother, was the first to respond. Among the 4 brothers, he was the closest to Qin Mo. Qin Mo smiled at his elder brother, explaining, "Well, now that I am divorced, I plan to take part in this year's college entrance examination." "What?" Qin Lu, the second brother, exclaimed in disbelief. "You want to take the college entrance examination?" "Little brother, don't joke around." Qin Hong, the third brother, stepped forward. "You? Taking the college entrance examination? Are you feeling the effects of the divorce? Or have you lost your mind?" Qin Hong was known for his biting remarks, showing little regard for Qin Mo's feelings. "What are you saying?" Their mother interjected disapprovingly. "Is what I said incorrect?" Qin Hong retorted, "Little brother hasn't even finished high school. How can he take the college entrance examination? It's absurd." Before the college entrance examination was reinstated, high school enrollment in their commune was by invitation. In other words, even if you excelled academically, you could not attend high school without an invitation. Qin Mo's father had gone to great lengths to secure a spot for him in high school, but after meeting Yu Shuang, Qin Mo had insisted on dropping out to marry her. At that time, he had been only 18 years old. In that era, marrying at 17 or 18 was not uncommon. Weddings were held first, and the marriage certificate was obtained later. Qin Mo had only received his marriage certificate the previous year. Little brother, although your third brother's words may be harsh, he does have a point. Is it not a waste of time for you to take the college entrance examination? Qin Mo's mother also felt that there was no need for him to pursue it. Mom, I want to give it a try, Qin Mo replied. There are still a few months until the exam. And if I study diligently, I might have a chance. Little brother, it seems you've truly lost your mind, Qin Hong exclaimed loudly. Third brother, please refrain from speaking so harshly. What if I really do pass? Huh. If you actually manage to pass, I will do whatever you ask of me, Qin Hong jokingly conceded. All right, elder brother, second brother, and parents, you must bear witness to this. It is your third brother's own promise. Several sisters-in-law returned from washing the dishes, coincidentally overhearing Qin Mo's words. What are you discussing? Inquired the third sister-in-law with curiosity. Chunyan, our youngest has just declared his intention to pursue a university education, Qin Hong promptly relayed to his wife, Li Chunyan. Upon hearing this, Li Chunyan immediately responded, Youngest, it's not that I want to criticize you, but your aspirations seem rather lofty, don't you think? Is it truly necessary to aim so high just because of a divorce? When I return to my family in due course, I will keep an eye out for suitable opportunities for you. The eldest and second sisters-in-law echoed her sentiments, saying, Indeed, youngest, do not get involved in trivial matters. We shall also be vigilant on your behalf. The collective sentiment of these women conveyed a singular notion. They believed Qin Mo was reacting to the divorce with heightened emotional sensitivity. Chapter 4 Entering the mountains to seek fortune. Several sisters-in-law surrounded Qin Mo, chattering incessantly. Qin Mo could sense their genuine concern for him. After all, they were family. Their previous disdain for him stemmed primarily from Yu Shuang. Now that he had divorced Yu Shuang, even if their attitudes could not change overnight, they had certainly improved significantly. The other members of the family were at least willing to engage in conversation with him. Unlike before when he was treated as if he were invisible. Thank you for your kindness, sisters-in-law. I simply wish to give it a try. Even if I ultimately fail to be accepted, at least I will have made an effort and will not be left with regrets, right? With these words, Qin Mo had said all that needed to be said, and the sisters-in-law could not press further. Qin Mo's father, Qin Baoshan, knocked his pipe against the sole of his shoe a few times before speaking up. All right, youngest, do not stir things up unnecessarily. Our Qin family does not have such ancestral graves. Since you are divorced, you should focus on what you ought to do. In due time, I will have your mother speak with Aunt Wu to help you find a suitable match. Qin Mo looked at his father earnestly and replied, Dad, I am not just stirring things up. If I do not give it a shot, I fear I will regret it when I grow old. Qin Baoshan gazed at Qin Mo for a while before letting out a sigh. Fine, give it a try. However, you must promise that after the college entrance examination, you will settle down and not cause any more disturbances. Yes, after the college entrance exam, I will heed your and Mom's arrangements. Qin Mo readily acquiesced, though whether he would actually follow through remained uncertain. The others, observing Qin Baoshan's surprising agreement to Qin Mo's seemingly outrageous request, instinctively began to persuade him otherwise. Qin Baoshan waved his hand dismissively, saying, Let the youngest have this one chance. If he continues to be obstinate afterward, I will not interfere. With the head of the family, Qin Baoshan, expressing such sentiments, the others ceased their objections. By the way, do not speak of this elsewhere. It is enough for us to know, Qin Baoshan cautioned before picking up his pipe and leaving. If you spread the word, it will only make us the laughingstock of the village, Qin San, the third brother, muttered, casting a glance at his wife before they exited. Youngest, since Dad has agreed, focus on your studies, said Qin Fu, the eldest brother, receiving a glare from his wife, Lu Meiying. Before he too turned to leave. The second brother remained silent throughout, but as he departed, he cast a deep glance at Qin Mo. Youngest, you must keep your father's words in mind, Qin Mo's mother said softly. Yes, I understand, Qin Mo replied as he returned to his room. In this era, there were few forms of entertainment, and after a long day of labor, everyone was accustomed to retiring early. Why do I feel that the youngest seems a bit odd today? The head of the household remarked. I noticed that too. He is different from before, came the response from the eldest brother's room, where he and his wife were quietly discussing under the covers. The second brother's room was likewise engaged in conversation, though it was his wife speaking. Let us not concern ourselves with the youngest's affairs, the second brother said in a somewhat indifferent tone. as he had always felt that their parents favored the youngest far too much compared to the other brothers. After previously proposing a division of the family, he had fallen silent upon facing opposition. The third brother's room barely discussed the matter before he and his wife began to explore the topic of human reproduction. The eldest and second brothers already had children, while the third brother and his wife had been married for over 3 years without any offspring, which left him feeling quite anxious. The following day, Qin Mo was pulled aside by his mother as soon as he woke up. "Mom, what is it?" Qin Mo asked, puzzled. "Quickly, take this, and do not let your brothers and sisters-in-law see it," his mother said, slipping a cloth-wrapped item into Qin Mo's pocket. Qin Mo was taken aback, but soon comprehended. His mother was secretly giving him money, likely to avoid the scrutiny of his brothers and sisters-in-law. "Mom, you don't have to. I have some. Do you think I don't know? Just be smart when you go to the city, all right?" With that, Qin Mo's mother turned and hurried away, soon joining the others to grab their hose and leave. Qin Baoshan walked up to Qin Mo's mother and whispered, "You spoil him too much. He just came out of the clinic, and now he is heading to the city with no money. I've heard those study materials are quite expensive." In fact, Qin Mo's mother was not mistaken. Qin Mo did indeed lack funds. Last night, he had been contemplating a trip to the mountains to gather some goods to exchange for money at the supply and marketing cooperative. It was only after everyone else had left for work that Yu Shuang emerged from her room. "Are you really going to take the college entrance exam?" Although Yu Shuang had returned to her room early last night, she had overheard the conversation between Qin Mo and the others. "What does it matter to you whether I take it or not?" he retorted. Yu Shuang was momentarily taken aback, as Qin Mo had never spoken to her in such a manner before. "Qin Mo, what do you mean by that?" "What do you care what I mean?" he replied, walking away to fetch his axe. Watching Qin Mo's retreating figure, Yu Shuang's expression shifted as she speculated about the reason behind his change in attitude towards her. Ultimately, she concluded that Qin Mo was attempting to win her back through this method. He was trying to provoke her so that she would not forget him upon returning to the city after the exam. Yes, that must be it. Yu Shuang convinced herself that she had deciphered Qin Mo's true feelings. If Qin Mo were aware of her thoughts, he would likely be at a loss for words. Armed with the axe, Qin Mo intended to venture into the mountains to gather some goods. Although his mother had given him money, he refused to use it. Having been reborn, he could not bring himself to ask his parents for money. He could not bear the shame. Before leaving the village, he encountered Lu Jinbao. "Oh, I heard you've divorced." "Qin Laoyao," Lu Jinbao said with a gloating expression. Lu Jinbao, a cousin of Lu Bao, had always been at odds with Qin Mo. After Qin Mo and Yu Shuang had left the team yesterday, Lu Bao had spread the news of their divorce certificate far and wide. "What does my divorce have to do with you?" Qin Mo cast a fleeting glance at Lu Jinbao, uttering a few words before resuming his forward stride, having no time to indulge in idle chatter. Lu Jinbao, unfazed, cheerfully inquired, "Qin Laoyao, is pesticide sweet or spicy? Do enlighten me. Since you are divorced, did you not drink it in vain?" In former times, upon hearing Lu Jinbao's initial remark, Qin Mo would have felt compelled to engage in a confrontation. However, he now felt entirely disinclined to entertain such thoughts. Conversing with such a person seemed a trivialization of his intellect. Observing Qin Mo's departure, Lu Jinbao was taken aback. "How peculiar," he mused. "What is amiss with Qin Laoyao today?" Qin Mo soon ventured into the mountains, discerning a direction and without hesitation, proceeded onward. Embarking on a quest for mountain goods was no trivial endeavor. The previous night, while contemplating ways to earn money, Qin Mo recalled events from a past life. It was around this time that the Wu brothers from the neighboring village had managed to procure a wild boar, along with a litter of piglets. Chapter 5. The search for the wild boar in the midst of Beijing Mountain. Qin Mo ventured forth, soon encountering a point where the path ceased to exist. As he traversed the rugged terrain, his machete proved invaluable. Approaching midday, he arrived at a hollow in the mountain, a place he recalled as the site where the Wu brothers had once spotted wild boars. Rather than recklessly entering the hollow, Qin Mo sought a vantage point to observe the area. Wild boars are notoriously fierce, and he dared not provoke them alone. His primary objective for the day was to locate the wild boars. Before long, he heard the distinctive grunts of wild boars emanating from below. His heart quickened, and he hastily peered down. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 adult wild boars accompanied by 6 piglets. The Wu brothers had only managed to capture a single adult boar and 4 piglets during their encounter. A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Mo's mind. Was he mistaken in his memory, or was this a different group entirely? However, He quickly dismissed this notion, convinced that it was indeed the same group. It was improbable that so many wild boars would inhabit the area, had there been an abundance of them. The news of the Wu brothers' success would not have spread so widely, inciting envy among the neighboring villages. In this era, firearms were not as strictly regulated, and if wild boars were easily found, countless hunters would flock to the mountains daily. Attributing his confusion to the passage of time and the fading memories of a lifelong past, Qin Mo observed the scene for a while longer before deciding to depart. With noon approaching, he resolved that it was futile to venture deeper into the mountains to confront the wild boars today. Instead, he opted to explore the surrounding area in hopes of uncovering wild mushrooms. As March drew to a close, this season was ideal for foraging for wild morels. He roamed the mountain extensively, but instead of morels, he stumbled upon a considerable quantity of wild black fungus growing on a withered wild walnut tree. Wild black fungus was also a prized find, typically available only during the spring and autumn seasons, contingent on good fortune. Removing his outerwear, Qin Mo carefully wrapped the harvested fungus before descending the mountain with a sense of satisfaction. Upon returning home, he discovered that his elder brother and parents were still away. The fields were some distance from the village, necessitating that everyone take their lunches with them in the morning to save time. In this era, any arable land suitable for cultivating grain was unlikely to remain fallow, regardless of distance. Yu Shuang was also absent, but Qin Mo paid it little mind, casually preparing a meal for himself before commencing the cleaning of the black fungus he had gathered. After finishing, he rested for a short while, then began preparing dinner. As evening fell, his elder brothers returned. The family gathered at the table, yet Yu Shuang was still missing. No one initiated an inquiry until Qin Mu, their mother, finally spoke up. "Where is that girl Yu Shuang?" While serving rice, Qin Mo casually replied, "She has probably gone to the youth station to find young Fei Fei and the others. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Let us eat." Upon uttering these words, he felt several pairs of eyes fixated upon him. "Why is everyone looking at me?" "Little brother, you've truly changed your ways, haven't you?" one sister-in-law remarked. "Indeed, I noticed it yesterday. You seem quite different from before," another added. "Do you truly not care for Yu Shuang anymore?" They continued to prod. "Enough of this talk about change. I've merely come to a realization," Qin Mo responded, lifting his bowl to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Let us eat." "Little brother, didn't you say you were going to the city? Why haven't you gone?" his mother inquired. "Oh, I plan to go the day after tomorrow," Qin Mo replied vaguely. After dinner, his second brother stood to return to his room. "Wait a moment. I have something to discuss," Qin Mo called out, prompting his elder and third brothers to turn their attention to him. Lowering his voice, he disclosed, "Today, I ventured into the mountains. You won't believe what I found." "Little brother, stop beating around the bush and get to the point," his third brother, Qin Hong, interjected impatiently. Without further ado, Qin Mo recounted his encounter with the wild boars. "Really?" Qin Fu, the eldest brother, exclaimed with excitement at the mention of wild boars. "Little brother, you're not joking with us, are you?" Qin Hong expressed his skepticism, having often roamed the mountains himself. "What reason would I have to joke with you?" Qin Mo retorted before continuing. "Who among you can procure a hunting rifle?" The most prudent and effective method for hunting wild boars is with a rifle, as they can be quite perilous, especially if injured. From a young age, Qin Mo had been warned by elders to flee at the sight of a wild boar that bore the marks of previous gunfire. Such boars, having survived gunshot wounds, become frenzied and aggressive upon encountering humans, making them exceedingly dangerous. "A hunting rifle may not be effective," Qin Fu remarked, furrowing his brow. "Didn't you say there were 2 adult wild boars?" There are indeed villagers with rifles, though they are mostly homemade. These makeshift firearms are loaded with gunpowder and iron shot, utilizing either homemade black powder or yellow powder, and possess limited firepower. Moreover, they are single-shot weapons that require time to reload. "Should I seek out Hejun?" inquired Qin Lu, the usually quiet second brother. "Do you think Hejun could lend us a rifle?" Qin Mo asked uncertainly. Hejun, being the militia captain, indeed had access to firearms. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Lu suggested, "If necessary, we could offer him one of the piglets." "Very well, you go find Hejun. If he assists us in acquiring a rifle, we shall share a piglet with him," Qin Mo concluded. Qin Lu nodded and promptly departed to seek Hejun. Once he left, the remaining 3 brothers began to deliberate on how they might capture the piglets alive. Simply slaughtering them would be a waste. If they could rear them for a while and then sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative, they would fetch a far better price. Compared to previous years, policies had relaxed significantly, allowing for the rearing of pigs at home, a practice that would have been unthinkable just a short while ago. Just as the brothers reached a consensus, Qin Lu returned. However, behind Ergu, Qin Mo and his companions noticed that He Jun had also come along. Before Qin Mo could inquire, Ergu took the initiative to explain, He Jun will be joining us. Just as Qin Mo was about to speak, He Jun interjected, rest assured, I only require a piglet. This arrangement has already been agreed upon with Ergu. This firearm belongs to the state, and I cannot simply hand it over to you. Should any unfortunate incidents occur, I would be unable to bear the responsibility. He Jun's stance was unequivocal. He could use the gun to hunt wild boars, but it was imperative that he personally wield it, refraining from entrusting it to Qin Mo and the others. The brothers exchanged glances and ultimately consented to He Jun accompanying them. Chapter 6 Lu Jinbao urges his cousin He Jun and Qin Mo, along with their brothers, had agreed to return early the next morning after heading into the mountains. Once He Jun departed, the brothers continued to engage in fervent discussions. The night passed without further conversation. On the following morning, Qin Baoshan gazed at his 4 sons. You brothers were whispering last night, and today you are all skipping work. What exactly are you planning? Hee. You will know soon enough, Dad, chuckled the 3rd son, Qin Hong. Qin Baoshan turned to the 2nd son, whom he considered the most level-headed among them. The 2nd son, Qin Lu, shook his head slightly. Dad, just help us ask the captain for leave, and you will understand what we are up to later. The eldest, Qin Fuyue, assured, don't worry, Dad, we're not doing anything bad. Noticing that his sons remained reticent, Qin Baoshan shifted his gaze to the daughters-in-law, who all shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of the brothers' plans. I don't know what you all are being so secretive about, Qin Baoshan muttered as he shouldered his hoe and left. Qin Mo and his brothers gathered their ropes, machetes, and other tools and met He Jun at the village entrance. He Jun had arrived early, carrying a rifle, and was waiting at the village entrance. The group exchanged nods and proceeded into the mountains. At the valley, Qin Mo pointed downward. Right down there. The others immediately followed his gesture. A few piglets frolicked below, but the adult wild boars were nowhere in sight. They decided to wait, as the 2 adult wild boars might have ventured out to forage. After 2 hours of waiting, the 2 adult wild boars finally returned. Soon, everyone swiftly enacted the plan discussed the night before. The valley had only one entrance, with steep slopes on 3 sides. He Jun, as the main shooter, remained at the high point to take aim. Qin Mo and his brothers positioned themselves at the valley entrance. Once all were in position, He Jun raised his rifle and took aim. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots echoed through the mountains. He Jun's marksmanship was impeccable. Both shots struck the heads of the adult wild boars. The 2 boars fell without struggle, their blood staining the ground. The 6 piglets, startled by the gunfire, scattered in all directions. Qin Mo and his brothers were uncertain whether the adult boars had been killed. Gripping their machetes, they remained vigilant, watching the valley concealed by underbrush. Soon, the piglets darted toward the valley entrance. Instead of rushing to catch them, Qin Mo and his brothers struck the nearby trees and stones with their machetes to create noise and drive the piglets back. Before long, He Jun returned with his rifle to join Qin Mo and the others. Upon seeing He Jun's arrival, the group visibly relaxed. They were apprehensive about the possibility of the wounded boars charging out. According to the plan, 2 of us will guard the exit while the rest of us go in to catch the piglets, He Jun said excitedly. Not long after, the sounds of piglets filled the valley. The 2 adult wild boars and 6 piglets were all captured, an entire family, perfectly intact. Without needing to be told, Qin Mo and his brothers swiftly chopped 2 appropriately sized wooden sticks with their machetes. Qin Mo and his 3 brothers, along with He Jun, carried the 2 adult wild boars to Qin Mo's home while he waited on the mountain to bring back the piglets. By the time they returned with all the piglets, dusk had settled in, and the villagers who had been working in the fields were just returning home. Quickly, news of Qin Mo's successful hunt spread throughout the village. Upon returning, Qin Baoshan saw the wild boars in the yard and immediately understood why all his sons had taken leave from work that day. He had been lamenting their absence, thinking they had lost out on labor points. But now he could not contain his joy. Many villagers rushed over to gaze at the boars, their envy palpable. Though life had improved for many over the past 2 years compared to a few years prior, no one was starving. There remained a portion of the population who struggled to eat sufficiently throughout the year. The sight of the 2 large wild boars made mouths water. Lu Jinbao and his cousin Lu Bao stood outside Qin Mo's courtyard. listening to the discussions within. Those 2 wild boars must weigh nearly 300 pounds combined. Indeed, I doubt they are less than 300 pounds. If sold at the supply and marketing cooperative, they would fetch over 100 yuan. The current price for pork was 8 jiao per pound, though the cooperative would naturally pay less than that. Given that wild boar meat is lean, the price would be even lower, with the cooperative offering a maximum of 5 jiao. After removing the entrails and heads, the net meat would likely be less than 200 pounds, resulting in a selling price of just over 100 yuan. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Qin Mo, while assisting the others in processing the adult wild boars, began to calculate in his mind. Selling directly to the cooperative seemed unwise. Taking the meat to the county for sale would yield a better profit. However, it should not be sold to the cooperative, but rather to restaurants or private buyers. If negotiations went well, selling at 1 yuan per pound was not out of the question. After all, selling to private buyers or restaurants meant they would not require meat coupons and could purchase directly. More importantly, since last year, people had quietly begun opening restaurants. If they could find a private restaurant willing to buy at that price, it would not be a problem. Qin Mo kept his thoughts to himself, planning to discuss it with his family later that evening when they could close the doors. He reasoned that the fewer people who knew about selling to private buyers, the better. In the current environment, such actions were considered illegal. The task was completed swiftly. Within a short time, the 2 wild boars had been processed. Apart from 1 piglet, Jun also received a portion of the entrails. Qin Mo's sister-in-law and mother happily took the other portion to the kitchen. This evening, the family can indulge in meat. Outside the courtyard, Lu Jinbao leaned closer to his cousin Lu Bao and whispered, "Brother Bao, the wild boar that Qin Mo and his companions hunted should, in principle, belong to the collective. Why don't you go find the village secretary and ask him to come over so that Qin Mo and the others can hand over the pork? That way, the whole village can share in a portion of the meat, right?" Lu Jinbao's words caused Lu Bao's gaze to flicker momentarily. Were this a decade ago, or even 5 years prior, such a statement would not have raised any eyebrows. Back then, the notion of individual ownership did not exist. Any game hunted had to be surrendered to the collective for distribution. The most one could expect was a slightly larger share for the hunter. After a brief silence, Lu Bao finally responded softly, You do have a point. Let us go find the village secretary and discuss this matter." The 2 then made their way to the home of Secretary Zhao Dajiang. Chapter 7, Division of the Family. Zhao Dajiang gazed at Lu Bao and Lu Jinbao, momentarily at a loss for words. Secretary Qin Mo and his brothers, along with Jun, are brazenly dividing the collective property. Especially that Qin Mo, he instigated this whole matter. And Jun, as the militia captain, bears even greater culpability. Lu Bao continued to cast aspersions on Qin Mo, dragging Jun into the fray as well. Had Jun not been present, he would have gone directly to the Qin family's courtyard, demanding they surrender the wild boar. Lu Bao, that wild boar was hunted by them in the mountains. How does that equate to dividing collective property? Zhao Dajiang understood Lu Bao's ulterior motives. Did he intend to use him as a pawn? Absolutely not. Moreover, Zhao Dajiang had just received a letter from a former superior in the military, subtly indicating that the policy of large collectives would soon come to an end. He was not a native of Taohua village. His connection came through his wife's family. His rise to the position of secretary was fraught with complexities. Had he not offended a certain influential figure in the past, he would likely be working at the county or even provincial level by now. With impending policy changes, Zhao Dajiang was reluctant to invoke the concept of large collectives at this juncture. Secretary, the mountain where Qin Mo hunted the wild boar belongs to the collective. The resources therein are collective as well. If you remain indifferent now, will it not open the floodgates for anyone to venture into the mountains at will? Lu Bao continued to prattle on, attempting to convince Zhao Dajiang. The ability to hunt a wild boar is a testament to one's skill. If you too hunt in the mountains, it shall rightfully belong to you. Zhao Dajiang cut off Lu Bao's attempts to speak further. Enough, this matter ends here. Do not bring it up again. Upon saying this, Zhao Dajiang fixed his gaze on Lu Bao. Realizing that continued discourse was futile, Lu Bao reluctantly uttered a farewell and departed. As they left Zhao Dajiang's home, Lu Jinbao, dissatisfied, queried, "Brother Bao, is this how it ends?" Lu Bao, exasperated, replied, "What else can we do?" Lu Jinbao opened his mouth, his face a mask of disappointment, and they trudged home, one in front of the other. At that moment, Qin Mo was blissfully unaware that Lu Bao and Lu Jinbao were attempting to incite the secretary to compel them to surrender the wild boar. He was joyfully dining with his family. Little brother, shall we take the pork to the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow? After the meal, his elder brother Qin Fu inquired. Qin Mo contemplated, refraining from sharing his intention to sell the pork in the county with everyone present. Yes, tomorrow we will deliver the pork to the commune and then exchange it for money. He merely mentioned the commune, omitting any reference to the cooperative. It was unnecessary for all the brothers to accompany him to deliver the pork. Ultimately, it was decided that Qin Fu and Qin Mo would go together, while the other brothers continued their work. That evening, the Qin family, unusually, retired early to their rooms. They sat together, recounting how they discovered and hunted the wild boar. Yu Shuang, however, did not partake in the conversation and retreated to her room after dinner. The Qin family was accustomed to this and said nothing. Little brother, have you truly resolved to take the college entrance examination? Qin Baoshan suddenly inquired, and everyone turned their attention to Qin Mo. They all sensed that Qin Mo had changed since returning from the health clinic. Yes, if I do not participate, I believe I will regret it in the future. Qin Mo spoke earnestly. Father, I assure you, if I do not pass, I shall lead a modest life. Qin Baoshan observed Qin Mo, who met his father's gaze without flinching. Little brother, since you have made up your mind, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Just focus on your studies. If our family truly produces a university student, you will be the pride of the entire Qin family. After saying this, Qin Baoshan looked at his other 3 sons and their wives. You all should express your opinions. If you have any thoughts, now is the time to voice them. With the intent of allowing Qin Mo to concentrate on his studies, it was decided that he would no longer engage in work. Furthermore, he would not be burdened with household affairs. Qin Fu was the first to express his support. Little brother, I support you in taking the college entrance examination. Rest assured, your older brothers and I will ensure that you need not worry about anything else. Just study hard and strive to gain admission to university. His sister-in-law, who followed her husband's lead, voiced no objections. The third brother quickly echoed his support for Qin Mo's pursuit of higher education. Although the third sister-in-law appeared somewhat reluctant, she did not voice any dissent. Now only the second brother and his wife remained silent. The entire family was aware that the second brother often complained about their parents' favoritism towards the youngest. With all eyes upon him, the second brother slowly spoke. I have no objections to the youngest taking the college entrance examination. He then shifted his tone. However, the crucial question is whether the youngest can truly succeed. They all understood this sentiment. The chances were slim. What I worry about is that if the youngest does not pass, it would mean a waste of several months' time. While we can manage to do a bit more, the loss of the youngest contribution would significantly diminish our family's income by year-end. As soon as the second brother finished speaking, his wife immediately chimed in. Indeed, with so many mouths to feed in our family, I and the older brother's family, as well as the younger ones, rely on sustenance. If we lose your share of labor, we may struggle to put food on the table next year. The couple's words implied a clear opposition. However, Qin Mo did not take offense. After all, it was his aspiration to attend university, and he felt justified in not being a burden on the family. Even among brothers, they had all formed their own families and had children to care for. Indeed, the third brother currently has no children and bears a lighter burden than the first and second brothers, Qin Mo noted with a smile, acknowledging their point. Thus, I hereby declare that I will earn my own living going forward and will not be a burden to anyone. Little brother, what are you saying? Qin Fu immediately interjected. We are family. What do you mean by burden? Lao San followed suit, remarking, Indeed, Lao Yao, your words suggest that you no longer regard us as brothers. Moreover, should you truly succeed in gaining admission to university, I, Seng Gu, shall inevitably bask in your glory. Lao Er and his wife remained silent, yet their stance was unmistakably clear. Qin Baoshan glanced at Qin Mo, then shifted his gaze to Lao Er and his spouse. Lao Er's wife. I comprehend your concerns. Since you harbor such worries, perhaps it would be prudent for us to separate our households. Qin Baoshan's statement abruptly rendered the atmosphere solemn and quiet. Chapter 8 Departure to the county. Upon hearing the news, Lao Er and his wife turned to Qin Baoshan with astonishment etched upon their faces. Previously, they had broached the subject of separating the household more than once, citing Qin Mo and Yu Shuang as reasons, yet Qin Baoshan had remained resolute. Now, unexpectedly, he had initiated the discussion himself, leaving everyone, including Qin Mo, utterly surprised. Qin Baoshan had his own reasons for resisting the division of the family. Yu Shuang had rarely ventured out to work, spending most of her time at home. Although she contributed little, the presence of the eldest and second child's offspring at home allowed the parents to work with a degree of peace of mind. In this era, incidents of child abduction were not uncommon. Having Yu Shuang at home to oversee the children relieved the burden of carrying them into the fields. Moreover, given Yu Shuang's delicate demeanor, her contribution to labor in the fields would be minimal. Now that Qin Mo had divorced Yu Shuang and was preparing to return to the city, and given the second family's objections regarding Qin Mo's college entrance examination, it seemed a propitious moment to finalize the division of the household. After articulating his thoughts, Qin Baoshan turned to the eldest and third sons. Since we are to separate the household, let us do so entirely. As for the youngest, he will remain with your mother and me. The eldest and third sons were taken aback, not anticipating that not only Lao heir would separate, but that they too would be required to part ways. Father, is that truly necessary? Qin Fu, the eldest son, interjected. Did I not just express my support for the youngest's pursuit of higher education? Though the third son occasionally ribbed Qin Mo, he held no serious intentions against him. Since Lao heir and his wife are unwilling, let us simply separate them. My brother and I will remain here with you and mother. He continued, the youngest needs to focus on his studies. With me, my brother, and my sister-in-law here, we can share the responsibilities. Qin Baisan took a few puffs from his pipe, the embers flickering. There is no need. Your mother and I are not yet so old that we cannot care for the youngest for a few more years. As he spoke, Qin Baoshan turned to Qin Mo Lao heir. Since we have reached this point, allow me to be direct. Once the household is divided, you will live with your mother and me. When the day comes that we can no longer support ourselves, we will rely on you. Without hesitation, Qin Mo nodded. Father, your words resonate with me. Even if I do not partake in the college entrance examination, I will undoubtedly care for you and mother in the future. In this era, numerous factors contributed to families bearing many children, such as the need for labor and the importance of lineage. Moreover, a larger household dissuaded others from taking advantage. However, one imperative reason stood out: the belief that children were a safeguard against old age. In the collective mindset, daughters were destined to marry into other families, while sons were perceived as the future's assurance. The preference for sons stemmed from this belief. For a man like Qin Baoshan, with 4 sons, it was customary for him and his wife to rotate living with their sons in their old age. Whosoever's home they resided in would bear the responsibility for their care. In times of illness or when expenses arose, the brothers would share the costs. Qin Baoshan made his intentions clear. They were currently being supported by Qin Mo, and in their old age, they would not rotate homes but rather remain with him. This arrangement was not uncommon in the village. Other sons were only required to provide food for their parents, easing their burdens significantly. Upon hearing that their parents would reside with Qin Mo in their old age, the third son's wife discreetly nudged her husband. The eldest son's wife also exchanged knowing glances with him. Noticing that neither the eldest nor the second son spoke up, Qin Baoshan concluded the conversation. Very well, this is how it shall be. I will arrange for someone to come over to finalize the division of the household. After Qin Baoshan left, the brothers departed in silence, each harboring their own thoughts, but refraining from voicing them. Qin Mo, however, was not overly concerned. His parents were only in their 40s, and there was no urgent need to ponder the future. Even if his brothers chose to disregard their parents, Qin Mo would shoulder that responsibility. Yet, based on his understanding of his brothers, he believed none would abandon their parents. After all, the stigma of unfilial conduct would bring shame not only upon oneself, but also upon future generations. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, Qin Mo and his elder brother set off with wild boar meat towards the commune. During a brief rest, the elder brother quietly remarked, Lao heir, I never truly considered separating the household. I find our large family togetherness quite agreeable. Brother, there is nothing inherently wrong with separation. In our village, which family remains together after the brothers marry? Qin Mo asserted, speaking the truth. The division of households was a common occurrence. Moreover, we are brothers. Even if we separate, our bond remains intact. Indeed, Lao heir, you speak wisely. Our separation does not sever our hearts. After a brief respite, the two resumed their journey towards the commune with the boar meat. Upon arrival, the sun had just begun to rise. Brother, the supply and marketing cooperative is not yet open. You may return home. I can wait here. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fu replied, Very well, I shall head back. If I hurry, I might still manage to work a full day. Once his brother departed, Qin Mo exerted himself to drag the 2 baskets of boar meat in the opposite direction of the cooperative. Each morning, a bus would traverse the route to the county, and Qin Mo intended to sell the meat in the city. With nearly 200 pounds of boar meat, he could only move the baskets by alternating his grip, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the sun rose higher, he did not have to wait long before the bus appeared, gradually approaching. The vehicle already bore passengers, and upon witnessing Qin Mo's struggle with the baskets, several individuals disembarked to assist. "Hey, young man, is that wild boar meat you have?" One middle-aged man, astonished at the sight of the meat in the baskets, inquired. Qin Mo was not surprised that the other party recognized the type of meat. Wild boar meat contains little fat, and its skin is considerably thicker than that of domestic pigs. A more evident characteristic lies in the unrefined pig hairs that remain on the skin. Unlike domestic pigs, wild boars cannot be easily cleaned of their hair with boiling water. The hairs of wild boars are distinctly different from those of domestic pigs. Anyone who has seen them can easily tell them apart. Qin Mo looked up at the man, who was dressed in a Zhongshan suit with a high collar and wore leather shoes. One glance at his attire made it clear that he was no ordinary individual. "Haha, my friend has a discerning eye. This is indeed wild boar meat." As the two conversed, they loaded the woven basket onto the vehicle. The truck was not crowded, with only 3 people on board, including Qin Mo and the driver. The bus would pick up passengers along the way, but it was unlikely that many would board. After all, traveling anywhere required a letter of introduction, and people were generally reluctant to venture far, with most only going to their respective communes. Chapter 9. Acquaintances on the vehicle. I am truly grateful. After taking a seat, Qin Mo expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "It was merely a small act of kindness. There is no need for such formality, young brother." Through their conversation, Qin Mo learned that the middle-aged man was named Ning Yuanshan and hailed from Jingqing. "Ninggu, what brings you to our Sanche?" Qin Mo inquired, as he and his companions belonged to the Sanche commune, a rather remote locale. Hearing that the other party was from Jingqing surprised Qin Mo greatly. "Haha, it turns out I can also consider myself a part of the Sanche commune," Ning Yuanshan chuckled. Your accent does not quite suggest that, Ninggu," Qin Mo replied. "Haha, I followed my parents to Jingsheng when I was just a few years old and grew up there." "Oh, I see." As the two engaged in a light-hearted conversation, they soon arrived at the county town. "All right, let us part ways here." Ning Yuanshan smiled as he got off the vehicle. "Ninggu, I wish you a safe journey." Ning Yuanshan still needed to head to the train station to return to Jingqing. However, he had taken note of the young man, Qin Mo. During their discussion on the vehicle, he sensed that Qin Mo possessed insights far beyond the ordinary. Even as the director of a state-owned factory in Jingqing, he felt that his perspective on many matters paled in comparison to Qin Mo's depth and foresight. His return to Sanche was to bring back his parents' ashes for burial. Outside the station, Qin Mo gazed down at the 2 baskets of wild boar meat at his feet, lost in thought. The meat had been brought to the county, but how to sell it next? Finding privately run restaurants was no simple task, even if he managed to find one. The owners might hesitate to purchase from someone they did not know. While Qin Mo pondered, a man in his 30s approached. "Qin brother." Qin Mo turned to see a fellow passenger who had boarded the vehicle just before reaching the county. "Wu Gu, is there something you need?" Qin Mo asked. They had exchanged brief pleasantries during the journey. "Qin brother, may I inquire if you are selling that pork?" Wu Jiangwo whispered while keeping an eye on passers-by. Qin Mo's eyes brightened, and he replied softly, "To be honest, Wu Gu, I came to the county specifically to sell this pork." Wu Jiangwo's eyes glimmered with understanding, followed by a quiet smile. "Qin brother, how do you plan to sell this pork? If the price is right, I will take it all." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo scrutinized Wu Jiangwo. The latter was dressed modestly, not appearing to be wealthy. Sensing Qin Mo's gaze, Wu Jiangwo suggested, "Why don't we find a place to sit down and discuss this in detail?" Though they were currently standing at the station entrance, a spectacle was being created by the 2 baskets of wild boar meat, attracting the attention of passers-by. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo nodded. "Very well, let us find a place to talk." "Qin brother, I know a spot. Let us go there," Wu Jiangwo said, glancing at Qin Mo. With no objections, Qin Mo allowed Wu Jiangwo to carry one basket while he took the other, following closely behind as they walked away. Luoling County was not large. It did not take them long to reach an alley. Qin Mo assumed Wu Jiangwo intended to converse there, as it was unlikely anyone would pass by. However, Wu Jiangwo walked to the end of the alley and knocked on a tightly shut wooden door. This door appeared to be a back entrance, not the main one. Soon, a voice came from behind the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, The second brother, open up, Wu Jiangwo replied. Creak. As soon as he spoke, the wooden door opened a crack and then swung wide. Elder brother, I thought you were returning tomorrow? Wu Jianjun said while glancing around. Upon seeing Qin Mo following Wu Jiangwo, he immediately adopted a guarded demeanor. Second brother, this is Qin brother, let us go inside and talk. Wu Jiangwo quickly introduced, Qin brother, this is my brother, Wu Jianjun. Only upon learning that it was his elder brother who brought Qin Mo did Wu Jianjun relax, stepping aside to allow them entry. Once inside, Wu Jianjun promptly closed the door. Inside was a small courtyard, with some garlic and scallions planted, and a trellis covered with loofah vines in one corner. Second brother, come lend a hand. Wu Jianjun urged as he stepped forward to help place the baskets on the ground. This is wild boar meat? Upon seeing the contents of the baskets, Wu Jianjun's expression brightened, and he eagerly asked, Wow, both baskets are full. That's quite a haul. Elder brother, you must have had good fortune this time, scoring so much wild boar meat. We shall not be lacking in meat for a while. Qin Mo maintained a calm demeanor, but felt a sense of caution. He was not well acquainted with Wu Jiangwo, and now there was an additional Wu Jianjun. They were on unfamiliar ground, and should the latter harbor ill intentions, Qin Mo would be wholly defenseless. At this moment, Qin Mo silently chastised himself. How could he have forgotten that in the year 1980, 2 baskets of wild boar meat, which would be inconsequential in later years, could indeed incite greed in this era? Wu Jiangwo noticed Qin Mo's uneasy expression and quickly reassured him. This pork is not from me. It belongs to Qin brother. After speaking, he turned to Qin Mo and suggested, Shall we discuss this inside? Qin Mo did not immediately respond, but studied Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun, hoping to glean something from their expressions. Qin brother, since I have brought you here, I shall be forthright with you, Wu Jiangwo declared. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Qin Mo. Was the other party about to reveal their true intentions? To be honest with you, Qin brother, we brothers. As Wu Jiangwo spoke, Qin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him. It turned out that the brothers, Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun, were precisely the very restaurant owners he had been seeking for his pork. Their establishment had thrived since its inception, and Wu Jiangwo had come to the countryside to procure some inexpensive mountain delicacies. Initially, he believed his trip would yield nothing, but little did he know that he would encounter Qin Mo and his 2 baskets of wild boar meat on the return journey. During the ride, Qin Mo had spent most of his time conversing with Ning Yuanshan. Wu Jiangwo discerned that Ning Yuanshan was undoubtedly a person of authority. Therefore, he refrained from mentioning the matter of purchasing wild boar meat to Qin Mo. It was only after Qin Mo parted ways with Ning Yuanshan that he approached Qin Mo and invited him to his restaurant. Understanding that the other party was a restaurant owner, Qin Mo felt at ease and accompanied him indoors. Once seated, Wu Jiangwo promptly inquired, Brother Qin, what price do you intend to sell your wild boar meat? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo replied, Old brother Wu, I shall not indulge in pretense. I plan to sell the wild boar meat at 2 yuan per jin. If you find this agreeable, we can proceed with a cash-on-delivery arrangement. Qin Mo had adjusted his initial price expectation, increasing it by 2 jiao to set it at 2 yuan per jin. Chapter 10, Successfully Selling at 2 yuan. Brother Qin, your price is rather exorbitant. Wu Jianjun interjected before Wu Jiangwo could respond. Wu Jiangwo nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his brother's words. Indeed, the pork from the supply and marketing cooperative contains far more fat than wild boar meat, and it costs merely 0.8 yuan per pound. At your price, 2 pounds could procure 3 from the cooperative. Nowadays, fatty meat is increasingly favored, while lean meat struggles to command a decent price. Qin Mo did not refute this, instead stating, Brother Wu and Brother Wu Air, I am certainly aware of the pork prices at the cooperative. However, in order to purchase there, one must possess a ticket, correct? Without a ticket, one is forced to buy at a premium, and even then, availability is not guaranteed. Wu Jiangwo slowly shook his head. Brother Qin, you are not incorrect. Without a ticket, one indeed must pay a higher price. Yet even at a premium, it would only amount to a maximum of 1 yuan per pound, which is still quite a disparity compared to your price, and besides, your offering contains very little fat. Qin Mo smiled lightly and countered, Brother Wu, since the patrons of your restaurant are likely acquaintances, I presume you are familiar with their identities? Wu Jianjun and his brother were taken aback, unsure why Qin Mo posed such a question. However, Wu Jianjun nodded slightly, admitting, yes, those who dine here are indeed familiar faces. Strangers only come accompanied by those they know. This was no secret, and Wu Jianjun candidly shared. Although some areas have relaxed regulations on private business operations, in the remote locale of Luoling County, oversight remains stringent. The guests who come to dine, Brother Wu, you must surely know their backgrounds, correct? Qin Imo continued. While I cannot claim to know them all, I am aware of most, Wu Jiangwo replied. May I inquire, are the patrons who frequent your establishment of notable standing? At the very least, they must be individuals of means? Wu Jiangwo did not deny this. Even if he attempted to refute it, it would be futile. In this day and age, those who seek out private dining establishments are certainly not ordinary folk. The average person seldom dines out. And if they do, they typically choose state-run restaurants rather than seeking out private venues. Observing Wu Jiangwo's tacit acknowledgement, Qin Imo smiled subtly. Brother Wu, have you considered that since your clientele are individuals of affluence, they would likely be willing to pay a premium for the dishes you serve here? Of course, if you wish to sell at a higher price, you must offer dishes that are not available at state-run restaurants. For instance, various game meats, such as wild boar, wild fish, and wild mushrooms. The dishes offered at state-run establishments do not entice them, but these wild delicacies would surely prompt them to spend a little more. Wu Jiangwo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected Qin Imo to articulate such insights. These were notions he and his brother had only recently come to understand after running their restaurant for some time. It was precisely this realization that had driven him to venture into the countryside to source these rare ingredients. Despite Qin Mo's youth, he seemed to possess an understanding of the culinary business that resonated with their own thoughts, prompting Wu Jiangwo and his brother to regard him with newfound respect. In this county, they were not ordinary individuals. Few could manage to operate a private restaurant so discreetly without encountering any issues. Brother Qin, I did not anticipate you would have such profound insights into our industry. Wu Jiangwo recalled the moment on the vehicle when Qin Imo conversed amiably with a cadre from the capital, and he was suddenly inclined to befriend him. Very well, I shall not haggle further. I will accept your price of 2 yuan per pound for all of your wild boar meat. Consider it the beginning of our friendship. Qin Imo had initially intended to continue imparting his business philosophies, yet before he could finish, Wu Jiangwo had already acquiesced to the price. Brother Wu, I suppose we are indeed friends now. Qin Imo replied with a smile. Wu Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback before he too smiled. Yes, we are friends now. Shall we proceed to weigh the wild boar meat? Qin Imo inquired. Wu Jiangwo wasted no time and instructed his brother to bring the scale. The three of them quickly weighed the meat, with one person counting while the others managed the scales. Brother Qin, the total weight is 192 pounds, Wu Jianjun announced as he handed the record to Qin Imo. However, Qin Imo did not take it. Instead, he stated, let us round it off to an even figure, 190 pounds. Wu Jiangwo chuckled. Brother Qin, you are at a disadvantage here. 2 pounds amounts to 4 yuan. Qin Imo waved dismissively, stating, 190 pounds is business, while the 2 pounds is merely a token of friendship with you, Brother Wu and Brother Wu Air. There is no question of disadvantage. Brother Qin, you have a way with words. Having said that, I cannot refuse. Wu Jiangwo responded, laughing. Wu Jianjun then went to fetch a bundle of cash and some small bills. Brother Qin, the total is 228 yuan. Please count it, he said, handing the money to Qin Imo. Without counting, Qin Imo placed the money directly into his satchel. I trust both you and Brother Wu Air, no need to count. Afterward, Qin Imo prepared to take his leave, as it was still afternoon, and he intended to visit the Xinhua bookstore to see if he could procure some study materials. Brother Qin, you cannot leave just yet. Wu Jiangwo insisted. You must have a meal with us first. Brother Wu, let us save the meal for another time. I need to hurry to the Xinhua bookstore before it closes for the day. The Xinhua bookstore? Wu Jiangwo queried, perplexed. Brother Qin, are you going to buy books? Qin Imo nodded, affirming, yes, my trip to the city is primarily to sell wild boar meat, but also to purchase some learning materials. Brother Qin, you are still in school? Wu Jiangwo exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he scrutinized Qin Imo. Although Qin Imo was 20, he appeared remarkably youthful, not much different from a high school student. This was partly due to Qin Mo's youthful appearance and partly because, in this era, many high school students seemed quite mature. Wu Jiangwo did not consider that Qin Imo was an adult. In the past 2 years, although there have been many individuals in their 30s participating in the college entrance examination, Qin Imo did not directly state his intention to prepare for it. Noticing that Wu Jiangwo had misinterpreted his words, Qin Imo promptly clarified that he intended to register for the examination. So, dear Qin, You are in search of review materials for the college entrance examination, Wu Jiangwo exclaimed. In that case, you must stay for dinner. I shall introduce you to someone. It is quite difficult to procure review materials these days, and he is surely the right person to assist you. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately realized that Wu Jiangwo must be acquainted with someone from the Xinhua bookstore. Consequently, he no longer declined the invitation and decided to stay. I shall impose upon you, Brother Wu and Brother Wu heir. Chapter 11. The revelation from Wu Jiangwo at 3 in the afternoon. The brothers Wu Jiangwo began their bustling preparations for the evening meal. Qin Mo, eager to assist, joined in their efforts. As dusk approached, guests gradually started to arrive. The restaurant, though modest in size with only 7 or 8 tables, quickly filled to capacity. The patrons appeared to be familiar with one another, exchanging greetings as they settled in. Once all the dishes were served, Wu Jiangwo finally untied his apron and stepped out of the kitchen. Qin, come, let me introduce you to someone. If you need revision materials, he's the one to seek, Wu Jiangwo said, pouring 2 glasses of wine and handing one to Qin Mo. They soon approached a table of guests. Director Lu, what do you think of the wild boar meat today? Wu Jiangwo asked with a broad smile. Delicious indeed. Director Lu replied cheerfully, raising his glass. Old Wu, you should consider serving more of these wild delicacies. Director Lu, my brother has a favor to ask, Wu Jiangwo continued. Gesturing towards Qin Mo, Director Lu glanced at Qin Mo, appraising him. And who might this young man be? Director Lu, the wild boar meat you enjoyed today was brought by my brother, Qin Mo, Wu Jiangwo explained. If you need revision materials, you can count on Director Lu to assist you. Director Lu's understanding dawned as he realized the nature of the request. Is that all? Since Old Wu has asked, it's no trouble at all. Just let me know what you need, young man. Even if it's not available in the county, I can fetch it from the provincial city. Qin Mo was taken aback, recognizing the capabilities of Director Lu. No wonder Wu Jiangwo had insisted on introducing him. However, what intrigued Qin Mo more was Wu Jiangwo's background, as it seemed he operated the restaurant without drawing scrutiny, and Director Lu's tone hinted at some degree of flattery towards him. Suppressing his curiosity, Qin Mo raised his glass. Thank you, Director Lu, he said, downing the drink. Director Lu smiled, raising his glass in response to Wu Jiangwo, who mirrored the gesture, both men sharing a toast. Wu Jiangwo then signaled to Qin Mo to relay the specific materials he wished to purchase to Director Lu. After Qin Mo finished speaking, Director Lu nodded slightly. So, young Qin, you're preparing for the college entrance examination? Qin Mo affirmed, asking, Director Lu, can these materials be obtained? Indeed, the Xinhua bookstore in the county carries them, Director Lu replied after a moment's thought. However, since you're preparing for the examination, it would be best to have the most comprehensive materials available. I happen to be going to the provincial city tomorrow, and I will see if I can find additional resources for you. Grateful, Qin Mo expressed his thanks repeatedly. Director Lu waved his hand dismissively, stating, it's a small favor. I look forward to the day you enroll in university, young Qin. Our Luoling County will gain another college student. In a remote county like Luoling, each individual who gains admission to university is a rare talent. After finishing their meals, Director Lu and the other diners departed without lingering. Before leaving, Director Lu agreed to bring the materials 2 evenings hence, and Qin Mo expressed his gratitude once more. Once the last of the diners had left, Qin Mo and Wu Jiangwo finally took a seat to enjoy their dinner. At the table, Qin Mo reiterated his appreciation to Wu Jiangwo. Brother Qin, there's no need for such formalities, Wu Jiangwo replied. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then in the future, if you come across more wild game like the boar or other mountain delicacies, do send them my way. Rest assured, the price will be fair. Are you planning to feature mountain delicacies and wild game as the main offerings of your restaurant? Qin Mo inquired. Yes, Wu Jiangwo acknowledged. Your earlier words sparked some thoughts between Jianjun and me. However, running a restaurant leaves us little time to venture into the countryside for sourcing. Even when we do find the time, there's no guarantee we will encounter wild products. An idea sparked in Qin Mo's mind. You can count on me, Brother Wu. I will ensure all my wild products come to you. But I notice you only have a few tables. If I bring too much, it might not sell out. Wu Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Brother Qin, are you implying that you can procure a substantial quantity of wild products? Qin Mo nodded slightly. I can't guarantee wild boar, but I can assure you that mushrooms and other mountain delicacies will be plentiful. Brother Qin, send as much as you can. We will take it all, Wu Jiangwo urged. Qin Mo regarded him in surprise. Are you certain, Brother Wu? He had already formulated a plan to gather wild products from nearby teams. With careful execution, he envisioned himself as a secondary dealer, confident in the potential for profit. In their brief interaction, Qin Mo sensed that the Wu brothers possessed significant connections. With their backing, he felt reassured that even if someone attempted to question his dealings, he would likely avoid serious trouble. After all, he was ultimately selling to them, and they would not stand idly by if he faced difficulties. Wu Jiangwo smiled and admitted, "To be honest, we have received word that individual businesses will soon be permitted. Once that happens, we will be the first to secure the necessary permits, and the scale of our restaurant will expand beyond its current confines." "Brother, just tell Qin Mo the whole truth," Wu Jianjun chimed in with a grin. Wu Jiangwo nodded, continuing, "You must have noticed that the guests who dined here earlier are all prominent figures within the county." Qin Mo confirmed, having observed the clientele. Wu Jiangwo elaborated, "We have good connections here in the county. The policy regarding individual businesses is expected to be implemented next month. We have already spoken to the relevant authorities, and once it is officially announced, we will be granted the contract for the largest state-run restaurant in the county." With Wu Jiangwo's assurance, Qin Mo felt a sense of security. "Brother Wu, you mentioned that the policy would be formally implemented next month?" Qin Mo inquired. Wu Jiangwo nodded affirmatively. "Brother Wu, could you assist me in registering a commercial trading license when the time comes?" Wu Jiangwo looked at Qin Mo with a hint of curiosity. "Brother Qin, are you not preparing for the college entrance examination?" Qin Mo chuckled lightly. "Brother Wu, I shall not conceal it from you. If the policies are relaxed, I plan to register a commercial trading license and sell exotic delicacies to you, free from the fear of being reported for speculation, correct?" Initially, Qin Mo had harbored concerns about returning to acquire exotic delicacies for resale, fearing malicious reports. However, with a commercial trading license in hand, those worries would dissipate. Chapter 12: A Chance Encounter in the Commune. Brother Qin, your considerations are thorough. Wu Jiangwo cast an appreciative glance at Qin Mo. "This matter will be entrusted to me. As soon as the policy is officially relaxed, I shall ensure you obtain the license at the earliest opportunity." "Thank you, Brother Wu and Brother Wu." Qin Mo pondered the backgrounds of the Wu brothers in silence. In just a few words, they had confidently made a promise. It was evident that the Wu brothers were not given to boasting. Their self-assurance was genuine. "The dishes are nearly cold. Let us not linger on conversation. We can eat while we talk," Wu Jianjun suggested with a smile. The three began to toast and exchange drinks at the table. During the meal, the Wu brothers engaged Qin Mo in a discussion about managing a restaurant. Qin Mo had already learned that they intended to take over a state-run eatery, so he shared some conventional management techniques from the future. Although these strategies were commonplace in later years, to the Wu brothers, they seemed extraordinary. "Brother Qin, I am truly impressed. If you were not to take the college entrance examination and instead ran a restaurant yourself, I fear we would have to close our doors here in Luoling County." Wu Jiangwo remarked with a sense of nostalgia. He felt a sense of relief, knowing that had Qin Mo truly opened a restaurant in the county, based on the marketing strategies he had just shared, other establishments would be left with only the scraps. Of course, this was merely the Wu brothers' perspective. Qin Mo did not share the same view. Monopolizing the dining industry in the entire county was unlikely. After all, he understood the trajectory of future national development. As growth progressed, the prospect of monopolizing the dining industry in a county would become nearly impossible. He chuckled modestly, stating, "These are merely my thoughts. Whether they will work in practice remains uncertain. Regardless of how sophisticated a marketing strategy may be, its effectiveness varies among individuals. However, based on Qin Mo's understanding of the Wu brothers, if they were to implement the strategies he had just outlined, while monopolization was improbable, becoming a leading industry contender would not pose significant challenges." That evening, Qin Mo and the Wu brothers indulged in drinks until late, opting to stay at the restaurant. As they awaited the return of Director Liu the following day, Qin Mo strolled around the county. In his previous life, he had pursued Yu Shuang directly to the provincial capital. Upon returning to the county, he found Luoling County had undergone significant transformation. Thus, he wandered with great delight. By evening, he returned to the Wu brothers' restaurant to lend a hand. Initially, Qin Mo intended to find a guest house for lodging, but the Wu brothers immediately dissuaded him from that idea. As Wu Jiangwo put it, "Brother Qin, if you were to go stay at a guest house, wouldn't that be a blow to our pride?" Later, Wu Jianjun added, "Do you dislike our conditions, or do you not consider us as brothers?" With the conversation reaching such a point, Qin Mo could hardly retort. The Wu brothers' treatment of Qin Mo stemmed not only from their camaraderie, but also from their unanimous belief that this young man would not remain ordinary. Cultivating a friendship now could yield significant benefits in the future. Their current fortunes were attributable to an acquaintance made with an individual who had been sent down for re-education. After that person was rehabilitated and returned to the provincial capital, the brothers enjoyed the success they now had. In the evening, Director Liu arrived as promised, bringing with him 2 large stacks of various review materials. Qin Mo expressed his gratitude, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol. The next day, Qin Mo bid farewell to the Wu brothers, exchanging contact information. This journey had resulted in the wild boar meat being sold at an unexpectedly high price. He had spent little in the county, as his meals and lodging were provided by the Wu brothers' restaurant. As he boarded the bus back, he looked at the review materials in his backpack, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. In Taohua village, Qin Mo's family was quite anxious. Having been 3 days since he left, they were naturally worried. At that moment, the family was discussing whether the 3 brothers, Qin Fu included, should make a trip to the county. Yu Shuang kept glancing outside the courtyard, not out of concern for Qin Mo, but rather waiting for her elder brother's arrival. After obtaining the divorce certificate, she had promptly sent a telegram home. Her family replied, stating that her brother would personally come to Taohua village to fetch her today. Yu Shuang had not considered asking her family to come and retrieve her. Her primary intention was to inform them. Since the divorce certificate was obtained, the compensation promised by her family had to be delivered. Yu Shuang's family was uneasy about her returning alone, especially since Qin Mo had previously adamantly refused the divorce. Even now, despite having the divorce certificate, they remained apprehensive until she returned home. At the Sanxiao River commune, after disembarking, Qin Mo shouldered the review materials and gifts from the Wu brothers, 2 cans of malted milk, a bag of granulated sugar, a packet of white rabbit candy, and 2 bottles of liquor. He proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchasing 5 pounds of pork before heading towards Taohua village. Just as he had taken a few steps, a Jeep 212 pulled up beside him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Qin Mo covered his mouth and nose while stepping aside. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, leaned out of the window and inquired, "Excuse me, how do I get to Taohua village?" "This direction leads to Taohua village. When you reach the first fork in the road, take the right path. At the next fork, take the left. Then at the subsequent intersection, go straight down the middle path, and..." There are numerous forks along the way from Taohua village to the commune, making it quite complex. After Qin Mo finished explaining, the young man looked embarrassed as he pulled out a notebook. "Could you please repeat that? There are too many forks, and I'm worried I might take a wrong turn. Could you elaborate a bit more so I can jot it down?" Qin Mo gazed at the young man with his pen and notebook, astonished initially, but soon finding it quite reasonable, as there were no navigation aids available, making this request perfectly valid. "Are you heading to Taohua village?" Qin Mo inquired. "Yes, I am indeed going to Taohua village. But I have never been there before, so I am unsure of the way," the young man replied. Qin Mo chuckled and suggested, "How about this? If you let me ride with you, I can guide you." He thought to himself that this was a perfect opportunity to hitch a ride, especially since his backpack was quite heavy with all the study materials. The fact that the young man was also headed to Taohua village was indeed serendipitous. It would allow him to share the journey back. "Will this delay you, young man?" The youth hesitated. Qin Mo smiled and assured him, "I am from Taohua village and am just on my way back." Upon hearing this, the young man promptly opened the car door and exclaimed with delight, "That is wonderful." He then assisted Qin Mo in placing his backpack into the vehicle. Chapter 13. Yu Shuang's brother, what brings you to Taohua village? Upon entering the vehicle, Qin Mo, feeling quite familiar, initiated the conversation. "Oh, I'm here to deal with some relatives," Yu replied casually, yet he withheld the truth. "Young man, you must be from Taohua village, correct?" "Yes, indeed, I am a native of Taohua village." As Qin Mo answered, he pondered which family in the village could afford a vehicle. In these times, anyone capable of driving a Jeep 212 was certainly not ordinary. It wasn't merely a matter of wealth. The policies had not yet loosened. Even the affluent had no means to own a private car. "Since you are from Taohua village, I presume you are quite familiar with the locals?" Yu continued to inquire. "Naturally, our village is not large, and everyone knows each other." Upon hearing this, Yu promptly said, "Then may I ask about the Qin family in your village?" "Oh, that would be the family of Qin Mo. What are they like?" Yu had come to Taohua village specifically to retrieve his sister, Yu Shuang. In her telegram, which charged by the word, she had explicitly instructed him to bring money. This led both Yu Kuei and his family to believe that the Qin family would be difficult to negotiate with. He feared that persuading them to allow him to take his sister would not be an easy task. By chance, he encountered someone from Taohua village, and he thought it prudent to gather information about the temperament of the Qin family to prepare for their meeting. Qin Mo was taken aback, then glanced at Yu Kuei. A realization dawned upon him. He quickly recalled who this man was, his former brother-in-law. In his previous life, he had met Yu Kuei several years later, by which time Yu Kuei had already become the deputy mayor, exuding an entirely different demeanor and appearance from now. After a lengthy conversation, Qin Mo finally asked, "May I know how to address you?" "Oh, my surname is Yu, and my name is Yu Kuei." Yu Kuei, without a second thought, introduced himself. Qin Mo's expression shifted, and he regarded Yu Kuei with a complex gaze. As Yu Kuei drove, he noticed Qin Mo's pensive look and turned to see his expression mirroring his own. Suddenly, the car came to a sharp stop, causing both of them to lurch forward due to inertia. Once the vehicle halted, Yu Kuei looked at Qin Mo with curiosity. Qin Mo, feeling a bittersweet amusement at the coincidence, decided to be forthright. He pointed to himself and said in an unusual tone, "I am Qin Mo from Taohua village. If I am not mistaken, you must be Yu Shuang's brother, correct?" "What?" Yu Kuei was taken aback, his eyes widening. The atmosphere grew awkward as they locked eyes, neither willing to break the silence first. At that moment, Yu Kuei contemplated whether to seize the opportunity for a candid discussion with Qin Mo or to expel him from the vehicle altogether. Over the years, Yu Shuang's letters home were filled with disparagement and criticism of Qin Mo, leading Yu Kuei and his family to harbor considerable bias against him. Qin Mo remained silent, grappling with his complex emotions. After a long pause, Qin Mo broke the silence. "Brother Yu, are you here to take Yu Shuang back?" Following the divorce, Yu Shuang had mentioned that she would leave within a week. Considering the time, that week was almost up. Yu Kuei's expression darkened, suspecting that Qin Mo was attempting to impose difficulties, thwarting his intentions to take Yu Shuang away easily. "Qin Mo, you are no longer related to my sister. I hope you understand this." Qin Mo's expression also clouded over, perplexed by the implication of Yu Kuei's words. Observing the change in Qin Mo's demeanor, Yu Kuei swiftly shifted his tone. "Of course, we are grateful for the care you and your family have provided to my sister over the past 3 years. My sister has agreed to compensate your family with 300 yuan. You need not worry, not a cent less. Additionally, as her brother, I will provide you with an extra 200. As he spoke, Yu Kuei scrutinized Qin Mo's expression. The latter's face was now devoid of warmth, a stark contrast to the amiable demeanor he had displayed upon their first encounter. Initially, when Yu Kuei met Qin Mo, he was a stranger. Yet Qin Mo had radiated a gentle smile that made him approachable. Now, however, Qin Mo seemed to exude an air of aloofness, which began to irritate Yu Kuei, leading him to believe that Qin Mo was dissatisfied with the compensation offered. "Qin Mo, you should be grateful. 500 yuan is no small sum. I imagine your family struggles to save that much throughout the year. Furthermore, you must realize that my sister has divorced you. Should she choose to leave without offering you anything, no one would question her actions. The money is a gesture of goodwill from the Yu family. Otherwise, if I forcibly took my sister away, what could your family do?" As he continued, Yu Kuei's gaze grew sharper. Qin Mo couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the Yu family remained as haughty as ever, adopting a patronizing attitude. "What are you laughing at?" Yu Kuei's expression soured upon witnessing Qin Mo's amusement. "Perhaps Yu Shuang had not informed you about the Yu family. Allow me to enlighten you. My father is the director of the launching steel plant. Do you comprehend the stature of the director of launching steel plant? Never mind. You probably wouldn't understand. Let me put it in terms you can grasp. I am about to assume the position of deputy county chief in Luoling County. I have come specifically to collect my sister. If you do not obstruct me, everything will proceed smoothly, and you will receive a generous compensation. However, should you fail to recognize the situation, it may not bode well for you." Yu Kuei spoke bluntly, fearing that subtlety would elude someone he perceived as an uneducated peasant. To him, Qin Mo was merely an uninformed farmer. Qin Mo's smile faded, and he replied coldly, "It seems Yu Shuang has not informed you. I have conveyed to Yu Shuang that my agreement to divorce her was not motivated by any form of compensation. Now that I have encountered you, I reiterate, I have no need for compensation. You are right. Yu Shuang and I are now divorced, and we shall have no further dealings with each other." As Qin Mo finished speaking, he opened the door and exited the vehicle, subsequently retrieving his backpack from the rear seat. Yu Kuei gazed at Qin Mo in surprise, still unable to fully comprehend the gravity of his recent words. From the moment he laid eyes on Qin Mo to their recent conversation, he felt that Qin Mo was somewhat different from the portrayal given by his sister. Chapter 14. Reboarding the vehicle with a resounding thud, Qin Mo forcefully shut the rear door of the vehicle, shouldering his backpack as he strode forward. As Yu Kuei's elder brother, he naturally would not linger inside the car any longer. In Qin Mo's mind, once the other party had taken Yu Shuang away, they would become mere strangers henceforth. Inside the vehicle, Yu Kuei gazed out the window at Qin Mo's retreating figure, his expression shifting with contemplation. Is this truly the unremarkable Qin Mo my sister spoke of? Yu Kuei reflected on every detail from their earlier encounter. His swift promotion to deputy county chief in Luoling at such a young age revealed that Yu Kuei was far from the naive individual he had appeared to be during their conversation. As Qin Mo's silhouette vanished around a bend, Yu Kuei allowed himself a faint smile before igniting the engine. Soon, the vehicle caught up with Qin Mo, raising a cloud of dust along the unpaved road. Instinctively, Qin Mo covered his mouth and nose. With a screech, the brakes engaged, and the vehicle halted beside him. Qin Mo, I apologize for my earlier remarks. Yu Kuei called out, lowering the window. Qin Mo momentarily paused, then replied with a stoic demeanor, there is no need. Your words were merely the truth. With that, he resumed his forward march. Seeing Qin Mo continue on, Yu Kuei drove slowly alongside him. Get in, you're heading to Taohua village as well, so it's on the way. No need. We peasants wouldn't want to soil your car, Qin Mo retorted, feigning ignorance of Yu Kuei's veiled insinuations. Qin Mo, I sincerely apologize once more. Please, hop in. I still need your assistance with directions, Yu Kuei insisted loudly, but Qin Mo ignored him. In response, Yu Kuei glanced at the dirt road ahead and devised a plan. He accelerated past Qin Mo, raising a fresh cloud of dust. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, once again covering his mouth and nose as he continued walking with his head down. After a few paces, he noticed Yu Kuei's vehicle had stopped ahead, but he had no intention of changing his course. However, just as he passed the car, Yu Kuei sped by once more, kicking up more dust, forcing Qin Mo to shield himself again. After emerging from the dust-laden stretch, he spotted Yu Kuei's car halted ahead once more. Even Qin Mo, despite his usual reticence, grasped the implication of Yu Kuei's actions. He halted behind the vehicle and shouted, Are you out of your mind? Yu Kuei leaned out the window, grinning. If you don't get in, I have no choice. I'm not familiar with the road to Taohua village, so I must follow you. With a scowl, Qin Mo resumed walking forward. Once again, Yu Kuei employed his previous tactic, nearly provoking an expletive from Qin Mo, yet the dust was too thick to utter a word. After several attempts, when Qin Mo saw Yu Kuei's car ahead, he decided to stop altogether. Yu Kuei, noticing through the rearview mirror that Qin Mo had set his backpack down without intending to move, leaned out of the window. What's wrong? Tired? Why not get in? Qin Mo shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, I'm not going anywhere. If you're brave enough, just wait here and see who can endure longer. Yu Kuei turned off the engine, saying, No worries. I'm tired from driving as well. I'll take a break. Disregarding Yu Kuei, Qin Mo laid his backpack flat and reclined against it, propping his leg up. Observing this, Yu Kuei decided to step out of the car and approached Qin Mo, remaining silent. Qin Mo pretended not to see him. Care for a smoke? Yu Kuei asked, producing a cigarette and offering it to Qin Mo. Qin Mo ignored him. Yu Kuei then plopped down beside Qin Mo, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. I acknowledge that my mindset was flawed before, and I spoke out of turn. I sincerely apologize for my words. Our family was previously overthrown and sent to a remote farm, where the experiences we endured are beyond your imagination. Yu Kuei continued, indifferent to whether Qin Mo was paying attention, recounting the various hardships faced by him and his parents on the farm. Because of those experiences, both my parents and I developed a rather negative view of those from the lower classes. It was only upon meeting you that I realized how little different we are from those who once tormented us. Qin Mo tilted his head slightly, surprised by Yu Kuei's self-reflection. This individual, who had initially carried himself with such arrogance, was now able to articulate these sentiments before him. It seems you possess the capacity for self-reflection. There might still be hope for you. Qin Mo's opinion of Yu Kuei shifted, recognizing that he at least had the awareness to acknowledge his mistakes and apologize. Noticing Qin Mo's willingness to engage, Yu Kuei proffered another cigarette, asking, Care for one? Qin Mo shook his head, I don't smoke that. Yukue was taken aback. Smoking is harmful to your health. Chuckling nervously, Yukue was unsure how to continue the conversation. Chinemo did not rise, but adjusted his backpack. Lend me a hand, and placed the backpack in the car. Upon hearing this, Yukue quickly stood up to assist, glancing inside to see the study materials. Are these yours? Chinemo, still shouldering his backpack, asked without turning, Are you surprised? These are really yours? Are you planning to take the college entrance exam? What is it to you? Is that a problem? Although Chinemo had softened his stance towards Yukue, he would not let a few words transform their interaction into that of friends, responding with a steely demeanor. Yukue, undeterred by Chinemo's tone, smiled. No, I was merely surprised. However, your intention to take the college entrance exam is commendable. Once they were in the car and it started moving, guided by Chinemo, they headed toward Taohua village. The vehicle's pace was leisurely on the dirt road, and Yukue proactively initiated conversation. Chinemo, could you share some insights about my sister's life in Taohua village over the past few years? What is there to say? Did she not write to inform you? My sister only mentions that she is doing well in her letters. I wish to hear the truth. Chinemo cast a glance at Yukue, affirming the veracity of her words. Do you truly believe that she has been subjected to mistreatment in my home? No. How could I possibly think such a thing? Observing Chinmo's reluctance to discuss Yu Shuang, Yukue deftly shifted the conversation to the impending college entrance examination. What is your degree of confidence regarding your performance in this examination? Before taking the test, who can genuinely claim a solid assurance? Indeed, you have a point. It is only after the examination that one can ascertain the outcome. Yukue acknowledged this and was about to speak further when Chinemo pointed ahead. There lies Taohua village. My residence is inaccessible by vehicle, so we must park here and proceed on foot. Chapter 15. Yukue's change of attitude as the vehicle entered the village. It was immediately noticed. A group of children began to run alongside the car, and when it came to a halt, they curiously yet fearfully surrounded it. In the village, even a tractor was a rarity. The sudden appearance of a jeep intrigued not only the children, but also the adults who gathered to watch. The sight of Chinemo stepping out of the vehicle caused an uproar among the villagers. In their minds, such a vehicle was reserved for individuals of great stature. Even the leaders of the commune did not possess one. Chinemo ignored the crowd and, after taking down his backpack, headed towards his home. Yukue surveyed the surroundings and followed closely behind Chinemo. Although many villagers had previously clashed with Chinemo, some had maintained a cordial relationship with him. They were eager to approach and inquire how he had come to travel by car, yet they hesitated to step forward with Yukue trailing him. At this moment, Yukue was regarded as a significant figure in the eyes of the villagers. Taohua village was not large, and before long, Chinemo arrived at his home. Upon entering, he encountered his elder brothers. Little brother, you're back. Chin Fu and the others were preparing to leave to obtain an introduction letter, intending to visit Chinemo in the county the next morning. Yes, I'm back. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, are you all heading out? Third brother Chin Hong quickly interjected. How dare you ask? You vanished for several days without a word. Our parents were worried sick and were about to send us to the county to find you. A warmth filled Chinmo's heart as he replied while walking. Oh, I got held up by some matters in the county. I'll explain it all later. Yukue also entered the courtyard, and only then did Chin Fu and the others notice him. Little brother, who is he? Chin Fu inquired. Oh, he is Yu Shuang's elder brother, here to take Yu Shuang back to the city, Chinemo casually explained. Chin Fu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Yu Shuang's brother had returned with their little brother. The siblings refrained from questioning further and promptly welcomed Yukue inside. At that moment, Chin Fu noticed that villagers were still gathered outside the courtyard. Considering that Yukue was there to take away his sister Yu Shuang, Chin Fu's expression turned somewhat sour. Although they had their grievances against Yu Shuang and wished for her to leave soon, the presence of so many villagers observing the situation made him uneasy, knowing that Yu Shuang's departure would invite gossip. After ushering Yukue inside, Chin Fu slammed the courtyard door shut with a thud. Being Yu Shuang's brother, Chinmo's family did not exhibit excessive warmth, yet they did not treat him coldly either. After all, a guest from afar is still a guest. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Yu Shuang emerged and immediately spotted Yukue. Elder brother. Little Shuang. The siblings had not seen each other in nearly 4 years. While Yukue maintained his composure, tears welled up in Yu Shuang's eyes. Why are you crying again? Yukue stepped forward to comfort his sister, though it was evident from his tone that he too was feeling a sense of tranquility. Qin Emo paid no heed to the exchange between Yu Kuei and Yu Shuang and began to unpack the items from his backpack. Mom, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, third brother, during my trip to the county, I met. Qin Emo briefly recounted his encounter with the Wu brothers, Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun. The family was taken aback by the generosity of the Wu brothers upon seeing the items Qin Emo had brought back. Whether it was the malted milk or the beloved Da by 2 milk candies, these were indeed coveted goods. As for the pork Qin Emo had purchased, his mother scolded him for wasting money, mentioning that they still had wild boar entrails and pig head meat at home. Qin Emo merely smiled and did not argue. After conversing for a while, Yu Kuei and Yu Shuang approached. Qin. Yu Kuei hesitated. Qin brother, and everyone else, I. Before he could finish his sentence, a knock echoed on the courtyard door. Third brother Qin Hong immediately stood up to open it. Yu Kuei continued with the words he had left unspoken, offering nothing more than polite expressions of gratitude, which Qin Mo's family took lightly. Yu Kuei, undeterred, prepared to retrieve the money from his bag. Their family had promised compensation, and despite Qin Mo's refusal, it was important for them to show their sincerity. Secretary? A surprised voice rang out from the courtyard as third brother Qin Hong spoke. Third brother, I heard a leader has arrived at your house. Zhao Dajiang inquired quietly, glancing through the courtyard towards the main room. Leader? Third brother was taken aback, blinking in confusion. What leader could possibly visit our humble abode? Zhao Dajiang had already spotted Yu Kuei in the main room and approached him. He rushed over after hearing villagers gossip about a significant leader arriving in a jeep with Qin Mo. While the villagers were unaware, Zhao Dajiang understood the significance of driving a jeep. As the secretary of Taohua village, he felt compelled to make an appearance when a leader was present. This was not merely flattery, but a matter of social etiquette. When Qin Hong saw Zhao Dajiang heading inside, he found it perplexing and closed the courtyard door before following him. Zhao Dajiang entered the main room, nodding slightly at Qin Baoshan and the others who greeted him. Then moved in front of Yu Kuei. Leader, I am the secretary of Taohua village. May I inquire? Without allowing Zhao Dajiang to finish, Yu Kuei interjected, Secretary Zhao, I am not a leader. Zhao Dajiang was momentarily taken aback, looking at Qin Mo with confusion. Before coming, he had confirmed that the Jeep 212 at the village entrance was driven by the person Qin Mo had brought home. Now, with only Yu Kuei, a stranger in the room, it was evident who had driven the vehicle. Qin Mo shrugged and quietly remarked, Secretary, he is Yu Shuang's elder brother, here to take her back to the city. Upon learning that Yu Kuei was there to escort Yu Shuang, Zhao Dajiang looked at her in surprise. At the same time, he was left wondering why, despite having such a brother, Yu Shuang had come to the countryside as a sent-down youth. Even when pressured by Lu Bao back then, why did she choose to marry Qin Mo instead of revealing her privileged background? Naturally, Yu Shuang could not explain, leaving Zhao Dajiang to grapple with his own questions. Secretary Zhao, my brother and I have some personal matters to discuss with Qin Mo's family, if you don't mind? Yu Kuei said calmly. You all can discuss your matters. I have other business to attend to. So I will take my leave. Yu Kuei claimed that he was not a leader, yet Zhao Dajiang would not naively accept this assertion. After Zhao Dajiang departed, Yu Kuei retrieved a bag and pulled out several stacks of Detuanjia. Uncle Qin, Brother Qin, I am truly grateful for the care you have extended to my younger sister over the years. I understand that this sum may seem trivial and is not a form of compensation. Rather, it is a modest token of appreciation from my parents and me as her elder brother, expressing our gratitude to your family. I sincerely hope you will not refuse it. This time, Yu Kuei did not exhibit the same lofty demeanor he had displayed upon meeting Qin Mo. During the return journey, although Qin Mo scarcely acknowledged Yu Kuei, he astutely sensed from Qin Mo's few words that he was far from the pitiful figure described in his sister's letter. On the contrary, a subtle inclination to forge a connection began to blossom within Yu Kuei's heart. Chapter 16. The village's gossip. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Yu Shuang furrowed her brow in silence. The Qin family members stared intently at the several stacks of crisp bills on the table. Yu Kuei turned to Qin Mo and said, Qin brother, this is a small token from our family. I hope you will not decline. Qin Mo glanced at the money on the table and replied nonchalantly, I appreciate the sentiment, but I cannot accept the money. As soon as he finished speaking, the second brother's wife tugged at Qin Lu's sleeve, casting anxious glances at him. The stacks of cash on the table must amount to several hundred. The refusal of such a considerable sum left the second brother's wife somewhat distressed. They had not yet officially split their household, and in her mind, this money was partially theirs as well. Qin Lu understood his wife's thoughts, as he too desired the money. But he felt it inappropriate to speak up at that moment. The third brother, Qin Hong, who had not pondered the matter deeply, immediately exclaimed, "Little brother, have you lost your mind? Why not accept it? Third brother, do you think we should?" Qin Imo retorted, "What is there to think about? They are willing to give, so we should accept it. It is not as if we asked for it." Qin Imo shook his head, realizing that his third brother remained as thoughtless as ever. "Third brother, be quiet." Qin Baoshan shot an irritated glance at Qin Hong. He then turned to Yu Kuei, saying, "You should take the money. Uncle Qin, this is merely a token of goodwill, without any ulterior motives," Yu Kuei replied. Qin Baoshan waved his hand dismissively, while his gaze lingered on his second and third sons for a few moments. Yu Kuei glanced at Qin Imo, hoping he would relent, but Qin Mo's stance remained unchanged. After receiving a warning look from his father, Qin Hong fell silent. Ultimately, Yu Kuei decided to accept the money. "Brother, I've packed everything. Shall we leave now?" Qin Imo had not accepted the money, and Yu Shuang paid no attention, her mind consumed with the desire to return to the city. She had long awaited this day. Qin Baoshan invited them to stay for dinner, but Yu Kuei declined. He sensed that the Qin family was polite on the surface, yet maintained an underlying aloofness. Yu Shuang had little luggage, just a few changes of clothes, leaving everything else behind. "Qin brother, we shall take our leave now. Perhaps we can sit down and chat properly another time." Yu Kuei carried his sister's belongings and approached Qin Imo. Qin Imo lifted his eyelids and replied, "If fate allows, we shall meet again." As Yu Shuang stood at the entrance of the courtyard, watching her elder brother take the initiative to bid farewell to Qin Imo, she felt a mix of confusion and dissatisfaction. Even after the Yu siblings departed, Qin Imo maintained an expression of indifference. Qin Fu approached Qin Imo and patted him on the shoulder. "Little brother, you know how to let go. It seems you have truly matured." Qin Imo remained speechless, unable to articulate his thoughts. The rest of the family had been observing Qin Mo's demeanor in silence. To their astonishment, he exhibited no signs of reluctance whatsoever, which surprised them, yet also relieved them. After all, Qin Imo had previously gone to great lengths for Yu Shuang. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. With Yu Shuang finally gone, he was ready to spread his wings and soar. "Mother, I purchased pork. I will cook it all tonight to celebrate my newfound singleness," Qin Imo declared, whistling as he began to organize the study materials he had bought. To be precise, they were review materials gifted to him by Director Liu. When Qin Imo offered to pay, Director Liu adamantly refused. "I fear the little brother's mental state might be deteriorating further," Qin Hong muttered, watching Qin Mo's departing figure. Qin Baoshan shot a glare at the third brother. "If you have nothing sensible to say, then be quiet." The news of Yu Shuang's departure spread rapidly throughout the village. It also became common knowledge that her elder brother had driven a car to pick her up. "Do you think Yu Jiqing comes from a prominent family? Isn't that obvious? Only someone from a wealthy family could afford to drive a car." TSK. The little brother of the Qin family is indeed fortunate to marry a girl from a powerful family. Fortunate? She kicked him to the curb. Under the old locust tree in the village, a group of men gathered, discussing the events surrounding the Qin family. "I say, the little brother of the Qin family is still unfortunate. Otherwise, why would Yu Jiqing leave without taking him with her? What are you talking about? I still think the little brother of the Qin family is lucky. Even if she kicked him out, so what? Yu Jiqing is a beauty from a prominent family. After spending 3 years with him, isn't that considered good fortune? If it were me, even just one night would feel like winning the lottery." Zhu Dalong, the notorious bachelor of Taohua village, licked his lips with a lewd expression. Lu Jinbao immediately scoffed. "I just feel that Yu Jiqing would never let the little brother of the Qin family sleep with her." "What? Jinbao, do you eavesdrop on people's conversations every day? How could they not have slept together after 3 years of marriage? You simply do not understand." Lu Jinbao shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Dalong. "What do you mean I don't understand? You don't even have a wife. What do you know?" Lu Lizi. "Whether I have a wife is none of your business. Do you believe I could take your wife to the cornfield any day?" The topic of Zhu Dalong's inability to find a wife was a sore point for him. Lu Jinbao, despite being a leper, had managed to marry, making him feel belittled. This struck Zhu Dalong like a painful blow to the foot. "Damn it. I always felt there was something off about the way you looked at my wife. Turns out you, the old bachelor, have designs on her." Upon hearing Zhu Dalong's words, Lu Jinbao immediately flared up, rising to his feet and rolling up his sleeves, ready to fight. The others quickly intervened. Jinbao, don't be impulsive. Zhu Dalong, your words crossed the line. All right, Jinbao, he was just being flippant. He wouldn't dare act on it. Zhu Dalong realized his previous comments had indeed been excessive and fell silent. Lu Jinbao shot a fierce glare at Zhu Dalong and squatted back down. Soon, the conversation shifted back to Qin Mo and Yu Shuang. Jinbao, why did you say that the little brother of the Qin family never slept with you, Jiqing? Lu Jinbao chuckled softly. Have you all forgotten what my grandfather used to do? His grandfather, renowned for his skills and fortune-telling, made a living by reading faces. However, during a tumultuous period, when all supernatural beliefs were condemned, he ceased to practice his craft, and the villagers nearly forgot his original profession. The crowd suddenly realized, yet their curiosity lingered. Jinbao, are you implying that one can discern whether a woman has been intimate through her facial features? Indeed. Lu Jinbao lowered his voice and continued. Let me explain. One can actually tell by examining her nose. The crowd leaned in, eagerly attentive to Lu Jinbao's insights. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, he was once again the subject of gossip among the villagers. At that moment, he hummed a cheerful tune as he entered the main hall, preparing to discuss with his family his plans to procure mountain goods and wild resources. Chapter 17. The division of the family. Upon hearing Qin Mo's intention to acquire mountain goods and sell them in the city, Qin Baoshan instinctively opposed the idea. No, youngest, since you wish to take the college entrance examination, focus solely on your studies and do not concern yourself with anything else. The eldest brother, Qin Fai, added, youngest, what you propose is nothing short of speculation. It is unacceptable. The rest of the family firmly echoed this sentiment. Even the usually quiet second brother expressed his disapproval without hesitation. Only the third brother remained silent, his eyes darting about, lost in thought. Brother, what speculation are you talking about? It's not that serious, Qin Mo replied, feeling somewhat helpless, as he found it difficult to elucidate his plans to his brothers. After all, they had just emerged from a decade of turmoil. I have already discussed this matter with Brother Wu and the others. Regardless of whether you agree or not, I intend to proceed on my own. Unable to change their minds immediately, Qin Mo decided to take action first, hoping that once his parents and brothers witnessed his success, they would be swayed. You must not do this. As soon as Qin Mo finished speaking, his sister-in-law, Wang Fengxia, interjected loudly. Sister-in-law, if you choose not to engage, I will not force you. But why do you forbid me from doing it? Qin Mo turned to her, his expression darkening. Among the brothers, he shared the most strained relationship with the second brother, primarily due to the influence of the sister-in-law. Now, with his intention to venture out on his own, her commanding tone was particularly irksome. Wang Fengxia scoffed. While I cannot control your actions, you are engaging in speculative activities that could bring trouble upon our family. How can you speak like that, sister-in-law? What trouble? The youngest is merely trying to increase our family's income. Qin Fu interjected, visibly displeased. Although he did not support Qin Mo's idea of acquiring mountain goods, his concern was not about being implicated. Qin Baoshan cast a disapproving glance at his second daughter-in-law and second son, who displayed no emotion, seemingly indifferent. Qin Mo looked at his second brother, then at his elder and third brothers, along with their wives. Ah, so sister-in-law, you are worried that I might bring misfortune upon you all. Since you have expressed such concerns, I shall be forthright. Did father not mention dividing the family? I propose we do so in the next few days. At that time, whether I engage in speculation or worse, it shall not affect anyone else. As he spoke, Qin Mo turned to his parents. Though I am divorced now, I have also been part of a family and should separate accordingly. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, taken aback by Qin Mo's unexpected proposal to split off and live independently. Youngest, do you not intend to support your mother and me in the future? Qin Baoshan asked solemnly. Qin Mo smiled. Father, what are you thinking? I will certainly take care of you and mother. This is precisely why I plan to acquire mountain goods. If I separate, any issues that arise will not implicate you. What nonsense are you speaking? Qin Baoshan slammed his smoking pipe on the table, realizing Qin Mo had overstepped. The sister-in-law and second brother feared being dragged down by him, but their parents and elder siblings had no such intentions. Enough. The family division will proceed as previously discussed. Eldest, second, and third brothers, you shall separate, while the youngest will stay with us, Qin Baoshan stated decisively. Youngest, focus on your studies. Do not mention acquiring mountain goods again. Your mother and I can still support you. Qin Mo opened his mouth to protest, but a fierce glare from Qin Baoshan silenced him. Tomorrow, I will invite someone to the house to finalize the division, he declared, rising and leaving without granting Qin Imo the chance to speak further. Is it truly time for the family to divide? Muttered the third brother. The second brother's wife spoke with a hint of glee. It was high time for a division. Qin Imo remained silent, aware that his father, Qin Baoshan, was resolutely authoritative. He also felt that the division was not necessarily a bad thing. Previously, while delivering pork to the commune, Qin Fu and Qin Imo had discussed the topic of family division, and he had no objections. The following day, after dinner, Secretary Zhao Dajiang and several respected villagers were invited by Qin Baoshan. Once everyone had arrived, Qin Baoshan began to speak slowly. I have gathered you all today to serve as witnesses. He pulled out a small notebook and opened it. Our family currently possesses. He enumerated the items in their household. In truth, there was not much of value, primarily just grain and the house itself. While they were dividing the family, they would still reside in the same courtyard, but each would cook separately and no longer share meals. Though there was little to divide, it was necessary to portion everything fairly. Besides the grain, all other household items would also be divided. Initially, they would all live in the same courtyard, but in the future, once they earned money, each would build their own houses in the village and move out. The division process continued late into the night before it was finally completed. The next day, Qin Imo sought out his mother privately and returned to her the money she had given him before he went to the city. Soon enough, he found himself alone in the house, as everyone else had gone to work. Rather than studying indoors, Qin Imo stepped outside. He could study at night. He needed to circulate the news about his acquisition of mountain goods. Despite the family's objections, he was determined to pursue his plans. In his mind, he aimed to save a sum of money before entering university, ensuring he had some capital to start with. As he stepped outside, he encountered Zhu Dalong. Oh, Qin Laoyao, you aren't working today? Zhu Dalong approached him with a greeting. Qin Imo glanced at Zhu Dalong, recalling their previous altercation, which had stemmed from Yu Shuang. Internally, Qin Imo held a low opinion of Zhu Dalong, viewing him as someone who was inept in every endeavor yet managed to leave no food uneaten. Where have you made a mistake this time? Qin Imo inquired with a sidelong glance. Zhu Dalong, unfazed by the sarcasm in Qin Mo's words, was well aware that his frequent absences due to health issues were common knowledge throughout the village. Ah, just a bit of a headache, Zhu Dalong replied as he approached Qin Imo. Qin Laoyao. May I ask you something? Qin Imo remained silent, merely regarding Zhu Dalong. Well, you have been married to Yu Jiqing for 3 years, and she hasn't let you, you know? Qin Imo was taken aback, and upon catching sight of Zhu Dalong's lewd grin, he quickly understood. Zhu Guangkong, are you feeling particularly daring today? Chapter 18 The Fury of Qin Lao Sana. Qin Laoyao. I merely inquired out of curiosity. Your reaction suggests that Lu Laizi was indeed not mistaken. Lu Laizi? Qin Imo immediately thought of Lu Jinbao. Noticing that Qin Imo had no intention of continuing to strike, Zhu Dalong proceeded to say, Qin Laoyao, yesterday beneath the big locust tree, Lu Laizi claimed he could read faces. Zhu Dalong recounted everything Lu Jinbao had said under the big locust tree yesterday. Aside from the fact that Yu Shuang had never been with Qin Imo, he used the pretext of face reading to fabricate a multitude of slanders against Qin Imo. Lu Jinbao focused primarily on matters of intimacy, painting Qin Imo in a thoroughly unfavorable light. He claimed that a glance at Qin Mo's face was sufficient to discern his inadequacies, suggesting that he was virtually insignificant. Furthermore, even if Qin Imo were not lacking in that regard, he would still be inept, and so forth. In short, Qin Imo had been portrayed as no different from a eunuch by Lu Jinbao. Frowning, Qin Imo asked, Are you certain Lu Laizi said such things? Would I deceive you? I was not alone. Many heard it. Damn that Lu Laizi. Qin Imo exploded with anger. After his initial fury, he felt rather vexed. Surely, he could not simply confront the man and engage in a brawl over this. Allowing Lu Jinbao to slander him without recourse was intolerable, particularly since Lu Jinbao had invoked the guise of face reading to propagate these rumors. The crux of the matter was that the allegations pertained to a sensitive subject, leaving Qin Imo at a loss for how to counter them. It was hardly feasible to drop his trousers for all to see, was it? Zhu Dalong, observing Qin Imo's outburst followed by his lack of action, found it peculiar. He had no benevolent intentions in informing Qin Imo of these slanders. After a discordant encounter with Lu Jinbao the previous day, he had sought out Qin Imo, anticipating that upon hearing Lu Jinbao's disparagement, Qin Imo would confront him. Once Qin Imo and Lu Jinbao clashed, he could merely sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Catching a glimpse of Zhu Delong, Qin Mo quickly discerned his ulterior motives. In that moment, an idea blossomed in his mind. Lu Jinbao was spreading rumors about him, and thus he could just as easily turn the tables and retaliate with the same method. Zhu Delong was no virtuous character either. He could be used to incite a conflict between him and Lu Jinbao, akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. With this plan taking shape, Qin Mo felt his spirits lift, and he turned to leave. How strange, why does Qin Laoyao seem like a different person? Zhu Delong pondered as he watched Qin Mo's retreating figure, then staggered through the village aimlessly. For the time being, Qin Mo set aside the matter of Lu Jinbao's slanders and headed toward the surrounding villages. His primary concern was to swiftly disseminate information about the procurement of mountain goods and wild game to as many people as possible. It was not until nightfall that Qin Mo returned home, having visited only 3 villages after a long day. The distances between the villages seemed short, yet the mountains separating them made the journey arduous. Upon returning home, he found his father, elder brother, and third brother seething in the main hall, particularly the latter, who was visibly furious. Father, elder brother, third brother, what is the matter? Lao Yao, you arrived just in time, his third brother exclaimed upon seeing Qin Mo. Come, let us go and smash Lu Lai Zi's vile mouth. Realizing the cause of the uproar, Qin Mo understood that the rumors spread by Lu Jinbao had reached his family. This was to be expected, as in a small village, news travels swiftly, and within a couple of days, everyone is privy to any significant event. Third brother, it is merely Lu Lai Zi's nonsense. There is no need to be so incensed. As he spoke, Qin Mo made his way to the kitchen, having grown quite hungry after a day of running about. Lifting the lid from a pot on the stove, he discovered a large bowl of dinner set aside for him. Grabbing the bowl and some chopsticks, he ambled back toward the main hall while eating. Lao Yao, can you still eat? His third brother, exasperated by Qin Mo's apparent ignorance, snapped. Third brother, why are you so anxious? I am not worried. Why should you be? Qin Mo replied, shoveling food into his mouth, genuinely famished. Why should I not be worried? Do you think Lu Lai Zi was only speaking about you? I have become a laughingstock for the entire village. Qin Mo paused, glancing at his third brother. Qin Hong, simmering with rage, disregarded Qin Mo's comments, prompting Qin Fu to quietly explain the situation to Qin Mo. Initially, Lu Jinbao had only slandered Qin Mo, and the villagers had been discussing him. However, as time passed, the conversation shifted to Qin Hong, as he had been married for a considerable time without having children. If Qin Mo was deemed inadequate, could it not also be inferred that Qin Hong was incapable for the same reason? Consequently, some villagers approached Lu Jinbao for clarification. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinbao asserted that the third son of the Qin family was slightly better than Qin Mo, yet still far from commendable. Thus, Qin Hong became the target of ridicule in the village. Fuming, he had grabbed a hoe, ready to confront Lu Jinbao, but realizing he was outnumbered by Lu Jinbao's 3 brothers, he had to bide his time and planned to gather his own brothers to settle the score after work. Before Qin Mo returned, Qin Hong had sought out his second brother, Qin Lu, hoping to rally their 4 brothers to confront Lu Jinbao. However, Qin Lu merely replied nonchalantly, Third brother, they are just rumors. Why concern yourself with them? His wife was even more forthright, stating that they had already separated and that this matter did not concern their family. Seeing Qin Mo engrossed in his meal, Qin Hong exclaimed, I see now, Lao Yao, you and Lao Air are cut from the same cloth. Fine, since you refuse to act, do not call on me for any matters in the future. With that, Qin Hong turned to leave. Hey, third brother, why are you in such a hurry? Qin Mo hastily pursued him, clutching his bowl. What? Are you going to be a coward and expect me to follow suit? With that, Qin Hong glanced at their elder brother, Qin Fu. Elder brother, do you want to join me? Qin Fu turned his gaze to Qin Mo. Lao Yao, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll go together as brothers. I'll call Lao Air, and we can all go. Unbeknownst to Qin Fu, Qin Hong had already approached their second brother, Qin Lu, which explained his comment. Qin Hong scoffed. Forget about Lao Air. Elder brother, you know him well enough, don't you? Qin Fu furrowed his brow slightly and fell into silence. Among the 4 brothers, it was the second brother, Qin Lu, who was typically reticent and maintained a certain aloofness towards his siblings. Third brother, you are always so impatient, Qin Mo remarked. Wait until I finish my meal, and then I shall converse with you. It was only then that Qin Hong turned back and resumed his seat. Then eat quickly. If we do not silence Lu Laizi's tongue today, I shall find no peace this night. Qin Imo nodded and continued to shovel rice into his mouth. At that moment, Qin Baoshan sighed softly. Do exercise some restraint. A lesson is sufficient, but do not let it escalate into something dire. If the authorities become involved, matters could spiral out of control. Chapter 19. The plan against Lu Jinbao. When the son was so maliciously slandered, Qin Baoshan could hardly contain his fury. Therefore, he fully supported Qin Hong's intention to confront Lu Jinbao with his brothers. Simultaneously, he harbored discontent towards his second son, Qin Lu. As a father, he naturally wished for his younger sons to unite in purpose. However, since Qin Lu had already established his own household, he refrained from further comment. Qin Imo swiftly consumed an entire bowl of food. Before he could even set it down, Qin Hong stood up and declared, "Let us go and deal with that scoundrel Lu." "Third brother, please hold on. I have something to say," Qin Imo interjected. Without turning back, Qin Hong replied, "Whatever it is, we can discuss it after we have dealt with Lu." "Third brother, please let me finish," Qin Imo insisted, rising to grasp his brother's arm. He then whispered, "If we simply go and beat Lu, what else can we achieve?" Without a moment's thought, Qin Hong retorted, "Why overthink it? We need to give that scoundrel a beating, otherwise I won't feel right." "Third brother, I believe just beating Lu would be far too lenient," Qin Imo countered. "Youngest, if you have an idea, please share it," Qin Fu encouraged. Realizing that the youngest had evidently devised a plan, Qin Imo quietly articulated his thoughts. "What do you think? This approach is far more satisfying than merely thrashing Lu. Isn't it?" Qin Imo asked with a smile. "Youngest, when did you become so scheming?" Qin Hong and Qin Fu regarded Qin Imo as if they were meeting him for the first time. Previously, Qin Imo had been even more hot-headed than Qin Hong, quick to resort to violence. "Hee, I can't always rely on brute force anymore. Can I? I'm preparing for university now. I must conduct myself more civilly." "Very well, let us proceed with your plan," Qin Hong agreed. The three brothers murmured for a while longer before returning to their respective rooms. Qin Imo entered his chamber, lit an oil lamp, and began to diligently review his study materials. Qin Hong's wife, Li Chunyan, was surprised to see her husband return so soon. The youngest had a brilliant idea, which I believe is far more satisfying than merely beating Lu, so I came back." "The youngest?" Li Chunyan exclaimed, taken aback. In her mind, she had expected Qin Imo to confront Lu Jinbao with a cleaver. "Enough of this matter," Qin Hong said, shedding his clothes as he approached the bed. "That scoundrel Lu slandered me simply because we have yet to have children. Come here. I absolutely must plant some melons in your field this year." Li Chunyan shot him a sidelong glance. "You rascal." Before long, the oil lamp in Qin Hong's room was extinguished, followed by some indescribable scenes. The next day, the other members of Qin Mo's family went about their usual work. After preparing a few flatbreads, Qin Imo set off to continue spreading the news about his intention to purchase mountain goods in other villages. In the evening, Qin Fu, Qin Hong, and Qin Imo gathered together. "So, what did Wang Cuihua say after hearing the news?" Qin Imo inquired. With a mischievous grin, Qin Hong responded, "Youngest, it's all thanks to you. I noticed Wang Cuihua glancing at Zhu Dalong's groin after hearing how impressive he is." Qin Imo smiled faintly, as everything unfolded according to his expectations. Wang Cuihua was, after all, Lu Jinbao's wife. In his past life, she had been anything but demure. Qin Imo recalled that she had been caught with Zhu Dalong in a cornfield, leading Lu Jinbao to discover that he had long been living under a false impression. Qin Imo intended to exploit Wang Cuihua's character to ensure she and Zhu Dalong became involved. Furthermore, once their affair came to light, he planned to return Lu Jinbao's slanderous words to him in kind. Why would Lu Jinbao's wife seek another man? Isn't it because Lu Jinbao is inadequate? As for the specifics of his inadequacy, that was another matter altogether. Wang Cuihua would undoubtedly face criticism for her infidelity. Given her character, she would be sure to cast blame upon Lu Jinbao, and such allegations would carry significant weight, especially since they came from his own wife. "All right, keep an eye on things. I estimate it won't be long before Wang Cuihua can no longer resist seeking out Zhu Dalong alone," Qin Imo whispered. "Rest assured," they replied. The conversation shifted to Zhu Dalong. "Youngest, is Zhu Dalong really that impressive?" Qin Hong asked curiously. Qin Imo chuckled. "Third brother, consider this. Zhu Dalong is an old bachelor. If Wang Cuihua suddenly offers herself to him, wouldn't he have to put in a great deal of effort?" Qin Hong and Qin Fu exchanged knowing glances, understanding the unspoken implications. Even when they had just married, they too had eagerly awaited the night. Though Zhu Dalong was labeled an old bachelor, he was merely in his 30s, perfectly capable in every regard. After Qin Hong and Qin Fu departed, Qin Mo returned to his room to continue studying. What do you think the eldest, third, and youngest are whispering about? Li Chunyan quietly asked in Qin Lu's room. Qin Lu replied nonchalantly, what does it matter? It's none of our concern. Realizing this, Li Chunyan dropped the topic and said, I went to see the village secretary today. He agreed regarding the land foundation. After the division of households, Qin Lu had been contemplating finding a piece of land in the village to build a house and live independently. Before the division, he and his wife had secretly saved some money. Li Chunyan planned to borrow a bit from her family to construct a simple earthen-walled house, which posed no significant issue. All right, when I have a day free, I'll accompany you back to your family to borrow some from my elder brother. The sooner we build the house, the sooner we can move out. Thinking about the prospect of moving out soon lifted Qin Lu's spirits, prompting him to reach out to his wife. Just keep it down a bit. The child is sleeping outside. We don't want to wake him. Li Chunyan, while cooperating, softly remarked, it is of no concern. The child is so young that even if he hears, he would not comprehend. As Qin Lu toiled away, Qin Hong was equally burdened with work. The creaking of the bedboard caught the attention of Qin Mo, who was engrossed in his studies. Consequently, Qin Mo found it challenging to concentrate. He rubbed his temples and decided to extinguish the lamp and retire for the night. For several subsequent days, Qin Mo ventured out during the day and returned at night to discuss the progress of Wang Zihua and Zhu Dalong with his elder brothers, before returning to his studies. He had traversed all the surrounding villages, and now he awaited the arrival of goods from the mountains. Chapter 20. The arrival of mountain goods. As time swiftly passed, the calendar marked the arrival of April. The weather had noticeably warmed, prompting Qin Mo to prepare for the impending jiakao in the courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the small courtyard was rapped upon. Is anyone home? Qin Mo, engrossed in his studies, called out, yes. Just a moment, I will open the door. Upon opening the door, he found a stranger standing at the threshold. A glance at the basket on the man's back elicited a smile from Qin Mo. It seemed that the time had come for someone to bring mountain goods. Is this the residence of Qin Mo? The man inquired. Indeed, I am Qin Mo. You have come to sell mountain goods, I presume? Qin Mo replied with a smile. The man nodded. Please, come in so we can talk. Qin Mo welcomed the man into the main room, and, after he took a seat, poured him a glass of cool tea. In this era, it was customary in the countryside to brew tea using a large kettle, boiling an entire pot of water and tossing in a handful of tea leaves, pouring when one desired a drink. The emphasis was on convenience rather than formality. With the weather now warm, Qin Mo opted to serve cool tea directly. The man, having carried a basket full of mountain goods, was parched and expressed his gratitude before gulping down the drink. Qin Mo refilled his cup and then inquired, May I ask your name? And from which village do you hail? The man raised his cup for another sip before responding, I am from Luo Jiago. You may call me Luo Laosan. Ah, brother Luo, you are indeed here to sell mountain goods? Luo Laosan promptly removed the burlap sack covering the basket at his feet. Yes, I've heard you offer high prices for various mountain goods, and I happen to have gathered some recently. Would you like to take a look? Qin Mo peered into the basket and saw a collection of Chinese tune sprouts. This was indeed the prime season for such delicacies. Are these all Chinese tune sprouts? He asked. Indeed. But I also have some fern shoots and a few powdery mushrooms, Luo Laosan replied, unveiling each item from the basket. Powdery mushrooms? Qin Mo's eyes sparkled with interest. While Chinese tune sprouts and fern shoots might not fetch a high price during this period, powdery mushrooms were a different matter altogether. I'm not certain what you are looking for, so I brought a bit of everything, Luo Laosan explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo immediately pressed. If I understand correctly, you Haven Tea brought everything you have. I still have plenty of powdery mushrooms at home. As for the Chinese tune sprouts and fern shoots, I don't have much left, but if you are interested, I can go pick more right away. Qin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. For now, I will purchase the Chinese tune sprouts and fern shoots you have brought. As for the powdery mushrooms, I want all you have. Then, Qin Mo fetched a scale to weigh the goods. The Chinese tune sprouts weighed 12 jin and 3 liang, the fern shoots over 10 jin, and the powdery mushrooms, though less, still totaled over 8 jin. The price was set at 1 fun per jin for the Chinese tune sprouts and fern shoots, and 3 mao per jin for the powdery mushrooms. Before Qin Mo could speak, Luo Laosan promptly stated, let us settle it by the jin. Totaling 2 kwai and 6 mao 6 fun. After handing over the money, Qin Mo advised, Brother Luo, Do not continue picking Chinese tune sprouts or fern shoots for now. Focus primarily on gathering mushrooms. Luo Laosan nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, I would have prioritized mushrooms anyway. Besides mushrooms, you could also procure wild game, Brother Luo. Whether it be wild rabbits or wild boars, I will buy them all. Rest assured. My prices will surpass those offered by the supply and marketing cooperative. Understood, Luo Laosan replied. After Luo Laosan departed, two brothers from a neighboring village arrived, carrying their own mountain goods. They too brought Chinese tune sprouts and fern shoots, along with some wild black fungus and monkey leg vegetables. Qin Mo accepted all of their offerings, reiterating his previous advice. Once the brothers had departed, Qin Mo moved all the mountain goods into his room. With Yu Shuang having already left, the outer room where he once slept was now vacant. By relocating the goods to his room, his parents would not discover them upon returning from work, thus sparing him the need for any explanations. The following morning, Qin Mo took the collected mountain goods and boarded a bus at the commune, heading towards the county town. Upon disembarking at the station, he navigated his way to the restaurant owned by the Wu Jiangwo brothers with familiarity. As he reached the entrance, Qin Mo paused, then a smile broke across his face. The door he had previously entered was now closed, and a sign was displayed, reading, "Brother Restaurant, please enter through the main entrance." These simple words implied that the policy for individual businesses had been officially relaxed in Luoling County. In other words, he could now purchase goods openly without fear of familial opposition. Upon reaching the main entrance, he found that it was mealtime, and the restaurant was busy with patrons. It seemed the Wu Jiangwo brothers' establishment was thriving. Qin Mo surmised that their previous clientele had predominantly consisted of influential individuals, and now that the restaurant was officially operational, employees from various organizations would naturally frequent it. "Hello, are you here to dine?" As soon as Qin Mo stepped inside, a young lady approached with a smile. Taken aback momentarily, Qin Mo soon returned her smile. The presence of a well-mannered young lady serving as a waitress, complete with a warm demeanor, was a recommendation he had previously made to the Wu Jiangwo brothers. It was evident that they had not only listened but had also implemented these suggestions with remarkable efficacy. "Qin Lao Di." Wu Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen and was delighted to spot Qin Mo at the entrance, exclaiming in surprise. Qin Mo smiled and approached him. Noticing the basket on Qin Mo's back, Wu Jiangwo's expression brightened. "Qin Lao Di, come, let us head to the backyard." The backyard was the area where Wu Jiangwo had first taken Qin Mo on his initial visit. Upon reaching the backyard, Wu Jiangwo assisted in removing the basket from Qin Mo's back. "Qin Lao Di, you have finally come. I was just about to go to Taohua village to find you if you delayed any longer." As soon as he sat down, Wu Jianjun spoke swiftly. Hey, Wu urge, please refrain from such remarks. I am not fond of men." Qin Mo feigned a defensive posture, leaning back slightly. Wu Jianjun's mouth fell agape for a moment, astonished, before comprehending Qin Mo's implication. "Nonsense. I have an affinity for women." After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Qin Mo continued. "Wu urge, I have brought some xiangchuan, juetsai, and monkey leg vegetables along with some fungi. Do you have any interest in these?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Jianjun replied, "Of course, why would I refuse? Qin Laodi, what I just said is entirely sincere. If you do not come soon, I shall venture to Taohua village to find you." Qin Mo gazed at Wu Jianjun, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. Chapter 21. Assistance required. Wu Jianjun pointed towards a basket beside him. "Qin Laodi, I have been eagerly awaiting your mountain goods." He continued, "As you have just observed, our restaurant is no longer in need of discretion. We can operate openly now. However, this has led to an influx of customers. The demand for wild game and mountain products has surged significantly, with many coming specifically for the wild delicacies." Qin Mo had not anticipated such popularity for wild game and mountain goods. "Brother Wu, acquiring wild game is no easy task," he remarked. "This time, I have only brought some mountain products." Upon hearing this, Wu Jianjun felt a slight disappointment, but quickly regained his composure. Indeed, if wild game were easily obtainable, it would not be so cherished by the authorities. "Then, what mountain goods have you brought this time?" Without further ado, Qin Mo dragged the basket over and began to reveal its contents. As expected, Wu Jianjun's face lit up upon seeing the mushrooms, though he was rather indifferent towards the xiangchuan and juetsai. "Let me inform you in advance about the xiangchuan and juetsai. The prices might not be very high. After all, these items are not easily sold at a premium." Qin Mo nodded in understanding. "In that case, for xiangchuan and juetsai, I will offer you 5 cents per pound, and for these mushrooms, regardless of type, I propose 2 yuan per pound. What do you think? Very well, we shall proceed with your prices, Brother Wu. The prices offered by Wu Jianjun exceeded Qin Mo's expectations. Wu Jianjun immediately summoned someone to weigh the goods. Qin Laodi, we have a total of 68 pounds of xiangquan, juetsai, and monkey leg vegetables, and 23 pounds of mushrooms, he said with a smile, as he handed over the money. In total, it amounts to 80 yuan, please count it. Qin Mo accepted the money without counting, putting it away directly. Brother Wu, may I inquire how much xiangquan and juetsai you require daily? Without hesitation, Wu Jianjun replied, Qin Laodi, just bring it over whenever you have it. Oh, Brother Wu, there are plenty of wild vegetables like xiangquan and juetsai in the countryside, Qin Mo reminded. Haha, Qin Laodi, have you forgotten that we mentioned taking over the largest state-owned restaurant in the county? Does this mean you have successfully taken over? Yes, all the necessary procedures have been completed. My elder brother plans to repaint the interior, and then we can open for business. Congratulations to you and your elder brother, Brother Wu. I wish you both may soon become the culinary leaders of Luoling County, no, of Shannan Province. Just as Qin Mo finished speaking, Wu Jiangwo walked in with a beaming smile. Qin Laodi, our brothers aspire to be the culinary giants of Shannan Province, and we will need your assistance in strategizing. Brother Wu, your words put a great deal of pressure on me. Qin Mo did not decline. The reason Wu Jiangwo referred to him as a brother and purchased his mountain goods at a high price was due to the advice Qin Mo had previously offered them on management. After all, why would they pay a premium for his goods otherwise? Qin Mo was acutely aware of this. The bus from Sanshe Commune to the county only departed in the morning, and today, Qin Mo would not be able to return, opting instead to stay with Wu Jiangwo. In the afternoon, Wu Jianjun took Qin Mo to register for a business license. Once again, Qin Mo witnessed Wu Jianjun's extensive connections in the county. The process was not only smooth, but also expedited. Upon returning, Qin Mo had acquired his license. The following morning, he returned to Taohua village. While on the way, he pondered the logistics of delivering goods. Xiangquan and juetsai could not be stored for long, so it would be best to deliver them to the city daily. However, this would turn delivery into a considerable hassle. Qin Mo could not afford to waste all his time on this, as he still needed to study. After arriving home, following dinner, his elder brother and second brother approached him. Lao Yao, Wang Zuohua, and Zhu Dalong have gotten together. Qin Hong exclaimed with a grin as he entered the room. Oh, so soon? Qin Mo chuckled. Qin Fai added, I never expected Wang Zuohua, who is usually so quiet, would be such a person. Elder brother, you don't understand. Some people are naturally shy yet passionate, Qin Mo replied. You are quite the conversationalist, Lao Yao. Isn't this description quite fitting for Wang Zuohua? Qin Hong inquired. Lao Yao, will you be taking the next step? Qin Mo nodded with a smile. Yes, keep an eye out. When the opportunity arises, gather the villagers and catch them in the act. Be sure to bring Lu Lizhi along. Qin Hong laughed. Rest assured, Lao Yao, I guarantee that all the villagers will come to witness a grand spectacle. The three brothers chatted for a bit before returning to their respective rooms. Qin Mo retrieved a small wooden box hidden under his bed. After setting aside 20 yuan, he placed the remainder inside, and then picked up a book titled Self-Study in Mathematics and Physics to read. The next day, Qin Mo continued to read in the courtyard. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he saw a familiar face. Luo Laosan from the neighboring village, accompanied by 2 others. Upon entering, Luo Laosan immediately pulled out all the mountain goods from his basket. Qin Laodi, these 2 are also from our village and have come along today, knowing I really made some money. News of Qin Mo's acquisition of mountain goods had spread to several surrounding villages, where everyone maintained a watchful attitude. Once they truly saw Luo Laosan making money, others would be tempted to follow suit. The 2 individuals accompanying Luo Laosan presented items that delighted Qin Mo. In addition to xiangquan and juetsai, they had brought 2 wild rabbits. Qin Laodi, what price do you plan to offer for these rabbits? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo replied, the cooperative's purchasing price for rabbit meat is 30 cents per pound. I can offer you 50 cents. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, both men beamed with joy, for this price was significantly higher than they had anticipated. Rabbit meat, lacking in fat, has historically been purchased at a low price by the cooperative. The 2 individuals originally contemplated that as long as Qin Mo could offer a price of 3 or 5 cents per gene, they would sell immediately. Now that he has offered 2 mao, there is no longer any room for dissent. After weighing the goods, Qin Ma promptly dispensed the payment. Not long after Luo Laosan departed, another visitor arrived. Qin Ma welcomed all comers. As long as it was a mountain product, he would purchase it without hesitation. By afternoon, upon surveying the substantial pile of mountain goods, Qin Ma found himself in a quandary. The wild vegetables and hairs collected throughout the day amounted to over 200 jin. It would be quite challenging for him to transport everything to the county alone. He required someone to lend a helping hand. Chapter 22. The eldest brother and third brother join in the evening. The eldest brother and third brother once again visited Qin Mo's room. The three of them felt that the time was ripe regarding Wang Zuohua and Zhu Dalong's matters. These days, Qin Mo rarely ventured outside, which was fortunate. Every day, Qin Hong went to work, only to be teased by others. With each jest, his resentment towards Lu Jinbao deepened. After a brief discussion, eldest brother Qin Fu stood up to leave, while Qin Hong remained seated. Qin Mo looked at Qin Hong with curiosity. Third brother, do you have something else to discuss? Qin Hong's expression was conflicted, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, Little brother, you previously mentioned the acquisition of mountain goods. Is it truly profitable? Qin Mo gazed at Qin Hong in surprise. Third brother, why do you suddenly inquire about this? Acquiring mountain goods is undoubtedly profitable. Otherwise, why would I consider it? Qin Hong ceased to hesitate and expressed his thoughts openly. Little brother, I wish to join you in acquiring mountain goods. When we make a profit, you can just give me a share. Qin Mo did not immediately agree, but instead asked with intrigue. Third brother, weren't you unwilling before? Why the sudden change of heart? Do you find yourself in need of money? Qin Hong no longer concealed his thoughts and laid everything bare. In simple terms, he was in dire need of funds. He wanted to take his wife to the county hospital for a thorough examination. Lu Jinbao's slanderous remarks about his capabilities and the villagers' incessant teasing had taken their toll. Some even questioned whether he and his wife had health issues preventing them from conceiving. Initially, Qin Hong paid little heed to these insinuations. However, upon reflection, they had been married for over 3 years, and despite their frequent attempts at procreation, his wife's abdomen remained unchanged, prompting him to ponder whether there was indeed an underlying problem. Third brother, since you wish to proceed, let us also involve eldest brother, Qin Mo suggested after a moment of contemplation. Qin Hong hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Perhaps not involving eldest brother would be wise. If the authorities were to discover our dealings, it might land us all in trouble. Third brother, you need not worry about the risks involved in speculative ventures. I shall summon eldest brother back, Qin Mo stated as he made his way towards eldest brother's room. Soon after, Qin Fu returned with Qin Mo. Little brother, third brother, what is the matter? Qin Fu inquired as he entered the room. Eldest brother, please do not rush. Third brother, please wait a moment while I show you something. Qin Mo replied as he turned to retrieve the individual business license. Here, eldest brother, third brother, take a look at this. Qin Fu and Qin Hong stared at the license in Qin Mo's hand. This is an individual business license? They recalled the earlier announcements from the brigade about individual businesses. Qin Mo smiled and said, Eldest brother, third brother, Brother Wu from the county helped me obtain this business license. Now, we need not worry about speculative dealings when acquiring mountain goods. Little brother, why did you not mention the license sooner? Qin Hong asked as he took the license from Qin Mo, examining it with a smile. Little brother, does having this license truly eliminate any concerns? Qin Fu inquired, still apprehensive. Eldest brother, rest assured, there are no issues, Qin Mo assured him with confidence. Eldest brother, third brother has decided to join me in acquiring mountain goods. Would you like to join us? Qin Fu hesitated, uncertain of his decision. Observing this, Qin Mo continued, Eldest brother, while I cannot guarantee a fortune from acquiring mountain goods, it is entirely feasible for us 3 brothers to earn over 100 yuan a day. Qin Fu and Qin Hong were taken aback, gazing at Qin Mo incredulously. Little brother, how much did you say? The notion of earning such sums in a single day seemed utterly fantastical to them. They were well aware that those employed by the government earned merely a few dozen yuan a month. Qin Mo nodded affirmatively and retrieved a wooden box from beneath the bed. Here, the money inside consists of the earnings from selling wild boar meat and the profits from acquiring mountain goods. The cash lay before them, dispelling any doubt in Qin Fu and Qin Hong's minds. With this revelation, they wasted no time in agreeing to join Qin Mo in acquiring mountain goods. Eldest brother, third brother, since you have made your decision, let us discuss our roles. As you know, I still need to study and prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination. Therefore, I will be responsible for acquiring mountain goods at home. Eldest brother and third brother. You will handle transporting the goods to the county for Brother Wu. Qin Fu and Qin Hong had no objections. Once they departed, the three had solidified their plans regarding acquiring mountain goods. They discussed their respective duties and how to divide the profits. Qin Mo was candid, stating that clear accounts among brothers would prevent future disputes over money. According to his proposal, he would take on the lightest workload at home for a 20 share. The remaining 80 would be split equally between eldest brother and third brother. However, both eldest brother and third brother disagreed. They believed that since the idea to acquire mountain goods originated with Qin Mo, and he had procured the license, he should receive a larger share. Thus, they proposed that Qin Mo take 60, while they each receive 30. Ultimately, after Qin Mo's insistence, the brothers settled on each taking 30 with 10 allocated for their parents. Once their discussions concluded, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, Qin Baoshan was taken aback to hear that both eldest brother and third brother had requested leave from work. His brow furrowed in concern. Eldest brother, third brother, although you have established separate households, I am still your father. What is the reason for such unprovoked leave requests? If you do not provide a clear explanation, no one is permitted to take leave. You are all expected to go to work as per the rules. Eldest brother and third brother's wives had learned of their plans from their husbands the previous night. However, with eldest brother and second brother present, they felt it inappropriate to speak up. Second brother Qin Lu looked curiously at eldest brother Qin Fu. While he did not find Qin Hong's leave unusual, eldest brother's request raised suspicions. Eldest brother Qin Fu opened his mouth, but swallowed his words upon noticing second brother's gaze. Qin Hong nonchalantly remarked, "Father, our request for leave is for a significant matter, so you need not worry." "Humph, not concerned, you say? Every night, both of you sneak into the youngest's room. What scheme are you concocting with Sango?" Qin Baoshan responded, directing his gaze towards Qin Mo youngest. "You surely know why these two have requested leave. Do enlighten us." Qin Mo cast a fleeting glance at his second brother and sister-in-law, then calmly replied, "In truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I previously expressed my desire to acquire mountain goods, and Gu and Sango believe this venture is feasible and intend to join me." "What?" Qin Baoshan's expression instantly hardened. Upon hearing that the eldest and the third were planning to collaborate with the youngest on the acquisition of mountain goods, Qin Lu lost all interest in the conversation. "Father, the work hours are approaching. We must take our leave." With that, Qin Lu departed with his wife. Chapter 23. Lu Bao reports boss, eldest brother and third brother are rather reckless. Why are you following suit? Qin Baoshan cast a dissatisfied glance at the eldest brother. "Rest assured, Dad, our acquisition of mountain goods will pose no issues," the eldest brother explained. "Indeed, Dad, there is no need for concern. Do you not realize how lucrative the acquisition of mountain goods can be?" The third brother chimed in eagerly. Qin Baoshan's expression turned serious. No amount of profit could justify such actions. "Are you all intending to end up in prison?" he admonished, turning to Qin Hong. "Youngest brother, go fetch the license for Dad to see, so he can stop worrying," Qin Hong instructed. Without uttering a word, Qin Mo turned and retreated into the house to retrieve the license. "What license?" Qin Baoshan inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Qin Hong chuckled, "Once the youngest brother brings it out, you shall see, Dad." Soon, Qin Mo emerged, holding the license in his hands. "Dad, our acquisition of mountain goods is entirely legal now. You can rest easy." After Qin Mo's thorough explanation, Qin Baoshan finally grasped the situation and relaxed, ceasing his opposition. Once Qin Baoshan departed with peace of mind, Qin Mo and his two brothers began their busy day. They needed to deliver the mountain goods acquired the previous day to the Wu brothers in the county. The eldest brother, Qin Fu, remained at home to continue the acquisition, while Qin Mo and Qin Hong headed to the county. After getting acquainted with Wu Jiangwo and his brothers, the subsequent deliveries would be handled by Qin Fu and Qin Hong, while Qin Mo managed acquisitions at home. Upon arriving in the county, the duo carried 2 large bundles towards the brothers' restaurant. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Mo introduced both parties. "Brother Wu, second brother Wu. This is my third brother and my eldest brother. They will be responsible for the deliveries. You are aware that I must prepare for the college entrance examination and need to study," Qin Mo added. The Wu brothers expressed their complete understanding. Once the formalities were concluded, they began weighing the mountain goods. "Brother Qin, the price remains unchanged, totaling 165 yuan and 83 cents. Please verify," Wu Jiangwo said with a smile. Handing the money to Qin Mo Qin Hong, watching the money exchanged, nearly gasped in disbelief. The mountain goods had cost Qin Mo just over 60 yuan the day before. In other words, Qin Mo had indeed spoken the truth. He had earned a profit of 100 yuan in merely one day. With a beaming smile, Qin Mo accepted the money without counting it, as was his usual practice. Qin Hong opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words. How could he not verify such a substantial sum? If they discovered a shortfall later, it would be difficult to explain. After spending a night in the county, the two brothers returned to Taohua village the next day. Throughout the journey, Qin Hong appeared exceedingly excited, yet with others present in the vehicle, he refrained from elaborating further. Upon reaching home, Qin Hong could no longer contain himself and animatedly recounted the day's events to his eldest brother. He had been bursting to share his excitement. Qin Fu's face bore a constant smile as he listened, grinning widely. All right, tomorrow third brother, you and eldest brother will handle the deliveries. Once eldest brother becomes acquainted with brother Wu and the others, we will alternate deliveries daily, with a consistent bus schedule between the commune and the county each morning. It was inevitable that the trip to the county would not allow for a return on the same day. From now on, only eldest brother and third brother would alternate deliveries. Aside from handling acquisitions at home, Qin Mo would also assist in loading the mountain goods onto the bus every morning. After the initial excitement, Qin Hong and Qin Fu gradually calmed down. Younger brother, what about Lu Lizi's wife and Zhu Dalong's affair? Do we not have time to catch them in the act? Qin Hong had not forgotten about Lu Jinbao's slanderous rumors. Third brother, if you lack the time, I certainly have plenty. I shall take care of this matter, Qin Mo replied confidently. Qin Hong had not forgotten either. I truly wish to witness Lu Lizi's expression when he discovers his wife in a compromising position with Zhu Dalong. He lamented, though his enthusiasm quickly subsided. While a spectacle may be entertaining, it could hardly rival the importance of making money. In the following days, the brothers' endeavors in acquiring mountain goods gradually became known to a wider circle. Initially, only villagers from the surrounding areas offered their goods. Now, villagers from Taohua village were frequently venturing into the mountains. Dainyu, where are you headed? Lu Jinbao inquired of Li Dainyu, who was shouldering a basket. Oh, since we have no work today, I thought I would gather some Chinese tune to sell to Qin Mo for a bit of cash, Li Dainyu replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinbao scoffed dismissively. Dainyu, don't say I didn't warn you. Qin Laoyu is engaging in speculative trading and may be apprehended any day now. If you sell mountain goods to him, you will undoubtedly be implicated. Li Dainyu shook his head, unconcerned. There are so many people selling. Would they arrest all of us? With that, he ignored Lu Jinbao and walked away. With so many villagers now involved in selling mountain goods to Qin Mo, Lu Jinbao's animosity toward Qin Mo was well known. He perceived Lu Jinbao's warning as nothing more than envy, believing that Lu Jinbao was too proud to sell mountain goods to Qin Mo, while secretly wishing he could. Li Dainyu's intuition was correct. Lu Jinbao was indeed envious. No, jealous. Countless individuals had profited by selling mountain goods to Qin Mo, and it was only natural for him to feel resentment. Some villagers who previously had little connection to Qin Mo had now taken up gathering mountain goods as well. Who does not appreciate making money? Lu Jinbao watched Li Dainyu depart with a cold snort before turning on his heel. He had left the house today primarily to seek out his cousin Lu Bao. Having observed Qin Mo and his brothers engaging in the acquisition of mountain goods for some time, he wished to inquire of his cousin why the authorities had yet to make a move. Bao Guo enjoying a drink. Upon entering the room, Lu Jinbao noticed a half plate of peanuts and a half bottle of liquor on the table. Lu Bao lifted his eyelids, remaining seated without moving. Care for a drink? Without hesitation, Lu Jinbao plopped down opposite him. Sure. Let us have a drink together. With a sip, Lu Bao set down his cup, glancing around but not spotting Lu Bao's wife and children. Isn't your sister-in-law here? She took the child to her family today since there was no work, Lu Jinbao replied. Oh, Lu Jinbao nodded before asking Lu Bao, why haven't the authorities come to apprehend Qin Laoyu and the others? 2 days ago, Lu Jinbao and Lu Ba gathered together to discuss the necessity of reporting the Qin Mo brothers to the commune for their unscrupulous business dealings. Observing the continued silence on the matter, Lu Jinbao decided to seek clarification. The villagers, having sold mountain goods to Qin Mo, now extolled his virtues, and no one mentioned the previous grievances regarding Qin Mo and Qin Hong. With Qin Mo's reputation in the village improving, Lu Jinbao found this intolerable, and Lu Ba shared his discontent. Lu Ba, perplexed, noted that he had personally reported the matter to the commune, and logically, Authorities should have intervened by now. Yet, 2 days had passed without any sign of action. Chapter 24. Caught in the act of infidelity, perhaps there were too many matters at hand, and one was overwhelmed, thought Lu Bao. Brother Bao, why not inquire at the commune? All right, I shall make a trip to the commune this afternoon to ask, he replied. As the two conspired to report Qin Mo, the latter had already left his home. One cannot study incessantly. Learning necessitates a balance between work and rest. Presently, villagers were coming to sell mountain goods, typically in the evening, so his absence was not a significant issue. Moreover, both his parents were at home today, allowing him to venture out with ease. Before long, Qin Mo exited the village and strolled aimlessly along the small river by the village's edge. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. In the distance, 2 figures were stealthily making their way into the mountains. Though there was some distance between them, Qin Mo immediately recognized them as Zhu Dalong and Wang Cuihua. They seemed intent on entering the small grove. Qin Mo quickly concealed himself to avoid being spotted. Once the two entered the grove, he promptly turned back towards the village. Little one heading out? Oh, I'm merely taking a stroll, he replied. Upon entering the village, someone greeted him. In the past, such occurrences were rare, but now that Qin Mo was purchasing mountain goods, his reputation among the villagers had shifted. He walked towards the village chief Zhao Dajiang, with villagers greeting him along the way. Little one, come inside and sit. Zhao Dajiang, who stood at the door, smiled upon seeing Qin Mo approach. Qin Mo nodded slightly and followed Zhao Dajiang into the house. Secretary, I have something to discuss with you. Without pausing to sit, Qin Mo spoke with a serious expression. Seeing his grave demeanor, Zhao Dajiang immediately took notice. What is it, little one? Speak freely. Is it about your purchasing of mountain goods? Is someone trying to sabotage you? Lu Bao had previously informed him about Qin Mo's dealings and had urged Zhao Dajiang to take action against him. However, Zhao Dajiang had long been aware of the policies from higher authorities and had ignored Lu Bao's concerns. Now, upon seeing Qin Mo, he wondered if Lu Bao had resorted to underhanded tactics due to his indifference. Qin Mo shook his head. No, I am purchasing mountain goods. There is no way for others to interfere. Then what is the matter? Secretary, there are individuals in our village engaging in misconduct, tarnishing the reputation of our entire Taohua village production team. As soon as Qin Mo finished speaking, Zhao Dajiang's expression turned serious. Under normal circumstances, he might not have given it much thought, but given his current work transition, he could not afford any errors. Little one, such matters cannot be spoken of lightly. Secretary, I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could I speak carelessly? Zhao Dajiang paced a few steps before inquiring. Who are they, and where are they? They are in the small grove to the north of the village. If we go now, we might catch them in the act. Let's go, lead the way, Zhao Dajiang responded without hesitation, stepping outside. As they exited, someone greeted them. Secretary. Little one, where are you headed? Just as Zhao Dajiang was about to respond, Qin Mo interjected loudly. We are going to catch them in the act of infidelity. Would you like to join us? What? Catch them in the act? I'm going to. Zhao Dajiang approached Qin Mo. Little one, why did you let that slip? Initially, Zhao Dajiang intended for just the two of them to go and hoped to keep the matter discreet, especially during his work transition. However, with Qin Mo's loud announcement, it was impossible to keep it under wraps. True to expectation, before they could exit the village, a large crowd had gathered. Lu Jinbao and Lu Bao, who were drinking, heard about the plan to catch someone in the act and joined in, unwilling to miss such excitement. Soon, everyone capable of moving in the village had followed along. Upon reaching the riverbank, Qin Mo halted and turned to the crowd. Everyone, please remain silent so that the couple does not flee upon hearing us. The crowd nodded in agreement, each face displaying excitement. Watching the spectacle was ingrained in the DNA of the people. As they approached the edge of the grove, they quieted their steps, fearing to startle those inside. Qin Mo took the lead, venturing deeper. Before long, sounds emanated from within. Dalong, you're incredible. Far stronger than that Lu Lizi. Hee. If I weren't better than Lu Lizi, would you choose to be with me? Do not mention that weakling. He is utterly useless. Upon hearing the conversation, perhaps due to the excessive exertion from the recent physical struggle, Zhu Dalong was pinned beneath Lu Jinbao, unable to fight back as punches rained down upon him. Seeing Zhu Dalong's face bruised and bloodied like a painter's palette, Zhao Dajiang quickly shouted, Hurry, pull them apart. Don't hold me back. I'm going to beat this bastard to death today. Lu Jinbao, who had been dragged away, struggled fiercely, his chest heaving and his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhu Dalong. Zhu Dalong, now frightened after being beaten to a pulp by Lu Jinbao, felt his temper flare as well. Lu Lizhi, you spineless coward. Zhu Guangguan, I'll kill you. Wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve, Zhu Dalong spat out a mouthful of blood. Pa, Lu Lizhi, what did you just call me? Guangguan, I have a woman now. I'm no longer a bachelor. Zhu Dalong knew how to strike where it hurt most. With just one remark about having a woman, Lu Jinbao was utterly shattered. Chapter 25. Lu Jinbao was furious. Zhu Guangguan, I swear I will kill you. Lu Jinbao exclaimed, turning his head to glare at Wang Zuihua, shouting, and you shameless woman. Initially flustered, Wang Zuihua had now regained her composure. Qin Mo was not surprised by her reaction, for he knew Wang Zuihua was not one to be trifled with. With a cold smile, Wang Zuihua surveyed the crowd around her. Am I a shameless woman? How dare you insult me, Lu Jinbao? You, behind my back, cavorting with other men. What else could you be but shameless? You are nothing but a disgrace. Lu Jinbao spat, struggling to free himself, eager to strike this pair of treacherous lovers. Lu Lizhi, you useless wretch. Just because you are incapable, do you think I cannot seek companionship elsewhere? Wang Zuihua placed her hands on her hips, disregarding the onlookers. After all these years of marriage, what difference is there between being with you and living as a widow? Each time you are with me, it is merely a fleeting moment. I tolerated it for a while, but every time you finish, I feel as though you never entered at all. As she spoke, Wang Zuihua glanced at the crowd. Gentlemen of all ages, you have no idea how miserable my life has been with Lu Lizhi. Suddenly, noticing Qin Mo, who was crossing his arms and watching with a smirk, she shifted her narrative. Remember when Lu Lizhi mentioned Qin Lao Yao and Qin Lao San? Let me tell you, he was merely spouting nonsense. Lu Lizhi himself confided in me that those brothers, with noses so large, surely have something substantial. Wang Zuihua continued her tirade, revealing everything that needed to be said in a torrent of words. You, shameless woman, disgrace. I will kill you, I swear. Lu Jinbao was so enraged he nearly spat blood. The rumors he had spread about Qin Mo and Qin Hong were now laid bare for all to comprehend. While those accusations were mere fabrications against Qin Mo and Qin Hong, the truth spoken by Wang Zuihua regarding Lu Jinbao were irrefutable. After all, these words came from his own wife, and no one doubted their authenticity. Laughter bubbled among the crowd, with many casting glances toward Lu Jinbao's lower half. Wang Zuihua had made it abundantly clear, not only was Lu Jinbao lacking in size, but also in stamina. What a woman you are. Just look at this pathetic excuse for a man. Wang Zuihua cast a disdainful glance at Lu Jinbao, her face a mask of contempt. You are nothing but a disgrace. Lu Jinbao's lips trembled, and his body shook with fury, his vision darkening. I am not a disgrace. You, the useless coward. Dalong, tell me, am I a disgrace? Zhu Dalong smirked. Zuihua is as fresh as a young maiden. Quite delightful. His words were a dagger to Lu Jinbao's heart, who quivered, and, with a final roll of his eyes, fainted from rage. Zhao Dajiang approached with a stern expression, glaring at Zhu Dalong and Wang Zuihua. Look at the chaos you two have caused. The two men holding Lu Jinbao began to panic, trying to revive him. Enough, let us return to the village, Zhao Dajiang said darkly before turning to leave. Though he was the village head, he felt it was inappropriate to blame anyone for the situation. What do we do with him? A villager asked, pointing at the unconscious Lu Jinbao. Carry him back, Zhao Dajiang instructed, selecting a sturdy villager for the task. Despite their reluctance, seeing Zhao Dajiang's stern demeanor, they complied, albeit unwillingly. Upon returning to the village, the news spread like wildfire, becoming a source of amusement for all. Wang Zuihua did not return to the village. Instead, she paused at the entrance to declare, Tell Lu Lizhi I am waiting for him to divorce me. Zhu Dalong cast a lingering glance at Wang Zuihua, causing much snickering among the villagers. Zhao Dajiang's eyes twitched in irritation as he approached Zhu Dalong. You should avoid the village for a few days. Come back later. Secretary, I have nowhere to go. Zhu Dalong replied, for both his parents had passed, and his sisters had severed ties with him. Find somewhere on your own, but leave first, Zhao Dajiang said impatiently. I really have nowhere to go. Why should I leave? Zhu Dalong protested. How can you even ask that? Zhao Dajiang seethed, wishing he could slap Zhu Dalong. Do you want Lu Jinbao to come after you with a knife, causing real harm? Had Zhu Dalong merely slept with Wang Zuihua, Lu Jinbao might have only sought to beat him severely. However, both Wang Zuihua and Zhu Dalong had gone to great lengths to humiliate Lu Jinbao, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Given Lu Jinbao's temperament, he truly meant to harm them. As village head, Zhao Dajiang had to prevent any escalation, especially during such a sensitive time. Zhu Delong glanced at the unconscious Lu Jinbao, disdain evident on his face. That soft coward wouldn't he dare confront me? Wouldn't he? You've taken his wife. Do you think he won't retaliate? Zhao Dajiang glared at Zhu Delong. And Lu Jinbao has 5 brothers. Do you think they won't come to his aid? Zhu Delong's gaze faltered. He feared not Lu Jinbao alone, but the strength of his brothers, unlike his own sisters, who had cut ties with him. Zhu Delong was not an innocent man. He had once feared that his sisters would contest the family inheritance after their parents passed away, and he had forbidden them from mourning. This had resulted in a complete severance of family ties. Fine, I will leave for a few days, he finally conceded. After gathering his savings, he returned to Zhao Dajiang. Why are you still here? Secretary, I need you to write me a letter of introduction, Zhu Delong requested. Follow me. Zhao Dajiang instructed the villagers to escort Lu Jinbao back home and accompanied Zhu Dalong to the brigade office. The issuance of a letter of introduction necessitated a clear account of one's origin, destination, and purpose. Zhao Dajiang, avoiding any glance at Zhu Dalong, bowed his head and inquired, "Where do you intend to go?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Dalong replied, "I shall head to Nanshan Gongshi." Zhao Dajiang inhaled deeply, refraining from further comment, and continued to inscribe the letter of introduction. Wang Cuihua's maternal home is adjacent to Nanshan Gongshi, rendering Zhu Dalong's intentions quite evident. At this juncture, Zhao Dajiang deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Zhu Dalong could go wherever he pleased, as long as he did not linger in the village. Meanwhile, Qin Imo hummed a cheerful tune as he proceeded on his way. The afternoon had already arrived, and he, too, needed to commence the procurement of mountain goods. Chapter 26. Lu Bao continues to report in the ensuing days. Qin Imo devoted himself to the steady acquisition of mountain goods from the comfort of his home. Additionally, he focused intently on his studies in preparation for the college entrance examination. Lu Jinbao ultimately divorced Wang Cuihua, and the earlier intentions of reporting Qin Imo for speculation had long since been forgotten. Consequently, Taohua village gained a new notorious drunkard, with Lu Jinbao frequently found in a state of inebriation, sprawled out somewhere in the village. Qin Imo ceased to concern himself with these matters, leading a remarkably simple life. His days were filled with concentrated study for the impending exam, along with the procurement of mountain goods. Observing the constant flow of villagers carrying various mountain goods to sell at his home, Lu Bao grew increasingly restless. The village buzzed with rumors that Qin Lao Yao was acquiring mountain goods, with his elder brother and 3rd brother responsible for transporting them to the county for sale. It was evident that the 3 brothers were earning a considerable fortune from this endeavor. There was no doubt in anyone's mind, as each time Qin Mo's elder or 3rd brother returned from the county, they would be laden with numerous parcels. Under the great Chinese scholar tree in the village, the villagers gathered, exchanging gossip. I wonder how much money Qin Lao Yao and his brothers have actually made. One pondered. Only they know the answer. I sold a few wild rabbits to Qin Lao Yao yesterday and inquired about the earnings from acquiring mountain goods. What did he say? What else could he say? Qin Lao Yao is quite tight-lipped, merely chuckling and claiming it was just enough to cover the cost of salt. The crowd scoffed. If they were merely earning enough for salt, would they be so energetic? Indeed, I believe they must be making quite a bit of money, another agreed. The villagers unanimously believed that Qin Imo and his brothers had indeed profited handsomely from the acquisition of mountain goods. At this moment, Zhao Taizhu, a neighbor of Qin Imo, could no longer contain himself. It's hard to say exactly how much money Qin Lao Yao and his brothers have made, but I can assure you, they are indeed making a fortune. The villagers turned their attention to Zhao Taizhu. Taizhu, have you seen them distribute money among themselves? Do they even make 5 yuan a day? 5 yuan was already considered a significant amount in their imaginations. That equates to 150 yuan a month. Given that the average person's monthly salary is merely a few dozen yuan, sharing 150 yuan among the 3 brothers means each would receive 50 yuan. That is comparable to those with iron rice bowls. Zhao Taizhu shook his head slightly. I haven't seen them divide any money. However, every time mealtime arrives at Qin Lao Yao's home, the aroma of meat wafts out. They are eating meat at every meal now. As he spoke, Zhao Taizhu instinctively swallowed hard. The tantalizing scent of meat drifting from Qin Mo's home left him both craving and pained. It was no secret that during festivals, families might treat themselves to meat, but it was rare to encounter a household that indulged in it daily. Which family can afford to eat meat at every meal? Taiju, are you exaggerating? Even having one meal with meat in a day is unimaginable. Am I exaggerating? If you don't believe me, just go to Qin Lao Yao's door at mealtime, and you will smell the meat. Zhao Taiju's assertion convinced the villagers to a degree. Lu Bao, who had remained silent, felt an even deeper resentment. Once the crowd dispersed, he headed straight to the commune. It had been days without any action taken against Qin Mo and his brothers, and he resolved to inquire personally. Upon arriving at the commune, Lu Bao unexpectedly encountered Secretary Zhao Dajiang. Secretary, you are here as well? Lu Bao greeted him with a smile. Zhao Dajiang lifted his eyelids, instantly discerning Lu Bao's purpose for being there. Lu Quan, is there something you need? Oh, nothing much, just came to buy some salt and take a stroll. Lu Bao did not reveal his true intentions, sensing that Zhao Dajiang seemed to be subtly favoring Qin Mo. Lu Bao had mentioned Qin Mo's dealings to Zhao Dajiang several times. Yet the latter had always feigned ignorance. Following Qin Mo to catch him in the act had led to Lu Jinbao becoming a mere drunkard, akin to a waste of space. Zhao Dajiang scrutinized Lu Bao intently. Lu Quan, let me offer you a piece of advice. Do not seek trouble where none exists, or you will soon find yourself regretting it. Secretary, how could I possibly be looking for trouble? Haha, I am merely taking a stroll. That is for the best, Zhao Dajiang replied softly. I have warned you, whether you heed it is your own decision. With that, he turned and left. Take care, Secretary. Watching Zhao Dajiang depart, Lu Bao spat vehemently. Humph, what a character, merely a secretary. Soon after, Lu Bao entered an office within the commune. Director, are you free at the moment? A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s looked up at the sound of his voice. Lu Bao? What brings you here? Lu Bao closed the door behind him and lowered his voice. Cousin, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you. Yes, what is it? Cousin, there's a fellow in our production team named Qin Mo. You must have heard of him? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. Ah, the one who married a female-educated youth, Qin Lao Yao, right? He has made quite a name for himself due to his conflicts over Yu Shuang. Hasn't he? Yes, that is indeed Qin Lao Yao. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. What is the matter? Has Qin Lao Yao gotten into a scuffle over his wife again and injured someone? Lu Bao, I must advise you. It's best to steer clear of such matters. Cousin, you misunderstand. Lu Bao interrupted hastily. Qin Lao Yao has already divorced his wife. To be honest, I once had my eye on that female-educated youth as well. Qin Lao Yao took her from me. If anything were to happen to him, why would I help him? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Bao with surprise. Oh, is that female-educated youth so remarkable that it has caused you to harbor resentment towards the one who married her? Yes, perhaps I shall visit your Taohua village one day to see what this female-educated youth is truly like. Lu Bao inwardly rolled his eyes. It was clear to him that his cousin, despite appearing respectable, had engaged in plenty of unsavory dealings over the years. Using his power, he had likely caused distress to numerous female-educated youths. Uncle, it seems you may have lost that opportunity, for Yu Jiqing has already returned to the city. Returned to the city? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Did she not marry Qin Lao Yao? Her household registration is already established here. So how could she possibly return? Uncle, if she is able to return, it must be due to familial connections. Lu Bao recalled that when Yu Shuang was picked up, a car had driven into the village, indicating that her family's background was undoubtedly significant. Uncle, let us not dwell on that young woman for now. I have come to discuss something of great importance with you today. Chapter 27. The aftermath of returning to the city. Well, you say, Lu Bao began. Cousin, the matter I need to discuss. He promptly recounted in detail the incident involving the Qin brothers and their acquisition of mountain goods. The Qin brothers were indeed undermining the public interest. As a cadre, I observed this with growing concern. However, when I reported this to Secretary Zhao Dajiang, he failed to take any action. I suspect there may be other vested interests at play here. Otherwise, the Qin brothers would not dare to be so brazen. Clearly, someone is backing them. Lu Bao's cousin's expression grew serious. Is what you say true? Lu Bao nodded emphatically. Cousin, I would never speak carelessly about such matters. Very well, wait for me a moment. I will gather some people to go to Taohua village. All right, cousin. Lu Bao was visibly excited. Anticipating the moment, he would lead a group to publicly apprehend the Qin brothers. Before long, Lu Bao's cousin returned with a grim expression. Cousin, shall we set off now? Lu Bao failed to notice the disquiet in his cousin's demeanor. Where are the people you called? He inquired. Are they waiting outside? To hell with it. Lu Bao's cousin shot him a fierce glare. Cousin, what is the matter? Lu Bao asked, bewildered. What else could it be? Humph. Lu Bao's cousin sat down heavily, took a deep breath, and finally said, "Do not concern yourself further with the Qin brothers' affairs." "But cousin, why? Why? Just look at this." With that, Lu Bao's cousin tossed a document onto the table. Lu Bao approached with curiosity, picked it up, and his face transformed into one of disbelief. This. The document had been sent from the county to the commune yesterday, regarding the deregulation of individual businesses. Enough, this matter ends here. Lu Bao's cousin was visibly displeased. He had rushed to find people, eager to confront the Qin brothers, only to be met with his superior. Upon being questioned about his intentions, Lu Bao had recounted the situation, only to be reprimanded for his ignorance of the county's recent directive. How could this happen? Lu Bao muttered, filled with resentment. Rumors about the deregulation of individual businesses had circulated since last year, yet Lu Bao had always believed it would not be implemented widely. Furthermore, he and his cousin were deeply resistant to any new policies, as their current positions were attained through the turmoil of those chaotic years and various denunciations. Any alteration in policy sent them into a state of anxiety, fearing retribution. "All right, you may leave now." Lu Bao's cousin waved his hand in irritation. Lu Bao departed from the commune, his mind in turmoil. Little did Qin Mo know that Lu Bao secretly intended to report him. However, even if he did report him, with his current license in hand, there would be no repercussions. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was July. Qin Mo prepared to head to the county in advance, awaiting the impending college entrance examination. Upon arriving, he visited the restaurant owned by the Wu Zhengwo brothers. But it was no longer the familiar eatery. Instead, it was the state-run restaurant they had taken over. After spending the day with the Wu brothers, Qin Mo proceeded to the guest house. Meanwhile, at Yu Shuang's home in the provincial capital, "Shuanger, do not place too much pressure on yourself. Just perform as you normally would, and you will surely gain admission," Yu Shuang's mother gently encouraged, observing her daughter reading even during mealtime. "Xiao Shuang, I suggest you refrain from studying for the next couple of days. Relax and adjust your mindset," Gu Xinglong softly advised. Gu Xinglong, Yu Shuang's neighbor and the one she had long cherished in her heart. Upon returning to the city, Yu Shuang reached out to Gu Xinglong without delay. The primary reason she was so dedicated to her studies was her desire to gain admission to the same university as Gu Xinglong, Shannan Normal University, the best university in Shannan province. Yu Shuang was acutely aware that she had fallen behind significantly during her years in the countryside. The prospect of being accepted into Shannan Normal University seemed rather slim. Fortunately, since her return, Gu Xinglong had been assisting her with lessons. After dinner, Gu Xinglong entered Yu Shuang's room, closed the door, and began tutoring her. They did not emerge from the room until 11 o'clock at night. The two greeted Yu Shuang's parents before stepping out. Yu Shuang's parents were accustomed to this, and simply reminded them to be safe. "Old Yu, do you think we should have dinner with the Gu family after the college entrance examination?" Yu Shuang's mother inquired softly while knitting. Yu Shuang's father nodded slightly. "Yes, we should have a meal together." Both families were aware of the budding relationship between Yu Shuang and Gu Xinglong and hoped for a swift resolution to their union. Compared to Yu Shuang's family, Gu Xinglong's family was less affluent. Thus, they were quite eager for a match with the Yu family. Yu Shuang's parents were pleased with Gu Xinglong, especially since he was a university student. Given that their daughter was a divorcee, in this era, having a university student as a prospective partner was a significant achievement. The two families lived in close proximity. Yu Shuang and Gu Xinglong walked leisurely, yet soon arrived at the base of Gu Xinglong's building. They then turned back towards Yu Shuang's home. Upon reaching Yu Shuang's home, the two reluctantly bid farewell, a routine they had established for their evenings. Such is the nature of love. What may seem trivial and devoid of meaning becomes a source of endless joy. "I'm heading up. Okay, I will come find you again after school tomorrow." Yu Shuang climbed the stairs, glancing back 3 times. Time always seemed to fly when she was with her beloved Gu Xinglong. "I must gain admission to Shannan Normal University so that I can be with Gu Xinglong every day." Yu Shuang silently motivated herself. Returning to her room, Yu Shuang approached her desk by the window and resumed her studies. The night passed without incident. The following day, around noon, with her parents at work, Yu Shuang was alone at home. Engrossed in her studies within the confines of her room, Yu Shuang was startled by a sudden commotion emanating from the living room. Who could it be? With a sense of curiosity, she set her book aside and rose to investigate. Upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find her elder brother seated in the living room. "Elder brother? What brings you back so unexpectedly?" Yu Kuai, her elder brother, had recently commenced his official duties in Luoling County. Little Shuang, I have returned primarily to discuss matters concerning your household registration. A wave of apprehension washed over Yu Shuang. Following her divorce from Qin Mo, her household registration remained in Luoling County. The initial plan was for her brother to facilitate the transfer of her registration back to the provincial capital after his appointment. Would there be any issues with her registration? A flicker of anxiety crossed Yu Shuang's face. I am about to take the college entrance examination. What if something goes awry? Chapter 28 Encounter outside the examination hall. The matter regarding your household registration transfer has indeed encountered some complications. However, do not be anxious. It will not affect your participation in the college entrance examination. Upon hearing that her examination would not be impacted, Yu Shuang let out a long sigh of relief. Elder brother, what exactly is going on? Yu Kuei pondered for a moment and slowly replied, You know, I have just been transferred to Luoling County. It is inevitable that the staff will be somewhat sluggish in their duties. This is, after all, a personal matter for me, and I cannot urge them too hastily. Yu Shuang looked puzzled. Elder brother, you are the secretary of Luoning County. Would anyone dare to dawdle when you give the order? Yu Kuei's expression darkened slightly. Initially, he had shared Yu Shuang's sentiments. Little did he know that the efficiency of the staff would be so dismally low. The transfer of Yu Shuang's household registration was inherently a private affair. Moreover, it was not advisable for too many people to be aware of it. Thus, Yu Kuei felt it inappropriate to press them, let alone reprimand them. If word were to get out, it would be detrimental to his future endeavors. After all, he was appointed to Luoning County from outside. Had he not been parachuted in, this position would likely have belonged to Long Weigua, the county mayor and deputy secretary. Yu Kuei harbored suspicions that the staff was deliberately dragging their feet at the behest of Long Weigua. Long Weigua, being a native of Luoning County, had spent his entire career there. To put it simply, he represented the entrenched local power. This situation served as a signal from Long Weigua to Yu Kuei. In Luoning County, it is Long Weigua who holds the reins. Yu Kuei chose not to disclose these thoughts to his sister, Yu Shuang. There was no need to do so. Xiao Shuang, I have returned this time to inform you that you will be going back to Luoling to take the college entrance examination. After the examination concludes, I will arrange for your household registration to be transferred back, as long as she could participate in the examination. Yu Shuang was indifferent to whether it took place in the provincial capital or Luoling County. As long as it does not impede my examination, going to Luoling County is perfectly fine, she immediately responded. Very well, tomorrow when I return, you will accompany me. The following day, Yu Shuang packed a few changes of clothes and set off to Luoling County with her elder brother, Yu Kuei. In Luoning County, the former state-run restaurant had now been renamed Brothers Restaurant, Luoling Main Branch. The original establishment run by the Wu brothers was still in operation, albeit as a branch of the chain. The idea of a chain restaurant had naturally been suggested by Qin Mo to the Wu brothers. In the largest private room of the main branch, the Wu brothers and Qin Mo were enjoying a meal together. After their meal, the Wu brothers accompanied Qin Mo to Luoling First High School, the venue for the college entrance examination. With the first day of examinations looming, Qin Mo, like many others, arrived a day early to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Upon arriving at the entrance of the school, they were met with a throng of people. As Qin Mo and his companions entered the campus, a car horn echoed behind them. Without a second thought, they stepped aside to allow the vehicle to pass. As the car drove by, Qin Mo caught sight of a Jeep 212, a look of perplexity crossing his face. He recognized that vehicle. The license plate was unmistakable. It was the same car Yu Kuei had driven to Taohua Village. What could Yu Kuei possibly be doing here? Qin Mo pondered internally, unable to reach any conclusions. He recalled that in his previous life, Yu Kuei had never held a position within the education sector. Could it be that his rebirth had altered the course of events? Qin Lao Di, what has you so lost in thought? Wu Jiangwo inquired, patting Qin Mo on the shoulder. Qin Mo looked up, realizing they had arrived at the teaching building. Oh, I was just contemplating a formula. He fabricated a quick excuse. What's the matter, Brother Wu? Upon hearing Qin Mo was engrossed in thought, Wu Jiangwo remarked, Qin Lao Di, you are indeed quite diligent. After a moment, he continued, which examination room are you assigned to? Let us go take a look. It's just as Qin Mo began to speak, he noticed two figures approaching. Qin Lao Di, are you here to check out the examination venue? Yu Kuei greeted with a smile upon seeing Qin Mo and his sister. He was already aware of Qin Mo's intent to participate in the examination from their previous encounter in Taohua village, so there was no surprise. Yu Shuang initially displayed astonishment, quickly morphing into indifference and disdain. "Qin Mo, what are you doing here?" Without waiting for a response, she turned to Yu Kuei. "Elder brother, did you tell him I was coming to Luo Ling for the examination?" Yu Shuang could not help but think that encountering Qin Mo here was far from coincidental. Since their elder brother had met Qin Mo and brought him home, he had repeatedly expressed to their parents that Qin Mo was quite commendable and that Yu Shuang should not hastily divorce him. He also opposed her relationship with Gu Xinglong. At this moment, seeing Qin Mo here led Yu Shuang to connect various dots. She even began to suspect that her household registration not being transferred to the provincial capital was a deliberate act by her elder brother. Surely, a mere household registration transfer could not be beyond the capabilities of the esteemed secretary of Luoning County. Yu Kuei, unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Yu Shuang's mind, remarked, "What are you thinking about? I certainly did not anticipate encountering Qin Laodi here." Yu Shuang obviously did not believe him, but chose not to press further. She cast a glance at Qin Mo and proceeded towards the examination venue. Qin Mo nodded slightly at Yu Kuei, acknowledging him. Once the Yu siblings departed, Wu Jiangwo leaned closer to Qin Mo, scrutinizing him intently. "Brother Wu, why are you staring at me?" "Qin Laodi, do you know Secretary Yu?" Wu Jiangwo asked in surprise. Before Qin Mo could respond, Wu Jianjun interjected. "Elder brother, the Secretary you mentioned, it wouldn't be." Wu Jiangwo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is the newly appointed Secretary Yu." Given their brother's connections in Luoning County, they were well aware of the new leadership. Not only were they aware, but Wu Jiangwo had even seen Yu Kuei from a distance. Of course, they had never actually conversed, and it was hardly accurate to claim they knew each other. Qin Mo shrugged. "I do not know him well. This is merely our second meeting." "That is not correct. I observe that Secretary Yu seems to be quite familiar with you." Wu Jiangwo was utterly incredulous. "Very well. Did you notice the woman besides Secretary Yu?" Qin Mo inquired. "Yes, I did. She appears to be quite intimate with Secretary Yu." "Qin Laodi, do you know her?" Qin Mo replied in a calm tone. "Her name is Yu Shuang, and she is Secretary Yu's sister. Furthermore, she is also my ex-wife." After speaking, Qin Mo proceeded towards the examination hall. Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun stood bewildered until Qin Mo had gone far. Only then did they regain their senses. "Brother, did Qin Laodi just say that Secretary Yu's sister is his ex-wife?" Wu Jianjun asked with a look of disbelief. It seems that Qin Laodi indeed mentioned that. The two brothers exchanged glances, as if they had discovered a new continent, and then hurriedly chased after Qin Laodi. "Wait for us." Chapter 29. The Gaokao two individuals caught up with Qin Mo, flanking him on either side, effectively sandwiching him in between. "Qin Laodi, is it true that Secretary Yu's sister is your ex-wife? What is the situation? Do enlighten us." As the trio conversed, they encountered the Yu siblings once more at the entrance of the examination hall. "Qin Laodi, you are also in this exam hall?" Yu Kuei asked with a smile upon spotting Qin Mo. Yu Shuang cast a fleeting glance at Qin Mo, her conviction strengthening that this entire scenario was orchestrated by her elder brother. Otherwise, what were the odds that she and Qin Mo would end up in the same examination hall? "Elder brother, let us depart," she said, pulling Yu Kuei away. "Qin Laodi, your ex-wife seems to harbor a certain disdain for you," Wu Jianjun remarked quietly. "Huh, if she held me in high regard, would she still be my ex-wife?" Qin Mo retorted. "Indeed, that's a point," Wu Jianjun conceded. Qin Mo paid little heed to the encounter with Yu Shuang. After surveying the examination hall, he returned to the brothers' inn. The following day, Qin Mo arrived early at the examination hall and took his seat. Before long, other candidates arrived in succession. Yu Shuang made her entrance as the last candidate, immediately drawing the attention of many. Having always been beautiful, her style upon returning to the city was even more fashionable, enhancing her allure. Qin Mo merely glanced up casually before averting his gaze. Yu Shuang noticed him as well, and, upon observing his indifference, felt a cold smirk form within her. "Humph, I wonder how long you intend to feign this indifference." Although she had never held any affection for Qin Mo, indeed, she even felt a measure of aversion, his apathetic demeanor still unsettled her. In her mind, Qin Mo ought to revolve around her as he once did. Both chose the science track, necessitating one additional subject compared to the arts track. However, in Shannan province, biology was not counted towards the total score. The subjects to be examined were politics, Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, and chemistry. Each subject had a total score of 100, with English contributing only 30% to the overall score. Thus, the total score across all subjects amounted to 530 points. On the first day, they were to take politics and Chinese. As the invigilator distributed the exam papers, Qin Mo briefly scanned the test before picking up his pen and beginning to write. After only half the exam duration had passed, Qin Mo raised his hand. The invigilator approached him, inquiring about the matter. "Teacher, may I submit my paper?" Qin Mo asked softly. The invigilator instinctively frowned, but nodded curtly. The other candidates, engrossed in their answers, glanced at Qin Mo in disbelief. Yu Shuang was convinced that Qin Mo's presence at the Gaokao was merely a ruse, an attempt to get closer to her. Humph, does he think that this charade will garner my attention? She scoffed internally, returning to her own answers. She aimed to attend Shannan Normal University, hoping to be near her beloved Xinglong Gij every day. Upon exiting the examination hall, as he descended the stairs, Qin Mo spotted Yu Kuei leaning against a Jeep 212. Yu Kuei appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Qin Mo. "Qin Laudi, did you submit your paper early?" Qin Mo shrugged. "I finished the paper, so naturally, I submitted it." Yu Kuei opened his mouth but swallowed his words, opting instead to ask, "How was it? Were the questions difficult?" "Not particularly," Qin Mo replied. Noting that Qin Mo was not inclined to elaborate, Yu Kuei refrained from pressing further. With more exams to come in the afternoon, Qin Mo walked straight out of the school gates. At the entrance, Wu Jiangwo and his brother had been waiting. Upon seeing Qin Mo emerge, the brothers were initially taken aback, but quickly approached him. They did not inquire about his performance, but instead led him to a nearby tree where they unpacked their lunch. Though they refrained from asking, both brothers believed that Qin Mo's performance was likely lacking. After all, why else would he submit his paper early? In this era, everyone valued the opportunity to attend school, especially for the Gaokao, an examination capable of altering one's destiny. Each candidate wished for time to slow down, allowing them to answer the questions thoroughly and secure a good score. Qin Mo remained taciturn, taking a brief respite before beginning his meal. As they finished eating, the morning examination concluded, and soon after, other candidates trickled out, engaging in discussions about the questions they had just faced. Many candidates, like Qin Mo, opted to eat lunch right at the school gates. After their meal, they gathered outside, awaiting the afternoon's Chinese exam, where Qin Mo again submitted his paper early. However, this time, he spent slightly more time on his answers compared to the morning. Downstairs, he encountered Yu Kuei once more. This time, Yu Kuei was less surprised and displayed a somewhat cooler demeanor than before. His views mirrored those of Wu Jiangwo. He suspected Qin Mo had not performed well, especially given his early submission, leading Yu Kuei to reconsider his previous impressions of Qin Mo as nothing more than an unambitious country bumpkin. Qin Mo's repeated early submissions etched his name into the memories of fellow candidates in the same examination hall. Many students discussed the early submissions of Qin Mo with a tone of jest. The following day commenced with a mathematics exam in the morning, followed by English in the afternoon. Qin Mo once again submitted his paper early, this time even quicker than before. On the third day, the morning was dedicated to physics while the afternoon was for chemistry. Qin Mo once again shattered the record for speed and submission, prompting other candidates to react audibly. The invigilator had to raise his voice to restore silence among the students. After the exams concluded, Qin Mo cast aside any thoughts of the Gaokao, oblivious to what results awaited him. However, he was confident about securing admission to a respectable university, as he found the questions to be rather straightforward during the exams. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, the questions he deemed simple were, in fact, quite challenging for other candidates. As soon as the Gaokao ended, numerous newspapers reported on candidates lamenting the difficulty of the exam. Qin Mo remained unaware of these reports and returned to Taohua village immediately after the exams. During this period, only his elder brother and third brother were busy procuring mountain goods, undoubtedly occupied. Little brother has returned. Upon reaching the village entrance, a villager greeted him warmly. "Yes, I'm back, Zenshu. How did it go? Do I have a chance of getting into university?" The other villagers turned their gazes towards Qin Mo. His aspiration to attend university was no longer a secret within the village. It had been the subject of much discussion. Who knows? We shall only find out once the results are released. Although Qin Mo felt quite confident about his chances of gaining admission, he refrained from prematurely celebrating such an achievement. After all, having lived 2 lives, he considered it foolish to pop the champagne before the outcome was certain. It was not out of fear of being proven wrong, but rather a sense of unnecessary anticipation. Once Qin Mo departed, the villagers began to chatter amongst themselves. The prevailing sentiment was one of skepticism. Many were inclined to doubt his prospects, primarily because they harbored a wish for him not to succeed. After all, his brother's profitable ventures in acquiring mountain goods had already incited envy among the villagers. If he were to become a university student, their jealousy would only intensify. Upon returning home, Qin Mo was taken aback to find his entire family gathered. Chapter 30. Borrowing money from the second brother. Since the division of the family, it has been rare for everyone to gather in the main hall, as they are doing now. Little one, you're back. How did the exam go? The eldest brother, Qin Fu, immediately inquired upon seeing Qin Mo's return. It went well, Qin Mo replied, casting a questioning glance at his elder brother. The third brother, Qin Hong, along with their parents, also chimed in to ask about Qin Mo's college entrance examination. While none of them truly believed that Qin Mo could gain admission to university, a flicker of hope lingered in their hearts. Qin Mo refrained from boasting, merely stating that they would know the results once the scores were released. After sitting down, he then asked, "Has something happened at home? What could possibly happen?" "Your second brother has asked the brigade for a plot of land, intending to build a house," Qin Baoshan replied. "Is the second brother building a house?" Qin Mo looked at his second brother, Qin Lu, in astonishment. Qin Lu smiled at Qin Mo and explained, "Yes, it's quite cramped at home, and now your second sister-in-law is pregnant again. There's simply no space left." The brothers had divided the family, with each household receiving one room. Apart from the third brother, Qin Hong, and Qin Mo, the eldest and second families were indeed too crowded. Both families already had children, and now they were all sharing a room with the adults, separated only by a piece of cloth. As the children grew, the situation would only become increasingly inconvenient. "Oh, building a house is a good thing," Qin Mo said lightly, already forming a general idea in his mind. As anticipated, no sooner had he spoken than Qin Lu added, "Just in time for you to return, there's something I need your help with." Qin Mo looked at his second brother, but remained silent. Qin Lu continued, "It's like this. Your second sister-in-law and I haven't saved much over the past 2 years. To build the house, we can only borrow a little from you, your elder brother, and the third brother." As soon as Qin Lu finished speaking, second sister-in-law Wang Fengxia immediately chimed in. "Little one, you wouldn't refuse, would you? You and the elder brother, along with the third brother, must have earned quite a bit from the mountain goods over these past few months. Lending us a little for the house wouldn't be too much to ask, right? You are all brothers and should support one another." Qin Mo thought to himself, just as I suspected. His second brother and sister-in-law had always been this way in his past life. And even with his rebirth, they had not changed. Wang Fengxia and Qin Lu initially planned to borrow a little from her family. With the few hundred yuan Qin Lu had, it would be sufficient to construct at least a 3-room brick house. However, upon witnessing Qin Mo, his elder brother, and the third brother thriving from their dealings in mountain goods, they abruptly changed their minds. Instead of borrowing from her family, they preferred to ask Qin Mo and his brothers. After all, borrowing from her family would entail repayment along with interest, while borrowing from Qin Mo and his brothers was less certain. In their minds, Wang Fengxia and Qin Lu never considered repayment. They believed that Qin Mo and the others would truly press them for it. "Little one, don't agree to them." Before Qin Mo could speak, the third brother, Qin Hong, immediately interjected. "If you get into university, you will need money to study in the city. What will you do if you lend them money and find yourself short?" Qin Lu's expression soured immediately. "Third brother, what do you mean? We are discussing this with little one. If you don't want to lend, then keep quiet." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo realized that before he returned, his third brother, Qin Hong, had already rejected Qin Lu's request for money. "Second brother, don't think I'm unaware of your intentions," Qin Hong stated loudly. "You want to use our money to build your house. Your calculations are too transparent. Little one, you must not lend them anything," Qin Hong urged Qin Mo. "You," Qin Lu said in frustration, "what intentions do we have? We're simply asking for a loan, not asking for a handout." "Huh," Qin Hong scoffed. "Second brother, we grew up together. Who doesn't know who? Have you ever repaid anything you borrowed?" Qin Lu was momentarily speechless, for as Qin Hong had said, they knew each other well. Throughout their lives, even after getting married, he had borrowed not only money but various items from his brothers, and he had never repaid any of it. In the past, when they had not divided the family, Qin Hong had refrained from saying too much. Now that they were separated, he would not lend Qin Lu anything again, and he was direct in stating this. Ignoring Qin Hong, Qin Lu turned his attention to Qin Mo and Qin Fu. With Qin Hong's clear refusal to lend them money, their hopes now rested solely on Qin Fu and Qin Mo. Second sister-in-law Wang Fengxia turned to Qin Baoshan and his wife, saying, "Mom and Dad, can you please say a word for me?" Qin Baoshan pretended not to hear. Puffing on his cigarette, Qin Mu sighed and said, "The eldest has already separated. Our words won't carry much weight, will they? As for the little one, you all know how he is. He hardly listens to anyone." Upon hearing this, Wang Fengxia fell silent, for she could find no fault in Qin Mu's words. Since Qin Fu had divided the family, they were now the elders and should refrain from meddling. As for Qin Mo, he was even less inclined to heed anyone's advice. His determination to marry Yu Shuang had made that abundantly clear. Qin Fu hesitated, unsure whether to agree or not. Agreeing would mean that the money lent would be akin to throwing it away, while refusing felt shameful, as they were still brothers, after all. "Little one, will you lend?" In the end, Qin Fu decided to first hear Qin Mo's thoughts. Qin Mo slowly shook his head, and then addressed Qin Lu and Wang Fengxia, saying, "Second brother, second sister-in-law, I'm afraid I cannot lend you any money. Third brother has already said that if I get into university, I want to have time to earn money. The little I have now must be saved. I can't possibly go to my parents for money later. You understand, don't you?" Upon hearing Qin Mo's refusal, Qin Lu's expression darkened further. "Little one, if you don't want to lend, just say it directly. There's no need to fabricate excuses." With Qin Mo unwilling to lend, Qin Lu immediately adopted an indifferent demeanor. Wang Fengxia quickly added, "Exactly, going to university? Huh. No offense meant, little one, but do you really think you are capable of that?" Qin Mo shot a glance at his second sister-in-law, regarding her as a stranger. Upon his recent refusal to lend money, Gu and Sa immediately altered their demeanor, resorting to biting mockery. Qin Lu cast a fleeting glance at Qin Mo and addressed his wife, stating, "Enough, since they are unwilling to lend, why continue this discourse?" He then turned his gaze towards Qin Fu, inquiring, "Eldest brother, you wouldn't consider lending either, would you?" A flicker of conflict appeared in Qin Fu's eyes. Lu Meiying, well acquainted with her husband's disposition, noticed his hesitation and incessantly signaled him to refrain from agreeing to the request. Observing his brother's indecision, Qin Hong interjected loudly, "Ergo, how could you dare to ask eldest brother for a loan? Does your household not have enough space, while eldest brother's family is adequately accommodated? Eldest brother and his wife are also planning to save funds for house renovations. Do you expect him to neglect his own home to finance yours?" Lu Meiying, seizing the opportunity, chimed in, "Indeed, we are also preparing for renovations. Just the other day, your eldest brother and I were discussing whether we should ask you for a small loan." Chapter 31. The desire to seize business. Big sister-in-law, if you do not wish to lend, just say so. Are you still planning to build a house? Second sister-in-law Wang Fengxia remarked, her expression one of displeasure. Qin Fu turned his gaze towards the couple. "What your big sister-in-law has said is true. We indeed wish to build a house." Qin Lu pondered for a moment and inquired, "So, big brother, when do you plan to commence construction? I believe you have yet to secure the foundation, correct? It seems unlikely that you can begin in the near term. Why not lend us the money first, and we shall return it when you are ready to build?" Before Qin Fu could respond, big sister-in-law Lu Meiying decisively interjected, "That is likely not feasible. Your big brother and I have already discussed it. We will be going to the team office tomorrow to seek approval from Secretary Zhao for a piece of land. Once the foundation is approved, we shall commence construction." Qin Lu's expression darkened. "Fine, since you are unwilling to extend a hand, so be it. It appears I must seek assistance from Fengxia's family." With that, Qin Lu rose and walked towards his room, venting as he went, I see it clearly now. Brothers are utterly meaningless." Qin Mo and the others each held differing thoughts. Qin Fu's face flickered with conflict and guilt, which did not escape big sister-in-law's notice as she shot him a glare. Qin Hong maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Qin Mo reflected on the actions of his second brother and sister-in-law over the years and felt there was truly no need to assist them. Ever since he married Yu Shuang, the couple had made his life difficult in various ways. Moreover, given their character, even if he were to help them, they would likely feel entitled rather than grateful. Seeing her husband leave, the second sister-in-law immediately followed. Before departing, she cast a glance at everyone present. Qin Mo sensed the gaze directed at him and instinctively returned it, only to furrow his brow slightly. He detected a hint of hostility in the second sister-in-law's eyes. In that moment, he felt assured that refusing to lend them money was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, demanding repayment later could potentially lead to animosity. Qin Mo's parents sighed in unison and rose to leave. As elders, it was unwise for them to assist anyone, and remaining silent was the most prudent choice. However, witnessing the discord between their second son and the others left them discontented. Parents know their children best. They were acutely aware of what kind of person their second son was. Furthermore, should the second daughter-in-law truly convince the other sons to lend money, it would likely result in numerous complications in the future. After the others departed, the eldest and third brothers approached Qin Mo youngest. How many points do you think you will score? In response to his eldest and third brothers, Qin Mo smiled and said, Eldest brother, third brother. I cannot say the exact score. However, gaining admission to university should not be a problem. Qin Fu's face lit up with a smile. That is splendid. Our family will finally have a university student in you. Qin Hong circled around Qin Mo, making sounds of admiration. Third brother, what are you doing? Qin Mo asked, feeling uneasy under his brother's scrutiny. Youngest, it seems your talent for boasting has greatly improved. Qin Hong remarked. You can say that in front of me and big brother, but do not share it outside. Otherwise, if you do not get accepted, it will be quite the embarrassment. Yes, third brother, I assure you I will not mention it outside. Qin Mo replied dismissively. With the college entrance examination completed, the days ahead were merely a wait for the results to be announced. Qin Mo and his brothers continued to engage in the procurement of mountain goods. However, Qin Mo did not need to be home every day for the transactions. The three brothers took turns, with one going to the county each day, another staying home to procure goods, and the third returning from the county. Each time a seller came to trade mountain goods, they would jest with Qin Mo. Oh, today we have our university student doing the purchasing. Youngest, you are on the brink of becoming a university student. Why are you still engaged in this business? Many referred to him as the university student, but none truly believed that Qin Mo would gain admission. They were merely teasing him. Qin Mo bought mountain goods from them and sold them in the county for profit. Many of those selling were secretly resentful, questioning why their hard-earned mountain delicacies could yield profits for the Qin brothers with a mere flip. Human emotions are complex. They did not consider the effort the Qin brothers put in to procure these goods and transport them to the county. Nor did they think that without the Qin brothers buying, they would have no lucrative avenue for income. Time passed day by day, and soon only 2 days remained until the end of the month. By the end of July, the college entrance exam results would be announced. Qin Mo also prepared to head to the county to check his results. Although he felt confident in his performance, until he saw the scores with his own eyes, everything remained uncertain. On the morning of July 30th, accompanied by his third brother, Qin Mo took over 200 pounds of mountain delicacies and some wild game, boarding the bus to the county. Just as Qin Mo departed from Taohua village, Lu Bao, who had been silent for a long while, stepped out of his home. He was quite envious of the Qin brothers' business. In Taohua village and the surrounding areas, who did not know that the Qin brothers were making a decent living through the procurement of mountain goods. Previously, everyone toiled together in the fields, earning labor points. Now, the Qin brothers no longer worked in the fields, yet their lives were quite prosperous. Some were envious, while others were filled with jealousy. Since the last time Zhao Taizhu mentioned that the Qin family dined on meat at every meal, many did not believe it and came to Qin Mo's doorstep during mealtime to verify. Upon catching a whiff of the mouth-watering aroma wafting from Qin Mo's home, the news quickly spread. The Qin brothers had indeed made a fortune through their mountain goods business. This had become a shared consensus among the surrounding villages. Coupled with the news of Qin Mo's second brother, Qin Lu, preparing to build a house, the belief solidified. People said that the funds for building the house were provided by the Qin brothers. At the outset, Qin Lu patiently elucidated that the funds for their house renovation were borrowed from several affluent uncles. However, no one believed him. Eventually, Qin Lu grew weary of explanations. Lu Bao had already discreetly reached out to numerous individuals, planning to procure their mountain goods at prices exceeding those offered by Qin Mo and his brothers. Lu Bao considered his capabilities superior to those of the Qin brothers. Just as they profited from the acquisition of mountain goods, he too could do the same. Nevertheless, prior to initiating his formal purchases, he intended to visit the county. He needed to ascertain where Qin Mo and his companions were selling their mountain goods. Once he had gathered this information, he would return to procure at prices higher than those of the Qin brothers, subsequently selling at slightly lower rates, effectively seizing their business for himself. While waiting for the bus, Qin Mo was taken aback when he noticed Lu Bao approaching. Given their past grievances, neither of them uttered a word. Chapter 32. The first in the county. Upon arriving in the county town, Qin Mo and Qin Hong set off with their goods. Lu Bao and another companion followed discreetly after a short distance. Soon, Lu Bao trailed the Qin brothers to the entrance of the brothers' restaurant. Brothers' restaurant? Lu Bao gazed at the sign, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a moment, he turned and departed. Qin Mo and his elder brother dined at brothers' restaurant before heading to the guest house to rest. Unbeknownst to them, as they exited the restaurant, Lu Bao lurked in the shadows. The following day, Qin Mo and his elder brother Qin Hong split up. Qin Hong returned to Taohua village while Qin Mo remained in the county to await the examination results. The college entrance examination scores would be posted on the public bulletin board of No. 1 high school. After bidding farewell to his brother, Qin Mo made his way to the school. Upon arrival, he found numerous candidates gathered around the bulletin board. Had the results already been posted? Qin Mo mused as he approached the crowd. "Excuse me, may I get through?" After considerable effort, Qin Mo finally squeezed into a position where he could see. Focusing intently, he discovered that the scores had yet to be displayed. However, he did not have to wait long, as the scores were soon unveiled. In an instant, everyone surged forward, eager to view their results. Qin Mo, who had initially been near the front, was quickly pushed to the back. He gently shook his head, opting not to push further. After all, the scores would remain unchanged, whether he looked now or later. Just then, his dismissive gesture caught the attention of Yu Shuang and Yu Kuei, who had just arrived nearby. "Brother, look at him. Does he seem like someone who could possibly succeed?" Yu Shuang scoffed. She had held on to the memory of her brother's praise for Qin Mo and her disapproval of his relationship with Gu Xinglong. She was certain her judgment would not falter. If Qin Mo were to leave, would she be unaware? Compared to her brother Xinglong, Qin Mo was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Yu Kuei chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in an argument with his sister. Ever since Qin Mo submitted his exam early, he had begun to doubt his earlier perception. "Let us wait a bit longer before we go. It's too crowded," Yu Shuang suggested, glancing at the throng. Simultaneously, she wished to avoid being noticed by Qin Mo. In her mind, Qin Mo only sought to get closer to her, and she was determined to deny him that opportunity. "Then let us wait in the car," Yu Kuei replied. The two returned to their vehicle, biding their time until the crowd thinned. Why is this happening? This time I'm certain I've succeeded." The candidates at the bulletin board exhibited a spectrum of emotions upon discovering their scores. Some wept uncontrollably, while others danced in jubilation. Many shouted in excitement as they sprinted away. However, a greater number bore expressions of sorrow. Qin Mo was not surprised by this. This year, the college acceptance rate was a mere 20%. Such a statistic ensured that 80% of the candidates would not gain admission to university. Who is Qin Mo? I've never heard of him before. Suddenly, Qin Mo overheard a discussion about himself, momentarily taken aback. "If only I were Qin Mo. Classmate, don't get your hopes up." From these conversations, Qin Mo discerned the reason. He had achieved the highest score in the county. Furthermore, he led the second place by a staggering margin. With a total score of 530, Qin Mo had obtained 528 points, just 2 points shy of perfection. The second place score was 486, a full 46 points less than his own. Although he anticipated a commendable performance, hearing that he scored 528 left Qin Mo astonished. Moreover, he felt exhilarated. At that moment, the crowd in front of the bulletin board had thinned considerably. Qin Mo approached and looked up. Instantly, a smile spread across his face. His name, Qin Mo, topped the list. Following that were the scores for each subject, which he scanned quickly. Apart from missing 2 points in Chinese, he had achieved full marks in all other subjects. After reviewing his scores, Qin Mo did not join the other candidates in shouting or celebrating, but wore a serene smile. After checking his results, he did not linger at the bulletin board. Only after he departed did Yu Shuang push open the car door and walk towards the bulletin board. Upon reaching it, Yu Shuang eagerly scanned the list. When she saw the name at the top, disbelief flickered across her face. As she noticed the nearly perfect scores, her mouth fell open in astonishment. Yu Kuei's expression mirrored hers. "This." Yu Kuei regained his composure and turned to his sister. "Is this Qin Mo really him?" Had he not known that Qin Mo had always submitted his exams early, he would have questioned whether they were naming someone else. Yu Shuang shook her head decisively. It could not possibly be him. He could not have scored so high. Yu Kuei instinctively nodded, internally agreeing that this could not be the Qin Mo he knew. Subsequently, They began searching for Yu Shuang's score. It did not take long to find it. 418 points, a solid performance that ensured her admission to university. However, Yu Shuang did not appear particularly pleased. With this score, gaining entry to Shan Nen Normal University might prove challenging. Yu Kuei, on the other hand, felt satisfied, believing that simply being accepted was already commendable. After all, every current university student was a prodigy in their own right. Meanwhile, Qin Mo arrived at Brother's restaurant. Brother Qin, how did you do? How many points did you score? Wu Jiangwo inquired with a smile. Qin Mo nodded happily, stating that he had performed well and would certainly secure a place in university. Really? Wu Jiangwo was initially taken aback, but then his face lit up with a broad smile. Haha, congratulations to you, Brother Qin. We must celebrate this achievement properly. Wu Jiangwo did not ask for the specific score, as it had become irrelevant. He only knew that Qin Mo had been accepted to university and would soon be a college student. As long as they maintained a good relationship with Qin Mo, they would benefit from it when he graduated. That evening, Qin Mo and the Wu brothers enjoyed a considerable amount of wine. The following day, he nearly missed the return journey home. On the way back, Qin Mo began to contemplate how to arrange matters at home after he resumed his studies. The procurement of mountain goods relied solely on his elder brother and third brother, who would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with the workload. However, he could assign his sisters-in-law to manage the purchasing at home, while his elder and third brothers delivered the goods to the county. Yet, Qin Mo felt that relying on the fixed transport schedule for deliveries was not only cumbersome, but also time-consuming. With only one bus available each day, he could only stay overnight in the county and return the following day. If he possessed a vehicle, he would not need to haul the goods to the commune to catch the bus. He could deliver the goods and return on the same day. Furthermore, for perishable mountain goods, they could be delivered on the same evening after procurement. He must find a way to acquire a vehicle. Naturally, Qin Mo envisioned purchasing a tractor. Chapter 33, not the best in the county, but the best in the province. In the Xing brothers' restaurant, Wu Jiangwo and his sibling exchanged peculiar glances as they regarded the individual before them, Lu Bao from Taohua Village. Boss Wu, how do you do? Rest assured, I am the cashier of Taohua Village, a cadre. Lu Bao proclaimed with an air of confidence. I can provide everything that Qin Laoyao and his brothers sold to you, and you can be assured of the pricing. All my prices will be lower than theirs. Wu Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly. So Lu the cashier, is it? You can just call me Xiao Lu, Lu Bao replied with a series of obsequious smiles. He had gathered information about the Xing brothers' restaurant, which was formerly the largest state-run restaurant in the county. Lu Bao understood that the brothers had considerable connections. Although he had just claimed to be a cadre, he dared not assert any authority in front of Wu Jiangwo. Moreover, he wished to persuade them to procure his mountain goods. Wu Jiangwo gently waved his hand. Lu the cashier, my brothers and I have a very good partnership with Qin Laodi and his brethren. Therefore, I'm afraid what you just mentioned may disappoint you. Lu Bao's smile faltered. Wu boss, why is that? Could you reveal the price Qin Laoyao sold to you? I assure you, my price will be even lower. Wu Jiangwo interrupted Lu Bao. This isn't merely a matter of money. Therefore, I apologize, but let's consider collaborating at a later opportunity. Lu Bao was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Wu Jiangwo's decisive refusal. In business, isn't it typical to purchase from whoever offers the best price? Furthermore, he had made it clear that the mountain goods he procured were identical to those of Qin Mo. Lu Bao was perplexed, and Wu Jiangwo had no intention of explaining. The brothers were well aware that their procurement of mountain goods from Qin Mo was not at a low price. Yet, they valued not only profit, but also the insights Qin Mo provided them. They had learned that Qin Mo was the best in the county. No, the best in the province. Earlier that day, a person from the academic committee had dined at the restaurant, and the Xing brothers had learned that Qin Mo had scored 428 points, making him the top science student in Shannan province this year. They were eager to cultivate a good relationship with Qin Mo. How could they sever ties with him over a mere profit margin? Lu Bao, although confused, did not give up. His trip to the county had sparked his entrepreneurial spirit. Many individuals operated small businesses in the county, including several restaurants. Since negotiations had not been fruitful at the Xing brothers' restaurant, he would seek out other establishments. While those restaurants may not be as large as the Xing brothers, he could approach multiple ones. Meanwhile, Qin Mo had returned home. Little brother, how did you do on the exam? As soon as Qin Mo stepped into the courtyard, Qin Baoshan eagerly inquired. Their mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, and third brother and his wife were all present in the main hall. The second brother and his wife were not home. They had already begun digging the foundation for a new house and were rarely at home outside of mealtimes. Qin Imo entered the main hall with a smile. Dad, Mom, elder brother, sister-in-law, third brother, sister-in-law, I performed quite well on this exam. After a brief pause, he continued, if all goes as anticipated, someone from the county should be coming. I scored first in the county. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and everyone stared at Qin Imo in astonishment. What's wrong? Surely you don't think I'm boasting? Qin Imo asked, observing their expressions. Little brother, if you said you passed, we would be surprised, but we wouldn't completely disbelieve you. However, claiming to be first in the county seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Is that something our family could achieve? Qin Hong, the third brother, remarked. Qin Imo turned to the others, asking, do you also think I'm exaggerating? The others remained silent, their expressions indicating that they indeed held that belief. Very well, if you don't believe me, that's fine. Qin Imo felt a twinge of frustration. Why would his family doubt him? His score was irrefutable, and he chose not to elaborate further. He estimated that in no time, someone from the county would arrive. After all, he was the top scorer. Little did he know, the county officials were currently hosting leaders from the province who had come specifically due to Qin Imo's achievements. Enough about the scores. You will know once the admission letter arrives. Wait, little brother, did you really pass? Qin Hong asked hurriedly. Qin Mo's confident tone had not sounded like mere boasting. The others also looked intently at Qin Imo. Qin Imo rolled his eyes at the third brother and retorted, see, you all don't believe me. Little brother, did you truly achieve it? Qin Baoshan asked with a serious, yet hopeful expression. Dad, I scored 428 points. I truly am first in the county. I'm not exaggerating. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. Qin Leoj, is Qin Imo at home? Qin Baoshan had no choice but to cease his inquiries and turn to open the courtyard door. Yes, Secretary Zhao. As the door swung open, Zhao Dajiang stepped past Qin Baoshan and into the hall. Upon spotting Qin Imo, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached. Qin Imo, you rascal. You've done remarkably well, Zhao Dajiang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up before even reaching Qin Imo. Secretary Zhao, what is going on? Qin Imo asked, puzzled. I didn't realize you had hidden your talents so well. How come I never noticed before? Zhao Dajiang replied with a grin, evading the question. He then turned to Qin Baoshan and Qin Mu, saying, Qin Leoj, sister-in-law, congratulations. Your family has produced a true literary star. Secretary Zhao, the more you say this, the more confused I become, Qin Baoshan said, looking bewildered. Oh dear, I got carried away with my excitement. Zhao Dajiang exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I just returned from the commune and learned that the county officials are coming to our Taohua village. Not only will the county leaders arrive, but those from the province will also be present. This is all in honor of your family, Qin Imo. Qin Imo blinked a few times, pointing at himself. Is it really for me? Indeed, you are the top science student in Shannan province. It is undoubtedly for you. Zhao Dajiang looked at Qin Imo, his face adorned with a smile. When Qin Imo took the college entrance examination, the entire village was aware, and many held low expectations, even indulging in various jests. Although Zhao Dajiang did not utter any mocking words, deep down, he too harbored doubts, not believing that Qin Imo could gain admission to a university. Yet, contrary to all expectations, Qin Imo not only succeeded but emerged as the top scholar in the province. Upon receiving this news, he initially questioned whether there had been a mistake, wondering if the honor belonged to another individual with the same name. After numerous confirmations, he finally believed that their Taohua village had produced a provincial top scholar. As the leader of the brigade, he felt an immense sense of pride. Chapter 34, Suddenly Becoming a Father. Secretary Zhao, are you saying that the youngest is the top scholar in the entire province? Qin Hong's voice rose, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, hasn't Qin Imo informed you? Zhao Dajiang inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Qin Imo. Having achieved such remarkable results, shouldn't he have been the first to share this joyous news with his family, allowing them to celebrate together? Seeing Zhao Dajiang's questioning look, Qin Imo could only shrug helplessly. Secretary Zhao, I only knew I was the top in the county. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized I was the top in the province. Even if I was the county's top scholar, they wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Dajiang opened his mouth, then turned to Qin Mo's family. Upon learning that Qin Imo was the provincial top scholar, his first reaction was disbelief as well. He could empathize with the family's astonishment. Qin Leoj, sister-in-law, Qin Imo is not only the top in the county, but also the top in the province. I just returned from the commune. The county will soon send leaders from the province to your home. I came to inform you to prepare for their reception. At this moment, Qin Mo's family began to believe it. Indeed, they had produced a top scholar. Everyone was in a state of astonishment. Send someone to call back the second brother and his family, and tidy up the house. We can't have it so messy when the leaders arrive. Eldest, go to the supply and marketing cooperative and buy the finest tea leaves and pork. Make sure to buy plenty. Don't hesitate to spend money. Third, didn't you receive a few wild rabbits today? Save them all. After a brief moment of daze, Qin Baoshan excitedly began issuing orders, as if he had reverted to the role of head of the family before the division of property. I'll go to the commune right now, Qin Fu said, leaving in high spirits. Eldest sister-in-law, you and the third sister-in-law should soak the beans now. We will grind tofu in the afternoon. The eldest and third sister-in-law nodded and turned to soak the yellow beans. Once he finished giving instructions, Qin Baoshan suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh dear. I was so caught up in joy. Secretary Zhao, please take a seat. He quickly pulled out a pack of De Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to Zhao Dajiang. Secretary Zhao, have a smoke. Qin Mo's mother also headed to the kitchen to boil water for tea. Zhao Dajiang accepted the cigarette and joked, Qin Laoj, impressive, De Qianmen. With a filter, too. Qin Baoshan promptly stuffed the entire pack into Zhao Dajiang's hands. Secretary, keep it for yourself. I prefer to smoke welding cigarettes. I can't get used to these. They feel weak. Zhao Dajiang declined politely, but accepted the pack nonetheless. After sitting for a while, he took his leave, as he needed to make arrangements for the leader's visit. As Qin Lu was tirelessly digging the foundation, shirtless and vigorously wielding a pickaxe, Qin Fu, who was on his way to the commune to buy cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, called out as he passed by. Second brother. Second brother. Qin Lu paused, straightened up, and saw it was his elder brother, Qin Fu. What is it? He asked, his face stern and icy. He still harbored significant resentment towards his brothers, not just for the previous loan issue, but because he was already digging the foundation while none of them had come to help, reinforcing his feeling that brotherhood meant nothing. In truth, Qin Fu had considered asking the brothers to help, but Qin Mo had discouraged him. As Qin Mo put it, given the second brother's temperament, there was no need to rush in and offer assistance if he didn't ask for it himself. Otherwise, even after exhausting themselves, he would merely take it for granted and not utter a word of gratitude. Second brother, you should pause for a couple of days. We have leaders coming to visit. Qin Fu said excitedly. Leaders? Qin Lu was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. What leaders are coming back? Besides, what does it have to do with me? Qin Fu's smile faltered, and he quickly explained. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The youngest has been admitted. Second brother, do you know? Our youngest is the top scholar. He is the first in the province. Qin Lu was stunned again, and then responded coldly. Heh, the youngest? Just him? Second brother. This is true. Secretary Zhao just came to our home and said that the county leaders will accompany the provincial leaders to our house. Our entire family is getting ready to welcome them. Upon hearing Qin Fu's words, Qin Lu believed him to some extent. However, he still maintained a stern expression. Eldest brother, you are mistaken. What do you mean our whole family? Don't forget, we have divided our households. Why should I care about the youngest's matters? If he wanted me to help, why didn't he come to ask me himself? I see that he has become the provincial top scholar and looks down on me, the mud-legged man, huh? Qin Fu was momentarily speechless, sighing softly. Second brother, why do you think like this? Even if we have divided our households, we are still brothers, aren't we? Just because we have divided our households doesn't he mean we should divide our hearts. Qin Lu scoffed. Divide households, but not hearts? Do you all consider me a brother? I need money to build my house. Yet you all have money, but not one of you has offered to lend me even a penny. Brothers? My only brothers are those few brothers-in-law. When they heard I needed money to build my house, they lent it to me without hesitation. What about you? Qin Lu nearly shouted, venting all his pent-up frustration. Second brother, you. Before Qin Fu could finish, Qin Lu interrupted. I have no brothers. Do not call me for anything. With that, he resumed his work, ignoring Qin Fu. Qin Fu stood there, watching Qin Lu in silence. After a moment, he turned and left. Having grown up together, they were all too familiar with each other's characters. He knew that from now on, the second brother would likely become estranged from them. Even with their parents, he would surely grow cold. The news of Qin Mo being admitted to university and being the provincial top scholar quickly spread throughout the village. In no time, many people flocked to Qin Mo's home. The couple, Qin Baoshan and his wife, entered the main hall, their mouths hardly closing as they listened to the myriad compliments from the gathered villagers. Upon learning that the leaders from both the county and province would personally visit, the villagers showered praise as if it were free. Ah, this young one has been clever since childhood. Indeed, I recognized his extraordinary potential even when he was little, and now it has truly come to fruition. At that moment, Qin Imo found himself encircled by other young villagers, who incessantly offered him flattering remarks. Qin Imo could not help but reflect on how he had garnered such a favorable reputation in the village. Zhao Taizhu, holding his son by the hand, pushed through the crowd to stand before Qin Imo. Go Dan, quickly, bow to your godfather. A little boy, his face adorned with 2 streams of snot, suddenly dropped to his knees in front of Qin Imo, startling him greatly. Chapter 35. Niuning eager to be a father. Gang Dai, I bow to you. Go Dan knelt on the ground, gazing up at Qin Imo. After speaking, he audibly inhaled, sucking back 2 long streams of mucus. Qin Imo turned to Zhao Taizhu and asked, Brother Taizhu, what is going on? Why have I become Go Dan's godfather? Zhao Taizhu chuckled and replied, Ah, my little brother, I haven't had the chance to tell you this. Recently, Go Dan has been unwell, and his mother and I decided to find him a godfather. You happened to be the first to pass by my door today, so I brought Go Dan over. Qin Imo was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly believe Zhao Taizhu's tall tale. Indeed, many adults with young children tend to seek out a godfather during troubling times, and the criteria for such a figure can be quite broad, not necessarily limited to esteemed individuals. Some even consider plants and trees as potential godfathers. However, having just returned from the county in the middle of the day, how could he be the first to pass by Zhao Taizhu's home? Qin Imo had a general idea of Zhao Taizhu's intentions for wanting Go Dan to honor him as a godfather. Just as he pondered how to decline, Niuning interjected. Taizhu, this is not right. What's not right? Zhao Taizhu shot Niuning an annoyed glance. Niuning promptly replied, I passed by your door early this morning. You had just gotten up, and I even greeted you. The little brother just returned. He cannot possibly be the first to pass your door. Niuning, smiling, approached Go Dan. Come, Go Dan, call me godfather. I am your father. Go Dan looked bewildered, blinking in confusion. He recalled his father telling him to pay respect to Qin Imo as his godfather before coming to Qin Mo's house. Now another godfather had appeared, leaving him to glance at Zhao Taizhu for guidance. Zhao Taizhu's face darkened. Niuning, what do you mean? My Go Dan is already the little brother's son. Do not cause trouble. At this moment, others around began to understand Zhao Taizhu's intentions. Taizhu, you cannot do this. Niuning was indeed the first to pass by your door. Your Go Dan should honor him as his godfather. Exactly, Taizhu. This is simply chaotic. It won't bode well for your Tai Dan. You are putting Go Dan at a disadvantage. Do you understand? The crowd chimed in, leaving Zhao Taizhu speechless. Observing the situation, Qin Imo decided to remain silent. After a lengthy pause, Zhao Taizhu finally stammered, Well, perhaps I misremembered. It was indeed Niuning who first passed by my door. Now cornered, he turned to Go Dan and said, Go Dan, quickly bow to your godfather. Go Dan obediently bowed to Niuning and called out, Godfather. Ah, good boy. Niuning joyfully patted Go Dan's head and began rummaging in his pocket. According to custom, once one acknowledges a son, a token of gratitude must be given. After searching for some time, Niuning's face turned awkward. He had nothing on him. Left with no choice, he turned to Qin Imo. Little brother, do you have scissors and thread? May I borrow them? Qin Imo nodded and went to fetch scissors and thread from his mother. Niuning thanked him, took the scissors, and removed a button from his clothing. He then sewed the button onto Go Dan's outfit. Once finished, he stood Go Dan up again. Niuning expressed his gratitude to Qin Imo once more before addressing Zhao Taizhu. Taizhu, I wasn't prepared, so let's leave it at this for now. Another day, bring Go Dan to my house, and I will buy him a new garment. Zhao Taizhu nodded in agreement, unable to voice any objections. Niuning had committed no fault, adhering to all necessary formalities. Such hasty arrangements for godfatherhood were not uncommon and were typically handled in this manner. A formal ceremony, known as Xuan Suo, would follow, where the godson would bring gifts to the godfather's home and, in the presence of witnesses, conduct the Xuan Suo ceremony. As the name suggests, the godfather would prepare a red rope or strip of red cloth to tie around the godson's hand, a gesture meant to bless the child, ward off misfortune, and ensure safety. Additionally, the godfather would bestow upon the godson a name. Niuning's act of sewing a button onto Go Dan's clothing essentially signified his intention to acknowledge him as a godson. However, It was only after the Xuan Sua ceremony that the relationship would be formally established. When Qin Mo returned with the needle and thread, Nioneng smiled and said, "Little brother, you are a scholar. Please help me name Go Dan." Qin Mo hesitated, replying, "Isn't that inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. You, little brother, are a scholar. You will surely come up with an excellent name." Nioneng laughed, turning to Zhao Taizhu. "Taizhu, is it all right if the little brother names Go Dan?" Zhao Taizhu nodded with a smile. "No problem. The little brother's name will surely be good." Although he could not fulfill his wish of having Go Dan successfully honor Qin Mo as his godfather, he was content with the prospect of having Qin Mo name him. Zhao Taizhu quickly set aside his earlier annoyance with Nioneng. He could see that Nioneng genuinely cared for Go Dan, and having him as a godfather was not a bad thing at all. With both the biological father and godfather in agreement, Qin Mo no longer hesitated. After some contemplation, he suggested, "How about the name Niu Qi?" Qi has the connotation of inheriting and passing on, and it can also be phonetically interpreted as Niu Qi, which means brimming with vigor. Naming him Niu Qi symbolizes that Go Dan will inherit the virtuous qualities of both of you and, in the future, inspire the next generation to surpass the former, while also embodying remarkable vigor himself. "Excellent. Let it be Niu Qi. That name is wonderful." Nioneng exclaimed happily. "Taizhu, what do you think?" Zhao Taizhu nodded with a smile. Yes, that name is good." Others around them chimed in, praising Qin Mo's naming skills. "Indeed, it is thanks to the little brother. His education truly makes a difference." In an instant, compliments flowed abundantly from all directions. Qin Mo merely smiled faintly, saying little. Having lived 2 lives, he understood all too well that when one is only marginally better than others, what one reaps is often envy and various slanders. However, when you achieve what others dare not even dream of, jealousy and slander will vanish, replaced by flowers and applause. Even if a few individuals still harbor intentions to defame, they will be rebuked by others, rendering your own voice unnecessary. Upon witnessing such a gathering at their home, Qin Mu graciously brought forth candies and sunflower seeds. Additionally, he presented malted milk, prepared for everyone to enjoy. These treats were purchased by Qin Mo during a trip to the county, gifts meant for his parents, who typically refrained from indulging in such luxuries. In this moment, however, they generously offered everything. Instantly, the guests began to extol the virtues of the Qin family, praising their kindness, generosity, and warmth. It was not until dusk that the villagers gradually dispersed. Despite Qin Mo's parents inviting everyone to stay for dinner, the sheer number of guests made it awkward for them to accept. Chapter 36. The thoughts of Yu Koei. As the villagers dispersed, the atmosphere in Qin Mo's home remained vibrant and lively. The family was abuzz with enthusiasm, discussing Qin Mo's remarkable achievements. Not only had they produced a university student, but he was also the top scholar in the entire province. Soon, a high-ranking official would visit their home personally, and the entire family was filled with exhilaration. Everyone, that is, except for the second son, Qin Lu, and his family. Upon returning, they did not show their faces, remaining silent in their room. Qin Mo and the others tacitly refrained from mentioning Qin Lu. It was not until late in the evening that the family retreated to their quarters for rest. The next morning dawned, and apart from Qin Mo, everyone else was yawning incessantly, appearing still half asleep. In truth, they had not slept well the previous night. Even after returning to their rooms, discussions continued among them. The second son's family had risen before dawn, heading to the construction site of their new home. Shortly after breakfast, the brigade secretary, Zhao Dajiang, arrived, informing Qin Mo's family that the leaders would arrive around noon. After notifying them, Zhao Dajiang hurried off to the commune to await the leaders' arrival. The household of Qin Mo soon became a flurry of activity, observing the hustle and bustle. Qin Mo felt it was unnecessary, but chose not to voice his thoughts, and joined in to help. Noon arrived swiftly. In the center of the main hall, a square table was laden with an array of dishes, all meticulously arranged. "Brother Qin, the leaders are about to arrive," Zhao Dajiang shouted, even before entering the courtyard. After receiving the leaders at the commune, he had rushed back to Taohua village to notify Qin Mo's family. Qin Baoshan promptly adjusted his attire and hurried out to the yard. Zhao Dajiang immediately suggested, "Let us go to the village entrance together. The leaders will arrive shortly. Little brother should come too," he added. Qin Mo could not help but mutter to himself, "Is it really necessary?" Subsequently, he, along with his father Qin Baoshan and Zhao Dajiang, made their way to the village entrance. Other villagers followed suit. They did not wait long before a convoy of 3 or 4 jeeps appeared on the horizon, accompanied by commune officials riding bicycles in tow. As the vehicles halted at the village entrance, Qin Mo observed the appearance of the commune officials with a bemused expression. It was July, and the weather was sweltering. The passing vehicles kicked up clouds of dust, leaving the bicycle-riding officials in quite a plight. They were drenched in sweat, their bodies covered in a layer of dust. Even their hair was not spared. Zhao Dajiang had anticipated this scenario and promptly led several brigade officials to usher the commune leaders aside, where water and towels had been prepared. While a full wash was not feasible, a quick face wash to rid themselves of the dust was certainly achievable. The commune officials were quite satisfied with Zhao Dajiang at that moment. Among the arrivals was Yu Kuei, and upon seeing him, Qin Mo initially froze, quickly realizing that Yu Kuei, now the secretary of Luoling County, was not an unexpected guest. Zhao Dajiang approached with a smile. Secretary Yu, which one of these is our province's top scholar? The middle-aged man at the forefront, after shaking hands with Zhao Dajiang, inquired with a smile. Zhao Dajiang promptly brought Qin Mo forward. Leader, this is Qin Mo. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Mo, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, classmate Qin. I am Lu Kai. Greetings, Leader Lu. Qin Mo responded, shaking his hand with a smile. Lu Kai was taken aback, as Qin Mo's demeanor exceeded his expectations. Although Qin Mo was the top scholar in the province, he was still a young man from a small mountain village. Typically, one would expect a degree of nervousness when meeting county officials, let alone someone from the provincial level. Yet, Qin Mo appeared relaxed and composed. Very good, very good. Our top scholar is indeed exceptional, Lu Kai remarked with a nod of approval. Subsequently, Qin Mo greeted the other leaders in turn. Brother Qin, it's nice to see you again, Yu Kuei said, shaking hands with Qin Mo. After exchanging pleasantries, the group proceeded to Qin Mo's home. Qin Baoshan led everyone directly to the main hall. After a few polite refusals, everyone took their seats for the meal. Qin Mo sat at the central table with Lu Kai and several key leaders, while Zhao Dajiang and Qin Baoshan sat at a nearby table with other officials. Once the meal was concluded, Lu Kai expressed his desire to discuss Qin Mo's study methods. Consequently, Qin Mo guided everyone on a brief tour of his living quarters. Classmate Qin, I've heard you balance being self-employed with your studies? Lu Kai inquired. Indeed, it's about finding a balance. Immersing oneself solely in books isn't advisable, lest one becomes merely a bookworm, Qin Mo replied, eliciting smiles from the group. You articulate the concept of balance quite well, classmate Qin, Lu Kai remarked with admiration, then turned to the others, saying, Comrades, you've all seen classmate Qin's study environment. I believe we all share the same sentiment. From such humble surroundings, we have produced a provincial top scholar initially. Lu Kai spoke from a place of genuine sentiment, but as he continued, his perspective broadened to encompass the entire educational landscape. Some officials immediately took out notebooks to jot down notes. Upon returning to the main hall and resuming their seats, Lu Kai finally addressed Qin Mo, saying, Classmate Qin, I have 2 matters to discuss with you. Please go ahead, Leader Lu, Qin Mo replied, not surprised. Although he was the top scholar in the province, it was evident that provincial leaders did not come merely to observe. It is as follows, Lu Kai stated directly, revealing the purpose of his visit. The province wishes to invite Qin Mo to conduct lectures across the province. In essence, Qin Mo's examination scores were nearly perfect, with a substantial margin over the second-place student. Since the restoration of the college entrance examination, Qin Mo's score was the highest in the province. To be precise, it was the highest score among the provinces participating in the joint examination. Therefore, the Provincial Education Committee hopes that Qin Mo can share his study methods with other students. Additionally, they aspire to inspire the younger generation of students. The second matter took Qin Mo by surprise. Lu Kai hoped that Qin Mo would choose Xuemu University instead of Yanjing University, which was his original choice. The reason for this request was that Lu Kai was acting on behalf of others. As an alumnus of Xuemu University, he received a call from a former teacher urging him to persuade the top student from Shannan province to enroll at Xuemu University. Qin, as a science student, I believe Xuemu University is far more suitable for you. You are likely aware that both Yanjing University and Xuemu University are among the finest institutions in our country, yet they do emphasize different aspects, Lu Kai stated, gazing quietly at Qin Mo, awaiting his response. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Mo replied, Lu, I only applied to Yanjing University. In his heart, Qin Mo actually leaned more towards Yanjing University. The choice of school is hardly a concern. Lu Kai waved his hand dismissively. For students with exceptionally high scores, the choice of institution is not a significant issue. Qin, regarding your application, I will take care of it. You need not worry. Lu Kai addressed him now as junior brother. With a smile, Qin Mo responded, Since you are calling me junior brother, I shall refrain from further objections. His swift acquiescence was not merely due to Lu Kai's position as a leading figure in provincial education. Instead, Qin Mo recalled that in his previous life, Lu Kai's influence extended beyond education. This was an opportunity to establish a connection with him, and why not seize it? Meanwhile, Yu Kuei observed the cheerful exchange between Qin Mo and Lu Kai, deep in thought. He resolved to return home immediately. The relationship between his sister Yu Shuang and Gu Xinglong must be curtailed. Perhaps he could leverage his connection with Qin Mo to gain favor with Lu Kai. He had already caught wind that Lu Kai was poised for a promotion, which would be advantageous not only for Yu Kuei, but also for his father. Chapter 37. Yu Kuei returns to the provincial city home. As evening approached, Lu Kai and his companions took their leave. Throughout the afternoon, Lu Kai engaged in conversation with Qin Mo. Through their discussions, Lu Kai realized he had significantly underestimated this junior. Over the course of the afternoon, their dialogue traversed a multitude of subjects, from academia to the intricacies of economics, education, industry, and agriculture. Qin Mo demonstrated an impressive ability to converse on any topic. Moreover, many of Qin Mo's perspectives illuminated Lu Kai, revealing a remarkable alignment in their thoughts, particularly regarding predictions for the future. Lu Kai considered himself quite forward-thinking among reformists, given that his current position at such a young age was a testament to his capabilities. However, after conversing with Qin Mo, he recognized his own conservatism. The topics they discussed were overheard by Yu Kuei and others, who began to view Qin Mo not merely as an aspiring university student, but as someone of great potential. As they bid farewell, Lu Kai grasped Qin Mo's hand, expressing, Junior, I await your graduation. To which Qin Mo replied with ambiguous words, hinting at the anticipation of being under Lu Kai's guidance after completing his studies. Yu Kuei felt increasingly certain about his earlier thoughts, even before Qin Mo began university. A prominent leader like Lu Kai was already contemplating bringing Qin Mo onto his team. The prospect of Lu Kai's imminent promotion stirred a twinge of envy within Yu Kuei. Despite his youth, he held a significant position as the head of Luaning County. However, he understood that if Qin Mo commenced his career under Lu Kai's mentorship, his future accomplishments would far surpass his own. Merely serving as Lu Kai's secretary for a few years could catapult Qin Mo to a starting position as a county head or even a deputy mayor, a beginning Yu Kuei could not hope to match. Before departing, Lu Kai and Qin Mo made arrangements for someone to pick up Qin Mo 5 days later to commence a series of lectures. Once Lu Kai and his companions left, Qin Mo's home became lively with a stream of villagers coming to congratulate him on his university admission, each bearing gifts. Although modest, offerings such as eggs and rice were plentiful. In addition to the villagers, Qin Mo's relatives also arrived to extend their congratulations. Qin Baoshan welcomed everyone with a cheerful demeanor, and Qin Mo proposed hosting a banquet to treat everyone to a meal. Although the customs of graduation feasts and top scholar banquets had not yet been established, it was customary to entertain guests bearing gifts or reciprocate their kindness. Since returning gifts seemed inappropriate, Qin Mo suggested a feast, to which Qin Baoshan readily agreed. As preparations for the banquet commenced, Wu Jiangwo and his brother arrived together, also to congratulate Qin Mo and bearing significant gifts. One box of Maotai alone was valued at nearly 100 yuan. At that time, a box contained 12 bottles, each priced at 8 yuan, and with additional items like cigarettes and candies, Qin Mo estimated the total value to be between 200 to 300 yuan. Qin Baoshan hesitated to accept such an extravagant gift, but ultimately, Qin Mo insisted that his father accept it. Upon hearing about Qin Mo's intention to host a banquet for all the gift-bearers, Wu Jiangwo and his brother proposed that everyone dine at their restaurant in the county, offering to cover all expenses. This time, Qin Mo declined the offer, as it was his treat, and he did not want Wu Jiangwo to bear the costs. In the end, Wu Jiangwo arranged for his restaurant's chef to oversee the banquet, which Qin Mo graciously accepted. The brothers' enthusiasm was not unfounded. After Lu Kai and his companions returned, They learned of the day's events and the esteem Lu Kai held for Qin Mo, reinforcing their belief that cultivating a friendship with Qin Mo was of paramount importance. During this period, Qin Mo and his brothers had earned a considerable sum from Mountain Goods, allowing them to be quite generous with the banquet preparations, including an array of meats and dishes. With the renowned chef from Wu Jiangwo's restaurant, the feast was a resounding success, and guests spoke highly of it long after. Even as Qin Mo attended his lectures afterwards, the discussions about the delightful dishes and the generosity of the Qin family persisted. While the banquet was underway at Qin Mo's home, Yu Kuei left work early on Friday and headed back to the provincial city. He felt it necessary to have a serious conversation with his parents about urging his sister, Yu Shuang, to sever ties with Gu Xinglong. Additionally, while school had not yet resumed, he planned for the family to visit Taohua village together. Yu Kuei had already formulated a rationale. Although Yu Shuang and Qin Mo were divorced, their family wanted to personally express their gratitude to Qin Mo's family for the care extended to Yu Shuang over the years. Yu Kuei intended to approach Qin Mo's family first, gradually rebuilding the relationship between Yu Shuang and Qin Mo unbeknownst to him. Through his discussions with Qin Mo and Lu Kai, he had unconsciously lost confidence in the prospect of reconciling his sister with Qin Mo, now hoping to navigate the situation through Qin Mo's family. He feared that a direct approach from Yu Shuang to Qin Mo could backfire. Upon arriving home, it was already past 10 o'clock, nearing 11. Every weekend, Yu Kuei returned home, so his parents were still in the living room waiting for him. Upon entering, Yu Kuei noticed only his parents and immediately inquired, "Where is Xiao Shuang? Has she gone to sleep?" "Oh, Xiao Shuang went out with Gu today. She should be back shortly," replied Yu Kuei nonchalantly. He had always felt positively about his daughter's relationship with Gu Xinglong. "You've come back just in time. Tomorrow I'll have Xiao Shuang speak with Gu and set a time for both families to meet. This weekend, we should all sit down for a meal and discuss Xiao Shuang and Gu's future." Although Gu Xinglong's family was not as affluent as Yu Kuei's, Yu Kuei believed it was essential to finalize the arrangements for Xiao Shuang's marriage to Gu Xinglong, especially considering his daughter's previous marriage. Gu Xinglong is indeed a university student, and once he graduates, he will undoubtedly be in high demand. Yu Kuei immediately frowned and said, "Dad, this matter is not urgent. I have something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Yu Kuei continued. "Father, are you aware of who the science top scorer is in our province this year?" Since Yu Shuang also participated in the college entrance examination, Yu Kuei paid some attention to it. However, as the head of Longqing Steel Factory, overseeing over 10,000 employees, he was typically very busy. Consequently, even his interest was rather limited. "Oh, I heard from my secretary that the science top scorer hails from your very own Luoling County, having scored 428 points. Yu Kuei remarked with a look of admiration. A score of 428, just 2 points shy of perfection. This young individual is truly remarkable. Yu Mu chimed in, "I heard discussions about it at my workplace as well." Yu Kuei chuckled, "Mom and Dad, did you not hear what his name is? I've been quite busy myself, so I haven't deliberately inquired about his name." Yu Kuei replied with a smile. "Besides, regardless of how high the score, it does not have much bearing on our family, does it?" Yu Mu pondered for a moment and then sighed. "Ah, I must be getting old. I seem to recall a colleague mentioning his name, but I can't quite remember it now." Yu Kuei promptly stated, "Mom and Dad, this top scorer has quite an intriguing connection to our family." "Oh, I don't recall any relatives of ours residing in Luoling," Yu Kuei mused. "The only connection to Luoling County would be the Qin Mo family. Yet, even when Yu Shuang was still married, Yu Kuei would overlook the Qin family, let alone now that the two have divorced." Chapter 38. Yu Kuei's proposal and the parents' reaction. Yu Kuei was not at all surprised. Had it not been for his journey to Taohua village to fetch his sister and his fortuitous encounter with Qin Mo, perhaps after bringing his sister back, he too would have cast aside the Qin family. "Father, mother, have you forgotten?" Yu Kuei reminded them. "The man whom Xiao Shuang married when she cut in line is named Qin Mo." Yu Kuei and his wife were momentarily taken aback before recalling the incident. However, the mention of Xiao Shuang's previous marriage to Qin Mo did not sit well with either of them. "Why bring this up?" Yu Kuei replied, his tone tinged with displeasure. Ignoring his father's discontent, Yu Kuei inquired, "Are you truly unaware of the name of the college entrance examination top scorer? I have so much on my plate daily. How could I possibly remember who it is?" Yu Kuei replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. Yu Kuei's mother interjected, "Did you not say this top scorer has ties to our family? Is he perhaps a distant relative? If so, We should make an effort to maintain contact. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yu Gui immediately concurred. Indeed, the top scorer undoubtedly has a promising future. Our family should foster a good relationship with him. Witnessing his parents' agreement, Yu Gui promptly declared, "Father, mother, the top scorer is none other than Qin Mo. Yu Gui furrowed his brows, mentally searching for any familial connection. After a brief contemplation, he could not recall any, and thus turned to Yu mother. Understanding her husband's unspoken concern, Yu mother shook her head before he could ask, "There are no relatives with the surname Qin on my side either." Suddenly, Yu Gui's expression soured as he recalled who Qin Mo was. "Are you referring to that Qin Mo?" Yu Gui nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the Qin Mo from Taohua village, Xiao Shuang's ex-husband." Yu mother's face reflected disbelief. Could it be a coincidence of names? The Qin Mo Xiao Shuang spoke of is a lazy, unambitious good-for-nothing. How could he possibly be the top scorer? It must be a case of sharing a name. When Xiao Shuang had previously written home, she had described her grievances regarding Qin Mo in great detail. Yu Gui and his wife had always believed their daughter's words regarding Qin Mo as nothing more than a useless layabout. "Mother, there is no coincidence. Our province's top scorer is indeed Xiao Shuang's ex-husband. During the examinations, he and Xiao Shuang were in the same testing room. Furthermore, Yu Gui quickly recounted their unexpected encounter and his subsequent visit to Qin Mo's home with Lu Kai, detailing every event. "Father, this Qin Mo is nothing like what Xiao Shuang depicted. On the contrary, he strikes me as a person of intellect, calm and composed in speech and action. Furthermore, conversing with him reveals a person of great potential." Yu Gui shared his impressions of Qin Mo in earnest, extolling his virtues from every angle. "Father, are you not seeking to depart from the enterprise to work in the government? Qin Mo could be of assistance." Earlier, Yu Gui had mentioned that Qin Mo was highly regarded by Lu Kai. Yu Gui and Yu Gui had learned through various channels of Lu Kai's impending promotion. If all went as expected, Lu Kai would advance from the ordinary vice-governor to the executive vice-governor, overseeing technology, education, industry, transportation, business administration, pricing, and economic cooperation. The very department Yu Gui aspired to join was the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Following Lu Kai's promotion, a simple word from him would allow Yu Gui a smooth entry. "Qin Mo is indeed highly valued by Governor Lu?" Yu Gui felt a flicker of interest. Yu Gui nodded affirmatively. "He is greatly esteemed." When Governor Lu departed, he explicitly stated that once Qin Mo graduated, he would invite him to assist. Governor Lu said that? Yu Gui's expression reflected astonishment. He was acutely aware that leaders in such high positions were typically cautious with their words. A mere statement could be subject to various interpretations. To directly say that he would invite Qin Mo to help upon graduation was a rarity. Even if there were such intentions, they would usually be conveyed in a more veiled manner. "Father, I have conveyed Governor Lu's exact words. He stated this in front of many witnesses." Yu Gui instinctively remarked, "If that is the case, Qin Mo's future prospects are indeed remarkable." "Indeed," Yu Gui responded, "Father, mother, my primary purpose in returning this time is for this matter. I initially opposed Xiao Shuang's relationship with that Gu Xinglong. My stance remains unchanged. The Gu family could not offer us any assistance, while Qin Mo, being the top scorer, far surpasses Gu Xinglong and has gained the favor of Governor Lu. I believe we should find a way to facilitate a remarriage between Xiao Shuang and Qin Mo." After finishing his statement, Yu Gui gazed intently at his parents. Yu Gui pondered briefly before agreeing. "You make a valid point." Yu mother voiced her concerns. "Will Xiao Shuang agree to this? And what about Qin Mo?" As a woman, she understood that Xiao Shuang held a fondness for Gu Xinglong. Whenever Gu Xinglong was mentioned, Xiao Shuang's demeanor transformed entirely. Yu Gui, prompted by his wife's remarks, inquired, "What is Qin Mo's current attitude toward Xiao Shuang?" He was unconcerned about whether Xiao Shuang would agree to remarry. It was Qin Mo's stance that truly mattered to him. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Gui responded, "Qin Mo likely still harbors resentment toward Xiao Shuang. This complicates matters." Yu Gui exclaimed. Yu Gui chuckled. "Father, I beg to differ. I believe that it is precisely because of this resentment that he may be more inclined to agree to remarry Xiao Shuang." Both Yu Gui and his wife looked at Yu Gui with confusion. Yu Gui elaborated, "Consider this. Why would Qin Mo feel resentment? It implies that he was not truly willing to part ways when Xiao Shuang sought the divorce, does it not? This suggests that Qin Mo harbors feelings for Xiao Shuang. which accounts for his reluctance and subsequently the resentment that arose after their divorce. Upon hearing this, Yu Gui and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, your observation holds true. Very well, when Xiao Shuang returns, let us first communicate with her and ensure she no longer maintains contact with Xiao Gu. It would be prudent to facilitate a reconciliation between her and Xiao Qin during this period before the school term begins. Just as the matter was mentioned, a sound of keys unlocking the door echoed from outside. Upon entering, Yu Shuang noticed her parents and elder brother gathered and curiously inquired, "Mom, Dad, brother, why are you still awake at this late hour?" "Xiao Shuang, come here, we have something to discuss with you." Yu Gui beckoned to Yu Shuang. Chapter 39. Yu Shuang's breakup, what is it? Yu Shuang, filled with curiosity, approached Yu Gui. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Gui inquired, "Did you go out with Xiao Gu today?" The mere mention of Gu Xinglong instantly enlivened Yu Shuang, as a sweet smile graced her face. "Yes, I just returned from the cinema with my brother Xinglong. We watched Lushan Love," observing his daughter's enthusiasm for Gu Xinglong. Yu Gui's expression grew somewhat uneasy. Previously, both he and his wife had been supportive of Yu Shuang's relationship with Gu Xinglong. Given Yu Shuang's previous marriage, it was certainly a matter they couldn't conceal, and they considered it quite fortunate that she had found a university student. However, this perspective was predicated on their ignorance of Qin Ma's outstanding examination results. Moreover, Qin Ma had also garnered the attention of Lu Kai. "Going to the movies, huh?" Yu Gui chuckled awkwardly. "Just make sure you don't stay out too late in the future, all right?" "Sure, we will try to come back a bit earlier next time." Yu Shuang nodded eagerly. Seeing that their father was hesitant to broach the main topic, Yu Gui took the initiative. "Yu Shuang, I was just discussing your relationship with Gu Xinglong with Mom and Dad." Yu Shuang's eyes brightened at once. "Are you planning for our families to meet?" Yu Gui paused for a moment before shaking his head. "Yu Shuang, all of us, including Mom and Dad, believe that you and Gu Xinglong are not compatible. Therefore, you must sever all ties with him from now on." "What?" Yu Shuang thought she had misheard, her brow furrowing as she looked at her elder brother, Yu Gui. "Brother, I know you disapproved of Xinglong from the start, but you don't truly understand him. Do you have any idea how exceptional he is? Besides, Mom and Dad agreed to this, so your opinion doesn't count." Yu Gui turned to their parents. "Mom, Dad, it's time for you to express your stance." "Yu Shuang, regarding Xiao Gu, you should listen to your brother," Yu Gui said slowly. Yu Mu added softly, "Yu Shuang, your father and I have thought this through carefully. You and that Xiao Gu truly aren't suitable for each other." "Dad, Mom, Yu Shuang gazed at her parents in disbelief. "Didn't you both say that Xinglong was wonderful before? Why are you saying he's unsuitable now?" "Enough, there's no need to discuss this further. Just remember, you are not allowed to contact Xiao Gu anymore," Yu Gui stated bluntly. "No, why? On what grounds?" Yu Shuang shook her head vigorously. "There are no reasons to discuss. Just based on the disparity between the Gu family and ours." Yu Shuang protested. "No, I want to marry Xinglong." Yu Mu spoke softly. "Yu Shuang, you must heed our advice, understand? Your father, I, and your brother are only looking out for your best interests. Would we ever wish to harm you?" Just then, the door to the room swung open. "Are you all trying to keep someone from sleeping?" A girl, dressed in loose clothing, exclaimed unhappily at Yu Shuang and the others. The girl was none other than Yu Shuang's younger sister, Yu Bing, the youngest of the three Yu sisters. "All right, this matter need not be discussed any further." After speaking, Yu Gui stood up, preparing to rest. "Sister, what's wrong?" Yu Bing suddenly noticed the traces of tears on Yu Shuang's face. "I'm fine." Yu Shuang wiped her tears. "Now go to bed. You're crying, and you're fine." Yu Bing promptly sat down beside Yu Shuang. "Sister, did Gu Xinglong bully you? I knew that guy wasn't good." "Don't worry, I'll teach him a lesson for you." "Don't." Yu Shuang hurriedly interjected. "This has nothing to do with Xinglong. You mustn't confront him." "If it's not him, then who?" Yu Bing asked, puzzled. "Just don't ask. I'm fine." Yu Shuang had already made up her mind. Even if her family opposed her, she would not part ways with Xinglong. Once school commenced, she would move to the campus. After all, her academic performance would allow her to attend the same university as Gu Xinglong, and no one could dictate her choices then. Meanwhile, in Taohua village, Qin Ma was also discussing matters with his elder brothers. "Little brother, a tractor costs over 10,000 yuan. How can we afford that?" He continued, "And you expect one of us to learn to drive? That is simply impossible. Third brother, I'm starting school next month. It will only be you and big brother left. If we don't buy a tractor soon, how will we manage deliveries?" Although Qin Ma was set to attend school, he could not let their mountain goods purchasing business come to a halt. We don't necessarily need to buy a new tractor. A second-hand 1t cost us too much. You needn't worry about the finances, Qin Mo reassured. The money we've earned in recent months is more than sufficient. Qin Fu furrowed his brow. Little brother, even if we have enough money, we lack the qualification to make a purchase. In this era, private individuals required official policies to buy tractors. Qin Mo grinned. Big brother. That's an unnecessary worry. I spoke with Secretary Zhao today. He has agreed to make the purchase in the name of the brigade. We can simply lend the tractor to the brigade when they need it. Of course, they will reimburse us for fuel costs. Upon hearing this, Qin Fu nodded slightly. I trust you, little brother. Then let's go ahead and buy it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hong looked at Qin Fu in astonishment. Among the brothers, Qin Fu was the most level-headed. He had initially thought that the elder brother would share his view against purchasing the tractor. Wait, big brother, you agree with little brother? Of course. Qin Fu replied with a smile. Little brother has explained everything clearly. With a tractor, not only will it be more convenient for us to procure mountain goods, but we could also profit from using the tractor in the future, right? Big brother, do you know how to drive a tractor? Qin Hong inquired. Didn't little brother just say that none of us are learning? Big brother, do you realize how difficult it is to obtain a driver's license? Do you know how much time it takes? Qin Hong asked, exasperated. I don't know. Qin Fu replied bluntly. When the time comes, third brother can just learn. No, I can't learn. Qin Hong shook his head vigorously. Big brother, when I delivered goods to the county last time, I heard brother Wu mention the process of obtaining a driver's license. It's not just about learning to drive. You must also learn to repair it to get the license. And the learning process takes at least a year. Is it really that long? Qin Fu asked in surprise. Do you think otherwise? In this era, drivers, as Qin Hong has just articulated, must possess more than merely the ability to operate a vehicle. They must also be adept at vehicle maintenance. During the process of obtaining a driver's license, there is a specific examination that focuses on automotive repair. Little Yao, perhaps it would be best to reconsider? Qin Fu inquired, casting a glance at Qin Mo. Qin Mo shook his head, asserting, eldest brother, third brother, you must trust my judgment. We must purchase a tractor. And we must all learn to drive. It is imperative that each of us, including our third brother, acquires this skill. Chapter 40 Entering the city to inspect tractors. What? Little Yao, are you joking? Eldest brother, third brother, allow me to explain. Qin Mo's expression was earnest. You all know how lucrative our business of purchasing mountain goods has become. Qin Fu and Qin Hong instinctively nodded. Earning over 100 yuan a day is indeed quite profitable in their eyes. But what if I told you that this is merely the beginning, just a small endeavor? Would you believe me? Before either of them could respond, Qin Mo continued. We currently possess a license that allows us to engage in more than just the mountain goods business. With a tractor, we can not only expand our purchasing scale, but also venture into other areas. The profits we earn will far exceed what we make now. Hearing of the potential for greater earnings, Qin Fu and Qin Hong immediately became enthusiastic. Little Yao, we must purchase that tractor. Yes, it is essential. The three brothers then began to discuss their plans. Tomorrow, Qin Fu will remain home to purchase mountain goods while Qin Mo and Qin Hong will head to the county to deliver goods. They will also ask Wu Jiangwo for assistance in finding where they can buy a second-hand tractor. The three brothers have known Wu Jiangwo for a considerable time and are aware of his extensive connections. Asking him for help is the best choice. As for obtaining a driver's license, the third brother, Qin Hong, will learn first. During his training, the wives of the eldest and third brothers will come to assist. Currently, Qin Fu and Qin Hong no longer concern themselves with the trivial labor points they earn. Once Qin Hong obtains his driver's license, Qin Fu will immediately follow suit. The next day, Qin Mo and Qin Hong traveled to the county. At the brothers' restaurant, upon hearing that they were interested in purchasing a second-hand tractor, Wu Jiangwo immediately smiled. What a coincidence! Last evening, Director Liu from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau came to dine and mentioned that he had a second-hand tractor he was unsure how to handle. I thought to myself, with you all needing to catch the bus every day to deliver goods, wouldn't it be much more convenient if you had a tractor? And here you are today expressing your desire to buy one. Qin Mo also smiled in response. This is truly fortuitous, like a pillow arriving just as one feels sleepy. Brother Wu, could you please help contact Director Liu from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau? No rush. Let's finish our meal and head directly to the bureau together, Wu Jiangwo replied. Naturally, Qin Mo and his brothers had no objections. After finishing lunch at the brothers' restaurant, Wu Jiangwo led Qin Mo and the others to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Upon arriving, they quickly met with Director Liu. Director Liu, allow me to introduce you. In the director's office, Wu Jiangwo briefly introduced both parties. Once the introductions were complete, Wu Jiangwo got straight to the point. Director Liu, didn't you mention yesterday that you had a batch of eliminated tractors? My brother Qin is interested in purchasing one. What do you think? Director Liu set down his teacup and replied, well, since it's my brother Qin who wishes to buy, and you brought him personally, I will speak frankly. I indeed have a batch of eliminated tractors. To be candid, since they are eliminated, it means these tractors have some issues, and repairing them may not be cost-effective. If someone else were to buy them, I would agree to sell them without hesitation. However, I cannot take advantage of my brother Qin, can I? Director Liu, are there any that are in better condition? Wu Jiangwo inquired. Director Liu shook his head, stating that if they were in good condition, they wouldn't have been eliminated in the first place. Lowering his voice, Wu Jiangwo asked, Director Liu, could you possibly think of a solution? Director Liu shook his head. Old Wu, perhaps I could think of something at another time, but not now. Wu Jiangwo looked at Director Liu in confusion. Director Liu quietly reminded him. Our county's secretary, do you remember? Wu Jiangwo suddenly recalled Yu Kuei, the newly appointed county party secretary, and instinctively glanced at Qin Mo. Brother Qin. Perhaps you could approach Secretary Yu? Qin Mo shook his head, directly dismissing Wu Jiangwo's suggestion. Before Wu Jiangwo could say more, Qin Mo turned to Director Liu. Director Liu, may I take a look at those eliminated tractors? No problem. You can view them at any time. Then, could you please have someone show us? Director Liu immediately stood up and said, I have no other matters at the moment. I will take you to see them. Thank you, Director Liu. He waved his hand and led the way. The eliminated tractors were situated on a vacant lot not far from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Here, these are the tractors that have been eliminated in recent years. Those few that are not rusty are from the latest batch of eliminations. Without Director Liu needing to point them out, Qin Mo and the others could already see that the tractors on the far side were not as corroded as the others. Qin Mo approached them without hesitation. Director Liu, what issues caused these tractors to be eliminated? Qin Mo inquired. I'm not entirely sure, Director Liu responded, turning to a subordinate beside him. You, go fetch Master Zhang. After giving the order, he explained to Qin Mo, Master Zhang is our technician at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau who repairs tractors. He is the most knowledgeable about the issues these tractors have. He will explain them to you when he arrives. Qin Mo nodded in understanding and began to observe the newer-looking tractors. Soon, a middle-aged man returned with the subordinate who had just left. Director Liu, did you call for me? Master Zhang asked. Director Liu nodded slightly. Master Zhang, please introduce these recently eliminated tractors and their issues to them. Master Zhang looked at Qin Mo and the others, somewhat puzzled, but did not ask further. This tractor has a faulty engine, and the crank connecting rod is also unusable. Master Zhang pointed to the tractor in front of Qin Mo and began his explanation. After detailing the first tractor, he moved to the second one and continued to describe its issues. Qin Mo listened attentively while Wu Jiangwo engaged in quiet conversation with Director Liu. Qin Hong was also listening, but after a long while, he appeared bewildered and could not comprehend anything. Once Master Zhang had finished detailing the issues with the batch of eliminated tractors, Qin Mo asked, Master Zhang, are we certain that these tractors cannot be repaired? It is not to say that repairs are impossible, but rather that the cost of restoration is exorbitant and unfeasible. Take this vehicle for instance. To restore it to its former glory, nearly the entire engine requires replacement, save for a few components. Furthermore, this other vehicle presents a myriad of issues beyond just the engine, with the cabin itself nearing complete obsolescence. Observe this one. While the replacement of these parts may yield functionality, the remaining viable components have also suffered considerable wear and will likely falter in due time, presenting a significant risk of further complications. When all is calculated, the expense of repair nearly rivals that of acquiring a brand new vehicle. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo stroked his chin, already formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 41. The arrival of the Yu family in Taohua village. Master Zhang, I have an idea. Please let me know if it is feasible. Qin Mo immediately articulated his thoughts. You see, the most severely damaged tractor has an engine issue, while this one is functioning perfectly. He pointed out various tractors, detailing their respective problems one by one. Master Zhang, if we were to dismantle all these tractors and gather the usable parts, could we not assemble a functional tractor? Comrade Qin, this notion has been proposed long ago, Master Zhang replied with a smile. Qin Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. Is that not a viable solution? While it is not entirely impossible, it is quite impractical, Master Zhang elaborated. It would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, and the assembled tractor would likely be riddled with numerous issues. He further explained the reasons behind this. In essence, the wear and tear of each engine component varies. Although it is possible to combine them, one could expect a plethora of minor problems. Furthermore, this approach necessitates the disassembly of numerous tractors, which is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Thus, the Agricultural Machinery Bureau meticulously records the issues of each decommissioned tractor, retaining usable parts as spares. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo summarized, "So, Master Zhang, you are suggesting that it is indeed feasible to assemble a functional tractor, albeit with considerable expenditure of time and effort, correct? As for those minor issues, they would not significantly impede normal operation?" Master Zhang nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is the situation." Qin Mo then turned to Director Liu. "Director Liu, do you think it would be possible to utilize these decommissioned tractors to assemble a functional one?" Director Liu understood Qin Mo's intentions, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked towards Master Zhang. "Master Zhang, could you assess whether it is feasible to assemble one?" Despite being the director, the practicalities needed the expertise of a technician like Master Zhang. Only by showing sufficient respect to his subordinates could Director Liu maintain his position comfortably. Especially with technical personnel, offending them could render the entire Agricultural Machinery Bureau dysfunctional. Master Zhang hesitated, clearly reluctant to take on this task, but found it difficult to refuse Director Liu. Observing this, Qin Mo smiled at Master Zhang. "Master Zhang, how about this? During the time you help assemble the tractor, I shall provide you with a nominal fee for your efforts. Additionally, my third brother will assist and handle any arduous tasks you may have. If possible, you can direct him while he works." Qin Hong widened his eyes at Qin Mo, utterly confused. "Why am I getting dragged into this? I know nothing and can do nothing." However, Wu Jiangwo, standing nearby, quickly grasped Qin Mo's intention. Since Qin Hong was already planning to obtain his driver's license and would be the one driving the tractor when it returned, this opportunity to learn from Master Zhang would expedite his license acquisition. More importantly, it would enable him to address minor issues with the tractor himself in the future. Master Zhang regarded Qin Hong thoughtfully and eventually replied, "Very well then." Qin Mo expressed his delight. "Thank you, Master Zhang. You're being too polite, Comrade Qin. If you wish to expedite this process, I will need to call in a few more hands. However, regarding the fees you mentioned," Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, everything will be covered. How does 20 yuan per day sound?" "What? How much?" Master Zhang thought he had misheard. Director Liu, too, looked astonished. Wu Jiangwo, however, did not display surprise, having known Qin Mo for a considerable time. He understood his character well. 20 yuan a day, Qin Mo reiterated. "Do you find that insufficient?" Qin Mo scrutinized Master Zhang, prepared to turn away if he deemed the amount too little. That would be absurd. 20 yuan a day was quite generous. No, it's too much. I thought I misheard." With Qin Mo's confirmation, Master Zhang's face lit up with joy. He was already considering calling over the most skilled and well-connected technicians from the Bureau. Such a fortuitous opportunity was indeed rare. With Master Zhang's agreement secured, Qin Mo and the others returned to Director Liu's office. Before long, they agreed on a price for the assembled tractors. With Wu Jiangwo present, Director Liu readily offered a price that delighted Qin Mo. 1,500 yuan, with additional old parts provided for free. Without haggling, Qin Mo immediately accepted the terms. On the way back, Qin Hong complained, "Little brother, you are being quite unfair. I know nothing, so why should I follow Master Zhang and the others? Third brother, it is precisely because you know nothing that you must accompany Master Zhang. This is a rare opportunity for learning. You must seize it." Qin Hong blinked a few times, then understood. "Little brother, you are quite clever. Third brother, do not hesitate to spend money while you are with Master Zhang. Be generous. When the time comes, make sure to offer cigarettes frequently, and perhaps treat them to a meal every now and then." Qin Hong pouted. "Do you think of me as a naive fool? Even without your advice, I would do those things. I understand the ways of human relationships." With the tractor matter settled, Qin Hong remained in the county while Qin Mo returned to Taohua village. A few days after his return, an unexpected visitor arrived at his home. Seeing the surprised expression on her face, Yu Shuang pressed her lips together and said softly, "Do not overthink it. It was not my choice to come. My parents and brother insisted on it." Since her family forbade her from associating with Gu Xinglong, Yu Shuang had rebelled. Eventually, her father, Yu Yugui, even prohibited her from going outside. Despite her protests and even attempts at fasting, she ultimately had to concede when her brother, Yu Kuei, used Gu Xinglong as leverage against her. Should she persist in her tumultuous behavior, the Yu family would undoubtedly leverage their connections to ensure that Gu Xinglong faces insurmountable challenges in completing his education. In fact, it could lead to both Gu Xinglong and the Gu family being unable to maintain a stable existence in the provincial capital. Gu Xinglong's parents are employed at the Longqing steel plant, and Yu Yuguei possesses countless means to jeopardize their livelihoods. After Yu Shuang acquiesced, under the suggestion of Yu Kuei, the entire family journeyed to Taohua village, including the younger sister Yu Bing. The rationale behind their visit was to personally express their gratitude to the Qin Mo family for their support during Yu Shuang's time of need. Chapter 42. The contemporary Chun Shimi Qin Mo remained silent, gazing at the pair of middle-aged couples who were animatedly conversing with their parents. Without needing to inquire, Qin Mo recognized them as Yu Shuang's parents, along with the curious young girl observing everything around her, Yu Bing. Instantly, Qin Mo recalled the girl from his previous life, the only one from the Yu family who had never shown him much disdain. She aspired to be a leader. Though in Qin Mo's eyes, she was merely an innocent and somewhat naive girl. You must be Qin Mo. Indeed, a remarkable young man. Yu Yuguei beamed at Qin Mo, nodding enthusiastically. Turning to Qin Baoshan, he remarked, I truly envy you, Qin Laoch. You have raised such an exceptional son. Alas, my daughter Yu Shuang lacks such fortune. Qin Baoshan had heard similar sentiments quite often lately. Previously, it was merely the villagers praising him. Now, it was Yu Yuguei, the director of a state-owned enterprise in the provincial capital, who was singing Qin Mo's praises. A smile adorned Qin Baoshan's face, revealing deep-set lines. It is all due to the efforts of the youngest. I am merely a farmer with no exceptional skills to nurture. When Qin Baoshan first encountered Yu Shuang's family, he was taken aback. Despite their claims of coming solely to express gratitude for the care Qin Mo had provided to Yu Shuang, he had discerned their true intentions. They were regretting their past decision to divorce, now that their son had achieved the status of a top student in the college entrance examination. Previously, they had harbored discontent towards Yu Shuang. Now, Qin Baoshan's only concern was whether Qin Mo would reminisce about the past. Brother-in-law, you really are a top student. Yu Bing exclaimed as she approached Qin Mo, her eyes filled with curiosity. Please refrain from calling me that. Your sister and I have been divorced for some time. Qin Mo quickly interjected, eager to distance himself from any association with Yu Shuang. Well, the law does not prohibit calling you brother-in-law after a divorce. Besides, what's wrong with remarrying? After all, divorce does not mean one cannot remarry. That night, after being roused from sleep, Yu Bing had overheard her parents' and elder brother's conversations. Though she disapproved of their manipulative ways, she found Qin Mo to be superior to Gu Xinglong. There was something Yu Bing had never revealed to anyone. After their family was vindicated and her father reinstated, Gu Xinglong sought her out multiple times. To put it plainly, he had pursued Yu Bing for a while. Eventually, when Yu Shuang returned to the city and Gu Xinglong realized he had no prospects with Yu Bing, he shifted his attention toward Yu Shuang. Initially, Yu Bing contemplated warning her sister about Gu Xinglong's ulterior motives, but upon witnessing Yu Shuang's infatuation, she decided to keep her thoughts to herself. Yu Bing boldly declared that remarriage was an option, prompting Yu Yuguei and Qin Baoshan to instinctively glance at Qin Mo. No, my compatibility with your sister is non-existent. Qin Mo hastily gestured. Moreover, our marriage was merely a means to extricate her from Lu Bao's entanglements. You understand my meaning, do you not? Qin Mo deliberately raised his voice so that all present could hear. Yu Yuguei and his wife exchanged knowing glances. They had anticipated that Qin Mo would be reluctant to remarry. However, his public declaration indicated that the prospect of remarriage would not be easily entertained. The atmosphere grew awkward, with no one daring to break the silence. Yu Kuei incessantly gestured to Yu Shuang, urging her to speak up, but she feigned ignorance and simply regarded Qin Mo with a complex expression. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? Was it not you who fervently pursued my sister back then? What has changed now? You marry her and then turn your back? Yu Bing protested, raising her fist in front of Qin Mo. Did I not make myself clear? I married your sister to liberate her from Lu Bao's clutches. What do you mean by turning my back? Ask your sister. I treated her well after she came to me. Furthermore, it was she who initiated the divorce. I merely acquiesced. What responsibility do I bear? Yu Bing disregarded Qin Mo's assertions and pressed. Then let me ask you, were you not the one who pursued my sister? Qin Imo opened his mouth, for it was true that he had indeed pursued Yu Shuang back then. It could hardly be called a pursuit. Rather, he had acted the role of a devoted admirer. Even in his rebirth, he could not deny this. He could only nod gently. I was young back then, he murmured. Yu Bing, undeterred by Qin Mo's mumbling, insisted, since you admit to pursuing my sister, and now that she is married to you, do you not have a responsibility towards her? We are divorced. Qin Imo emphasized. Then we must remarry. Because of you, my sister is now in her second marriage, and you must bear that responsibility. Qin Imo was left speechless by Yu Bing's illogical reasoning. How could a divorce become his responsibility? Your sister initiated the divorce. What responsibility do I hold? That was her choice. It is not my concern. Remarrying is out of the question. Qin Imo had no intention of reasoning further with Yu Bing. He made his stance clear. This declaration was not only aimed at Yu Bing, but also meant for Yu Shuang's family and his own. No, you must remarry. You cannot dictate that. As Yu Bing turned to leave after Qin Mo's statement, she quickly blocked his path. Brother-in-law, if you refuse to remarry my sister, I will spread the word at your school, claiming you abandoned your wife and children. I will label you a heartless man who, after achieving academic success, cast aside my sister. Yu Bing seemed to believe her plan was brilliant. Continuing, I will not only spread the word at your school, but also inform the press, ensuring that everyone knows you are the contemporary Qin Shimi. Qin Imo was left utterly astonished. This former sister-in-law was certainly unpredictable. With Yu Bing's character, she might very well carry out such a scheme. I caution you against spreading baseless rumors. Qin Imo stated solemnly, fabrication is indeed a violation of the law. Do not try to intimidate me, Yu Bing retorted, her expression one of disbelief. Do you presume I am attempting to frighten you? Allow me to enlighten you. The criminal law that came into effect on January 1st of this year contains provisions regarding slander and defamation. If you have doubts, you may inquire with your elder brother. He should be well informed. Seeing the seriousness in Qin Mo's demeanor, Yu Bing cast a skeptical glance towards her elder brother, Yu Kuei. Well, it is true that the criminal law officially took effect on January 1st, but as for whether it includes clauses on slander and defamation, I cannot say for certain, Yu Kuei replied quietly. Even if it does, I am unafraid. At worst, I would be apprehended. Regardless, if you do not remarry my sister, I shall proclaim everywhere that you are the modern-day Qin Shimi. Yu Bing threatened, hands firmly placed on her hips as she glared at Qin Imo. Chapter 43. The mysteriously disappeared 500 yuan. Qin Imo gazed at Yu Bing before shrugging nonchalantly. It's entirely up to you. In the end, it won't be me who ends up in prison, so I am indifferent. After uttering these words, Qin Imo disregarded Yu Bing and retreated to his own room. Yu Bing was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Qin Imo could remain unfazed by the potential damage to his reputation. After all, he was the top science student in Shannan province, garnering attention from newspapers both locally and nationally. In other words, Qin Imo possessed a certain level of fame. How could someone of his stature be so unconcerned about tarnishing his reputation? Yu Bing found this perplexing, sulking silently to himself. Yu Shuang wore a grim expression. Qin Mo's public rejection of their remarriage not only risked his own reputation, but was a direct affront to her. This was a stark contrast to the man who once revolved around her, a transformation she found utterly unacceptable. If you refuse to remarry, I shall compel you to plead for it, only to turn you down afterward, Yu Shuang resolved inwardly. Once Qin Imo departed, Yu Yuguei sighed and turned his gaze towards Qin Baoshan. Brother Qin, to be candid, both Xiao Shuang and I believe that her divorce from Xiao Qin is ill-advised. Setting aside Xiao Qin's exceptional qualities, the mere fact that Xiao Shuang desires to return to the city at the cost of her marriage is simply wrong. Our Yu family does not sever ties after crossing the river. Hence, upon learning of Xiao Shuang's divorce, we deliberated and decided to come speak with you in person. Otherwise, we would not know how others might perceive our Yu family. Yu Yoguei's sincerity was evident, and were it not for their prior knowledge, one might truly believe his words. Beside him, Yu Bing muttered, how do others perceive us? Didn't my brother leave 500 yuan behind when he came to fetch my sister? Ice Bing, what are you saying? Yu Yuguei feigned discontent in response. He then smiled at Qin Baoshan, saying, Brother Qin, please do not take offense. That 500 yuan pales in comparison to the kindness your family has shown toward Xiao Shuang. However, Qin Baoshan appeared puzzled. What 500 yuan? Yu Yuguei faltered momentarily, his mind racing. Initially, Yu Kuei had mentioned providing compensation when he came to fetch Yu Shuang, but Qin Mo had firmly refused any such offer. Upon departing, Yu Kuei had discreetly left all his money in Qin Mo's home. Now, witnessing Qin Baoshan's apparent ignorance of the matter left Yu Kuei uncertain whether the man was feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware. If he was pretending, the possibility of Yu Shuang remarrying Qin Mo would become increasingly challenging. Conversely, if he was truly unaware of the 500 yuan, it indicated something amiss. What on earth happened with Xiao Kuei? Yu Kuei inquired. At that moment, Yu Kuei wore a look of astonishment, his brows furrowed. Upon being questioned, he immediately pointed to the table in the middle of the main room, leaning against the wall. Dad, Uncle Qin, I placed the 500 yuan right there when I left. Uncle Qin, didn't you see it afterward? Qin Baoshan, upon hearing this, did not doubt Yu Kuei's words. Such a matter seemed implausible for someone to fabricate. He meticulously recalled the events and shook his head. No, after we sent you off, we returned home immediately. There was no money on the table. Yu Kuei quickly asked, could it be that someone came to your house while you were sending me off? That shouldn't be the case. The courtyard gate was locked when we sent you off, so no one could have entered. Then this is indeed strange. Yu Kuei observed Qin Baoshan's demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, further deepening his confusion. Qin Baoshan contemplated for a moment before stating, I will ask the others at home later to see if they noticed anything. At this juncture, Qin Baoshan had formed a conjecture. The 500 yuan had been taken by his second son or his daughter-in-law without informing him. He had raised each of his sons, and their personalities were clear to him. Such an act was certainly within the realm of possibility for his second son. Additionally, with the second son's family currently engaged in house renovations, his suspicions grew. Although the second son and his wife claimed to have borrowed money from her elder brother, it was unlikely they could procure much. At most, they could scrape together 200 or 300 yuan, which was insufficient for their construction needs. The foundation they planned was substantial, and they intended to build a brick house. Without at least 1,000 or 800 yuan, it would be impossible to realize their ambitions. The more Qin Baoshan pondered, the more convinced he became that the money had indeed been surreptitiously taken by the second son's family. In the evening, the Yu family departed. That night, Qin Baoshan personally visited the homes of his sons, summoning them all to the main room after dinner. In the second son's room, his wife, Wang Fengxia, inquired, Dear, why do you think father called us over? Qin Lu, lowering his head as he devoured his meal, replied, Recently, the physical exertion from the renovations has made me quite famished. Regardless of the reason, we should just listen and not interject. Dear, since Yu Shuang's family is visiting today, do you think it could be about that money? Have they discovered something? Wang Fengxiao expressed her anxiety upon learning of Yu Shuang's family's arrival. Regarding the 500 yuan, neither she nor Qin Lu had previously worried. They had assumed that once Yu Shuang returned to the city, she would not return. Little did they know she would return with her entire family. If the topic of the 500 yuan arose during their conversation, their secret would be exposed. At the time Yu Kuei discreetly left the money on the table, it was just before their departure. Coincidentally, Qin Mo's entire family had gone to see Yu Shuang off. Despite their lack of fondness for her, it was only proper to offer a farewell. Wang Fengxia, being the last to depart, also locked the courtyard gate. After Yu Kuei left, she hurried to the main room and discovered the 500 yuan on the table. Without hesitation, she concealed the money and locked the door behind her. Qin Lu set down his bowl and, in a hushed tone, declared, What money? I tell you, no matter who asks, we must say we know nothing and have never seen it. Upon hearing this, Wang Fengxia's eyes darted, and she nodded vigorously. Indeed, we are utterly oblivious, having not encountered any matters of wealth. Upon uttering these words, the couple exchanged a knowing smile, each comprehending the other's sentiments. In the main hall, all the elders of the Qin family had gathered. Father, what is it? Please speak quickly. Chunyin is expecting and needs to rest soon. With everyone present, Qin Hong promptly began to speak. Not long ago, he had taken his wife, Li Chunyin, to the city for a checkup. Fortunately, they encountered no significant issues, and after a brief course of treatment, Li Chunyin became pregnant. Indeed, father, please hurry. Our family does not enjoy the ease of collecting mountain goods like eldest brother or third brother. We toil endlessly over the construction of the house. Wang Fengxia interjected eagerly. Qin Baoshan cast a sidelong glance at his second son and daughter-in-law, placing the smoking pipe upon the table. Chapter 44. The performance of the Qin Lu couple today. The family of the youngest daughter-in-law visited our home. As Qin Baoshan began to speak, Qin Mo quickly interjected, Father, I have divorced Yu Shuang. she is no longer my wife. Qin Baoshan paused, remarking that whether or not she was his wife was inconsequential. What he intended to convey was that Yu Shuang's elder brother had left behind 500 yuan upon his departure. After recounting the sequence of events, Qin Baoshan turned to the second daughter-in-law, Wang Fengxia. I recall that you were the last to leave and locked the door. Did you see that 500 yuan? Wang Fengxiao abruptly stood up. Father, are you implying that I might have taken the money? She appeared quite agitated, casting a glance around at the others. I did not see any money. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have remained oblivious to this matter. Qin Lu then spoke slowly. Father, do you truly believe that the Yu family left any money? Would they be so generous? If they intended to give it, why would they leave it quietly? Wouldn't it have been more appropriate to hand it over directly? Qin Baoshan had been observing the expressions of the second son and his wife. Upon seeing their disgruntled faces, he began to question whether he had misjudged the situation. Qin Lu continued, in my opinion, the claim of 500 yuan from the Yu family is utterly unfounded. Think about it. If Yu Kuei had indeed left 500 yuan, wouldn't he have given us a heads up before leaving, reminding us to collect the money after we got home? Such a significant sum cannot simply be left on the table in the main hall. Qin Lu's remarks prompted the others to ponder the situation. Had the Yu family intentionally fabricated a story? After all, 500 yuan is no trivial amount. Even the most careless person would likely have mentioned it before departing, not waiting for months to bring it up. Father, do you believe the Yu family never left any money at all? They might have said so merely to save face, Qin Fu asked, furrowing his brow. Sister-in-law Li Chunyan added, I too believe that there was never any so-called 500 yuan. How could the Yu family be so generous? With the third brother still in the county, sister-in-law Li expressed her opinion on behalf of their family. Due to Yu Shuang's actions, the Qin family harbored deep-seated resentment towards the Yu family. Initially, they treated Yu Shuang with utmost kindness, yet she never uttered a single good word about any member of the Qin family. Ultimately, in her quest to return to the city, she unceremoniously discarded Qin Mo. In the eyes of the Qin family, the youngest, Qin Mo had been unceremoniously cast aside by Yu Shuang. In his desperation to avoid divorce, he had even resorted to drinking pesticide. However, Qin Mo was troubled. He understood Yu Kuei. He believed that Yu Kuei must have indeed left behind 500 yuan. The question remained, where had the money gone? Qin Baoshan picked up his smoking pipe and tapped it against the table. Enough. Regardless of whether the Yu family truly left 500 yuan, they have made their claim, and we must acknowledge it. We need to return that money. Upon hearing this, Qin Lu and Wang Fengxia exchanged glances. Qin Lu promptly spoke up. Father, if there was no money to begin with, why should we repay the Yu family? Moreover, Yu Shuang lived off us for years without contributing anything. If any money were to be given, it would be more than justified. Wang Fengxia chimed in, indeed. Why should we accept their word as gospel? If they were to claim they left 10,000 yuan, would we be obliged to return that as well? Qin Baoshan shot a disapproving glance at Qin Lu and Wang Fengxia. Why should we not? It is because our Qin family must stand tall and not rely on the charity of others. And what do you mean by living off us? Regardless of the situation, Yu Shuang was once a daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Wang Fengxia rolled her eyes. Father, how can you say she was a daughter-in-law? She was more like an ancestor. Besides, she has divorced the youngest. If anyone should be asking for that money, it should be us. 500 yuan is hardly sufficient. What nonsense are you spouting, second daughter-in-law? Qin Baoshan reprimanded, his expression darkening. In the past, he had always held authority in the household, and his sons and daughters-in-law had never dared to retort in such a manner. Except for the youngest, Qin Mo previously, he had often clashed with Qin Baoshan over Yu Shuang, though Qin Baoshan had been more forgiving of him. After all, a father favors his youngest son, and the same applies to the couple. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Wang Fengxiao retorted defiantly. Second daughter-in-law, you should hold your tongue, Qin Fu interjected. Why should I refrain from speaking? Wang Fengxia turned to Qin Fu, as if she had been terribly wronged. Upon our arrival, you all were quick to suspect us, thinking we took the money. I've realized that you would rather believe the Yu family than trust us. As Wang Fengxia grew increasingly agitated, she turned to her husband, Qin Lu. Aren't you going to say something? Qin Lu slowly rose, surveying everyone before declaring. There is no need for further argument. He then turned to Qin Baoshan. Father, while Fengxia's tone may be lacking in decorum, her reasoning is sound. If you insist on repaying the Yu family, I have no objections, nor do I have the right to object. However, I must clarify that should any repayment occur, it is a matter for you and the Yu family alone. Our families are now separate. With that, Qin Lu took Wang Fengxiao by the hand and exited without looking back. The room fell into silence. Qin Lu's words served not only to delineate boundaries with Qin Mo and his brothers, but also to signal his intention to maintain a distance from Qin Baoshan, his biological father. Watching the couple depart, Qin Baoshan's expression became one of sorrow. He then waved his hand at Qin Fu and Li Chunyan. All right, you may all go home. The second son is correct. Since we have divided our households, this matter does not concern you. I will discuss it with the youngest. When the division of households occurred, Qin Mo had not separated but continued to reside with his parents. Furthermore, since the issue was inherently connected to Qin Mo, Qin Baoshan had come to a resolution. The matter of repayment would be discussed solely with Qin Mo father. It is merely a matter of repaying the money. You need not worry, for I shall have Meng deliver it shortly. Qin Fu remained unmoved and simply stated his intention to send the money. Upon hearing this, third sister-in-law Li Chunyan immediately chimed in. Father, I too support repaying the debt. We owe the Yu family nothing. Our family, and that of eldest brother, can cover this expense. The words of Qin Fu and Li Chunyan eased the tension on Qin Baoshan's face considerably. Qin Mo smiled and remarked, Eldest brother, third sister-in-law, you need not concern yourselves with the financial matters. You know I have sufficient funds here. No, little one, you are about to embark on your studies. You should reserve your money for yourself, Qin Fu insisted. Eldest brother is correct. Little one, keep your money for your own needs. Before Qin Mo's divorce, due to Yu Shuang's influence, Li Chunyan occasionally harbored some grievances towards him. But now, such feelings had dissipated. After contemplating briefly, Qin Mo decided not to insist on repaying the debt himself. If eldest brother and third sister-in-law were willing to contribute, then so be it. He would ensure they earned more money together in the future. However, 500 yuan, while perhaps a substantial sum in the eyes of others, was of little consequence to Qin Mo. Chapter 45. Entering the city to find Yu Kuei the following day, the sun rose as usual. Everyone continued with their daily routines. Qin Lu and his wife Li Chunyan went to the construction site of their new house. Qin Baoshan and his wife also went to work in the fields. Recently, there had been much talk about the imminent allocation of land for individual contracting. As a result, many villagers were no longer as eager to work as before. Only older folks like Qin Baoshan continued to labor diligently every day. Many young people had begun to stir with new thoughts. Early in the morning, Qin Mo and his elder brother took mountain goods to the commune, and upon their return, they joined their elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law in purchasing more mountain goods. Regarding the 500 yuan mentioned by the Yu family yesterday, it seemed as if no one was aware of it. With more people reluctant to work, Qin Mo and their purchasing business flourished even further. Shortly after Qin Mo returned, people from neighboring villages came to sell mountain goods. Third sister-in-law, you just need to record the transactions, Qin Mo said upon seeing her helping to carry the goods inside. His elder sister-in-law added, Yes, Chunyan, you shouldn't be doing this. You must take care of yourself. It's your first pregnancy. And even though it's not obvious yet, you shouldn't lift heavy items. Li Chunyan smiled nonchalantly. Oh, it's nothing. We're not that delicate. This isn't a matter of being delicate, Qin Mo said seriously as he took the goods from her. From now on, third sister-in-law, your only responsibility is to record everything. We must be cautious. If something goes wrong, it will be too late. I'll just avoid the heavy ones. Li Chunyan insisted, wanting to continue. Qin Mo exchanged a knowing glance with his elder sister-in-law. Understanding his concern, she stepped forward and gently pulled Li Chunyan aside, preventing her from continuing. Seeing the resolute attitude of both Qin Mo and his elder sister-in-law, Li Chunyan could only relent. Today, the number of people coming to sell goods was noticeably greater than before. They worked tirelessly until noon, finally able to take a break and eat. At the dining table, the elder sister-in-law quietly remarked, I suspect that the 500 yuan was secretly taken by the second brother's family. They are building a house, and I cannot believe that his wife's family could lend them such a large sum. The third sister-in-law agreed, saying, I think the same, elder sister-in-law. The second brother's wife doesn't come from a wealthy family, and even if they were willing to lend, they certainly couldn't provide that much. I believe they started building so quickly precisely because they got that 500 yuan, she continued. Qin Mo chuckled, elder sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, our family is quite small. It is evident that, without outsiders, who else could take the money and not acknowledge it? Youngest, you're quick-witted. Can you think of a way to make the second brother's family return the money? Qin Mo shook his head. There are certainly ways. but I don't think it's worth the trouble for 500 yuan. But that is 500 yuan, exclaimed the elder sister-in-law. If you have a plan, please share it with us. Upon hearing that Qin Mo had a way to get the second brother's family to return the 500 yuan, Lu Meiying and Li Chunyin fixed their eyes on him. Elder sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, let it go. Honestly, 500 yuan isn't worth our effort. Let us consider it as assistance to the second brother in building his house. You saying it like that means we subsidize the second brother's family, but they may not appreciate it. Lu Meiying responded immediately. Exactly. Moreover, they still do not admit that they took the money, so how could they be grateful? Li Chunyin added. Elder sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, regardless of our opinions. The second brother is still our brother. Even if we have grievances, to outsiders, we still appear as one family, even if we have divided our households. If this matter escalates due to 500 yuan, it will only become a laughingstock for others in the village. This is something for us to know within our family. There is no need to delve further. After contemplating, the elder sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law ultimately agreed with Qin Mo's perspective. They understood that if a rift were to form with the second brother's family over 500 yuan, the Qin family would become the village's subject of ridicule. Had it not been for the mountain goods business, they might have pursued the matter more vigorously. However, relying on the mountain goods business allowed each household to earn over 1,000 yuan each month, leading to a subtle shift in their mindset. In the initial days, Qin Lu and his wife were worried that Qin Mo and his brothers might continue seeking money that could be misappropriated. Yet, as days passed without anyone mentioning it, they finally set their minds at ease. On this particular day, Qin Mo delivered goods to the county. After dining with his brother at the restaurant, he first visited the Agricultural Machinery Bureau to check on the progress of the tractors and to learn how much his third brother had absorbed while working with Master Zhang. Qin Hong was quite enthusiastic upon seeing Qin Mo, eagerly sharing stories about his life recently, the skills he had learned, and amusing incidents that occurred while working with Master Zhang. Qin Mo listened with a smile, nodding occasionally as a good audience. After visiting his third brother, Qin Mo made his way to the county committee. Besides delivering goods and checking on his brother, he had another important matter to attend to, which he had deliberately postponed until the end of the day. Arriving at the county committee with about half an hour left before closing time, Qin Mo thought to himself that he ought to buy a watch. Otherwise, he would lack a reference for time in whatever he did. As he pondered this, he engaged in pleasant conversation with the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper found this young man quite impressive, realizing that despite his youth, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. Whatever topic he broached, the young man engaged thoughtfully, demonstrating insight rather than superficiality. Half an hour swiftly passed in their conversation. Soon, Qin Mo spotted Yu Kuei descending the stairs, heading towards a Jeep 212. The gatekeeper, noticing as well, pointed and said, "Young Qin, that is Secretary Yu's car. The one getting in is Secretary Yu." "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Qin Mo spoke as he exited the guardroom, making his way to the entrance of the gate, intending to wait there. Yu Kuei's Jeep slowly approached the gate, which swung open. Qin Mo stepped forward, raising a hand to halt the vehicle. In the back seat, with his eyes gently closed, Yu Kuei sensed the car had come to a stop and opened his eyes. "Xiao Xiao, why have we stopped?" Yu Kuei inquired of the driver. "Secretary, someone is blocking the way ahead," Xiao Xiao quietly explained, casting an unfriendly glance at Qin Mo. Had it not been for the moderate speed of the vehicle and the sudden brake, it might have led to an unfortunate incident. Yu Kuei raised his gaze, and upon recognizing Qin Mo, his expression froze in surprise. "Qin Mo, what brings him here?" With curiosity, Yu Kuei opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 46. Yu Shuang arrives at Luo Ling Qin Lao Di. "Have you come to seek me out?" Yu Kuei inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Qin Mo nodded. "Secretary Yu, are you available at the moment?" Upon realizing that Qin Mo was indeed there to see him, a broader smile spread across Yu Kuei's face. "Oh, no need to call me secretary, just call me brother," he remarked, stepping forward to usher Qin Mo towards the car. As they walked, he continued, "You arrived at just the right time. Let us find a place to dine and discuss matters over a meal." Qin Mo did not decline and followed Yu Kuei into the car. The driver, Xiao Xiao, noted the camaraderie between Yu Kuei and Qin Mo and silently breathed a sigh of relief for having refrained from uttering any unkind words moments earlier. "Xiao Xiao, to Xiongdi restaurant," Yu Kuei instructed. "Understood, secretary," Xiao Xiao replied. Yu Kuei was well aware that Qin Mo and his associates were currently acquiring mountain goods to supply Xiongdi restaurant, the finest and most renowned establishment in Luoling County, hence his unhesitating choice. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Xiongdi Restaurant. "Ah, Secretary Yu, we are honored by your presence," exclaimed the Wu Jianguo brothers as they approached with cheerful smiles just as the car came to a halt. Upon seeing Qin Imo step out of the vehicle, the two brothers exchanged a brief glance of surprise. "Qin Laodi, weren't you headed to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau? What brings you here?" "Oh, after meeting with Sangu, I came to find Secretary Yu for some personal matters," Qin Imo casually replied. The words were spoken without intent, yet they piqued the interest of Wu Jianguo and Yu Kuei, who exchanged knowing looks at the mention of personal matters. What could Qin Imo possibly want to discuss with Yu Kuei? It was likely related to the affair between Qin Imo and his ex-wife, Yu Shuang. "Secretary Yu, please, come inside," Wu Jianguo urged, leading Yu Kuei to the best private room, while also casting a playful glance at Qin Imo. Qin Imo felt a wave of exasperation. He was well aware that the Wu brothers had misconstrued the situation. He chose not to clarify and followed them into the private room. "Secretary Yu, your timing today is impeccable," Wu Jianguo remarked as they entered. "Qin Laodi has delivered quite a few fine mountain goods over the past few days. Shall I have them arranged for you?" Yu Kuei did not inquire further about the specifics, simply nodding with a smile. "Yes, I would appreciate it if you could arrange that, Boss Wu." Wu Jianguo left the room with a smile, and only then did Yu Kuei turn to Qin Imo. "Qin Laodi, what brings you to me today?" Instead of responding immediately, Qin Imo retrieved a stack of cash from his bag. Yu Kuei was taken aback. "Qin Laodi, what is the meaning of this?" "Secretary Yu, as I mentioned before, when I divorced Yu Shuang, I did not require any compensation. Things have been quite hectic lately, so I am returning the money today. Qin Laodi, please keep this money. It was rightfully owed to you, and returning it would only serve to embarrass our family." "Secretary Yu, matters are distinct and should remain so. There is no need for embarrassment." Qin Imo pushed the money forward with determination on his face. The two men found themselves in a stalemate, each refusing to yield. After a few exchanges, Qin Imo stated, "Secretary Yu, regardless of circumstances, Yu Shuang was my wife. Even though we are now divorced, it was my duty to care for her." He continued, "Should you choose to consider this 500 as a severance of our previous bond, I will accept it without further argument." Upon hearing this, Yu Kuei was left with no recourse but to accept the money. Qin Mo's words had made it abundantly clear. Should he refuse the money, it would imply that the Yu family was purchasing a complete severance of ties between Yu Shuang and himself, thereby extinguishing any lingering connection. Such a scenario was unacceptable, for the Yu family was hopeful for a reconciliation between Yu Shuang and Qin Imo. After Yu Kuei accepted the money, Wu Jianguo personally entered with the dishes. Wu Jianjun followed closely behind, carrying 2 bottles of liquor. Aware of the close relationship between the Wu brothers and Qin Imo, Yu Kuei suggested they dine together, an opportunity not to be missed for those eager to share a table with the county's top official. The Wu brothers eagerly accepted this chance and took their seats. With their charm and social finesse, the atmosphere at the dining table was exceptionally pleasant. The following day, Qin Imo returned to Taohua village. After Yu Kuei returned home, he summoned the head of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Having noted Qin Mo's visit to the bureau the previous day, he made it a point to inquire further. He soon learned that Qin Mo intended to purchase a tractor and hoped to have Sangu Qinhong remain there to learn the ropes. Yu Kuei quickly grasped Qin Mo's intentions and discreetly relayed specific instructions to the bureau head. "Rest assured, Secretary, I will know exactly what to do upon returning." The bureau head, surprised to discover that Qin Mo not only had connections with the Wu brothers, but also maintained a relationship with Secretary Yu, was unaware of the machinations taking place behind the scenes. Upon returning, he summoned Master Zhang to relay special instructions. Qin Hong, confronted with the unexpected warmth from Master Zhang and his associates, felt somewhat bewildered. Although he had previously entertained them with fine cigarettes, liquor, and cuisine, he was well aware that they had refrained from imparting crucial technical skills. Yet, Qin Hong bore no resentment. He understood the unwritten rule of teaching. One must always retain a bit of knowledge for oneself to avoid having one's apprentice surpass the master. Later on, upon learning that the bureau head had intervened on his behalf, he assumed that the Wu brothers had put in a good word for him. He recalled a past dining experience at the Xiongdi restaurant, where he had expressed some grievances after a few drinks. It was likely that Wu Ge had remembered this and made an effort to assist him. Qin Hong silently vowed to keep this favor in mind for future repayment. As the weekend approached, Yu Kuei returned to his home in the provincial capital. His purpose this time was to bring Yu Shuang back to Luoling. With the school term drawing near, Yu Shuang had yet to make any effort to reach out to Qin Mo. Not only did he wish to facilitate a reconciliation before the start of school, but he also aimed to at least ease the tension between them, ensuring they would maintain contact after the term commenced. Every other day, Qin Mo would deliver goods to the county, providing an opportunity for Yu Shuang to meet him without needing to go to Taohua village. In Yu Kuei's perspective, his sister, in terms of both appearance and temperament, is undoubtedly exceptional, being a university student as well. He firmly believes that if she were to take the initiative to approach Qin Mo, a young man, he would certainly feel a stir of emotions. Having experienced such matters himself, Yu Kuei understands well the adage that when a man pursues a woman, there lies a mountain between them, yet when a woman pursues a man, there exists but a thin veil. As long as his sister, Yu Shuang, is sufficiently proactive, she can undoubtedly win back Qin Mo's affections. Upon learning of her brother's thoughts, Yu Shuang initially felt a natural resistance. However, after a moment's reflection, she realized that if she could utilize this time to restore Qin Mo's previous infatuation with her, it might indeed prove beneficial. When the school semester resumes, she could keep Qin Mo intrigued. Thus, Yu Shuang willingly agreed to go to Luoling. On that day, Qin Mo had just delivered goods to the brothers' restaurant. As Wu Jiangwo assisted in taking mounting goods to the kitchen storage, he exchanged knowing glances with Qin Mo, leaving him utterly perplexed. Chapter 47. Farewell to Yu Shuang. After weighing and arranging the goods, they arrived at the front of the restaurant. Qin Mo instantly understood why Wu Jiangwo had just been making subtle gestures towards him. At the front desk, Wu Jiangwo was engaged in conversation with a beautiful woman. The beauty was none other than Yu Shuang. Upon seeing Qin Mo emerge from behind, Yu Shuang immediately approached him with a smile. Qin Mo, you are here. Looking at Yu Shuang's smile, Qin Mo felt somewhat dazed. In his memories, whether in his past life or this one, he had never witnessed such a smile from her. Is there something you need? Qin Mo snapped back to reality, his expression indifferent. Yu Shuang, who had been observing Qin Mo closely, noticed his reaction and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. I heard from my brother that you deliver goods here every other day, so I specifically waited for you. After saying this, Yu Shuang gazed intently at Qin Mo, thinking, Humph, I made the effort to find you, so you should show some response. However, Yu Shuang was greatly disappointed. Qin Mo replied blandly, Oh, so what do you need from me? Yu Shuang's breath caught, and she asked with a hint of annoyance, Can't I just come to see you without a reason? What do you mean, Qin Mo? I mean nothing. If there's nothing, then I have something else to attend to. As Qin Mo spoke, he greeted Wu Jiangwo and his brother Wu Jianjun, completely ignoring Yu Shuang as he walked away. Qin Mo you. Watching Qin Mo's unwavering departure, Yu Shuang felt a surge of anger, biting her lip, but ultimately refraining from continuing the conversation. Wu Jiangwo and his brother exchanged glances. After a moment, Wu Jiangwo stepped forward with a smile. Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. I believe that the more indifferent Qin Mo appears, the more he actually cares about you. Upon hearing Wu Jiangwo refer to her as sister-in-law, Yu Shuang instinctively wanted to retort. However, recalling her brother's instructions, she swallowed her words. He cares about me? Yu Shuang wore a skeptical expression. Haha, sister-in-law, this is something only men can understand. Let me analyze it for you. Wu Jiangwo began to elaborate on his analysis of Qin Mo to Yu Shuang. After all, Yu Shuang was the younger sister of Yu Kuei, and Wu Jiangwo was keen on establishing a good rapport with her. Moreover, it was possible that Yu Shuang might reconcile with Qin Mo in the future. By fostering a good relationship with Yu Shuang, he could simultaneously build connections with both Qin Mo and Yu Kuei, which was certainly a lucrative arrangement. As for Qin Mo's cold demeanor towards Yu Shuang, Wu Jiangwo did not find it alarming. Men, after all, often behave this way. Given Yu Shuang's beauty and her initiative to be friendly, Wu Jiangwo believed that it would not be long before Qin Mo altered his attitude. While Yu Shuang listened to Wu Jiangwo speak about Qin Mo, he had already arrived at the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. The tractor was nearly assembled. Little brother, let me tell you. Upon Qin Mo's arrival, Qin Hong took him aside and recounted the changes that had transpired in his life over the past period. From the change in attitude of the technicians like Master Zhang to the overall attention he received from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, he detailed everything with excitement. Particularly regarding the tractor assembly, Qin Hong was especially exhilarated. Initially, their plan was to piece together the tractor using old parts from scrap machines. They did begin this way, but later, Master Zhang took charge and replaced many critical components of the engine with new parts from the warehouse. Thus, the tractor they were about to assemble, while appearing old on the outside, would have entirely new components within. This would significantly reduce the likelihood of minor issues and greatly extend its lifespan. Furthermore, the Agricultural Machinery Bureau had also proactively lowered the price. Little brother, we must express our gratitude to Brother Wu and his team. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's brows furrowed. While the Wu brothers had extensive connections in the county, he did not believe they had the clout to achieve such concessions from the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Suddenly, he recalled Yu Shuang from the restaurant and began to speculate. The Wu brothers might not hold such influence, but Yu Kuei certainly did. The county officials are no match for the current authorities. Well, third brother, you should focus on honing your skills. Don't worry about anything else. I will go back and thank Brother Wu and his team. Qin Mo kept his thoughts to himself and chatted with Qin Hong for a while before leaving. To verify his suspicions, Qin Mo returned to the county committee. The gatekeeper recognized him, as he had previously stopped Yu Kuei's vehicle right at the gate. He had witnessed Secretary Yu warmly inviting Qin Mo into the car. Comrade Qin, you are here to see Secretary Yu, aren't you? The gatekeeper inquired. After receiving a confirmation from Qin Mo, the gatekeeper promptly entered to help him contact Yu Kuei. Before long, Yu Kuei emerged with a smile to greet Qin Mo. Little brother Qin, what brings you to my office? Secretary Yu, I have something I wish to discuss with you. All right, let us talk in my office. Upon entering Yu Kuei's office, Qin Mo casually scanned the surroundings. Despite Yu Kuei being the head of Luoling County, the office was quite simple, perhaps even shabby. It contained a sofa, a desk, and a filing cabinet, all handcrafted by a carpenter, lacking exquisite craftsmanship and instead exuding a sense of simplicity. After sitting down, Yu Kuei asked the secretary to step out and then poured a cup of tea for Qin Mo from a thermos. Little brother Qin, what can I do for you? Qin Mo accepted the teacup and expressed his gratitude. Secretary Yu, have you spoken to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau? Yu Kuei was taken aback. He had expected Qin Mo to bring up something related to his sister, Yu Shuang, but was surprised by the inquiry regarding the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Oh, I recall you mentioning going to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau the other day. Yu Kuei explained nonchalantly. Coincidentally, the director of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau came to the county committee the next day to report on their work, and I just asked about your third brother's situation there. While Yu Kuei downplayed the matter, Qin Mo understood that he had just benefited from Yu Kuei's favor. Little brother Qin, about the brothers' restaurant. After discussing the Agricultural Machinery Bureau, Yu Kuei took the initiative to mention the brothers' restaurant, aiming to steer the conversation towards his sister, Yu Shuang. Qin Mo did not deliberately evade the conversation. He nodded and said, I first delivered goods to my brother's restaurant. Then I will go to the Agricultural Machinery Bureau to find my third brother. Did you run into Xiao Shuang? Yes, we exchanged a few words. Upon hearing this, Yu Kuei refrained from pressing further, knowing that excessive inquiry could yield contrary results. Consequently, Yu Kuei took the initiative to steer the conversation towards another topic. Qin, have you heard about the household contract responsibility system? Qin Mo immediately perked up. Oh, is our county going to implement it? Noticing Qin Mo's reaction, Yu Kuei realized that he was indeed familiar with this policy. Considering that Qin Mo was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Shannan province, he felt a sense of admiration. After all, Qin Mo had been invited by Lu Kai to give lectures, one of which took place in Luoling County. Yu Kuei naturally attended, as he was aware that Qin Mo's intelligence extended beyond academics. He possessed a profound understanding of various current policies and held unique insights. This was precisely why he had chosen to broach this topic, eager to hear Qin Mo's perspective on the matter. Chapter 48 Dialogue with Yu Kuei. Indeed, the documents have already been received. Numerous provinces have commenced implementation, while our Shannan province lags several steps behind. Upon reaching this point, Yu Kuei chuckled and added, interestingly, this matter was among the first initiatives proposed by Lu Sheng after assuming his position. Lu Sheng? Qin Mo felt a stir within. Ah, he is your senior brother. Yu Kuei laughed. With a sudden realization, Qin Mo understood that it was Lu Kai, this somewhat opportunistic senior. Qin Lao Di, what are your thoughts on this policy? To be frank, there are still numerous differing opinions within the province concerning this matter. Yu Kuei subtly indicated that there remains significant divisions regarding this policy. Qin Mo nodded, recognizing that any reform measures seldom progress smoothly. Despite the existence of successful pilot cases, resistance invariably persists. The reason is straightforward. Every policy has its beneficiaries. Once reform is initiated, those who previously benefited may face substantial losses, and they will undoubtedly strive to thwart such changes. Secretary Yu, firstly, I wish to assert that the household contract responsibility system will undoubtedly be comprehensively implemented. Although there are currently dissenting voices, the trend is such that no one can impede it. Therefore, I advise you to implement it as soon as possible, rather than waiting for the situation to clarify. I trust you understand this? Yu Kuei instinctively nodded, comprehending Qin Mo's intent. In simple terms, it meant to openly declare one's stance and align with the reform. The existence of dissenting voices stems merely from the struggle between traditionalists and reformists. According to Qin Mo, the reformists will ultimately emerge victorious. Thus, aligning with reform early on ensures that when all dust settles, it will be time for rewards and recognition. Yu Kuei was well aware that indecision is most abhorred in the realm of officialdom. If one aspires to progress, one must maintain a steadfast position. The so-called centrists who waver or adopt a self-preserving approach may escape scrutiny if positioned insignificantly. However, for someone like Yu Kuei, such indecision is impossible. Should he straddle the fence, the inevitable outcome would be both reformists and traditionalists seeking to replace him with their own candidates. Qin Laodi, why do you so resolutely believe this is the prevailing trend? Yu Kuei pondered, inquiring. Qin Mo smiled slightly, inwardly noting that he was well aware, as these events had unfolded in his previous life. However, he could not articulate this. Secretary Yu, have you diligently studied the Huaxia Daily? Yu Kuei was taken aback, unsure of the connection between the two. Well, my secretary brings the newspaper to my office daily, and when time permits, I do glance at it. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo shook his head slightly. Yu Kuei's awareness seemed insufficient. He could not fathom how someone so young had attained such a position. Secretary Yu, had you sincerely read the newspaper each day, you would discover that the household contract responsibility system has already reached a conclusion at the highest levels. It has reached a conclusion? Yu Kuei exclaimed in surprise. Qin Mo smiled. Gesturing towards the newspaper on Yu Kuei's desk, Secretary Yu, take a closer look, and you will understand. Without hesitation, Yu Kuei stood up and gathered the thick stack of newspapers, placing them on the coffee table. Qin Mo wasted no time, extracting the earliest edition based on the publication date. Observe, this passage is from above. Qin Mo pointed to the content within the newspaper and began to interpret it. After finishing the first interpretation, he promptly retrieved the second edition and continued. Following the second was the third. Some content appeared in the newspaper merely as a brief notice, while others were mentioned only in passing. Yet, after listening to Qin Mo's interpretations, Yu Kuei felt as if he had received a profound awakening. And this content was just published yesterday. Look at this segment. By the time Qin Mo had completed the interpretations of all the newspapers, Yu Kuei gazed at him with a complex expression. Qin Laodi, I now finally understand why Lu Sheng said he would wait for your graduation. Had it not been for you today, I might never have realized the myriad of intricacies embedded within these newspapers. Qin Mo chuckled lightly, stating, these are merely my personal interpretations. Furthermore, given your busy schedule, you might not have had the time to delve deeply. Otherwise, your understanding would undoubtedly surpass mine. Yu Kuei waved his hand. I cannot accept that praise. Previously, I had not recognized the significance of the Huaxia Daily. I merely regarded it as a means to stay informed about news from various regions. Qin Mo did not anticipate that his act of interpreting the newspaper for Yu Kuei would lead to a significant transformation in him. In his previous life, Yu Kuei had only ascended to the city level in the final 2 years before retirement. However, this interpretation prompted Yu Kuei to make it a daily ritual to meticulously read the Huaxia Daily every morning. Moreover, it was not a mere cursory reading. He began to analyze it thoroughly and take notes whenever possible. This shift greatly facilitated Yu Kuei's subsequent career advancement. Of course, these are stories for another time. Yu Kuei set the newspaper down and inquired once more, so, you believe, Qin Laodi, that despite the pressure, I should swiftly implement this policy? Qin Mo nodded, affirming, indeed, the sooner it is enacted, the greater the future benefits will be. Furthermore, this is not only advantageous for you, Secretary Yu, but it will also bring immense benefits to the hundreds of thousands within Luoling County. Oh, Qin Laodi, please elaborate further. In Yu Kuei's heart, he undoubtedly aspired to advance in his career, but he yearned even more to benefit the people during his tenure. Qin Mo was also aware that in his previous life, While Yu Kuei may not have been the most capable official, he had steadfastly upheld his principles throughout his years in office. Thus, he was willing to share so much with Yu Kuei. Secretary Yu, allow me to first outline the benefits that the implementation of the household contract responsibility system can bring. Firstly, it can significantly stimulate the productive enthusiasm of farmers. The communal dining model has been implemented for several years, and you are undoubtedly aware of its inherent drawbacks. Yu Kuei nodded, having experienced the issues of the communal dining system during his time in the countryside. Qin Mo continued, stating that in addition to enhancing production motivation, the household contract responsibility system possesses another advantage. Farmers enjoy autonomy in their operations. Autonomy in operations? Could this not lead to chaos in future planting decisions? Yu Kuei voiced the objections commonly raised by dissenters. Qin Mo chuckled lightly and replied, Secretary Yu, you are viewing farmers as if they were mere children. Farmers have the flexibility to arrange their planting schedules. In other words, they can adjust the types of crops based on market demands or household needs, thereby optimizing resource allocation. The recent liberalization of individual enterprises signifies a further reform of the market, does it not? As the market opens up, farmers will naturally adjust their activities according to market demands. Chapter 49. The tractor incident. In addition to enhancing the enthusiasm of farmers for production, it can significantly boost agricultural productivity. Qin Mo continued to discuss the household contract responsibility system with Yu Kuei, sharing his insights. Yu Kuei listened intently, and as the conversation progressed, he took out paper and pen to jot down notes swiftly. With Qin Mo's elucidation, excitement increasingly illuminated Yu Kuei's face. In this moment, he fully grasped why the higher authorities were eager to promote this policy. Should this policy be implemented, it would not only invigorate the production zeal of farmers and substantially elevate agricultural productivity, but it would also foster the diversification of the rural economy. It could even facilitate adjustments to the industrial structure, leading to increased farmer income and enhanced consumption capacity, among other benefits. Indeed, the advantages were manifold. Qin Mo further emphasized that this was merely the beginning of reform. The household contract responsibility system would lay the groundwork for subsequent reforms. This contracting system would cultivate farmers' market awareness and create favorable conditions for the reform of agricultural product circulation systems. Brother Qin, are you suggesting that in the future, farmers can sell the crops they cultivate directly in the market? Yu Kuei could not help but inquire, his heart profoundly shaken. Qin Mo chuckled, absolutely. The current system of state procurement and distribution will undoubtedly be replaced. The regulation of individual businesses is already being relaxed, and there will certainly be further openings in more sectors. As the private economy becomes more vibrant and gains a larger share, the higher authorities will undoubtedly pursue further reforms. After this exchange, Yu Kuei completely understood his next steps. Brother Qin, had it not been for your enlightening words, I would have remained hesitant until the situation became clearer before taking action. I finally comprehend why Yu Shuang wanted to wait for your graduation. Qin Mo smiled, but refrained from engaging in that line of conversation. After graduation, he certainly did not wish to embark on a political career. However, that sentiment could not be expressed at present. Subsequently, Yu Kuei and Qin Mo deliberated extensively on the implementation of land allocation. During this time, Qin Mo provided numerous suggestions, all of which Yu Kuei diligently recorded. Once Qin Mo departed, Yu Kuei closed his notebook, feeling even more resolute about facilitating the remarriage of his sister and Qin Mo. This conversation had illuminated for Yu Kuei that once Qin Mo graduated and entered the political arena, his extraordinary vision and keen political acumen would surely pave the way for a bright future. Furthermore, with a powerful mentor from the provincial level, Qin Mo's starting point would undoubtedly reach heights unattainable for many throughout their lives. The day after Qin Mo left, he returned to Taohua village. His willingness to share so much with Yu Kuei was also calculated. He was soon to attend school in Beijing and needed to establish connections for his elder brother and third brother in advance. The acquisition of mountain goods was merely a temporary endeavor. He harbored more ambitious plans that required the support of Yu Kuei, the authoritative figure in Luoling County, for steady advancement. Not long after, Qin Hong returned to Taohua village driving a tractor. The timeline was expedited. Following the previous conversation between Qin Mo and Yu Kuei personally visited the Agricultural Machinery Bureau. Consequently, the bureau mobilized additional personnel, and many parts were directly sourced from the warehouse, eliminating the need to dismantle old components. The progress surged forward as if propelled by a rocket, and a second-hand tractor was swiftly assembled and debugged. Qin Hong also obtained his driving license with astonishing speed. During this period, he had learned a great deal of genuine skills alongside Master Zhang and his team. He had not only mastered the repair of tractors, but had also gained knowledge about various other vehicles, such as gas cars and jeeps. Master Zhang and his colleagues imparted a wealth of common mechanical issues to Qin Hong. Under normal circumstances, it would take Qin Hong over a year to acquire his driving license. However, with Yu Kuei's involvement, everything became remarkably straightforward. When Qin Hong drove the tractor into the village, it immediately caused a stir among the villagers. Lu Bao, seeing Qin Hong atop the tractor, felt a surge of emotion. He understood that the mountain goods business was lucrative, yet he had not anticipated it to be this profitable. Although it was merely a second-hand tractor, it still cost several thousand. In an era where few families could muster even a few hundred, the wealth Qin Mo and his brothers had amassed became the talk of the village once again. During Lu Bao's last visit to the county, he had failed to find any buyers for mountain goods. Initially, he had considered giving up, but upon seeing the Qin family's new tractor, he felt compelled to return to the county, determined to procure mountain goods at any cost. The other villagers also harbored various thoughts. Having previously endured hardship, the sudden emergence of Qin Mo and his brothers in the mountain goods business provided a new avenue for income. Initially, the villagers felt gratitude towards the Qin brothers. However, witnessing the new clothes adorning the Qin family and the enticing aroma of meat wafting from their home at mealtimes, coupled with the recent acquisition of a tractor, rekindled feelings of envy. Why must we toil daily in the mountains, our clothes torn by thorns, even suffering cuts and bruises, only to see you effortlessly profit from the mountain goods we laboriously gather? The next day, whispers began circulating throughout the village regarding the Qin brothers, labeling them as capitalists who exploit and oppress others. The Qin brothers, who had once been praised, quickly became the subjects of disdain. "Little brother, what should we do?" Qin Fu's face bore an anxious expression. Now they refused to sell us their mountain goods. Qin Mo had not anticipated that merely purchasing a tractor would incite such envy. Others were now unwilling to sell their mountain goods to them, even at the cost of foregoing profit. "Why don't we raise the purchase price?" Before Qin Mo could respond, Qin Hong, filled with indignation, interjected, "No way. Why should we raise the purchase price?" Qin Fu sighed in resignation. "If we don't increase it, they 1T sell, and we 1T earn a penny." Qin Hong snorted in discontent. "Elder brother, I must say, you haven't thought this through adequately. Surely, you do not believe that no one has come to sell mountain goods simply because they deem our prices too low, do you?" Qin Fu inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Upon hearing his third brother's statement, Qin Mo chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. A cold chuckle escaped Qin Hong's lips as he remarked, "We have purchased a tractor, and it is only natural that some may feel envious and unsettled. That is undoubtedly the case. Yet, there are numerous individuals willing to sell mountain goods to us, hailing from several surrounding teams. Even if they harbor envy or discontent, it cannot lead to a complete cessation of sales." Qin Fu began to grasp the implications of Qin Hong's words. "Third brother, are you suggesting that someone is secretly meddling in this matter?" Qin Hong retorted with a sneer. "It would be strange indeed if no one were conspiring." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that his third brother, who often appeared blunt and careless, possessed a more intricate understanding than even their elder brother. Chapter 50. Acquisition elsewhere. Who is it? What should we do now? Upon hearing that someone was secretly causing trouble, Qin Fu felt both angry and anxious. The three brothers had just managed to buy the tractor, preparing for a grand endeavor. If no one was willing to sell mountain goods to them, wouldn't the tractor be a wasted investment? Qin Hong turned to Qin Mo and asked, "Youngest brother, who do you think is behind this?" While Qin Hong suspected foul play, he could not discern the identity of the culprit. Qin Mo gestured for his older brothers to remain calm and slowly spoke. "The identity of the culprit is of little consequence. What truly matters now is that our mountain goods business must not cease. Brother Wu and the others are waiting for them daily." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Hong replied, "But now there is no one willing to sell. What can we do?" "Indeed, youngest, even if Brother Wu and the others are waiting, it changes nothing." Qin Fu echoed. "Huh, who says there is no one selling?" Qin Mo retorted with a smile, displaying no hint of worry. "Youngest, have you thought of a solution?" Qin Hong's eyes brightened. Qin Mo revealed, "We have just acquired a tractor, haven't we? If no one nearby is willing to sell, we can drive to the neighboring commune for procurement. If they are unwilling as well, we can venture further afield, can't we? Right. How did I not think of that? Qin Hong exclaimed, a smile spreading across his face. Previously, he had heard that other communes also had individuals interested in selling mountain goods, but they had not come due to the distance. Qin Mo added, moreover, we have been acquiring goods consistently, and nearly all the collectible mountain goods and game in the nearby mountains have been thoroughly scavenged. Recently, those coming to sell have brought significantly less than before. It is indeed time for us to explore new procurement locations. Qin Hong and Qin Fu nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing the truth in Qin Mo's words. The recent acquisition volume had indeed diminished. With the solution proposed by Qin Mo, Qin Hong could hardly remain still. Soon, the three brothers boarded the tractor and departed the village. Beneath the large locust tree, Lu Bao watched the three brothers leave and spat disdainfully. He then whispered to those gathered nearby, everyone, just endure for a couple more days. Qin Lao Young and his brothers will surely not hold out. They might even have to sell the tractor. As his words fell, others chimed in. They should sell it. They have exploited us and now flaunt their tractor. What nonsense. Indeed, I don't understand what the government is thinking. People like Qin Lao Young, capitalists, should be denounced, not recognized as legitimate individual entrepreneurs. Envious villagers had already reported Qin Mo to the commune. However, Qin Mo was not only the province's top scorer in the college entrance examination, but also conducted his business in a reasonable, legal manner. When the commune received the reports, they reprimanded the informants. Brother Bao, when will you start acquiring? Someone inquired. The villagers, feeling envious and unsettled, had refrained from selling their mountain goods to the Qin brothers. A more significant reason was that Lu Bao had approached them, promising to purchase their goods at prices 30% higher than the Qin brothers' offers. Initially uncomfortable with the Qin brothers' success, the villagers were further swayed by Lu Bao's promises, leading to the current situation. Don't worry, I will visit the county tomorrow, and upon my return, we will begin acquisitions immediately. With Lu Bao's assurance, the villagers expressed their intent to head to the mountains and start gathering mountain goods the following day. Meanwhile, at Qin Mo's suggestion, Qin Hong drove the tractor directly to the neighboring commune. Upon announcing their intent to procure mountain goods, people immediately inquired about its legitimacy. Upon learning that it was the Qin brothers from Taohua village of Sancha River Commune, doubts dissipated. Before long, individuals began arriving with dried mushrooms and other goods. Qin Mo recognized some of them, having sold mountain goods to Taohua village before. Due to the long distance, he did not go frequently, but rather periodically carried dried goods over. The prices for dried goods differed from fresh ones. The Qin brothers wasted no time, dividing responsibilities. One weighed the goods, another recorded the transactions, and the third handled payments. As time passed, more people arrived, bringing various dried mountain goods. Occasionally, they received some fresh items that were originally intended for personal consumption. Upon hearing that there were buyers, the sellers quickly decided to sell for cash. The acquisition lasted for a little over half a day, after which no one else came. After all, the Qin brothers' arrival was quite sudden, and not many were aware of it. However, Qin Mo had informed those who came to sell that they would establish a fixed acquisition schedule daily, limited to 2 hours. Once the time was up, they would have to wait until the next day. Subsequently, the three brothers proceeded to another commune. On their return, night had already fallen. Upon arriving at Sancha River Commune, Qin Mo's eldest brother, Qin Fu, disembarked to walk back to Taohua village, while Qin Hong took the tractor to the county to deliver the goods acquired that day to the Wu brothers. That night, Qin Hong returned from the county without delay. The following day, he drove the tractor himself, allowing his younger brother to rest. As he drove, Qin Mo silently rejoiced that the regulations were not too stringent at present. Otherwise, he would be driving without a license. When asked how he learned to drive the tractor, Qin Mo explained to his brothers that he had simply observed his older brother. Qin Hong and Qin Fu had no doubts. As Qin Mo was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, if the youngest could easily learn to drive, it was no challenge for him. Elder brother, you should learn to drive quickly too. Otherwise, when school starts, only third brother will be able to drive, and that won't do, Qin Mo advised upon reaching their destination. Yes, I will definitely learn. Qin Fu nodded, internally eager to master the skill. Youngest, can you tell me how I can learn quickly? Qin Mo contemplated for a moment and concluded that this endeavor was indeed quite simple. He resolved to impart his knowledge to his elder brother during their journey to the next commune. The tractor, by nature, was not swift, particularly on the uneven dirt roads. Qin Mo decided to commence his lessons shortly, and once his brother had acquired the necessary skills, they would seek assistance from Yu Kuei in the county to obtain a driving license. While Qin Mo and his brothers were in the midst of procuring mountain goods, Lu Bao arrived in the county. Upon exiting the station, Lu Bao hurriedly made his way to the brother restaurant. Guided by a server, he took a seat at a table and began to peruse the menu. He was in no rush to meet his brother Wu Jiangwo. Instead, he intended to order a few dishes made from mountain ingredients to ascertain the availability of such delicacies at the brother restaurant. As he scanned the prices on the menu, Lu Bao was taken aback. A dish of cold tossed wild mushrooms cost an astonishing 1 yuan and 20 cents. Furthermore, wild mushroom stew with chicken was priced even higher, at a staggering 6 yuan and 80 cents. After swallowing hard, Lu Bao steeled himself and resolved to place his order. Once he had finished, the server cast a surprised glance at Lu Bao, silently remarking on the incongruity of appearances. This seemingly ordinary customer, dressed modestly and possessing an unremarkable appearance, was displaying an extraordinary appetite, ordering several of the restaurant's most expensive dishes all at once. Chapter 51. Lu Bao and the leadership. After placing the orders, Lu Bao felt a pang of anguish in his heart. The prices were exorbitant. However, once the dishes arrived, the delightful aromas captivated his attention, momentarily distracting him from the pain of his wallet. As he lifted his chopsticks, the first bite of food tantalized his taste buds, prompting him to involuntarily squint with pleasure. It was simply exquisite. In that fleeting moment, Lu Bao felt as though he had squandered decades of his life, having previously consumed fare that was inferior even to pig slop. At that moment, he was wholly consumed by the delectable flavors, oblivious to everything else. Such blissful moments are fleeting. A table laden with dishes was swiftly cleared under the onslaught of Lu Bao's ravenous appetite. With a satisfying belch, he expressed his contentment, despite his stomach feeling uncomfortably full. His face still wore an expression of longing for more. In this instant, Lu Bao finally grasped why Qin Mo and his brothers procured so many mountain goods daily, managing to sell them all. He understood how they could earn enough money to purchase a tractor in such a short time, despite the stark difference in prices between the mountain goods they acquired and the prices of dishes at the restaurant. The profits were astonishing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have dismissed it as mere exaggeration. In his rural experience, how could anyone be foolish enough to pay a premium for something so commonplace in the mountains? Now, Lu Bao was a believer. Those seemingly ordinary items were indeed delicious. With newfound determination, Lu Bao resolved to engage in the business of mountain goods. Suddenly, he pondered why brother restaurants still had mountain goods on the menu. Hadn't Tichin Laoyao and the others failed to procure any? Was it possible they were relying on old stock? Lu Bao quickly concluded that it must be the latter, as several dishes he had inquired about earlier had been unavailable, as informed by the waitstaff. He felt reassured, believing he had uncovered the truth. After settling the bill, Lu Bao departed from brother restaurant. He decided against heading to Taohua village immediately, opting instead to remain in the city for a few more days. He planned to return when brother restaurant was completely out of stock and facing closure. At that point, he could leverage his position to negotiate a price higher than what Qin Mo and his brothers offered. Thus, even if his acquisition prices in the village were higher than theirs, he could still earn more than them. Days passed, each one seeing Lu Bao return to brother restaurant. He would order, dine, and then leave. However, aside from the first day when he ordered a plethora of dishes, he only ordered one dish per day thereafter. The prices were simply too steep, and his funds were dwindling, necessitating caution in his spending. On one particular day, Lu Bao returned to brother restaurant and perused the menu. He inquired about several dishes sequentially, only to be informed that they were available. Ultimately, he settled on a relatively inexpensive dish priced at 80 cents. This had become his routine. He would ask about all the dishes before finally selecting a more affordable option. After finishing his meal, Lu Bao did not rush to leave this time. He intended to meet with the owner of brother restaurant. He could not afford to wait any longer. The money he brought would only sustain him for one more day before he would need to return. However, during his visits to brother restaurant over the past few days, there had been no signs of impending shortages, aside from a few dishes. Lu Bao resolved not to wait any longer. Today he would ensure that matters were settled with brother restaurant. When Wu Jiangwo learned that someone wished to see him, he did not refuse. The waitstaff informed him that it was a loyal customer who had frequented the establishment for several consecutive days. Those who could afford to dine at Brother Restaurant in Luaning County were not necessarily wealthy, but they were certainly not destitute. After all, the restaurant's positioning meant that those from lower strata would seldom patronize it. Moreover, a customer who visited consistently over several days must be an ordinary individual. With this in mind, Wu Jiangwo followed the waitstaff to Lu Bao's table. "Boss Wu, it's good to see you again." Lu Bao greeted with a smile, remaining seated and not rising. In Lu Bao's perspective, it was Brother Restaurant that needed something from him. Therefore, he felt it imperative to assert himself in order to gain leverage in the ensuing negotiation and secure a satisfactory price. Wu Jiangwo observed Lu Bao's countenance, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. He felt a sense of familiarity with the individual, but could not quite place him. Nevertheless, maintaining a smile, Wu Jiangwo extended a cordial greeting. Despite not remembering Lu Bao as a regular patron of his restaurant, it was only appropriate to welcome him warmly. Seeing Wu Jiangwo's beaming smile, Lu Bao's confidence swelled. He believed that the acquisition price he had in mind should be raised further. He had not considered that Wu Jiangwo might not remember him, as he had previously approached the brothers once before. The smile on Wu Jiangwo's face surely indicated his understanding that Lu Bao was there to discuss the mountain goods business, hence the warmth of his demeanor. After sitting down, Wu Jiangwo quietly inquired, "May I ask how to address you, leader?" The term leader made Lu Bao feel somewhat elevated. During his last visit, he had identified himself as the village treasurer and a cadre. Now that the other party referred to him as leader, it was evident that he remembered their previous conversation. "Just call me Lu Gu, Xiao Wu," Lu Bao replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jiangwo's face was filled with question marks, but he quickly returned to normal. Judging by their appearances, Lu Bao did indeed seem older. Calling him Xiao Wu seemed reasonable. In reality, Lu Bao was several years younger than Wu Jiangwo. However, despite being the village treasurer, Lu Bao still had to toil in the fields to earn his share of work points. Otherwise, the meager salary from being a treasurer would not suffice to support his family. "Leader Lu, may I inquire what instructions you have for me?" Wu Jiangwo naturally refrained from addressing Lu Bao as Lu Gu, opting instead for leader. He was accustomed to maintaining a certain humility until he understood the other party's background. At this moment, Lu Bao's heart blossomed with joy. The more humble Wu Jiangwo appeared, the more it indicated that the latter had a greater need for him. It was indeed a reasonable conclusion, considering that the prices at this brother's restaurant were exorbitantly high. It was evident that the daily profits must be substantial. No one would wish for a situation where a lack of local goods would hinder continued operations or diminish customer flow. Lu Bao had not even contemplated that Wu Jiangwo had merely forgotten about their prior discussion regarding a potential collaboration. Convinced that he had grasped the essence of the situation, Lu Bao believed the timing was ripe. "Xiao Wu, I must say, your restaurant seems to be thriving quite well. Even before mealtime, patrons are already arriving." Although Wu Jiangwo was puzzled by Lu Bao's sudden remark, he nonetheless nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is relatively good." Chapter 52. The negotiation falters. "I see that your restaurant specializes in various wild game and mountain delicacies," Lu Bao remarked, continuing the conversation. Wu Jiangwo readily concurred. Indeed, the leader's insight is indeed remarkable. Lu Bao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was a rarity to receive such commendation from the owner of a rival establishment. Simultaneously, he became increasingly certain that the stock at the brothers' restaurant was nearing depletion. "Xiao Wu, you must be running low on those mountain goods and wild game, right?" Lu Bao inquired, fixing his gaze intently on Wu Jiangwo. "Stock?" Wu Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. They did indeed have some inventory. After all, many mountain products were seasonal and could not be acquired once the season had passed. Therefore, they kept a reserve of those that could be dried and preserved, primarily for the sake of accommodating any sudden cravings of certain leaders. Noticing the bewildered expression on Wu Jiangwo's face, Lu Bao decided to be straightforward. "Xiao Wu, there is no need to worry about the stock. I am here to assist you with this issue." He concluded with a subtle smile, anticipating Wu Jiangwo's overwhelming gratitude upon hearing his words. Wu Jiangwo quickly regained his composure and finally recognized the individual before him, the self-proclaimed cashier from Taohua village, who claimed to be a cadre. No wonder he mentioned having seen him before. Upon recalling the identity of Lu Bao, Wu Jiangwo's expression darkened, and he felt as if he had just swallowed something unpleasant. While being addressed as Xiao Wu was tolerable, the incessant reference to leader was decidedly uncomfortable. Although he and his brother, Wu Jianjun, were not leaders themselves, They typically honored those in leadership positions with titles befitting their standing, especially individuals of significant influence within Liaoning County. Not even the former director of the Agricultural Machinery Bureau had received such a title from Wu Jiangwo. Seeing Wu Jiangwo's change in demeanor, Lu Bao felt increasingly triumphant. To him, the shift in Wu Jiangwo's expression was a clear indication that he had struck a nerve. Thus, with a beaming smile, he continued, "Xiao Wu, I know you must be anxious, but do not fret. It is merely mountain goods. I can provide you with as much as you need. Of course, we must first agree on the price." Lu Bao exuded an air of confidence, as if he held all the cards. "To make it easy for you, let us settle on a price that is 30% higher than what you previously offered to Qin Laoyao and his brothers. Additionally, you will have to cover the transportation costs from the commune to the county." Lu Bao had yet to finish his sentence when Wu Jiangwo could no longer contain himself. "Are you out of your mind? If you have a problem, seek help. Do not come here and spout nonsense, disturbing my other customers." Lu Bao, lost in thought about what additional conditions he might propose, was taken aback by Wu Jiangwo's outburst. After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Bao hesitantly pointed to himself and asked, "Xiao Wu, were you just speaking to me? I believe your name is Lu Bao, correct?" Wu Jiangwo's face darkened further. Lu Bao instinctively nodded, still processing the sudden shift in Wu Jiangwo's demeanor. "Why did you just call me a leader, and now you're scowling?" Wu Jiangwo pointed towards the door, commanding, "Get out. How dare you come here and mock me?" Lu Bao blinked a few times, his expression turning icy as he crossed his arms. "Wu boss, you do not believe that such behavior will lead to a lower price, do you? Let me inform you, it is impossible. Given your recent attitude, I have decided to raise the price of mountain goods by another 10%. Wu Jiangwo's mouth fell open in disbelief. What had Lu Bao just said? Did he genuinely think that his dismissal was an attempt to negotiate a lower price? With a sardonic laugh, Wu Jiangwo retorted, "You'd best return from whence you came. I have no time for your nonsense. If you do not leave, I will have you thrown out." To Wu Jiangwo, Lu Bao had become synonymous with absurdity. Who would employ such irrational tactics to promote their goods? Wu Jiangwo called over someone, prepared to ensure Lu Bao's expulsion should he refuse to leave voluntarily. Lu Bao, now standing, wore a scowl as dark as soot. "Wu boss, you need to consider this carefully. Without my mountain goods, your restaurant will have to close its doors. Are you truly willing to offend me?" Wu Jiangwo, unwilling to waste another moment, instructed his companion, "Throw him out." He then turned and walked away. "Wu boss, think carefully about the consequences." As the burly figure from the kitchen approached him, Lu Bao's face reflected panic, and he shouted towards Wu Jiangwo's retreating back. Without glancing back, Wu Jiangwo muttered under his breath, "Damn it, what a country bumpkin." Lu Bao was not thrown out of the brothers' restaurant. Instead, he stormed out, seething with indignation. Once he had calmed down, he still could not comprehend where things had gone awry. The brothers' restaurant was on the verge of running out of stock. What gave them the audacity to behave in such a manner? "Humph, I will make you regret your defiance. Prepare for closure." Lu Bao spat at the door of the brothers' restaurant before turning away, feeling both aggrieved and frustrated. He had to return tomorrow. With his plans unfulfilled, he was at a loss for what to do next. Not only in Taohua village, but also in several surrounding villages, he had privately assured the villagers that he would purchase their mountain goods at prices even higher than Qin Mo's. Upon his return, if he failed to procure their goods, Lu Bao could well imagine the villagers tearing him apart. He was fully aware of their eager desire to earn money. Due to his commitment, they had refrained from selling their mountain goods to Qin Mo for several days. This not only offended Qin Mo's brothers, but also cost them numerous days of potential earnings. As Lu Bao had anticipated, the villagers were now growing impatient, with individuals visiting his home daily. Some were so anxious that they approached Qin Mo's brothers, expressing their desire to resume selling mountain goods to them. However, they demanded that Qin Mo raise the acquisition price. Initially, upon hearing their willingness to sell, Qin Mo was not inclined to complicate matters. "If you wish to sell, then I shall purchase." Yet, upon hearing the request for a price increase, Qin Mo immediately became resistant. Observing Qin Mo's unwillingness to accede to their demands, the other party promptly resorted to using Lu Bao as leverage, threatening Qin Mo by implying that should he refuse to raise the price, they would never sell to him again. In response, Qin Mo firmly stated that they were free to sell to whomever they pleased. Following this incident, Qin Mo and his brothers came to realize that Lu Bao had been secretly orchestrating the situation. In the county, after initially experiencing anger, Lu Bao calmed down and devised a plan. It was clear that returning empty-handed was not an option. Since the brothers' restaurant would not accept his offer, he would seek out another establishment. With the increase of private dining establishments in the county, he set out to find a restaurant of considerable stature and engage the owner in earnest discussion. The success of the brothers' restaurant stemmed from its offerings of mountain products and game. Now that they were on the verge of running out of stock, this presented an exceptional opportunity for other restaurants to surpass the brothers' establishment. Whoever could secure a supply of mountain goods would find it effortless to thrive. Consequently, Lu Bao arrived at the FA restaurant, the second-best private dining establishment in Luoling County, just behind the brothers' restaurant. Chapter 53. Identity is self-given this time. Lu Bao refrained from ordering any dishes. Even if he wished to, his funds were insufficient. The FA restaurant, having recently opened, quickly rose to prominence, becoming the second most popular establishment after Xiongdi Restaurant. From the outset, the FA restaurant had been emulating its predecessor, mirroring not only the diverse selection of exquisite dishes featuring mountain delicacies and wild game, but also the regulations within the establishment. Even promotional events like membership days, initially introduced by Xiongdi Restaurant, were meticulously copied by the FA restaurant. Rumor has it that the proprietor of the FA restaurant was once merely a bicycle repairman. Not long ago, a prominent businessman from the south approached him, claiming they were brothers, born of the same mother. Due to certain extraordinary circumstances, the two had been separated. The businessman intended to bring his brother back to the south. But the owner of the FA restaurant, now settled in Luoling County with a wife and child, was reluctant to uproot his family. After a visit to the south and a reunion with their mother, he returned to establish this restaurant. This tale had become a popular topic of conversation among the residents of Luoling County. After the opening of the FA restaurant, the Wu Jianguo brothers took special interest in this competitor. Ultimately, they reached a consensus. They could not leverage their connections to force the FA restaurant to close its doors. "Where is your boss? I have an important matter to discuss with him," Lu Bao stated with a serious expression, pulling the waiter aside. "May I ask who you are?" The waiter replied, puzzled. Since the inception of the FA restaurant, numerous individuals had sought to meet their boss. "Do not concern yourself with my identity. Simply summon your boss." Lu Bao's insistence left the waiter even more uncertain. Previously, those wishing to meet the owner had merely requested to relay a message or to be escorted. "Forgive me, I will fetch the manager. I am not authorized to make decisions," the waiter finally said. Lu Bao, expressionless, nodded in acknowledgement. "Then why are you still standing here? Hurry up," he urged. The waiter, increasingly convinced of Lu Bao's significance, hurriedly excused himself with a promise to return shortly. Before long, the waiter returned, accompanied by a man in his 30s. "Hello, I am the manager of the FA restaurant." He introduced himself, extending his hand, albeit with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, having been informed that someone wished to meet the boss, potentially a person of great importance. However, upon observing Lu Bao's demeanor, he was filled with doubt. Lu Bao, seemingly oblivious to the outstretched hand, merely nodded slightly. "Where is your boss?" The manager's face stiffened, and he awkwardly lowered his hand. "May I ask?" Before he could finish, Lu Bao interjected firmly. "There's no need for so many questions. Just bring your boss to me. I have a significant matter to discuss." Lu Bao's assertiveness indeed left the manager momentarily speechless. "Please, follow me," he finally said, adopting a respectful tone as he prepared to lead Lu Bao to the owner. "Very well," Lu Bao acquiesced, choosing to accompany the manager to meet the owner. At this moment, he finally felt a sense of relief, secretly pleased that he had heard that the owner of the FA restaurant was not easily accessible. If he had projected a sense of entitlement in requesting an audience, he might not have even garnered the manager's attention. Upon reaching the upper floor of the FA restaurant, Lu Bao encountered Zhou Tao. Observing Lu Bao's entrance, Zhou Tao regarded the manager with a puzzled expression. Lu Bao waved dismissively at the manager. "You may leave. I have important matters to discuss with your boss." Zhou Tao was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident as he glanced at the manager. The manager, seeking clarification, looked to Zhou Tao, who, despite Lu Bao's inscrutable demeanor, could not discern anything from his expression. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Tao subtly nodded at the manager. Once the manager exited and closed the door, Zhou Tao inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Zhou boss, are you not going to offer me a seat while we converse?" Lu Bao replied, catching Zhou Tao off guard. "Oh, my apologies. Please, take a seat," Zhou Tao said, urging Lu Bao to sit down. Yet Lu Bao did not reveal his identity immediately. Instead, he launched directly into a startling proposition. "Zhou boss, do you wish for the FA restaurant to completely surpass Xiongdi restaurant?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tao appeared bewildered, speechless in response. Lu Bao, noting the lack of immediate reaction, offered a different perspective. "Zhou boss, have you ever contemplated closing Xiongdi restaurant for good?" Zhou Tao, realizing he was not hallucinating, cautiously posed the question, "Why do you suddenly ask this, leader?" At that moment, Zhou Tao recognized that, despite Lu Bao's seemingly ordinary appearance, he was a person of considerable influence. Everyone in the county was aware of the Wu brothers' deep-rooted connections and powerful background. To suggest the closure of Xiongdi restaurant without substantial influence or backing was a bold assertion. Hearing Zhou Tao refer to him as leader momentarily stunned Lu Bao, but he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, his identity had been misunderstood. In an instant, he resolved to let the misconception stand. After all, this was not Taohua village. One's identity could indeed be self-constructed. "Zhou boss, please refrain from calling me leader. I hold no such title, do you understand?" Zhou Tao was momentarily taken aback by Lu Bao's words, but soon grasped their meaning. Understood, understood. In Zhou Tao's eyes, Lu Bao's identity was undoubtedly significant. It was not every day someone would express intentions to dismantle Xiongdi restaurant, knowing full well the Wu brothers' formidable background. In a fleeting instant, Zhou Tao began to formulate a narrative in his mind to rationalize Lu Bao's request. "Then how should I address you?" Lu Bao had been closely observing Zhou Tao's changing expressions, and upon hearing this question, he felt completely at ease. "You may call me Lao Lu." "Oh no, I couldn't possibly. You seem older than I am. Would it be acceptable for me to call you Lu Gu?" "Certainly, Lu Gu works as well." With Lu Bao's affirmation, a smile spread across Zhou Tao's face. "Lu Gu, you just mentioned the closure of Xiongdi restaurant, but I am uncertain about your intentions. Surpassing Xiongdi restaurant is Zhou Tao's aspiration. One of the conditions for him not to relocate to the south is to achieve remarkable success in Shannan province. The first step towards this goal is to become the leading figure in the culinary scene of Luoling County." Lu Bao smiled gently and remarked, "Zhou Laodi, the reason Xiongdi restaurant thrives is primarily due to its diverse selection of mountain delicacies and game, which I trust you are well aware of." Zhou Tao nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Lu Bao continued, "Therefore, to bring about the closure of Xiongdi restaurant, the most effective strategy would be to hinder their supply of various mountain goods." Zhou Tao shook his head slightly. "Lu Gu, I fear that may prove unfeasible. The suppliers of mountain goods for Xiongdi restaurant are the Qin brothers. Among them, while Qin Laoda and Qin Laosan may not pose a significant challenge, Qin Laoyao is quite formidable. I have previously approached the Qin brothers, but upon learning of my intentions, they outright refused." Chapter 54. "Yukue has something to discuss, haha. You need not worry about that, my dear Zhou," Lu Bao chuckled warmly. "In the future, the Qin brothers will no longer supply mountain goods to our restaurant." Zhou Tao's eyes lit up with fervor as he gazed at Lu Bao. "Brother Lu, do you have a way to prevent the Qin brothers from selling mountain goods to us?" Lu Bao shook his head slightly. "If the Qin brothers wish to sell, I cannot stop them. However, if they no longer possess mountain goods, even if they wish to sell, they will find it impossible, will they not?" Zhou Tao grasped the implication, though disbelief lingered in his expression. "Brother Lu, do you truly have a method to ensure the Qin brothers cannot procure mountain goods?" Lu Bao smiled confidently and nodded. Zhou Tao parted his lips, eager to inquire about Lu Bao's strategy. Yet, the imposing aura of Lu Bao, who seemed to embody significant influence himself, held him back from voicing his curiosity. "Brother Lu, I have another question," Zhou Tao began, his brow furrowed as uncertainty gnawed at him. "How will you ensure that the Qin brothers are devoid of mountain goods?" At this moment, Lu Bao wore a calm demeanor, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke with poise. "What compels you to assist me?" Lu Bao's sudden intervention to aid the restaurant raised Zhou Tao's suspicions. After all, every endeavor must be driven by a purpose. Lu Bao's thoughts turned swiftly, and he replied cautiously, "My dear Zhou, some matters are too delicate to articulate explicitly. I can only reveal that my family has long-standing grievances with the Wu family, complexities that cannot be easily unraveled." Zhou Tao's imagination ignited, further solidifying his conviction in Lu Bao's formidable background. "Now, let us return to the matter of the restaurant. Without the mountain goods supplied by the Qin brothers, and considering your abundance, how long do you believe the restaurant can sustain itself?" "Brother Lu, are you implying that not only can you cut off the mountain goods, but you can also provide them to me?" Zhou Tao's face radiated with astonishment. He was acutely aware of the high profit margins derived from the mountain goods utilized in the restaurant's dishes, and a wave of envy washed over him. The prospect of Lu Bao supplying him filled him with elation. Indeed, Lu Bao affirmed with a smile, "I can provide all the varieties of mountain goods that the Qin brothers previously sold to your restaurant. However, regarding the pricing..." Before Lu Bao could finish, Zhou Tao interjected, "Just tell me the price, Brother Lu. As long as I do not incur losses, I will accept whatever you propose." Lu Bao felt a surge of joy and pondered for a moment before responding. "Brother Zhou, you are surely aware of the substantial profits associated with the dishes made from mountain goods. Here is my proposal." Lu Bao swiftly laid out his thoughts. He was well aware of the acquisition prices set by Qin Mo and the others. Common seasonal wild vegetables typically commanded prices of 1 or 2 cents per pound, while mushrooms were priced at 3 or 5 cents. A pound of wild vegetables and mushrooms could yield several dishes. Considering the prices at the restaurant, Lu Bao promptly provided his pricing structure. For wild vegetables, the price is 30 cents per pound, and for mushrooms, it starts at $2 per pound, varying by type. If we are discussing wild boar or wild rabbit, the price is $3 per pound. And for rarer delicacies like sour jujube dog, it is $8 per pound. Lu Bao articulated his pricing without hesitation. Zhou Tao, upon hearing this, refrained from immediate response, instead calculating silently. Lu Bao's prices were not inexpensive, yet aligning them with the restaurant's pricing would prevent losses, albeit with lower profit margins than anticipated. Noticing Zhou Tao's silence, Lu Bao remarked, "Brother Zhou, you must understand that my ability to prevent the Qin brothers from supplying mountain goods also incurs costs." Lu Bao intended to convey that his acquisition costs would exceed those of Qin Mo's brothers. However, Zhou Tao interpreted it differently, perceiving that Lu Bao was leveraging his connections, requiring extensive networking and influence. "Very well, I shall trust your judgment, Brother Lu," Zhou Tao resolved, biting the bullet. A slightly elevated price was acceptable, as it merely meant reduced profits, not losses. Moreover, should the restaurant close, his own FA restaurant would rise to prominence. Upon Zhou Tao's agreement, Lu Bao beamed with satisfaction. "Brother Zhou, you are a man of your word." As the treasurer of Taohua Village, Lu Bao proposed they draft a formal agreement to prevent future disputes over pricing. Zhou Tao expressed no objections, and they proceeded to write and sign the contract. With everything in order, Lu Bao was invited to stay for dinner at the FA restaurant. Throughout the meal, Zhou Tao persistently toasted, ultimately indulging to the point of inebriation. In his drunken state, he divulged all his speculations about Lu Bao's identity. Lu Bao, possessing a remarkable tolerance for alcohol, remained composed and attentive. After Zhou Tao's revelations, he maintained a neutral expression while advising Zhou Tao to keep this matter discreet. "Brother Zhou, you must not speak of this. I am no great figure." With bleary eyes, Zhou Tao assured him, I understand. Brother Lu, you need not worry. I shall not tell a soul." The following day, Lu Bao declined Zhou Tao's offer to see him off, choosing instead to head to the bus station alone. With his mysterious background, it was unwise to allow Zhou Tao to accompany him. As he journeyed home, Lu Bao formulated plans. Upon returning to Taohua Village, he would immediately commence the acquisition of mountain goods. Furthermore, he resolved not to handle deliveries personally, opting to enlist others for that task. After all, as a person of considerable influence, it was unbecoming to engage in such menial work. News of Lu Bao's acquisition of mountain goods at prices surpassing those of Qin Mo and his brothers soon spread following his return. In an instant, the inhabitants of Taohua Village and the surrounding hamlets flocked to Lu Bao's residence. After selling their mountain goods to Lu Bao, each individual departed with a beaming countenance, extolling Lu Bao's virtues. Concurrently, the name of Qin Mo would inevitably surface, followed by a disdainful spitting sound. Pa, black-hearted. Today marked the occasion of Qin Mo delivering goods to the city with his tractor. Upon his arrival at the brothers' restaurant, Wu Jiangwo promptly pulled him aside. "Brother Qin, yesterday, Secretary Yu came by and mentioned that if you arrived, you should wait a moment for her to notify you to come, as she has something important to discuss with you." Qin Mo, perplexed, inquired, "Did she mention what the matter was?" "Not specifically, but I sensed that Secretary Yu appeared quite anxious." "Very well, there is no need to inform her. I shall go find her directly." Qin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity about what business Secretary Yu could possibly have with him. Chapter 55. The dilemma encountered by Yu Kuei in the office of the county committee. Yu expressed his eagerness with a glimmer of fervent desire in his eyes. Qin Laodi, I wish to consult you on a matter. Secretary Yu, feel free to speak. I prefer to explore this together rather than simply consulting, Qin replied. Very well, I shall be direct, Yu stated without further ado, steering the conversation towards the household contract responsibility system. Following an insightful analysis from Qin during their last meeting, Yu had resolutely embarked on its implementation. However, throughout this endeavor, he realized he had underestimated the complexities involved, leaving him in a state of turmoil. He had even neglected to monitor his sister Yu Shuang's efforts to approach Qin. The discussion continued for quite some time, with Qin listening attentively, his mind racing with calculations. He had not anticipated the situation's intricacy. Qin Laodi, do you have any effective solutions? Yu inquired, his expression filled with expectation. After a moment of contemplation, Qin provided some insights, but Yu considered them insufficient. He yearned for rapid implementation and immediate results. Following Qin suggestions would yield results eventually, but the pace would be too slow for his liking. Qin Laodi, might you accompany me to the provincial capital? Yu asked. Qin responded, puzzled by Yu request. Soon, he grasped Yu intention. He sought support from Lu Kai in the provincial capital. After a brief reflection, he nodded in agreement. All right, as the school term is approaching, I would also like to see my senior brother. Delighted, Yu hastily inquired, shall we depart today? That may not be feasible. I must drive the tractor back, or else my third brother will be unable to deliver goods tomorrow. Upon hearing Qin concerns regarding the delivery, Yu promptly suggested arranging for someone to return the tractor. Qin accepted this offer and agreed to accompany Yu to the provincial capital. Originally, he had planned to meet Lu Kai before the school term commenced, but now with Yu joining him, it would save him a trip. Yu clearly displayed great enthusiasm for the implementation of the household contract responsibility system. Once Qin consented, he immediately summoned his secretary to arrange for the tractor's return to Taohua village. Subsequently, Yu drove them both to the provincial capital. By the time they arrived, it was already evening. Qin politely declined Yu invitation to stay at his home and opted for a guest house instead. He found it amusing that the Yu family wished for him to reconcile with Yu Shuang. Moreover, Yu Shuang's demeanor had seemingly transformed. She often initiated conversations whenever he delivered goods to the brothers' restaurant. Not only did she engage him in conversation, but she also suggested outings such as shopping, hiking, and going to the cinema. Qin frequently felt compelled to inquire of Yu Shuang whether she no longer favored her brother Xinglong. If he were to stay at Yu home, who could predict if Yu Shuang might venture into his room in the middle of the night? Although Qin was never self-absorbed, he could discern a glimmer of affection in Yu Shuang's gaze. Despite his confusion over her sudden change, he had long since closed the door on any opportunities with her. After spending a night at the guest house, Qin was awakened the following morning by a knock on the door. Upon opening it, he found Yu accompanied by Yu Shuang. He glanced at them before turning back. Please wait a moment. I need to wash my face. Qin was indifferent to Yu Shuang's presence. In fact, her consistent attempts to seek him out had rendered him immune to her advances. Yu Shuang, seemingly unfazed, appeared accustomed to this routine. During this time, she hadn't seen Gu Xinglong, but she frequently encountered Qin. When he was absent, she would listen to the praises sung by the Wu brothers about him at the restaurant. As time passed, Yu Shuang found herself inevitably comparing Qin to Gu Xinglong. The outcome was unmistakable. Qin prevailed. In addition to being the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he now had a senior brother. Currently, Yu Shuang's father, Yu Gui, had personnel from the relevant departments seeking discussions with him. The job transfer was proceeding without any unexpected complications. These developments were merely the result of their family inadvertently revealing that Qin was the son-in-law of the Yu family. As a result, assistance was readily offered without the need for Lu Kai to intervene. Ironically, Qin's indifference towards Yu Shuang had rapidly shifted her mindset. The thoughts of a woman are often elusive and hard to decipher. After completing his morning routine, Qin descended the stairs with Yu and his sister. After a light breakfast, they headed towards Lu Kai's office building. Yu Shuang remained in the car, while Yu and Qin went to find Lu Kai. They spent the entire morning in Lu Kai's office. As they were about to leave, Yu felt as if his feet were floating. Despite his efforts to maintain a calm demeanor, he could not suppress the smile creeping onto his lips, his heart brimming with excitement. He was immensely grateful that he had invited Qin Imo along. Lu Kai's hints had been quite clear. With Qin Imo, his junior, present, he placed his trust in Yu Kuei and encouraged him to act boldly. He assured Yu Kuei that should any insurmountable issues arise, he could always reach out to him. Yu Kuei understood that from this moment on, he had effectively aligned himself with Lu Kai. The previous obstacles from the city could now be disregarded upon his return. Secretary Yu, since we have completed our business, shall we head back today? Qin Imo suggested as he entered the vehicle. Yu Kuei, while driving, replied, yes, we will return after lunch. Qin Imo said no more, and with Yu Shuang in the car, he chose to rest his eyes. Not long after, the vehicle came to a halt, and Yu Kuei's voice rang out. Qin Laodi, we have arrived. Let us have a meal first. Qin Imo opened his eyes, and without much thought, exited the vehicle. Once outside, he surveyed the surroundings, a hint of confusion crossing his features. This appeared to be a dormitory building rather than a dining establishment. Before he could voice his question, Yu Kuei cheerfully remarked, Qin Laodi, come on, my parents have prepared a feast for us. Qin Imo was momentarily taken aback, but soon shook his head and said, you may go ahead, I shall wait for you in the car. While he was inclined to engage with Yu Kuei, he was not as eager to interact with the other members of the Yu Shuang family. How could that be acceptable? Yu Kuei stepped forward, draping an arm around Qin Mo's shoulder. Since we've come all this way, let us make haste. Once we finish our meal, we shall set off immediately. Qin Imo remained steadfast in his refusal, unwilling to ascend. Come now, Qin Laodi, do not decline. We are already at my doorstep, and if you do not join us, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Let us hurry, we must return today. Under Yu Kuei's gentle persuasion, Qin Imo reluctantly followed him upstairs. Upon seeing Qin Mo's willingness to ascend, Yu Shuang's face broke into a smile, and her steps seemed to lighten. The three figures climbing the stairs were spotted by Gu Xinglong, who was approaching in search of Yu Shuang. Chapter 56. Taken away for investigation, what is Qin Imo doing here? Moreover, why does Xiao Shuang appear to be far from the disdain she professed for him? Gu Xinglong's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as he pondered to himself. It had been some time since he last saw Yu Shuang. He had initially learned from her about the Yu family's wish for her to remarry Qin Imo. At that time, Gu Xinglong did not pay much heed, as Yu Shuang had clearly expressed her aversion towards Qin Imo, indicating that she would not comply with her family's wishes. However, as time passed, Yu Shuang did not make any effort to seek him out. Consequently, Gu Xinglong took the initiative to approach her, speculating whether she had been confined by her family. As soon as he arrived downstairs at Yu Shuang's residence, he witnessed a scene that left him feeling a pang of jealousy. Seeing the smile Yu Shuang directed at Qin Imo, Gu Xinglong felt an intense wave of anger wash over him. In his heart, Yu Shuang was already his woman, and he could not tolerate any encroachment from others. Qin Imo, is it? You wish to claim my woman? It will not be so simple. Gu Xinglong gazed at the hallway where Qin Imo and the others had long since disappeared, muttering to himself before turning to leave. He was not one to act irrationally, and he refrained from confronting Yu Shuang in a fit of rage upon witnessing her warm reception of Qin Imo. Meanwhile, Qin Imo felt quite uncomfortable at Yu Shuang's home. Her parents' excessive warmth made him uneasy. Although he understood the reasons behind their hospitality, he believed in the principle of not striking those who offered a smile. It was only after he left that he exhaled with relief. After spending a day in the county, Qin Imo returned to Taohua village the next day with his brother Sangu, riding a tractor. The younger brother, Lu Bao, that scoundrel, had also begun acquiring mountain goods. The tractor rumbled loudly, forcing Qin Hong to raise his voice to be heard. Not at all surprised by Lu Bao's actions, Qin Imo suspected that he was the one stirring trouble while the villagers were reluctant to sell their mountain goods and engaged in various slanders. Let him do his thing. We will do ours, Qin Imo remarked nonchalantly. However, Qin Hong was visibly irate. You have been away for a couple of days, and you don't know how the villagers have been discussing us. Qin Imo raised his hand to silence Qin Hong, saying, Sengu. Their mouths are their own. Let them speak as they wish. Instead, we should keep an eye on what Lu Bao does with the mountain goods he acquires. Upon hearing this, Qin Hong's anger subsided. I was so focused on being angry these past few days that I didn't even think to check who Lu Bao was selling the mountain goods to. Qin Imo waved his hand dismissively. We can look into it when we get home. The noise of the tractor was deafening, making conversation difficult, so Qin Hong refrained from saying more. Upon returning to Taohua village and parking the tractor, the two brothers walked home. As they made their way, they noticed that no one in the village made an effort to greet them. This was a stark contrast to the past, when everyone would smile and offer a friendly hello. Now, even when they encountered someone, the person would pretend not to see them. After passing by, Qin Imo could even hear the sound of spitting behind him. Qin Hong clearly heard it too, his expression darkening. Had it not been for Qin Imo tugging at his sleeve to signal him to remain calm, he would have confronted them. As they arrived home, Qin Fu immediately approached them. Younger brother, has the third brother filled you in on the situation? Qin Imo nodded slightly, indicating he was aware. So what shall we do now? We do not need to do anything. We shall continue with our own affairs. For the time being, let us not concern ourselves with Lu Bao. Hearing Qin Imo say this, Qin Fu became anxious. This is unacceptable. Even our parents are being talked about behind their backs in the village. Anger surged within Qin Imo. Elder brother, third brother, do not worry about this matter. I will handle it. Initially, Qin Imo had no intention of interfering with Lu Bao's acquisition of mountain goods. If his brothers could acquire them, then others could as well. Each should conduct their own business without interference. However, the villagers' behavior infuriated Qin Imo, and he could sense Lu Bao's instigation behind it all. Given this situation, he resolved to thwart Lu Bao's efforts in acquiring mountain goods. Furthermore, once Lu Bao could no longer proceed with his purchases, the villagers would also refuse to sell. The acquisition of mountain goods should be a consensual transaction. If they felt the price was too low, they need not sell. Yet, the villagers were envious simply because they saw the brothers had purchased a tractor, feeling discontented. If you are jealous, then go earn your own money. Younger brother, what do you intend to do? Qin Fu asked. Elder brother, do not concern yourself. I have my own methods. Qin Imo replied. He did not plan to divulge his intentions to his elder brother and third brother. You and the third brother should focus on acquiring goods from other communes. Qin Fu did not press further. Ever since Qin Imo excelled in the college entrance examination, he believed his younger brother possessed the sharpest mind among them. After a simple meal, the three brothers left the village to continue acquiring mountain goods from other communes. Meanwhile, Lu Bao delighted in strolling around the village with his hands behind his back. No matter where he went, he would hear others greeting him cheerfully, offering him cigarettes and lighting them for him. This kind of treatment brought him great pleasure and made him increasingly ambitious. He had received word that the village secretary, Zhao Dajiang, was about to be transferred, reportedly to the provincial capital, which filled Lu Bao with envy. However, he also heard whispers that Zhao Dajiang's transfer was linked to an influential former military leader. After envying Zhao Dajiang's departure, Lu Bao began contemplating the vacant position that would arise. With his reputation within the village, he believed that becoming the village secretary would not pose much of a challenge. On the other hand, Qin Imo discovered that Lu Bao's mountain goods were being purchased by the Fa Hotel in the county. Qin Imo was familiar with the Fa Hotel, having previously discussed it with Wu Jiangwo and his brother. Meanwhile, Yu Kuei returned to Luoling and began vigorously promoting the implementation of the household contract responsibility system. In the face of various opposition, Yu Kuei invoked Lu Kai to bolster his position. In a brief period, the situation escalated beyond control. Yu Kuei never anticipated that the conservatives would resort to such extreme measures. Within a mere 2 days, not only was Yu Kuei summoned for a discussion, but Lu Kai also found himself entangled in the situation. Consequently, Lu Kai, Yu Kuei, and their supporters began to face a barrage of attacks. Qin Imo, inevitably, was drawn into the fray. The conservatives targeted Qin Imo not for his stance on the household responsibility system, but rather for the change in his university preference from Yenjing University to Shuemu University. Oblivious to the unfolding events, Qin Imo was at home contemplating the resolution of Lu Bao's matter before the commencement of the school year. Around noon, several cars arrived at Taohua village, piquing the curiosity of the villagers who speculated about which high-ranking official had come to visit. The individuals alighted from the vehicles and proceeded directly to Qin Mo's doorstep. May I ask whom you are looking for? Qin Imo inquired, a look of confusion etched on his face. Is this Qin Mo's residence? A middle-aged man asked sternly. Qin Imo nodded. I am Qin Imo. What brings you here? You are indeed Qin Imo? Come with us for a moment. We need to clarify a few matters with you, the man replied, while 2 young men stepped forward, flanking Qin Imo on either side. The demeanor of these individuals suggested that should Qin Imo resist, they would not hesitate to employ coercive measures. The onlookers gathered at Qin Mo's doorstep gasped in shock, then began to murmur and speculate among themselves. From their animated expressions, it was evident that they were reveling in his misfortune. Chapter 57. Qin Imo is captured. Qin Imo has been taken away. On that very day, the Qin family was thrown into utter chaos. Upon learning of her son's capture, Qin Mu fainted on the spot. In recent days, she had already been under immense mental strain from the incessant gossip of the villagers. Now, with her son apprehended, her spirit was completely shattered. The family, in a flurry of activity, eventually managed to revive Qin Mu. "Mother, you need not worry. The youngest will surely be fine," Qin Fu gently reassured his mother as she regained consciousness. Qin Mu remained silent, tears streaming down her face, while Qin Mo's elder sister-in-law and third sister-in-law looked on with sorrowful expressions. The second brother, Qin Lu, and his wife, Wang Fengxia, were nowhere to be found. The suddenness of the event had thrown everyone into disarray. Seated on the doorstep, Qin Baoshan puffed on his pipe, the embers flickering in rhythm with the sound of his draws. It was not until the tobacco had almost burned out that he finally tapped the pipe against his shoe. "Eldest, go fetch the second brother and his wife," Qin Baoshan commanded, his voice thick with dissatisfaction. With such a significant crisis at hand, it was unacceptable that the second brother and his wife had yet to show their faces. Qin Fu said nothing further, exchanging a glance with the third brother to ensure he would look after their mother before turning to leave. Soon, Qin Fu arrived at the construction site of Qin Lu's new house, where he found Qin Lu and his wife still hard at work. "Second brother, what are you still doing here? Hurry back home," Qin Fu urged. Qin Lu, without pausing in his task of mixing straw into lime, replied without looking up, "What do you want me to go back for? I'm busy here. It is a critical time, and you still prioritize this?" Qin Fu expressed his frustration, knowing their youngest brother had been taken, and their mother had fainted as a result. It was as if Qin Lu was entirely oblivious to the situation. In the village, news spread quickly, and Qin Fu found it hard to believe that Qin Lu was genuinely unaware of the gravity of the matter. In reality, Qin Lu had heard about Qin Mo's capture. However, he was indifferent to it, even feeling a flicker of satisfaction within. In his heart, he resented being left out of Qin Mo's business ventures with the eldest and third brothers, especially after they had refused to lend him money for his house renovations. Seeing Qin Lu's lack of concern, Qin Fu stepped forward and snatched the shovel from his hands. "The youngest has been captured. Mother just fainted upon hearing the news. Father wants you and your wife to return home so we can discuss how to proceed." Qin Lu's face darkened with displeasure as he stood upright, casting a cold glance at Qin Fu. "The youngest being captured has nothing to do with me. We have already split our families, and each should manage their own affairs. When we divided the family, our parents made it clear they would follow the youngest. Since mother has fainted, she should be taken to the clinic. I'm not a doctor, what can I do? And whatever expenses arise, I will not be responsible for them." Qin Fu stared at Qin Lu, utterly taken aback by his words. He had never anticipated his second brother would speak in such a manner. After making his point, Qin Lu disregarded the astonished Qin Fu, reclaiming the shovel and returning to his labor. "Second brother, you." Before Qin Fu could finish, Qin Lu retreated into the house. Qin Fu followed. "Are you even speaking humanely? Just because we have split our families, the youngest is no longer a brother? And now, with mother fainting, you can casually suggest taking her to the clinic? Are you even human?" Typically mild-mannered, Qin Fu was now filled with indignation. Qin Lu halted, turning to face him with equal anger. "Brother, don't misinterpret the situation. You and the third brother are his brothers. I have no connection to him. Have you ever regarded me as a brother? When I needed help with my house, did any of you come to my aid? When I asked for a loan, who among you offered to help? And now you dare speak of brotherhood? As for our parents, did they ever consider me their son? In their eyes, only Qin Lao Yao is their son. As for me? I am less than an adopted child." Qin Fu was taken aback, staring at Qin Lu in disbelief. He had never imagined that Qin Lu would deny their brotherhood so vehemently, even dismissing their parents in such a callous manner. "Second brother, do you understand the gravity of what you are saying? Without parents, who are you? You unfilial and rebellious son. Do you not fear the scorn of the entire village? Unfilial? Rebellious?" Qin Lu scoffed coldly. "Since we are laying everything bare, let us speak frankly today. I am unfilial. When we divided the family, it was agreed that our parents would follow the youngest, while the three of us would provide them with rations annually. I never opposed this arrangement, and I will not withhold my share. On what grounds do you call me unfilial? Rebellious? What have I rebelled against? I have separated myself from your family's affairs. They are no longer my concern. Now, do not waste my time with your complaints." Pushing past Qin Fu, Qin Lu resumed his work, leaving Qin Fu to grapple with his anger that slowly morphed into resignation. With a heavy sigh, Qin Fu turned away. They had grown up together as brothers, and he realized that from the moment Qin Lu uttered those words, their bond would likely be reduced to the three brothers. Upon returning home, Qin Baoshan noticed that only Qin Fu had arrived, disappointment and sorrow flickering in his eyes. Is the second brother unwilling to return? He inquired softly. Yes, the second brother is currently unable to leave. He likely won't return until evening, Qin Fu replied, ultimately choosing not to disclose the harsh words Qin Lu had just spoken. Even without his words, the others in the house understood Qin Lu's stance all too well. Qin Baoshan ceased to dwell on the absence of Lao heir and softly remarked, "Let us deliberate together and explore any potential means to bring Lao heir back." As his words hung in the air, he surveyed the faces of those present, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Qin Hong. "Third brother, it is your turn to speak. Aside from the youngest, you are typically the most resourceful among us." The others turned their attention to Qin Hong in unison. "Our primary objective at this moment is to ascertain the reasons behind the youngest's arrest. Only by understanding the circumstances can we determine our next course of action." After a brief contemplation, Qin Hong continued, "Thus, I shall visit the county tomorrow. I will seek out Brother Wu and his associates to gather information. Their extensive connections should yield valuable insights." Chapter 58, Revocation of Admission Qualification. Qin Baoshan made a decisive decision. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. "You will head into the city today and gather information immediately." Qin Hong, feeling somewhat troubled, suggested, "Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. Let me first take Mother to the health center today." "No need for that. I, along with the eldest, will take care of things at home," Qin Baoshan replied without hesitation. Qin Fu immediately concurred, saying, "Third brother, you need not worry about Mother. Father and I are here." Qin Mu also chimed in, "I am fine, third brother." "Very well, then I shall go to the county today." With no further delay, Qin Hong quickly set off from the village, driving a tractor towards the county town. In the dead of night, Qin Hong arrived at the brothers' restaurant. Upon seeing Qin Hong, Wu Jiangwo was quite taken aback. "Third brother, what brings you here?" "Wu Lao Gu, something has happened to the youngest." Qin Hong wasted no words and promptly recounted the incident of Qin Mo being taken away to Wu Jiangwo. "Wu Lao Gu, your connections are extensive. Could you help find out why the youngest was arrested?" Wu Jiangwo's brow furrowed in concern. They were utterly perplexed by Qin Mo's arrest. "Third brother, do not fret. As soon as dawn breaks, I will inquire into the matter. Do not worry too much. The youngest is an excellent student. He will surely be fine." At that moment, Wu Jiangwo found himself wide awake, and the three of them gathered together to speculate on various possibilities. As dawn broke, Wu Jiangwo and Qin Hong set out to seek information. It was not until noon that they returned to the restaurant. Throughout the morning, Wu Jiangwo had encountered several acquaintances, while some remained elusive. From their conversations, he gleaned some troubling news. None of these acquaintances knew why Qin Mo had been arrested, as the county had not dispatched anyone to apprehend him. However, there was an air of unease in the county. Yu Kuei, the top official, had been summoned for a discussion. Additionally, those who had aligned themselves with Yu Kuei were also being summoned. Wu Jiangwo harbored a foreboding sense that Qin Mo might have been inadvertently implicated. If that were the case, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. Despite his connections, there would be little he could do to extricate Qin Mo from this predicament. "Wu Lao Gu, what should we do now?" Qin Hong's face was a mask of anxiety as he absorbed Wu Jiangwo's analysis. Wu Jiangwo sighed and shook his head. "There was nothing we could do for now, but wait. Qin Lao Di has been taken directly to the provincial capital, where we have no influence." In Shannan province, the news of this year's top college entrance examination student being taken away for investigation made headlines. The following day, the Shannan Daily published the news. The article did not specify the reasons, but subtly hinted that Qin Mo's stance was unsteady. In an instant, public opinion erupted with speculation. It was evident that Qin Mo had been arrested due to examination cheating. Just think about it. Qin Mo is a rural farmer who has not set foot in a school for years. Suddenly, he participated in the college entrance examination and became the top student in science. It simply defied reason. Gu Xinglong vociferously shared his opinion with those nearby. Upon reading the news of Qin Mo's arrest in the paper, he felt an overwhelming urge to celebrate with firecrackers. Many shared Gu Xinglong's sentiment, and a considerable number concurred with this theory. However, these were merely rumors circulating among the populace. Those truly aware of the situation understood that Qin Mo was merely an innocent victim of circumstances. The root of the issue lay with Lu Kai and Yu Kuei. At this moment, Qin Mo was confined in a dim room in the provincial capital. He had lost track of how long he had been held. The room lacked windows, obscuring any view of the sun or moon, making it impossible to gauge the passage of time. Since his arrival, he had undergone 3 rounds of interrogation. Through the questions posed by his interrogators, Qin Mo gradually understood the reason for his arrest. The room was devoid of any furniture or belongings. Sitting in the corner, leaning against the wall, Qin Mo pondered how he might establish contact with the outside world. He could only imagine how anxious his family, including his parents and brothers, must be. Zhao Dajiang, who had come to the provincial capital, read about Qin Mo's arrest in the paper. At that moment, he was at the Qinglongshan sanatorium. "Old chief, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhao Dajiang inquired softly. Opposite him sat an elderly gentleman with silver hair. "Do not ask me. I have retired and can no longer comment on such matters. Old chief, I know Qin Mo. He is merely a student about to enter university and should not be embroiled in this situation." The old man glanced at the newspaper on the table and remarked, "Oh, I had forgotten that Qin Mo is from Taohua village." Zhao Dajiang nodded earnestly. "Yes, during my time in Taohua village, I got to know Qin Mo quite well. He is a remarkable young man. It would be a pity if this incident hinders his educational pursuits. He is a top student in the college entrance examination, a true gem for our province." The old man nodded slightly. "Yes, the country is in dire need of talent. We cannot allow him to be overlooked because of this." "Very well, I shall look into this matter." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dajiang felt a sense of relief. "I shall not trouble you further, old chief. I must report back now. Begone." The news of Qin Mo's arrest quickly spread beyond the borders of Shannan province within 2 days. In Yanjing, at Shuai University, the school's principal leadership convened in a meeting room, each with a copy of the Shannan Daily before them. "Let us discuss your opinions on how we should handle this situation with Qin Mo," Principal Chu Ingshun inquired. "Principal, I believe there is nothing to deliberate. We should directly revoke Qin Mo's admission qualification. Should we not send a letter to Shannan province to inquire about the specifics of Qin Mo's situation before reaching a conclusion? I find that entirely unnecessary. It has already been published in the newspaper. We can simply revoke his admission qualification. I think it is prudent to be cautious. After all, Qin Mo's examination score was only 2 points shy of full marks. Even if he had achieved a perfect score, a student with a blemish on their record is not suitable for Shuai University. Indeed, we do not lack for students with excellent grades at Shuai University." The discussion swiftly reached a consensus. The following day, the news of Shuai University revoking Qin Mo's admission qualifications was officially announced through the press. The incident of Qin Mo's arrest quickly became known nationwide. Those unaware of the truth applauded the development. The Yu family, after Yu Kuei was summoned for a discussion, fell into a state of somberness. The sudden halt of Yu Yogui's job transfer added to the family's disquiet. Yu Shuang swiftly re-established contact with Gu Xinglong, yet his demeanor towards her was no longer as it had been before. Conversely, he appeared notably enthusiastic whenever he encountered Yu Bing. Amidst all the external changes, Qin Mo remained oblivious. The days, devoid of any sense of the passage of time, began to instill a growing restlessness within him. However, just as Qin Mo's emotions were on the brink of spiraling out of control, he was taken out of the room. Expecting to be escorted next door for interrogation as before, he was instead led outside and informed that there was no longer any issue regarding him. Standing on the street, Qin Mo turned back to glance at the place he had occupied for 10 days. To the casual observer, it appeared to be an unremarkable 5-story building. "Lao Yao, let us go. We should grab something to eat first. There is something I need to tell you," Zhao Dajiang said softly to Qin Mo, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. He pondered how Qin Mo would react upon learning of his revoked admission from Shuai University. Chapter 59. Changes in school plans. At a small noodle shop by the street, Qin Mo devoured 3 large bowls in one go before finally setting down his chopsticks with satisfaction. During his confinement, the quality of his meals had been subpar, but the most disheartening aspect was his constant hunger. Over the course of 10 days, he had lost considerable weight, his eyes sunken deep into their sockets. Once he had satisfied his hunger and thirst, Qin Mo began to speak. "Secretary, did you not mention that there was something else? What is it?" Zhao Dajiang looked at Qin Mo, noting his gaunt appearance, and was momentarily at a loss for words. He feared that revealing the news might be too much for Qin Mo to bear. Nevertheless, even if he chose to remain silent, the young man would likely learn of it before reaching home. "Xiao Yao, Before we proceed, you must mentally prepare yourself. Zhao Dajiang cautioned. Qin Imo smiled silently. Secretary, please go ahead. Do not worry about me. Zhao Dajiang took a deep breath and slowly articulated. Xiao Yao, regarding Shui Mu University, the announcement has been made that your admission has been revoked. He paused before continuing. But do not be anxious. Your college entrance examination results are quite commendable. If Shui Mu University does not want you, there are other institutions that will surely vie for your talents. Qin Imo was momentarily stunned. This news had completely taken him by surprise. Noticing Qin Imo's silence, Zhao Dajiang anxiously inquired, Xiao Yao, are you all right? Coming back to his senses, Qin Imo slightly shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, to Zhao Dajiang, that smile appeared tinged with helplessness and bitterness. For a moment, Zhao Dajiang was uncertain how to console Qin Imo. It was already a considerable achievement to have secured Qin Mo's release through the former leader's intervention, but when it came to his education, Zhao Dajiang felt utterly powerless. Shui Mu University was among the most prestigious institutions in the country. Even with the influence of his former superior, there was little that could be done to sway the university's decision, especially since the old leader had already retired. I am fine, Secretary, Qin Imo replied nonchalantly, his smile unwavering. If Shui Mu University does not want me, that is their loss. Let us not dwell on this. I have yet to congratulate you on your transfer to the provincial capital. By the way, what is your current role? Qin Imo deftly shifted the conversation away from his educational plight, and Zhao Dajiang complied, sharing details about his new position. He spoke briefly, explaining that his transfer to the provincial capital was primarily due to some issues being rectified before he transitioned from military service. Consequently, his rank had been restored, making it inappropriate for him to remain as a brigade secretary. As he was about to retire, the old leader had appointed him to the provincial capital, where he now served in the Land and Resources Bureau. Xiao Yao, you too have suffered an undeserved calamity. You should be aware of that, right? After discussing his work, Zhao Dajiang broached the topic of Qin Mo's investigation. Qin Imo nodded. Yes, Secretary Yu and Brother Lu. Oh, I can no longer refer to Brother Lu as such, as I am unable to attend Shui Mu University now. They both advocated for the decentralization of land, and during that time, I provided quite a bit of advice to Secretary Yu, which is likely why I was summoned for questioning. Seeing Qin Mo's understanding of the situation, Zhao Dajiang realized he was well aware of the complexities involved. However, being in a noodle shop, there were certain matters Zhao Dajiang felt uncomfortable discussing further. Qin Mo did not linger in the provincial capital. After leaving the noodle shop, he parted ways with Zhao Dajiang. Initially, Qin Mo had intended to express his gratitude in person to the former leader mentioned by Zhao Dajiang. Were it not for that individual, he might still be confined. However, Zhao Dajiang advised against it, suggesting that Qin Mo convey his thanks through him instead. Upon reflection, Qin Mo agreed that it was indeed prudent not to approach the former leader directly, as it might be misconstrued as an attempt to curry favor. Days had passed, and Qin Mo felt an urgent desire to return home. The sooner he returned, the sooner his family would find peace of mind. After taking a bus from the provincial capital to the county, he found that there were no more buses heading to the Sancha River commune that day. Thus, he decided to visit a brother's restaurant. Qin Laodi, how have you lost so much weight? Wu Jiangwo exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Qin Mo. Ha. I haven't been eating well lately. How could I not lose weight? Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively. I came to your place, Wu Leoj, to have a proper meal. Come, let us go inside and talk, Wu Jiangwo said, ushering Qin Mo into the restaurant. Wu Jianjun, having been informed of Qin Mo's arrival, quickly joined them. Upon seeing Qin Mo, he was equally taken aback by his friend's frail appearance. Once settled in a private room, Wu Jiangwo promptly ordered some dishes. Qin Laodi, what has happened to you during this time? He quietly inquired after they were seated. Qin Mo recounted his recent experiences to the Wu brothers without holding anything back. The brothers could not comment on his interrogation but offered a sympathetic pat on his shoulder. However, they expressed their outrage over the revocation of his admission to Shui Mu University. Qin Laodi, I believe it is for the best that you do not attend Shui Mu University. Just because you were called in for questioning, they revoked your admission. The leadership there must have lost their minds, Wu Jiangwo remarked. Indeed, with such a mindset in the administration, the institution cannot be too commendable either. Besides, you are the science champion of Shannan province. There will be no shortage of excellent universities wanting you. I suspect that as soon as you return home, other prestigious institutions such as Yanjing University will come knocking, eager for you to enroll. Despite the Wu brothers' encouraging words, Qin Imo took them with a grain of salt. He had nearly resigned himself to the idea of not attending university, unless he retook the entrance exam next year. By then, the policies regarding land decentralization would be fully clarified. His current investigation would not be considered a blemish on his record. However, he had no intention of retaking the exam, as that would waste a year. Moreover, Qin Imo harbored other plans. After all, he was the science champion of Shannan province this year. If he were to reach out to vocational schools within the province, they would likely accept him. If necessary, he could ask Zhao Dajiang for assistance. While a vocational school could not compare to Shui Mu University, Qin Imo felt a sense of ambition in his heart. If one were to successfully gain admission, it would not be impossible to elevate the institution to a prestigious university. Although contemporary higher education institutions may not bear the labels of 985 or 211, they are nonetheless categorized into ordinary undergraduate colleges and key universities. Qin Imo has devised a plan. During the first year, he aims to elevate his school to an undergraduate institution, and in the second year, to transform it into a key university. Ultimately, the goal is to establish it as a leading domestic university and subsequently, an internationally renowned institution. Achieving these ambitions hinges on several critical factors. Foremost among these is the necessity for significant breakthroughs in research, followed by publications in international or national journals, as well as the approval of numerous patents. Qin Imo possesses unwavering confidence in his capabilities regarding these matters. As a reborn individual, he can readily harness the scientific techniques and advancements from his previous life to expedite progress. The dishes were promptly served by the waiter, and Brother Wu Jiangwo ceased his critiques of Shuimu University. At the dining table, Qin Imo indulged in considerable libations, and upon awakening, he found that it was already the following day. Chapter 60. Returning home. Qin Laodi, you're awake, Wu Jiangwo exclaimed as he entered the room, noticing that Qin Imo had already roused from his slumber. Please freshen up. We'll head downstairs for breakfast shortly. Qin Imo rubbed his temples, still feeling a bit dazed from the hangover. Fortunately, the current liquor lacked any harsh additives, ensuring that a hangover wouldn't result in a splitting headache. After all, it was entirely brewed from pure grain. After a brief wash, he made his way downstairs. Breakfast consisted of baozi purchased from outside, as the restaurant's chef had yet to arrive for work. Wu Jiangwo had taken the initiative to prepare a pot of rice porridge. The three of them enjoyed the porridge, each consuming 2 baozi. Qin Laodi, will you be returning to Taohua village today, or? Wu Jiangwo inquired. Yes, I must return today. I can only imagine the chaos at home, Qin Imo replied. Wu Jiangwo understood Qin Mo's sentiment and did not attempt to dissuade him. Qin Laodi, there's something I didn't mention yesterday, Wu Jiangwo said, pausing for a moment before continuing. Just 2 days after your departure, the higher-ups prohibited your elder brother and third brother from purchasing mountain goods. What? On what grounds do they halt it? Qin Imo furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. While he could accept the misfortune of being taken for questioning, the suspension of the mountain goods purchase was beyond his tolerance. He could manage his own affairs, but for his elder brother and third brother, the lack of income had rendered their lives precarious. The money they had earned was nearly exhausted after buying a tractor. Wu Jiangwo quickly reassured him, Qin Laodi, please do not be anxious. The situation is not as dire as you perceive. The authorities halted the purchases on the grounds that your elder brother and third brother were operating without a license. Initially, they intended to arrest them, but fortunately, my influence allowed them only to cease purchases. Upon hearing this, Qin Imo understood and promptly expressed his gratitude to Wu Jiangwo. Wu Laoj, Wu urge, there's no need for thanks. I shall remember this kindness. Wu Jiangwo waved his hand dismissively. Among brothers, there's no need for such formalities. Now that you're back, you can resume purchasing. Speaking of which, if you had not returned, my restaurant would have been completely surpassed by Defy Restaurant due to the lack of mountain goods. Defy Restaurant? Qin Imo inquired. Is Lu Bao still supplying them? Wu Jiangwo nodded. Indeed. The halt on your elder brother and third brother's purchases was also due to Lu Bao's report. A chill swept through Qin Imo as he coldly remarked. That scoundrel seems to be in need of a lesson. Lu Bao's instigation of the villagers and subsequent reporting had thoroughly disgusted Qin Imo. Wu Laoj. Do not worry about the mountain goods. I will commence purchasing immediately upon my return. I have some ideas that I wish to discuss with you. Qin Imo felt it was time to share some strategies for enhancing their restaurant's competitive edge with Wu Jiangwo. He had previously held back. But Wu Jiangwo's assistance during his time of trouble had earned his complete trust. Since Defy Restaurant was procuring mountain goods from Lu Bao, competing in the high-end dining market of Luoling County, Qin Mo resolved to assist Wu Jiangwo in suppressing Defy Restaurant. This would serve the dual purpose of aiding his brother and depriving Lu Bao of a significant buyer. After bidding farewell to Wu Jiangwo, Qin Mo proceeded to the bus station and boarded the vehicle back home. Upon entering the village, he encountered several villagers burdened with mountain goods. However, upon seeing Qin Mo, they merely cast him a fleeting glance and pretended not to notice. Once he had passed, they began to whisper among themselves. Didn't they say Qin Laoyao would be facing a lengthy prison sentence? How is he out already? Oh, it's probably the owner of Brother Restaurant who pulled some strings. Wasn't it the case that Qin's elder brother and third brother were also helped by that owner? These Qin brothers must have some extraordinary luck to know such a powerful figure. Forget about their family, it brings bad luck. As they conversed, they continued on their way to Lu Bao's home. At the Qin residence, everyone was gathered in the main hall. Silence hanging heavily in the air, each face etched with worry. When Qin Mo pushed open the courtyard door, he immediately spotted his family. Old Yao? Upon hearing the commotion, everyone turned towards the door. Qin Hong was the first to react, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The others were equally stunned, unable to process the moment. For some time, Lu Bao had been spreading rumors that Qin Mo would be imprisoned for at least 7 or 8 years, possibly even sent off to the western frontier to toil in the sands. The family had gradually come to accept this grim fate. Lu Bao had now succeeded Zhao Dajiang to become the secretary of the Taohua village brigade. Qin Mo surveyed the room and noted that only his second brother's family was absent. Parents, elder brother and sister-in-law, third brother and sister-in-law, I am back. Qin Mo announced cheerfully as he walked into the hall. Old Yao, you've finally returned. Qin Hong rushed forward, beaming as he gave Qin Mo a hearty clap on the chest, his voice slightly choked with emotion. Qin Fu stood nearby, watching with a smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon seeing her son, now so thin he appeared almost skeletal, Qin Mo's mother could not contain her tears. Mother, why are you crying? Qin Mo hurriedly approached, gently wiping her tears away. Qin Baoshan's expression was mostly neutral, but his eyes reflected deep concern. With Qin Mo's return, the family's somber atmosphere lifted. His sister-in-law and mother headed to the kitchen to begin preparing a meal. Qin Hong even planned to go to the commune to buy firecrackers to ward off bad luck for Qin Mo, but he was stopped by Qin Mo. Qin Baoshan also began to smoke his pipe, feeling that the tobacco today was particularly satisfying. The family sat together joyously to share a meal, each respecting the unspoken agreement not to mention the absence of the second brother, Qin Lu's family. Qin Mo refrained from inquiring about their absence, and Qin Baoshan and the others remained silent, not even suggesting that someone should notify them. After the meal, Qin Mo's mother and sister-in-law proceeded to wash the dishes in the kitchen. Sansa is now expecting. And regardless of whether it is cooking or washing dishes, the household forbids her from engaging in any chores. Qin Baoshan, with his head bowed, prods the tobacco pipe with a slender bamboo stick. Extracting it reveals a sticky, black residue of tar. What are your plans moving forward, Lao Yao? The news of Qin Mo's expulsion from Shui Mu University has already reached the brigade. Lu Bao, with the loudspeaker of the brigade, has made this matter widely known throughout the entire team. Qin Mo glances at his father, who remains focused on extracting the tar, and then shifts his gaze to his older brother and third brother. Well, I shall discuss the procurement of mountain goods with you both shortly. As soon as Qin Mo's words fell, Qin Hong immediately interjected, Lao Yao, you are unaware that our business of procuring mountain goods has been thoroughly disrupted by that scoundrel Lu Bao. Qin Fu, with a glint of anger in his eyes, nodded in agreement. After you were taken away, that devil Lu Bao reported us to the county. If it weren't for Brother Wu and their intervention, the third and I would have nearly been captured. Qin Mo nodded. I have already met with Brother Wu and his associates in the county. I am fully informed of the situation. I will certainly not let Lu Bao off easily. However, before we deal with Lu Bao, we must swiftly resume the procurement of mountain goods, as Brother Wu and the others have no stock left. At this moment, Qin Baoshan set aside the tobacco pipe and raised his head. Lao Yao, be mindful. Lu Bao is now the brigade secretary. Do not act recklessly. Chapter 61. A lesson for Brother Wu Jiangwo. Father, rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo noticed his father was about to speak further, so he swiftly addressed his elder and younger brothers, saying, Eldest brother, third brother, we must make haste and depart. If we delay any longer, we shall not be able to collect much mountain produce today. Observing this, Qin Baoshan refrained from saying more, though concern lingered in his eyes. In his mind, Lu Bao, as the village secretary, was not someone they could afford to offend. Previously, Qin Baoshan had felt a sense of confidence, particularly because their family had produced a college graduate. In the eyes of many, a university degree often signified a future in high-ranking positions. However, with Qin Mo unable to attend university, it was evident he would remain in the village, making it unwise to provoke Lu Bao under such circumstances. The three Qin brothers set out, driving a tractor towards another commune. As news spread that they were coming to purchase mountain goods, villagers rushed to bring their accumulated stock. They were aware of Qin Mo's endeavors, yet their indifference contrasted sharply with the villagers of Taohua village. They cared little for Qin Mo himself. Rather, they were simply eager for the opportunity to earn additional income from the brothers' purchases. Little brother, why do you suppose our villagers act in such a manner? On their way to the next commune, Qin Hong voiced his confusion. He could not comprehend why their efforts to procure mountain goods, which benefited the surrounding villagers, had not garnered any appreciation, but instead resulted in animosity. Third brother, the human heart is forever inscrutable. I must tell you, one cannot impose their own thoughts upon the perceptions of others. Qin Fu listened intently to every word spoken by Qin Mo. Despite being the youngest among the brothers, Qin Fu and Qin Hong subconsciously regarded him as their leader. After visiting 2 communes, the 3 brothers opted to forego the next one. Their tractor was already filled to capacity, and the villagers had dried and stored all the harvestable goods during their absence. Consequently, when Qin Mo and his brothers arrived to buy, each household brought significantly more than before. Once their purchases were complete, Qin Mo drove the tractor to the county town that very night. The brothers' restaurant was currently devoid of stock, but more importantly, Qin Mo wanted to discuss with brothers Wu Jiangwo about the future management of their establishment. Arriving at the brothers' restaurant, it was already late at night. The Wu brothers, who had gone to bed, were summoned. After unloading the goods, Wu Jianjun headed to the kitchen to quickly prepare a couple of dishes. The 3 sat down to eat, and after a few drinks, Qin Mo took the initiative to speak. Elder brother Wu, second brother Wu, do you have any plans for the restaurant moving forward? Hearing this, Wu Jiangwo immediately beamed with joy. Younger brother Qin, what plans could we possibly have? The current success of our restaurant is entirely due to your initial suggestions. Otherwise, following our original thoughts, our establishment would have been no different from the former state-run restaurants. We might have only considered offering discounts or ensuring generous portions. Wu Jianjun chimed in with a smile. Younger brother Qin, do you have any brilliant ideas? Both brothers fixed their gaze on Qin Mo, eager for insight. Without hesitation, Qin Mo nodded slightly. Indeed, I have some thoughts I wish to share with you, elder brother Wu and second brother Wu. Please, do tell, the Wu brothers responded, confident in Qin Mo's intellect. You see, Qin Mo began, since the opening of the brothers' restaurant, our pricing has been relatively high, positioning us in the mid to high-end market. The Wu brothers nodded, recalling Qin Mo's previous analysis. Qin Mo continued, now, a new establishment, the FA restaurant, has emerged, mirroring our dishes and prices. In our entire Luoling County, the number of patrons who can afford to dine out is limited. For every table occupied at the FA restaurant, we lose a table at Brothers Restaurant. Thus, we must consider how to attract these diners to choose Brothers Restaurant instead. Younger brother Qin, please share how we should proceed, Wu Jianjun directly inquired. They understood that Qin Mo had likely formulated a strategy. I do have some ideas, please listen closely. First and foremost, Qin Mo shared all his thoughts without reservation, beginning with the fundamental improvements in service quality, addressing customer needs, providing personalized services, and enhancing customer satisfaction and loyalty. He elaborated on optimizing the customer experience and how to analyze and identify potential lost customers, suggesting preemptive measures for intervention and retention. After Qin Mo concluded, he noticed the expressions of confusion on Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun's faces. Elder brother Wu, second brother Wu. I've explained for quite a while, at least offer some feedback. Younger brother Qin, just tell us what we should specifically do. I understand every word you've said, but the implications remain unclear, Wu Jiangwo replied. Wu Jianjun quickly added, younger brother Qin, our minds aren't as quick as yours. Could you please simplify your explanation? Feeling somewhat exasperated, Qin Mo believed he had communicated clearly. Observing the Wu brothers' expressions, he realized that in the year 1980, many concepts that would later become commonplace were still considered avant-garde. Although the Wu brothers were sharp-minded compared to others, the constraints of their time hindered their ability to fully grasp the ideas Qin Mo had presented. Understanding this, Qin Mo paused to reorganize his thoughts. Elder brother Wu, second brother Wu, starting tomorrow, we shall officially implement a membership system. A membership system? Wu Jiangwo and Wu Jianjun still appeared perplexed, gazing intently at Qin Mo. With patience, Qin Mo proceeded to explain the concept of a membership system, and this time, the Wu brothers quickly grasped the idea. Qin Mo proceeded to elaborate to the Wu Jiangwo brothers on how to enhance customer engagement and loyalty through mechanisms such as points and discounts. The trio conversed until dawn, with the Wu Jiangwo brothers brimming with excitement, utterly devoid of any drowsiness. Qin Mo felt he had conveyed the essential points, and anything he had not yet considered could be added later. He believed that merely establishing a membership system would suffice to draw a significant portion of diners to the FA restaurant. Given the Wu Jiangwo brothers' connections in the county, achieving this would pose no challenge. The alcohol consumed the previous night had been entirely metabolized, and Qin Mo decided it was time to return. Although he was driving a tractor, he never forgot the principle of not drinking and driving. After bidding farewell to Wu Jiangwo, he revved up the tractor and departed the county. Wu Jiangwo also stepped out to seek someone to create membership cards. Following Qin Mo's advice, the membership cards needed to be exquisitely designed, such that upon receiving one, individuals would regard it as a symbol of status. Wu Jiangwo ascended the stairs, preparing to document all the various regulations regarding the membership cards that Qin Mo had discussed the previous night to facilitate explanations to clients. Chapter 62. Preparing for vocational school. Qin Mo returned to Taohua village and left after a mere 2 days. The commencement of school was imminent, and the urgency to find a suitable institution was palpable. His objective was the Longqing Chemical Engineering Vocational School, located in the provincial capital. Upon arriving in the provincial city, Qin Mo sought out Zhao Dajiang. Upon learning of Qin Mo's aspiration to attend the Longqing Chemical Engineering Vocational School, Zhao Dajiang appeared troubled. Qin, my dear brother, as you know, I have only recently arrived in Longqing. Aside from the former leader, I hardly know anyone else here. Qin Mo instantly comprehended the implication. It seemed his ambitions were in vain. However, Zhao Dajiang shifted his tone. Let me inquire further and see if any opportunities arise. As for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. Secretary Zhao, your assistance in this matter would be immensely appreciated. As for the result, I shall leave it to fate. Despite Zhao Dajiang's change in position, Qin Mo continued to address him as secretary. After parting ways with Zhao Dajiang, Qin Mo found lodging in a guest house. 2 days later, Zhao Dajiang approached him again. My dear brother Qin, I regret to inform you that I have exhausted all possible connections. Alas! Upon hearing this, Qin Mo understood that his desire to attend the Longqing Chemical Engineering Vocational School had been dashed. Yet, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Zhao Dajiang. With no intention of lingering in Longqing any longer, Qin Mo prepared to return to Luoling County. Just as he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly collided with a man and a woman. Qin Mo cast a fleeting glance at them, uttered no words, and proceeded to leave. Yu Shuang observed Qin Mo's departure with a complex expression. What is the matter? Are you still harboring feelings for him? Gu Xinglong glared at Yu Shuang, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Yu Shuang turned her head, offering a conciliatory smile. No, I was merely puzzled. Wasn't he apprehended? How is it that he has been released? Qin Mo is merely a small fry. It is quite normal for him to be released early, so do not worry. I have already leveraged my connections regarding your brother's situation. There will be no issues. After Yu Kuei's arrest, the Yu family's standing plummeted. Yu Kuei was no longer the head of the Longqing steel plant, and new work procedures had been halted. During this time, Gu Xinglong befriended a wealthy second-generation heir. Consequently, he approached Yu Bing, offering to assist in securing Yu Kuei's release if she agreed to be with him. Although Yu Bing wished to save her brother, she declined Gu Xinglong's proposition, primarily due to her skepticism regarding his abilities and connections. Gu Xinglong did not press further, for if Yu Bing was unwilling, he still had Yu Shuang to rely on. As anticipated, when he approached Yu Shuang, revealing that he had a way to extricate Yu Kuei, she promptly agreed to his demands. What vexed Gu Xinglong was that the Yu Shuang who once complied with his every word had now learned to refuse him. On the very day Yu Shuang acquiesced, Gu Xinglong took her to the cinema, subsequently planning to lead her into a secluded grove. However, Yu Shuang declined, stating she would only surrender herself completely upon marriage. Gu Xinglong was infuriated by this response. In his eyes, Yu Shuang was merely a tarnished woman from a broken family. Had the Yu family not fallen from grace, he would have married her without hesitation. Now, while he could indulge in some frivolity, marriage was out of the question. He would consider it if it were Yu Bing instead. Noticing Gu Xinglong's displeasure, Yu Shuang quickly donned a charming smile. Yes, I believe Brother Xinglong will surely manage to secure my brother's release. Gu Xinglong raised his chin slightly. If I manage to extricate your brother, how do you intend to show your gratitude? Feeling the intensity of Gu Xinglong's gaze, Yu Shuang's cheeks flushed. Once my brother is out, I will comply with your wishes. Gu Xinglong felt a surge of annoyance. Yu Shuang's implication was unmistakable. If he succeeded in freeing Yu Kuei, she would agree to his proposal of intimacy without waiting for marriage. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked the capability to secure Yu Kuei's release. His acquaintance with the second-generation heir merely afforded him a peripheral role, serving as a lackey. Xiao Shuang, you are not waiting for your brother to be released only to kick me to the curb, are you? Gu Xinglong feigned suspicion as he gazed at Yu Shuang. No, never. Yu Shuang's panic was evident. Brother Xinglong, how could you think that of me? You ought to know my heart by now. Seeing her distress, Gu Xinglong's lips curled into a slight smirk. Is that so? I did not perceive it that way. That night, I wished to take you to the grove merely to catch fireflies together. Your refusal made me realize you have been wary of me, suspecting ulterior motives. I simply wished to share a moment of innocence with you. Yu Shuang, confronted with Gu Xinglong's expression of disappointment, became increasingly flustered. I'm sorry, Brother Xinglong. I misunderstood you that night. I should not have thought so poorly of you. Gu Xinglong remained silent, merely shaking his head with a hint of sadness. Observing this, Yu Shuang bit her lip. How about this? Tonight, let us go catch fireflies together. Gu Xinglong declined, saying, never mind. You would likely think I have other intentions. Brother Xinglong, please don't say that. Let us go catch fireflies tonight. If you have other thoughts, it's also acceptable. Yu Shuang's voice trailed off, but Gu Xinglong heard every word. See, you still suspect I have ulterior motives. It appears you believe I, Gu Xinglong, harbor intentions beyond simply wanting to catch fireflies. I'm sorry, Brother Xinglong, I misspoke. I should not have thought that of you. As Yu Shuang continued to apologize, Gu Xinglong chose to drop the pretense. He understood that sometimes, too much restraint could be counterproductive. He had clearly gained the upper hand with Yu Shuang. There was no need to maintain a facade. If he pushed too hard, they might forfeit the opportunity to catch fireflies altogether. Very well, I trust you, Xiao Shuang. Let us take a stroll through the streets before we head to the cinema, and later in the evening, we shall catch fireflies. Yu Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief, offering Gu Xinglong a sweet smile. Gu Xinglong appeared to be in high spirits as well, yet he felt the hours of the day dragged on interminably, as if the night would never fall. Meanwhile, Qin Mo returned to Luoling County and went directly to seek out his brother, Wu Jiangwo. Having lost the opportunity to attend Longqing Chemical Industry College, he now had no choice but to seek assistance from Wu Jiangwo. Arriving at the vocational technical school in Luoling, a secondary vocational institution, Wu Jiangwo inquired, Qin, have you considered your options? After listening to Qin Mo's thoughts, he decided to offer some counsel. In my opinion, you could easily retake the college entrance examination next year. The incident involving Qin Mo had been resolved, and Wu Jiangwo believed that attending a secondary vocational school would be tantamount to sabotaging his future. Although many viewed a secondary vocational qualification as commendable, for Qin Mo, a top scorer in the college entrance examination, it would be a gross waste of potential. Qin Mo smiled gently and replied, Brother Wu, I have made my decision. A secondary vocational school is quite a commendable option. Chapter 63. The eve before school. Very well, as long as you have considered it thoroughly. Wu Jiangwo refrained from further persuasion, understanding that once Qin Mo had made up his mind, additional urging would be futile. Then it falls upon you, my dear brother. Such words are common among friends. Wu Jiangwo is known for his efficiency, and by the next day, after Qin Mo finished speaking, everything was arranged. Qin Laodi, I have already spoken with Principal Shun. Once your admission procedures are finalized, you may proceed directly to the school. That's wonderful. Qin Mo clapped his hands, his joy evident. Although it was merely a vocational school, he held no disdain for it. Principal Shen just so happened to be back for dinner tonight. Would you like to join us? Wu Jiangwo inquired. Qin Mo accepted without hesitation. In the evening, Shin Bowen and several colleagues arrived at the brothers' restaurant. In a private room, under Wu Jiangwo's introduction, Qin Mo formally met Principal Shun. "Thank you, Principal Shun, for accepting me. I shall refrain from excessive words and simply state, today I take pride in my school, and in the future, may my school take pride in me." A smile adorned Shin Bowen's face as he responded, "Well said, Qin. I wholeheartedly agree." The notion of Qin Mo attending his school had never crossed Shin Bowen's mind. Even when Qin Mo's admission to Shui Mu University was rescinded, Shin Bowen could not fathom that Qin Mo would come to his school. After all, he was the top scholar of the province. In Shin Bowen's view, if Shui Mu and other elite universities did not want Qin Mo, surely other institutions would. It was inconceivable for a modest vocational school in a small county to have a student of his caliber. When Wu Jiangwo approached Shin Bowen, the latter thought it was a jest. Initially, Shin Bowen had reservations about Qin Mo's predicament. However, Wu Jiangwo assured him with confidence that Qin Mo's issues had been completely resolved and would not affect Shin Bowen or the school. It was then that Shin Bowen consented to allow Qin Mo to attend. The risk of enrolling a top scholar was, in Shin Bowen's estimation, worth taking. "Qin Mo, our school offers programs in mechanical manufacturing, electrical engineering, civil engineering, and other technical fields. Do you have a preferred area of study?" Shin Bowen asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Mo replied, "Principal, if possible, I would like to pursue mechanical manufacturing and additionally minor in electrical engineering." After pondering for a moment, Shin Bowen nodded. "Very well, I shall ensure this matter is settled tomorrow." With the decision made to enroll Qin Mo, Shin Bowen readily agreed to his request. Whether due to Qin Mo's status as the provincial top scholar or out of respect for Wu Jiangwo. "Thank you, Principal." As Shin Bowen departed, Qin Mo arranged to report to the school in 3 days. "Qin Laudi, do you plan to return to Taohua Village tomorrow?" Earlier at the dinner table, when discussing the timing of his school enrollment, Qin Mo mentioned needing to return home, which Wu Jiangwo overheard. "Yes, since I am about to start school, I must inform my family. I also need to speak with my elder brother and third brother regarding the upcoming acquisition of mountain goods." Wu Jiangwo nodded and then smiled. "Qin Laudi, you will be residing in the county for the long term. This will make it easier to discuss membership matters whenever needed. I hope you do not find it bothersome." "Wu Leoj, you speak as though we are strangers. It is said that brothers should not be so polite." Without delay, Qin Mo hopped onto a tractor as his third brother arrived to deliver goods, and he sped back to Taohua Village. In the provincial capital, Yu Shuang returned home, her face weary. For the past 2 days, Gu Xinglong had insisted they venture into the small woods to catch fireflies each night. Each outing concluded in the early hours of the following morning, leaving her utterly exhausted. Only by the next dawn did Gu Xinglong notice the outer garment lying on the ground, stained with dried blood. Yu Shuang had initially believed that her brother Gu Xinglong would be more tender toward her, given her inexperience. Alas, he merely offered a few sweet words before insisting they continue the firefly excursions the following night. On that second evening, Gu Xinglong was even more fervent in his efforts. Though equally fatigued, he pursued the activity with relentless enthusiasm. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Qin Mo promptly informed his family of his impending enrollment at the county vocational technical school. Though Qin Baoshan and his wife felt a twinge of regret, they resolved to support him. Qin Fu and Qin Hong also expressed their backing, assuring Qin Mo that the family would manage everything during his studies. His second brother, Qin Lu, who had already moved to a new home, was absent. "Little brother, you are soon off to school. What will happen with Lu Bao, that scoundrel?" Qin Hong inquired. "Indeed, little brother, ever since Lu Bao became the secretary, he has made things difficult for our parents at work." Qin Mo turned his head. "He is still making things hard for them?" "Yes, every time our parents go to work, he assigns them the heaviest and most laborious tasks. By evening, he nitpicks their work, claiming they have not done well, and deducts their wages." Upon hearing this, Qin Mo replied, "I will speak to our parents." Qin Fu attempted to interject, but Qin Mo had already entered their room. "Mom and Dad, I need to discuss something with you." "All right, go ahead. Let us talk in the living room, where eldest brother and third brother are present." Qin Baoshan looked at Qin Mo with curiosity, wondering what warranted a discussion in the living room. Qin Mo did not respond, but turned to leave, prompting Qin Baoshan to hesitate before following along with Qin Mu. Once in the living room, and after Qin Baoshan was seated, Qin Mo immediately asked, "Mom and Dad, has Lu Bao been deliberately making things difficult for you at work?" "That is not true," Qin Baoshan quickly denied, shooting a glare at Qin Fu and Qin Hong. Do not listen to their nonsense. Qin Mu's mother quickly added, no matter what. Lu Bao must address your father and me as uncle and aunt. How could he possibly make things difficult for us? Mom and Dad, I have heard from eldest brother and third brother about the situation. Knowing his parents would not admit it directly, Qin Mo brought up his brothers. Do not listen to their wild claims. There is nothing of the sort. Qin Baoshan continued to deny it. You can rest assured and go to school. Your mother and I will not trouble you. Father and mother, starting tomorrow, you need not go to work anymore. As Qin Mo finished speaking, he noticed his father was about to object and quickly raised his hand to halt him. Father, please allow me to finish. Although eldest brother and third brother have separated their households, we, as brothers, remain united in spirit, do we not? Qin Fu and Qin Hong, along with Li Ji, nodded in agreement. The youngest is correct. Although we have divided our households, our hearts remain intertwined as one family. Chapter 64 Official Enrollment. Qin Mo continued. I am about to commence my studies, and at home, only my eldest brother and third brother are busy acquiring mountain goods. They are undoubtedly preoccupied. With San Sa now pregnant, she is unable to assist, and while the Sa could help, she must also tend to the children, rendering her assistance limited. Therefore, dear parents, by refraining from labor, you would alleviate the burdens on my elder and third brothers, allowing you to care for the children and support San Sa. This way, my brothers can pursue their business endeavors with peace of mind. Upon witnessing the hesitation on his parents' faces, Qin Mo elaborated, Mother and father, the work points you earn, even if Lu Bao does not target you, amount to merely a handful each day. If you stay at home to watch over the children, my brothers will be able to work without worry, and the profits they earn will far exceed those meager points. Qin Fu and Qin Hong chimed in, persuading their parents to forego work and assist in caring for their families. Eventually, Qin Baoshan and Qin Mu consented, swayed by the collective appeal of their three sons. Once the matter regarding their parents was settled, as Qin Baoshan and his wife returned to their quarters, Qin Hong broached the topic of Lu Bao once more. Little brother, what are your plans regarding Lu Bao? Third brother, there is no need to rush. Lu Bao is currently engaged in acquiring mountain goods. I will devise a means to thwart his efforts, Qin Mo replied. Qin Fu interjected, Little brother, do you intend to elevate the acquisition prices? That could indeed work. If we offer a price higher than Lu Bao's, we shall not incur losses. Qin Hong immediately expressed his discontent. Little brother, you cannot seriously contemplate raising the acquisition price, can you? I do not mean to be stingy or malicious. These individuals, who initially welcomed us with smiles, became envious the moment they saw us prosper. In my view, we must not raise the acquisition price. Why should we allow them to profit further? Third brother, do not be hasty. I never suggested raising the acquisition price. Qin Mo reassured the visibly agitated Qin Hong. The recent actions of the villagers also left Qin Mo feeling quite displeased. Whether they chose to sell or not did not concern him. Trade should be free and cannot be coerced. However, their backbiting was rather unbecoming. If they refused to sell, Qin Mo held no grievances, yet their incessant gossip was a matter of integrity. Do not concern yourselves with Lu Bao. I have my own methods to ensure he cannot continue his acquisitions, Qin Mo stated, withholding the specifics of his strategy. Qin Fu and Qin Hong did not press for further details, placing their faith in Qin Mo. Upon learning that Qin Baoshan and his wife would no longer work, Lu Bao merely scoffed. As the village secretary, he felt that undermining the Qin family would be an effortless task. Recently, with significant profits from acquiring mountain goods, Lu Bao's spirits soared, leading him to disregard the matter entirely. Conversely, the other villagers were calculating the implications of Qin Baoshan and his wife remaining at home to care for their grandchildren. The news of Qin Mo's enrollment in a vocational school swiftly spread through the village. The usual gossips grew increasingly envious, while a few decided to refrain from conspiring against the Qin family in the future. Though Qin Mo did not attend university, his acceptance into a vocational school still held considerable weight in their eyes. Graduates from vocational schools were assured of stable employment in the future. In their perception, anyone who worked for the state was not to be trifled with. Having returned to the county, Qin Mo, accompanied by Wu Jiangwo, arrived at the school. In Shun Bowen's office, Qin Mo, Wu Jiangwo, and a middle-aged gentleman were present. Qin Mo, this is Teacher In Feng, who will be your homeroom teacher and counselor, announced Shun Bowen. Hello, Teacher In. Qin Mo greeted. Qin Mo, should you encounter any difficulties in your studies or life at school, feel free to approach me, and Feng said, well aware of Qin Mo's background as he was personally recommended by the principal. He promptly conveyed his willingness to assist. Shin Bowen had already completed all enrollment procedures, and Feng soon escorted Qin Mo to his dormitory. Since the school year has commenced for several days, only one bed remains available in the boys' dormitory. Therefore, you will be temporarily assigned to that room, and Feng whispered to Qin Mo as they walked. With a top scorer in his class, and Feng held high expectations for Qin Mo settle in for now. If any issues arise, I will find a way to arrange a different dormitory for you, he added. Qin Mo was indifferent about sharing a dormitory with anyone, and Feng's concerns stemmed from the fact that the 3 students in that room were notably troublesome. Their admission was solely due to their familial connections, as their academic records would have otherwise barred them. And Feng had his own motives for placing Qin Mo in that dormitory. Having completed the arrangements, he believed that Qin Mo, being personally recommended by the principal and given the recent inquiries about him, likely had his own connections. A diligent student with influential ties sharing a dormitory with those 3 troublemakers might yield unexpected results. Upon entering the dormitory, Qin Mo found it empty. After Feng provided a few instructions, he departed. Qin Mo scanned the room, observing the wooden bunk beds aligned against one wall, with a wooden cabinet and a long table on the opposite side. Aside from these, no other furnishings were present. The walls were plastered with lime, much of which had peeled away, and the remaining sections had yellowed. The dormitory featured a small window, one pane of which was broken and covered with paper. The overall atmosphere was dim and carried a musty odor. The upper bunk nearest the door was unoccupied, though it was cluttered with various belongings belonging to the other 3 roommates. Qin Mo placed his bag down and opened the window, clearing the table of the items that cluttered his bed. Then he began to take out the bedding, preparing to make the bed. Once everything was completed, it was still early. Qin Mo decided to venture outside, intending to visit the Xiongdi restaurant to inquire about the current business situation of the Dafeng restaurant following the implementation of the membership system. Since Lu Bao could no longer continue his acquisition of mountain goods, the cessation of business at Dafeng restaurant would naturally hinder Lu Bao's ability to sell. Although there were increasingly more private eateries in the county, only Xiongdi restaurant and Dafeng restaurant catered to game and mountain delicacies with a focus on the mid to high-end market. If Dafeng restaurant were to close, the affluent clientele in the county would inevitably have to alter their dining preferences. At that point, Dafeng restaurant would be unable to procure mountain goods, just like other private establishments. The reasoning was simple. Mountain goods incurred significantly higher costs compared to other ingredients. To avoid losses, they would need to sell at elevated prices. However, without a high-end consumer base, the restaurant would struggle to sustain itself. Qin Mo entrusted his brother Wu Jiangwo with the membership system to ensure that all affluent customers in the county would be firmly secured. Chapter 65. The effect of membership system upon arriving at Xiongdi restaurant. Qin Mo entered the hall and noticed that, despite it not being mealtime, a considerable number of guests were already present. He inwardly nodded, recognizing that the marketing strategies he previously discussed with Wu Jiangwo were evidently effective. In addition to the membership system aimed at high-end consumers, there were exclusive discounts for guests dining in the hall. Primarily, patrons could earn points after their consumption and participate in a daily lottery for a chance to have their table's bill waived. This was remarkable, particularly in the 1980s when the private economy had only just begun to open up. These marketing tactics had instantly made Xiongdi restaurant a bustling establishment. The waitstaff, already familiar with Qin Mo, promptly notified Wu Jiangwo of his arrival. Wu Jiangwo hurried over, his face beaming with a smile from a distance. As he approached, he immediately grasped Qin Mo's arm, exclaiming, "Qin Laodi, let us head upstairs." Qin Mo nodded slightly and followed him upstairs. Once seated in the office on the 2nd floor, Wu Jiangwo excitedly remarked, "Qin Laodi, I am utterly in awe of you. Xiao Jun and I have implemented your suggested strategies, introducing the membership and points system, and our business has skyrocketed. Just these past few days, we were even contemplating converting the 2nd floor into private rooms. Since you're here today, what do you think about that?" Qin Mo nodded slightly. "Wu Lao Gu, that's an excellent idea. It's entirely feasible to create private rooms upstairs. However, I have a suggestion." Wu Jiangwo promptly replied, "Please, go ahead. When renovating the private rooms upstairs, they should be designed to be more luxurious and exclusively accessible to top-tier members. Even when the 1st floor is fully occupied, they should remain off-limits." After pondering this, Wu Jiangwo asked, puzzled, "Qin Laodi, if the 1st floor is full, why should we keep them closed?" Qin Mo chuckled, "Wu Lao Gu, How have the clients with membership cards behaved after acquiring them? Wu Jiangwo furrowed his brow in thought, reminiscing about the initial reactions of those clients who had obtained membership cards. It didn't take long for him to grasp Qin Mo's intent. When the membership cards were first introduced, some wealthy patrons initially acquired a basic membership merely to show goodwill towards Wu Jiangwo. However, within a few days, they returned to increase their deposits, eager to elevate their membership status. Upon learning of this, Wu Jiangwo inquired discreetly and discovered the underlying reason. It turned out that these clients felt compelled to compete when they heard others boasting about their higher membership levels. In a small county town, wealthy individuals often knew each other. If one held a membership card, and another did as well, yet one was deemed to have a superior membership, how could the other tolerate it? The fear of being perceived as inferior drove many to enhance their deposits. Qin Mo's strategy mirrored this competitive psychology. The allure of dining in the exclusive upstairs private rooms, accessible only to select members, would substantially elevate the restaurant's prestige. Upon realizing this, Wu Jiangwo couldn't help but express his admiration for Qin Mo once more. Qin Mo waved his hand dismissively, viewing such tactics as simple maneuvers. Wu Jiangwo's oversight stemmed solely from the constraints of his era. After all, with the recent loosening of regulations on individual businesses, many entrepreneurs were not accustomed to such intricate strategies. By the way, Qin Mo inquired, what is the current situation with the FA restaurant? Upon mentioning the FA restaurant, Wu Jiangwo grinned. Qin Lao Di, I believe the FA restaurant won't last another 10 days. They will either have to pivot or shut down. Oh, Qin Mo's interest piqued. Wu Jiangwo then elaborated on the current state of the FA restaurant. After Xiongdi Restaurant launched its membership system, along with point accumulation and daily lottery promotions, the FA restaurant initially paid little heed, continuing to operate at its own pace. However, within 2 days, they attempted to implement a similar membership system. Yet, they soon discovered that their daily patron count barely reached 2 tables. In stark contrast, Xiongdi Restaurant experienced overflowing crowds daily, with numerous table turnovers. With each misstep, the FA restaurant fell further behind. Their newly introduced membership scheme failed to sell even a single card. The few customers who came for the free meal promotions usually arrived in small groups, hardly enough to fill a table, making the execution of the promotion impractical. If they failed to draw winners, customers would be dissatisfied, as many were attracted by the bustling atmosphere of Xiongdi Restaurant. Unable to forego the promotion, the FA restaurant awkwardly continued the free meal events, leading to their sole table of patrons dining for free. As for the membership cards, the wealthiest individuals in the county were already committed to Xiongdi Restaurant, leaving no incentive for them to deposit money at the FA restaurant. Additionally, many clients without membership cards were reluctant to abandon their accrued points at Xiongdi Restaurant and start anew at the FA. Consequently, business at the FA restaurant plummeted, leading to daily losses. After listening, Qin Mo felt a surge of insight. Wu Lao Gu, given the current circumstances, it won't be long before the FA restaurant closes its doors. Wu Jiangwo wholeheartedly agreed, doubtful that the FA restaurant could continue operating. Even with financial backing, a non-profitable venture could not sustain itself indefinitely. Qin Mo added, Wu Lao Gu, if the FA restaurant shuts down, you should consider taking it over. Wu Jiangwo hesitated. Is that truly necessary? I can easily convert the second floor into private rooms, which would suffice. Brother Wu, did I not previously mention to you and Brother Wu the ambition of becoming the culinary titan of Luoling County? Wu Jiangwo nodded, affirming that we are currently the finest establishment in Luoling County. Qin Mo gently shook his head. Brother Wu, you cannot possibly be content with that, can you? While the Brother Restaurant indeed stands as the premier dining venue in Luoling, the journey to becoming a true culinary giant remains far from complete. To ascend to such heights, merely capturing the mid to high-end segment is insufficient. In my view, the low to mid-end market represents the most crucial segment. Qin Mo proceeded to elucidate the significance of the low to mid-end market to Wu Jiangwo. In the current economic landscape, the affluent are but a minuscule fraction, while the lower strata of society constitute the overwhelming majority. To penetrate the lower market and establish a chain, that is when one can genuinely claim the title of a culinary giant. Furthermore, once this model successfully dominates the market in Luoling County, it can be swiftly replicated elsewhere. Wu Jiangwo, captivated by the vision painted by Qin Mo, resolved on the spot to wholly embrace his suggestions. Chapter 66. The New Brothers in the Dormitory. Qin Laodi, whatever you say next, We shall follow. Wu Jiangwo had already devised a plan. After acquiring the FA restaurant, he intended to grant Qin Mo a portion of the shares. This would serve as a reward for Qin Mo's strategic counsel and also ensure that he would continue to assist them in the future. At times, Wu Jiangwo even pondered the possibility that if Qin Mo ventured into the culinary business himself, their brotherhood's restaurant might face dire straits. To avert such a scenario, it was imperative to allocate shares to Qin Mo. As mealtime approached, Qin Hong delivered mountain goods, and under Wu Jiangwo's arrangement, everyone gathered in a private room to dine. During the meal, Qin Mo informed his third brother that he had enrolled in school and would officially commence his studies the following day. Little brother, focus on your studies. I, along with the eldest, will manage the family affairs. By the way, what about that scoundrel Lu Bao? Now that you are in school, what shall we do with him and the eldest? Do not concern yourself with this matter, third brother. In a few days, Lu Bao will find it impossible to continue acquiring mountain goods. The FA restaurant will soon close, and without a buyer, he will naturally be unable to procure any more. Hearing Lu Bao's name, Wu Jiangwo interjected. Speaking of Lu Bao, he approached us before selling mountain goods to the FA restaurant. Oh, Qin Mo's interest was piqued. Wu Jiangwo recounted the encounter with Lu Bao to the two brothers. After listening, Qin Hong expressed a few colorful remarks about Lu Bao's character. Qin Mo refrained from commenting, and once the meal concluded, Qin Hong departed on a tractor, rumbling away. Originally, Qin Mo intended to inquire about the FA restaurant, but decided to purchase some essentials for school after the meal. However, upon hearing Wu Jiangwo discuss Lu Bao, a new idea formed in his mind. In the upstairs office, Qin Mo wasted no time and shared his thoughts with Wu Jiangwo. Brother Wu, once the FA restaurant closes, you and Brother Wu can approach Lu Bao and express your willingness to acquire his mountain goods. Qin Laodi, what do you mean? Wu Jiangwo looked at Qin Mo in confusion. Qin Mo smiled slightly and continued. When the time comes, just tell Lu Bao to bring as much as he has. The more, the better, and offer him a high price. However, this can only be spoken verbally. No written evidence should be left. After saying this, Qin Mo winked, and Wu Jiangwo immediately grasped the implication. Rest assured, Qin Laodi, I will ensure that Lu Bao has no place to lament. Seeing that Wu Jiangwo understood his intentions, Qin Mo did not linger. He went to the supply and marketing cooperative, purchased some daily necessities, and returned to school. Shortly after arriving back at the dormitory, the other three roommates returned. Upon noticing an unfamiliar face in the dormitory, Zhu Nang paused momentarily before approaching Qin Mo, scrutinizing him with a keen gaze. You must be this year's top scholar, Qin Mo? Upon hearing this, Qin Mo inferred that the homeroom teacher in Feng had informed the class about his enrollment. I am Qin Mo, nice to meet you. Qin Mo extended his hand with a smile. The atmosphere shifted positively, and Zhu Nang responded with a smile. I never expected old Zhu would become roommates with the top scholar of the province. The other two also stepped forward to greet Qin Mo. I am Sun Chang'e. From now on, we are brothers. I am Gu Qingfeng. Qin Mo replied with a smile to both. Previously, the homeroom teacher in Feng had mentioned that the dormitory members might not be easy to get along with. However, it appeared that they were quite amiable. Qin Mo mused internally, forming a preliminary impression of the three. Regardless of the era, students in a dormitory tend to be ranked by age. Among the four, Qin Mo was the eldest, thus assuming the role of the elder brother. Zhu Nang was the second, Gu Qingfeng the third, and Sun Chang'e the fourth. Hey, since the eldest has just arrived, we should at least welcome him properly, Zhu Nang suggested. Indeed, that is only fitting, Gu Qingfeng agreed. Let us make haste. Sun Chang'e stood up decisively. They then looked at Qin Mo. Qin Mo rose as well. Let us head to the FA restaurant. Elder brother, really? The FA restaurant? Zhu Nang exclaimed in surprise. Qin Mo turned his head. Is there a problem? Zhu Nang hesitated. Well, I've nearly exhausted the living expenses my family provided this month, and the costs at the FA restaurant are not insignificant. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng lightly remarked, is that so? If it weren't for me and the fourth, you might not even afford to eat soon. Qin Mo found this perplexing. It seemed that all of them came from well-off families. How could Zhu Neng have already depleted his living expenses within just a few days of school starting? Noticing Qin Mo's puzzled expression, Sun Chang'e chuckled and explained. It turns out that on the very first day of school, Zhu Ning fell head over heels for a senior sister. He immediately launched his pursuit, and before he knew it, his money was gone. Qin Mo turned to Zhu Neng. So, How are things with the senior sister now? Zhu Neng wore a forlorn expression. Don't even mention it. Sigh. Qin Mo patted Zhu Neng on the shoulder, opting not to delve deeper into the matter. After all, they had just met. It would be better to discuss it further once they were more acquainted. Pursuing a woman should not rely on money, but rather on attraction. If one possesses enough wealth, it should be displayed to impress rather than squander. Tonight, we shall go to the FA restaurant. I am the elder brother of our dormitory. Surely you cannot expect me to let you pay? Qin Mo waved his hand grandly, prompting them to hurry along. Such generosity from the elder brother. Zhu Ning instantly gave a thumbs up. Elder brother, once I receive my living expenses next month, I will treat you to the FA restaurant. Gu Qingfeng and Sun Changhe quickly chimed in, though they suspected that once Zhu Neng received his allowance, he would again seek out the senior sister. No matter how great the senior sister is, can she compare to a brother? Zhu Neng retorted confidently. Is that so? If brothers are indeed so great, why didn't you heed our advice not to get carried away? Precisely. You squandered your living expenses on the senior sister, and now you rely on your brothers for sustenance. Gu Qingfeng and Sun Changhe ridiculed Zhu Neng. Amidst their banter, they exited the school. Luoling County is indeed not large, so Qin Mo and his companions walked directly. As young men, they swiftly arrived at Xiongdifandian. At that moment, the restaurant was teeming with patrons. Brother, shall we consider another place? Zhu Neng inquired, observing the bustling hall, immediately turning to Qin Mo. Indeed, there appears to be no available seating. How about we seek a modest eatery? Gu Qingfeng proposed. Before Qin Mo could respond, a waitress approached him as soon as she recognized him. Qin Xiaogu, you must be here for a meal, correct? Xiao Hong has already informed the owner. Allow me to escort you to a private room. Qin Mo nodded gently. Thank you, Lu Jie. After saying this, he noticed Zhu Neng and the others staring at him in astonishment. What are you all dawdling for? Let's head to the private room. Upon entering the private room, and once Lu Jie departed, Zhu Neng and the others immediately gathered around. Brother, your status is quite impressive. I heard from my father that the private rooms at Xiongdifandian require at least a platinum membership to access, and reservations are mandatory. For someone like you to enter without reservation, you must be at least a purple gold member. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Gu Qingfeng fixed his gaze intently on Qin Mo. A purple gold membership requires a minimum deposit of 2,000 yuan. Brother, weighing over 100 kilograms. I will rely entirely on you from now on. And me too. I will depend on you entirely. Brother, Sun Changhe chimed in promptly. Although each of them came from well-off families, they had never imagined possessing a membership card for Xiongdifandian, even if it were merely the most basic silver membership. Chapter 67. The big brother of the dormitory. As he spoke, Wu Jiangwo cheerfully pushed the door open. Brother Wu, today we have a gathering with the brothers from our dormitory. Qin Mo promptly explained the situation before proceeding with introductions. These three are my roommates. This gentleman is the owner of Xiongdi Restaurant. The proprietor of Xiongdi Restaurant is quite well known in Luoling County. However, not everyone who comes to dine is afforded the privilege of his personal attention. Zhu Neng and the others were visibly excited. Their regard for Qin Mo elevated further. Hello, Brother Wu. I am Zhu Qiangwang's son. Oh, you are the son of old Zhu, Wu Jiangwo responded with a smile, clearly recognizing Zhu Neng's father. Gu Qingfeng and Sun Changhe, witnessing this, followed suit and introduced their father's names as well. Upon hearing, Wu Jiangwo chuckled. Ah, all familiar faces. Noticing the exchange, Qin Mo, stifling a laugh, approached Wu Jiangwo and said to Zhu Neng and the others, from now on, you are not to call me big brother anymore. The three were momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to retort. Regret flooded their minds for not having introduced their own fathers earlier, as it was evident from Wu Jiangwo's words that their fathers were of the same generation. With Qin Mo addressing Wu Jiangwo as brother, it implied that Qin Mo had shifted from the role of an older brother to that of an uncle. Come on, let us hear you call me uncle. Qin Mo grinned at Zhu Neng and the others. Ah, well, not. Zhu Neng stammered, caught off guard. Gu Qingfeng and Sun Changhe appeared equally conflicted. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I don't really want to be your uncle. However, I could consider being a godfather, Qin Mo added with a playful tone. Let us each have our titles. You may still call me big brother. They nodded eagerly in agreement. Yes, let us keep it that way. Qin Mo turned to Wu Jiangwo and said, Brother Wu, we need to head back to school shortly, so please arrange accordingly. Wu Jiangwo nodded, indicating that Jianjun had already informed the kitchen. Shall we have some wine? He inquired. No. We are students and have classes tomorrow. Qin Mo declined the offer. While it did not matter to him, Zhu Neng and the others were still underage. In Qin Mo's view, regardless of the era, it is best for minors to refrain from drinking. Moreover, they were all students at present. Wu Jiangwo did not press the matter further and began to converse quietly with Qin Mo and his friends. Once the dishes arrived, he stood up and said, "All right, enjoy your meal. I have matters to attend to." "Brother Wu, don't worry about us," they replied. Once Wu Jiangwo departed, Zhu Neng and the others quickly gathered around Qin Mo. "Big brother, what is the situation here?" "What situation?" Qin Mo asked while serving himself some food. "You and brother Wu seem to have a close relationship," they observed. Qin Mo nodded. "Yes, I have known brother Wu and his brothers for quite some time." He briefly elaborated before shifting the topic. "All right, everyone, let us eat quickly. We need to return to school soon." Seeing that Qin Mo was unwilling to elaborate further, Zhu Neng was about to inquire again when Gu Chengfeng silenced him with a glance. After finishing their meal, Qin Mo led them out of the private room. Upon reaching the front desk, he addressed Sister Lu. "Sister Lu, we are leaving now, and we want to inform brother Wu." "Sure thing, Xiaoqin Gu," Sister Lu replied with a smile. As they took a few steps outside, Qin Mo realized that Zhu Neng and the others were still at the front desk. "What are you all doing standing there? Let us go." Zhu Neng hurriedly jogged to Qin Mo's side. "Big brother, we haven't settled the bill yet." Qin Mo looked back at Gu Chengfeng and Sun Changhe, who were still at the front desk, and called out, "Come on, you don't need to worry about the bill." Hearing Qin Mo's words, Sister Lu turned to Gu Chengfeng and Sun Changhe and said, "Xiaoqin Gu does not need to pay for his meals here. That is a special arrangement from our boss, so you can rest assured." Once the restaurant staff confirmed this, Gu Chengfeng and Sun Changhe finally approached Qin Mo. On the way, Zhu Neng could not contain his curiosity. "Big brother, you and that brother Wu are quite close, huh?" "Yes, brother Wu and his brother are great people. We have always had a good relationship," Qin Mo replied. "This meal must be quite expensive, huh?" Gu Chengfeng remarked. Qin Mo glanced back at the trio, understanding their curiosity. "Let me tell you something. The delicacies and game at brother Wu's restaurant are all supplied by my older brother and third brother." Upon hearing this, Zhu Neng and the others suddenly appeared enlightened, filling in the blanks in their minds. The act of being treated to a meal was now understood in a different light. The camaraderie among men can sometimes be so simple and pure. In just the time it took to share a meal, Zhu Neng, Gu Chengfeng, and Sun Changhe had grown closer to Qin Mo, linking arms as they approached the school gate. They chatted quietly, laughter occasionally escaping as they discussed various fanciful topics. Eventually, the conversation shifted to which class had the prettiest girls and who the school belle was. By the time they returned to the dormitory, the topic remained unchanged. They continued talking well into the night. Had it not been for Qin Mo decisively ending the discussion, they might have talked until dawn. The following morning, Qin Mo awoke early. Looking at the still sleeping Zhu Neng and the others, he decided not to wake them immediately. As there was still ample time before class, he took a basin and went to the washroom at the end of the dormitory. In the current dormitory setup, both washing and restroom facilities were centralized, with none available within the sleeping quarters. After washing up, Qin Mo eventually roused Zhu Neng and the others. All of them were in the same class, and after completing their morning routines, Qin Mo accompanied them to the classroom. Upon arriving at the classroom door, they found their homeroom teacher, and Feng, standing there. "Good morning, teacher In." Qin Mo greeted cheerfully, and Feng smiled and nodded, replying, "Good morning. I was just about to check on you in the dormitory if you couldn't find the classroom." Zhu Neng and the others, initially intending to enter the classroom directly, also greeted the teacher upon seeing Qin Mo, mimicking his actions. In the past, such behavior would have been unthinkable for them given their personalities. However, in their hearts, Qin Mo was regarded as the elder brother of the dormitory, and naturally, they wished to align themselves with him. And Feng, while responding with a smile to Zhu Neng and the others, felt a hint of surprise within. Although the school term had only just begun, he had already become quite familiar with the characters of Zhu Neng and his companions. Given his dual role as the class teacher and counselor, he chose not to reveal his thoughts regarding their recent antics. "Student Qin Mo, please hold on a moment. Join me inside shortly," and Feng remarked as he noticed Qin Mo heading toward the classroom. Qin Mo paused, realizing that Feng intended to introduce him to the entire class, and thus he halted. Perhaps it was due to the few days since the term had commenced that he had only just arrived, or perhaps it was because he was, after all, this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, albeit having been expelled from Shuai University. Qin Mo pondered silently, standing beside Feng, patiently awaiting his turn. "Brother, shall we head in first?" Zhu Ning whispered as he stepped forward. Qin Mo nodded slightly. And only then did Zhu Ning and his two companions enter the classroom. Observing this, Feng regarded Qin Mo with a touch of astonishment. They had not anticipated that the class's three troublemakers would appear to be getting along so well with Qin Mo. Chapter 68. The Objective. Good morning, and Laosher. As the other students arrived at the classroom door, they greeted Feng enthusiastically. Simultaneously, they cast curious glances at Qin Mo, who stood beside Feng. When the bell rang, all the students had assembled in the classroom. "Let's go in," Feng said, leading the way as he and Qin Mo entered the classroom one after the other. "Classmates, please settle down," Feng announced as he approached the podium. Tapping the desk at the front, the room quickly fell silent. Turning around, Feng noticed that Qin Mo had not followed him to the podium, but was instead standing at the door, lost in thought as he gazed at the front. At that moment, Qin Mo's mind drifted into a haze. He reminisced about the days when he longed for the teacher at the podium to say, "Just 2 more minutes." Eventually, he came to realize that what he truly missed was not the classroom or the teacher's presence, but the unpriced youth that had slipped away. Fortunately, fate had granted him a second chance, allowing him to relive those days when the teacher stood at the podium. "Qin Mo?" Feng called softly. Qin Mo remained unresponsive, as if he were a statue. "Qin Mo?" Feng repeated. Seeing that Qin Mo still did not react, Feng approached him. The other students began to murmur quietly among themselves, puzzled by Qin Mo's unusual demeanor. "Qin Mo, are you all right?" Feng inquired as he stepped closer, noticing that Qin Mo remained oblivious, prompting him to gently shake Qin Mo's shoulder. Qin Mo's body swayed slightly, yet his eyes remained fixed on the podium, betraying no other signs of awareness. "What's wrong with him?" Zhu Ning whispered to Gu Qingfeng beside him. Gu Qingfeng scrutinized Qin Mo's figure with a furrowed brow. "I don't know. He seems off." Sun Zhang had chimed in. "That's obvious. Anyone can see something's not right with him. Should we take him to the hospital?" Zhu Ning suggested. After their dinner the previous night, particularly after Qin Mo had lectured them on various topics of interest, the three had not only acknowledged Qin Mo as their leader, but had also developed a genuine admiration for him. "If he still doesn't respond, we should definitely take him to the hospital," Gu Qingfeng agreed, nodding. With Feng's gentle shaking, Qin Mo's gaze refocused. "Laosher, I'm fine. I was just a bit dazed. I apologize," he said, quickly regaining his composure. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. Qin Mo, could you introduce yourself to the class?" Qin Mo nodded slightly and stepped up to the podium, surveying the room. "Hello everyone. My name is Qin Mo." After speaking, he turned to Feng, who appeared taken aback, then smiled helplessly. "All right, from now on, Qin Mo will be a member of our class. Let's all get to know each other better. By the way, Qin Mo is this year's science top scorer in Shannan province." Since Qin Mo's self-introduction had been rather brief, Feng felt compelled to add some details. The students, who had initially exchanged puzzled glances due to Qin Mo's succinct introduction, erupted into a buzz of excitement upon learning he was this year's top scorer. Feng did not intervene, instead gesturing for Qin Mo to take a seat in the front row. Surprised, Qin Mo noticed that his new desk mate was a beautiful girl. However, he was too preoccupied to contemplate the significance of a desk mate at that moment. His mind was still reeling from the shock of what had just happened. When he had looked at the podium, others may have seen him as a statue, but in reality, his mind had been engulfed in a storm of memories. The vast array of knowledge he had acquired in his previous life, through books, articles, and videos, came flooding back, vivid and clear in his mind. Qin Mo was unsure whether this constituted an additional reward for his rebirth. Regardless, he now felt heightened anticipation for the vocational school life that lay ahead. In the era of information explosion he had experienced, the sheer volume of knowledge he had received was immeasurable. Entertainment gossip, scientific papers, practical wisdom. There was simply too much of which he had forgotten entirely after a fleeting glance. Now, everything he had previously learned was readily accessible in his mind with just a little recollection. It felt almost supernatural. Filled with joy, Qin Mo had previously envisioned elevating his school to new heights. In recent days, he had been contemplating the first steps to achieve this vision. However, he now realized that he no longer needed to struggle. All it would take was to write a few papers and publish them in top-tier journals, subsequently producing some research outcomes. Elevating the school from vocational training to higher education would be remarkably simple, if it weren't for the recent reform in the country, making it difficult to publish in international top journals. He would have aimed to leap directly to establishing the school as a prominent university in the nation. Yet, Qin Mo was not anxious. Current challenges did not imply future difficulties. Once he published papers domestically and produced research results, gaining recognition would make it much easier to publish internationally. It was crucial to take measured steps. Overreaching could lead to complications down the line. Even a genius could not afford to take shortcuts. To underestimate others would only reflect poorly on oneself. Throughout the morning, Qin Mo appeared to others as he sat quietly at his desk. Zhu Neng and the others exchanged knowing glances during the break, refraining from interrupting him. They believed their leader was demonstrating the lesson he had imparted to them the previous night through practical action. Qin Mo's deskmate was widely recognized as the school beauty, even before the semester had officially begun. After the commencement of the new academic term, it remains uncertain how many young men deliberately approach to engage in conversation and offer their attentions, only to ultimately find themselves thwarted in their endeavors. Qin Mo, oblivious to the thoughts of Zhu Neng and his companions, spent the entirety of the morning sifting through the information swirling in his mind. Having resolved to publish a paper, it was imperative for him to select a topic that resonated with his field of study. Currently, he was specializing in mechanical manufacturing and electrical engineering, thus it would be prudent to produce work pertinent to these disciplines. Once the morning classes concluded, it was only after Qin Mo's desk mate had departed that Zhu Neng and his friends sauntered over. "Brother, shall we head to the cafeteria?" Qin Mo, retrieving his thoughts, nodded slightly in agreement. Throughout their walk, he pondered whether to center his inaugural paper on mechanical manufacturing or electrical engineering. Noticing Qin Mo's reluctance to engage in conversation, Zhu Neng and the others wisely refrained from light-hearted banter. The afternoon was designated for practical classes, which were to take place not within the confines of a classroom, but rather at the training facility. Qin Mo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the school boasted such a training facility, replete with lathes, grinding machines, milling machines, and more. In this era, it was indeed remarkable for a vocational institution to possess such equipment. Chapter 69. A treasure discovered. Although it was labeled as a practical course, the students were not immediately permitted to operate the machine tools. Prior to this, none of the students had any experience with these machines. They all started from scratch, and thus were not allowed to touch them. The instructor merely had them stand beside the machines, explaining the general structure and various performance parameters of each type. Nonetheless, the boys exhibited palpable excitement, while a few girls in the class displayed a lack of interest. Qin Mo happened to notice that his deskmate seemed to be lost in thought, completely disengaged from the lecture. Observing the girls' reactions, Qin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity. Later, he learned that several of the girls in the class had chosen this field for various reasons. Some were compelled to study this discipline due to adjustments made by the school, while others felt pressured by family traditions, as their parents were involved in the same industry. Among them was Qin Mo's deskmate, who aspired to study mechanical design, but the school had not separated mechanical design from mechanical manufacturing. Students, from the 1950s to the early 1970s, our nation began to introduce foreign CNC technology and made some progress. 5 years ago, we commenced independent research and development of CNC technology, achieving significant breakthroughs this year. Perhaps by the time you graduate, you might be able to utilize machine tools that our country has independently developed and produced. The teacher's tone was filled with excitement when discussing domestically developed machine tools. However, the other students did not share the same sentiment. For many of them, this was the first time they had ever seen these machines, and they had no concept of what CNC machine tools entailed. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo's eyes lit up. Indeed, he could delve into CNC machine tools. In his previous life, discussions surrounding machine tools had been fervent online debates, spanning many years, evolving from the notion that domestic products were inferior to the belief that domestic offerings were on par with imported ones. Qin Mo had also perused a fair amount of information on machine tool science, often engaging in online debates with others. In this year, the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences successfully developed the first domestically produced CNC machine tool. However, in terms of processing accuracy and other aspects, the gap compared to foreign counterparts remained significant. For instance, foreign CNC machine tools could achieve a processing precision of up to 0.1 mm, whereas the newly developed domestic machines could not compete. With this in mind, Qin Mo had already formulated an idea for his first paper. However, In order to ensure that his paper had a coherent justification upon its release, he needed to lay some groundwork. Otherwise, it would seem too abrupt for a paper to materialize out of thin air. Teacher Yin, could you elaborate on CNC machine tools? How do our independently developed CNC machines compare to those abroad? Qin Mo raised his hand and inquired. Yin Binghua turned to Qin Mo and asked, "What is your name, student?" "Teacher. My name is Qin Mo." Yin Binghua's expression reflected recognition. He had seen all the students in the class before, but only Qin Mo was familiar to him. The news of Qin Mo attending this school had spread among the faculty, especially since he was the top scorer in the province and had made headlines for withdrawing from the prestigious Shumu University. Thankfully, the internet was not as developed at this time. Otherwise, Qin Mo would have likely sparked a minor online sensation. "Qin Mo, it seems you have a keen interest in CNC machine tools." Qin Mo nodded, responding, "Yes, I had previously read some introductions about CNC machine tools in books." Yin Binghua and the other students had no reason to doubt Qin Mo's explanation. It was quite normal for someone who had excelled in the college entrance examination to be an avid reader. Yin Binghua glanced at the time and said, "Well, class is about to end. Qin Mo, if you are really interested in CNC machine tools, I can explain them to you in more detail after class." "Thank you, teacher. Where can I find you after school?" "You can come here directly," Yin Binghua replied. The practical course quickly passed under Yin Binghua's guidance. Upon returning to the classroom and completing the final lesson of the day, Qin Mo instructed Zhu Neng and the others to head back while he made his way to the training base. Just as he reached the entrance, a group of upperclassmen exited. Qin Mo stepped aside, waiting for them to leave before entering. "Teacher." Upon seeing Qin Mo arrive, Yin Binghua smiled and waved him over. "Qin Mo, today I will first introduce you to the machine tools here, and once you have a grasp of them, I will explain CNC machine tools." Without waiting for Qin Mo to respond, Yin Binghua continued, "Learning cannot be rushed. It requires a step-by-step approach. Mastering the basics is essential before delving into more advanced topics. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." "Not at all, not at all." Yin Binghua looked at Qin Mo with evident satisfaction. "As your teacher, it is my duty to impart knowledge and clarify doubts. I truly appreciate students like you who are eager to learn. As long as you wish to study, I will share all the knowledge I possess." With that, Yin Binghua led Qin Mo to a lathe. "Today, I will first explain the lathe to you. The machine before us is a horizontal lathe capable of performing various machining processes on shafts, discs, and rings. The lathe primarily consists of the main spindle box, feed box, and slide box." Qin Mo was already familiar with Yin Binghua's explanations, but remained quiet and listened attentively without interjecting. After completing his explanation, Yin Binghua stepped aside to take a long sip from his enamel mug filled with lukewarm tea. "How much of what I just explained do you remember?" Qin Mo grinned widely, revealing his bright white teeth. "Teacher, I remember everything you just taught." Yin Binghua paused, astonished, and asked, "Everything?" Qin Mo nodded affirmatively, still smiling, causing Yin Binghua to question if he had misheard. Qin Mo, without any superfluous words, began to recapitulate the content that Yin Binghua had just articulated. This is a horizontal lathe, commonly employed for processing the inner and outer rotating surfaces of workpieces, end faces, and various internal and external threads. With the appropriate tools and attachments, it can also perform drilling, reaming, tapping, and knurling. Yin Binghua listened intently as Qin Mo accurately and swiftly reiterated his previous explanations, his eyes widening in astonishment. After a considerable pause, Yin Binghua took a deep breath, feeling an exhilarating sense of discovery. This was indeed a treasure. As for Qin Mo's earlier performance, Yin Binghua instinctively attributed it to his genius without requiring any explanation. At that moment, Qin Mo was also filled with excitement, sensing that his mind had become sharper following the events of the morning. Although he had retained all the information Yin Binghua had just presented, he had recounted it verbatim. The distinction between having the knowledge and reciting it word for word was significant. "Qin Mo, shall I continue to elaborate?" Yin Binghua inquired, eager to delve deeper and ascertain whether Qin Mo would retain all the information. Naturally, Qin Mo could not refuse. Thus, Yin Binghua proceeded with his explanation while Qin Mo listened quietly beside him. Chapter 70. The distress of Yin Binghua. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away quietly. It was only after Yin Binghua finished a segment that he suddenly realized that outside, the sky had darkened completely. A glance at the clock revealed it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. "Oh, it's so late," Yin Binghua exclaimed in surprise. and then turned his gaze to Qin Mo. Qin Mo's face bore no sign of impatience. He still wore the same eager expression as at the beginning, full of a thirst for knowledge. Qin Mo, let us conclude our discussion for today, Yin Binghua suggested. Well, I defer to your guidance, teacher. I feel guilty for making you talk so late, especially since you haven't had dinner. Qin Mo replied, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Haha, Qin Mo, please do not carry any psychological burden. To encounter such a diligent student like you, I would gladly forego dinner, even if it meant going 3 days without food. Yin Binghua spoke sincerely, not merely out of courtesy. A student who is both eager and exceptionally intelligent, a genius, to be precise, fills him with genuine excitement, as he yearns to impart all his knowledge at once. Teacher, where can I purchase books on CNC machine tools? I would like to study independently after returning to the dormitory, Qin Mo expressed. He felt that learning solely from Yin Binghua was progressing too slowly. Books on CNC machine tools. Unfortunately, they are quite difficult to obtain, Yin Binghua replied, and Qin Mo was not overly surprised. In the current domestic market, especially for cutting-edge technology like CNC machinery, such books were indeed scarce. He had only asked out of curiosity, hoping that Yin Binghua might have some connections in this area. If not, Qin Mo would find a way to figure it out himself later. Very well, I will seek assistance from someone in the provincial city another day to see if I can find them. Yin Binghua nodded slightly. If you search in the provincial city, you might indeed have some luck. After bidding farewell to Yin Binghua, Qin Mo returned to the dormitory. Big brother, you're back. As soon as he entered, Zhu Neng rushed to greet him. We noticed you went to find teacher Yin after class and didn't see you at dinner in the cafeteria. We were worried you hadn't eaten, so we brought you something back. Qin Mo noticed the aluminum lunchbox placed on the long table. Thank you. I didn't realize how hungry I was until now, Qin Mo replied. The school cafeteria served simple meals, and perhaps due to his hunger, he found the food quite delicious. After finishing dinner and a quick wash-up, it was already close to 11. In the dormitory, everyone lay down and began discussing topics that boys often enjoy. The next day, during the lunch break, Qin Mo left the school and headed to the brothers' restaurant. Although Yin Binghua had mentioned that books related to CNC lathes were hard to find, Qin Mo thought it prudent to inquire first. If he could not locate them in Luoling County, he would contact Zhao Dajiang to seek his assistance in the provincial city. Through Wu Zhangwo's introduction, Qin Mo had previously met Director Liu of the Xinhua bookstore in Luoling County. At that time, Director Liu had helped him find his review materials. This time, Qin Mo intended to ask Wu Zhangwo to facilitate a connection with Director Liu. At Brothers' Restaurant, after Qin Mo explained his desire to find Director Liu, Wu Zhangwo immediately patted his chest, assuring him that it would be no problem. He then briefed Qin Mo on the current situation at the Dafeng restaurant. Brother Qin, the owner of Dafeng restaurant, has already hinted that he is preparing to transfer it. Wu Zhangwo rubbed his hands together, appearing quite excited. Wu Gu, please refrain from contacting him just yet. Let us wait a little longer, Qin Mo advised. Wu Zhangwo nodded, understanding that approaching the owner now would hinder their ability to negotiate a lower price. Seeing that Wu Zhangwo comprehended, Qin Mo offered no further comments. After dining at Brothers' Restaurant and agreeing to meet Wu Zhangwo again the next day at noon, he returned to school. That afternoon, after classes, he went back to the training base. Yin Binghua was already waiting there, holding 2 lunchboxes. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yin Binghua began the lesson. As before, Qin Mo absorbed everything Yin Binghua taught, committing it to memory. As dinner time approached, Yin Binghua did not forget to eat this time. Come, let us have our meal first. We can continue afterward. Qin Mo had initially intended to accompany Yin Binghua to the cafeteria, but he was pleasantly surprised that the teacher had brought food. Not only that, one of the meals was specifically for him. Teacher, you really didn't have to bring me lunch. Qin Mo exclaimed. Ah, you are my student. What is wrong with me bringing you food? Yin Binghua replied, shoving the lunchbox into Qin Mo's hands before he could protest further. Now, hurry up and eat. Let us finish quickly so we can resume our lesson. Looking down at the lunchbox in his hands, Qin Mo contemplated for a moment and decided not to refuse. Thank you, teacher. Yin Binghua had already started eating, waving his hand dismissively. Qin Mo smiled gently and began to eat as well. He had already resolved to find an opportunity to visit his teacher's home soon, bringing rice, flour, and cooking oil as a gesture of appreciation, considering it his contribution towards his meals. Though he had known Yin Binghua for a short time, Qin Mo could sense that Yin Binghua regarded him not merely as a student, but as a younger generation to whom he felt a familial affection. After finishing their meal, they resumed their studies. This time, Yin Binghua kept an eye on the clock and concluded the lesson at 9:30. Having taught only for 2 days, Yin Binghua found himself increasingly satisfied with Qin Mo. However, his heart was a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the realization that Qin Mo was the most talented student he had ever encountered. Indeed, the most gifted he had ever heard of. The concern arose from the apprehension that with Qin Mo's extraordinary capacity for learning, he might not be able to teach him for long. Yin Binghua was acutely aware of his own limitations. His skills were merely mediocre. If he were truly exceptional, he would not be teaching at a vocational school in a county. Upon returning home, Yin Binghua pondered what he should do after imparting all his knowledge to Qin Mo. Old Yin. You've come back with a furrowed brow. Have you encountered some trouble? His wife inquired gently. Yin Binghua adjusted his posture before responding. Did I not tell you that a genius student has arrived at our school? It is indeed the provincial champion, and yesterday you returned, extolling him as a true gem, Li Shuhua remarked with a smile. Indeed, Qin Mo is truly a treasure. However, I find myself troubled. Subsequently, Yin Binghua expressed his thoughts to his wife. Is Qin Mo truly as remarkable as you claim? Li Shuhua appeared astonished, as if he possessed an extraordinary memory, not merely a photographic one, but rather an auditory one. When Yin Binghua first relayed this to her, she felt he might have been exaggerating. Yet now he is already beginning to worry that soon he will have nothing left to impart. It seems that Yin Binghua's assertions were not exaggerated at all. After some contemplation, Li Shuhua suggested, "Why not contact your teacher?" Instantly, Yin Binghua's eyes sparkled, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Of course. My abilities are limited. I could introduce Qin Mo to my teacher. I shall write to him tomorrow and inform him about Qin Mo, though I am uncertain if he would be willing to accept Qin Mo as a student." Despite Qin Mo's genius, Yin Binghua felt no absolute assurance within himself. His teacher is highly esteemed in the field of machine tools and is reputed to be one of the primary contributors to the development of national CNC machine tools. Chapter 71. Securing a part-time job, I must compose the letter now and send it to the teacher first thing in the morning, Yin Binghua declared, rising to fulfill his task. Come on, don't you see what time it is? You should rest first and write it tomorrow, Li Shuhua interjected, grasping her husband's arm to halt him. No, if I don't finish it now, I doubt I'll sleep well tonight, Yin Binghua insisted. Seeing her husband's determination, Li Shuhua seized her persuasion. By the way, you should invite Qin Mo over one day. I am quite curious about what kind of genius has captivated you so enchantingly. Yin Binghua replied with a nod as he proceeded to the study. The night passed in silence. The next day at noon, Qin Mo arrived at the brothers' restaurant. "Qin lad, you're here." Wu Jiangwo greeted him with a smile. "Come on, Director Liu is already upstairs. Let us go talk," he continued, leading Qin Mo to the 3rd floor instead of the 2nd, which was undergoing renovations to become VIP exclusive rooms. On the 3rd floor, in Wu Jiangwo's temporary office, Qin Mo and Director Liu exchanged brief greetings before taking their seats. "I heard from old Wu that you are looking for literature on CNC lathes?" Director Liu inquired. Qin Mo nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I must trouble you again, Director Liu." Director Liu waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Qin Mo need not be so formal. "Could you explore any channels to help obtain relevant books? Such books are unavailable at the Xinhua bookstore in our county. I will inquire if they can be found in the provincial capital," Director Liu assured. "Old Liu, please pay extra attention to this matter," Wu Jiangwo added from the side. "Rest assured, I will not be negligent in assisting Qin," Director Liu responded. Then suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, how proficient are you in foreign languages?" Qin Mo was taken aback by the unexpected question, but replied honestly, "I feel quite competent in English, but my skills in other languages are lacking." "Qin lad, from your words, do you understand other languages besides English?" Wu Jiangwo expressed his surprise. While it was not shocking to Wu Jiangwo that Qin Mo understood English, as it was a requirement for the college entrance examination, he was nonetheless curious about his linguistic abilities. Qin Mo shook his head slightly. "Besides English, I only grasp a few phrases in other languages." He felt somewhat reluctant to admit that he knew a bit of the language from Yinghua country. As his motivation for studying, it was not something he wished to disclose. He also understood some phrases from Bangzi country, and could comprehend a few languages from certain European nations, such as those from the Great Bear and the Second Bear. These were all fragments of knowledge accumulated from his past life experiences. "Qin, can you translate this?" Director Liu interrupted his thoughts, eagerly presenting a stack of papers to Qin Mo. With curiosity, Qin Mo accepted the papers and examined them. Wu Jiangwo attempted to interject, but was silenced by Director Lu's stern gesture for quiet. After a quick glance, Qin Mo remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this should pertain to polyurethane technology, correct?" Director Lu's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's right. I didn't expect you to comprehend it." Although Qin Mo had just mentioned his understanding of English, Director Lu had not held out much hope, knowing that even many university graduates might struggle with the material he had presented. Qin Mo modestly replied, "However, I cannot understand it all. There are many technical terms. Without a dictionary, I can only grasp the general idea." Director Lu's face brimmed with anticipation as he asked, "So, if you had a dictionary, could you translate it?" Qin Mo nodded lightly. "Yes, it should not be a problem." "Wonderful," Director Lu exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Qin, I have a favor to ask. Would you be willing to assist me?" Qin Mo raised the papers in his hand. "Are you asking me to translate this material?" "Exactly," Director Lu affirmed, nodding repeatedly. "Do you think you can manage?" "I will provide a dictionary, and this is not a pro bono task. There will be compensation." Qin Mo glanced at the documents and then at Director Lu. Sensing Qin Mo's hesitation, Director Lu quietly explained, "You have likely heard that our country is currently lacking in various technologies. The material you have is part of a collection sourced internationally." Once Director Lu finished explaining, both Qin Mo and Wu Jiangwo understood the situation. In brief, domestic technology was severely lagging, and the nation had procured numerous technical documents from abroad. These materials would be distributed to various levels of Xinhua bookstores for translation based on their classification. The documents Qin Mo had just reviewed were assigned to the Xinhua bookstore in Luoling County. Recently, Director Lu had been overwhelmed with the task of translating these materials, as there were very few in Luoling County who understood English. Even those who had a basic grasp were unable to translate such specialized documents. In desperation, Director Lu had approached Qin Mo, hoping for a stroke of luck, and was pleasantly surprised to find a solution. Qin Mo accepted the translation task without hesitation. "You have truly come to my aid," Director Lu expressed gratefully. "Director Lu, you are being too modest. You previously assisted me in finding review materials for the college entrance examination and are now helping me locate books on CNC lathes. You have done much more for me," Qin Mo replied. No, it was merely a matter of convenience. "You might not realize how much I have been struggling lately," Director Lu insisted. Wu Jiangwo interjected. "All right, you two should stop exchanging pleasantries. Let us go downstairs for a meal." "Yes, let us eat," they all agreed as they descended to the dining area. During the meal, Director Lu handed Qin Mo the documents in a file and requested his name and hometown for registration purposes. According to Director Lu, once registered, Qin Mo would be considered an external associate of the Xinhua bookstore. Upon completion of the translation and subsequent verification without any issues, one shall be entitled to the corresponding remuneration. After dining, as Qin Mo had classes scheduled for the afternoon, Director Li personally drove him back to the school, assuring him that arrangements would be made to deliver the dictionary to the institution upon his return. After school in the afternoon, Qin Mo first proceeded to the gatekeeper's office to collect the dictionary before hurrying to the training base. Yin Binghua did not inform him of the letter he had written to his teacher, and, similar to the previous days, continued to conduct lessons for Qin Mo. During the break for lunch, Yin Binghua remarked, "By the way, once the weekend arrives and there are no classes, you should come to my home for a meal. My wife has expressed a desire to meet you upon hearing that I have taken on an outstanding student." "Certainly, I will visit your home to pay my respects to your wife this weekend," Qin Mo replied. By 9:30, Qin Mo returned to his dormitory while Yin Binghua headed home. Once back in his room, Qin Mo took out the dictionary along with the English materials he had obtained earlier and commenced his translation work. "Bro, what are you up to?" Zhu Ning inquired curiously as he approached from behind, noticing the page filled with English text. "Oh, just a side job to earn a little extra," Qin Mo responded, keeping his gaze downcast as he continued translating. "By the way, this document is not for your eyes. Director Li had previously instructed that the contents must remain confidential." Chapter 72. Almost becoming an enemy agent, it was better if Qin Mo did not say anything. But once he did, even Gu Chengfeng and Sun Changhe, who were standing nearby, became intrigued. Upon seeing the document in front of Qin Mo, entirely in English, the three of them suddenly appeared tense. "Big brother, you aren't doing anything suspicious, are you? Quickly burn it." "We didn't see anything," Zhu Neng whispered nervously. Gu Qingfeng leaned closer to Sun Changhe and said quietly, "Old Four, you keep watch at the door. Don't let anyone else in." Qin Imo looked at the three with a puzzled expression. "What is with your reaction?" Zhu Neng said nothing and reached for the materials in front of Qin Imo. Qin Imo quickly blocked him and asked, "What are you doing? Are you itching for trouble?" Zhu Neng, being the second oldest in the dormitory, was naturally referred to as Wuning by everyone. "Big brother, just give it to me. Although we are brothers, you must listen to us in this matter." Gu Qingfeng stepped forward and said, "Wuning, I think we shouldn't burn it. I believe Big Brother should take this information to the authorities and seek to redeem himself." Zhu Neng stroked his chin and hesitated. "But won't that just get Big Brother locked up?" Gu Qingfeng shook his head. "No. Big Brother has only just come into contact with the enemy agents. If he voluntarily confesses and names his superiors, he might even earn merit." At that moment, Qin Imo finally understood why these three were acting so jittery. "No, where are your thoughts wandering? You can't possibly think I am working for the enemy agents?" Both Zhu Neng and Gu Qingfeng nodded in unison. Even Sun Changhe, who was by the door, followed suit. "I mean, do you all have such wild imaginations?" Qin Imo chuckled helplessly, realizing how far they had strayed. "I am merely translating foreign materials for Xinhua bookstore. You actually thought it had anything to do with enemy agents? You are truly unbeatable." Qin Imo gave the three a thumbs up. "Isn't this reactionary material from the enemy agents?" Zhu Neng asked. Qin Imo nodded. "Of course, would I be a traitor?" Gu Qingfeng inquired further. "Is this really from Xinhua bookstore?" "Of course, today the director Lu personally handed it to me." "Is he an enemy agent?" Sun Changhe returned to the group and asked, "Big brother, then why did you say we couldn't look at it?" Qin Imo rolled his eyes. Director Lu instructed that these documents are technical materials acquired by the state from international sources and cannot be leaked during the translation process. Zhu Neng sighed in relief and plopped back down on his bed. "I knew it. Big brother wouldn't be working with the enemy agents." Gu Qingfeng also relaxed and returned to his bed. "Exactly. We should never doubt Big Brother's integrity," Sun Changhe said as he climbed to the upper bunk. Qin Imo rolled his eyes at the three again. "All right, I'm getting goosebumps just listening to you. I won't be giving you a lesson tonight. I need to focus on translating these materials." With that, Qin Mo lowered his head, preparing to resume his work. The dormitory had electricity, but it would be cut off every night at 9 o'clock. Qin Imo lit a candle and immersed himself in translation. When the candle was nearly burnt out, he finally set down his pen and stretched. After organizing the documents and the translated portions, he skipped washing up and went straight to bed. In the following days, Qin Imo maintained a very regular routine. He attended classes during the day, and after school, he followed Yin Binghua at the training base. To better facilitate Qin Imo's learning, Yin Binghua even specifically approached Principal Shenboen. "Principal Shen, I request to extend the power outage time at the training base to 9:30 in the evening." "Old Yin, I know you have been giving Qin Imo extra lessons, but doesn't the electricity get cut off only after you leave?" Shenboen asked, puzzled. "Principal Shen, I'm not referring to the lighting. It's the power for the machine tools. The electricity for the training base is different. Lighting and machine tool power are controlled separately." "Machine tool power?" Shenboen frowned. Yin Binghua nodded. "Yes, Principal Shen. Let me tell you, Qin Imo is a genius, a true genius. Do you know how far he has progressed in such a short time?" Shenboen, intrigued, asked, "To what extent?" "You're not telling me he has completed the semester's curriculum already?" According to the established teaching program, first-year students typically learn theoretical knowledge. In the second semester, they begin hands-on practice with simple drills, and only after a year do they engage in more complex operations involving lathes and milling machines. By the third year, they focus primarily on mastering machining techniques. After 3 years, graduation approaches. Hee. Yin Binghua beamed with pride. Qin Mo's theoretical knowledge is already more solid than that of many second and third-year students. He is now ready for real hands-on practice. "Oh, in such a short time, you're telling me Qin Imo has completed all the theoretical knowledge?" Shenboen was astonished. Even though he knew Qin Imo was a top scorer in the college entrance examination, he found it hard to believe. This was simply too exaggerated. Qin Imo had only been in school for a week. Now, Yin Binghua was telling him that Qin Imo had mastered all theoretical knowledge in just a week, and even more thoroughly than higher-grade students. "Principal Shen, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you to ask for a favor," Yin Binghua said with pride, as Qin Imo was his student. The more exceptional the student, the more glory it brought to the teacher. Shenboen carefully observed Yin Binghua's expression, noting that he did not appear to be joking. After pondering for a moment, he said. Wait a moment. I will call teacher and over. He wanted to inquire within phone about Qin Mo's progress in other areas of study. If what Yan Binghua said was indeed true, he would have to carefully consider how to nurture Qin Mo further. If his school could cultivate Qin Mo well, he would stand taller at provincial meetings in the future. At a pivotal moment, one may apply for additional funding and preferential policies. Yan Binghua, in the principal's office, sought to extend the power outage duration for the practical training base. Qin Mo left the school and went to the brother restaurant. As it was Friday, he had already completed all the theoretical knowledge required for the week, and that evening, Yan Binghua instructed him not to return for extra lessons. Director Liu informed him that the translated materials had been completed. Qin Mo's visit today served not only to deliver the translation documents, but also to inquire about any updates regarding the CNC lathe books that he had requested Director Liu to help find. Furthermore, with the weekend approaching and no classes scheduled, he planned to take advantage of the holiday to visit teacher Yan Binghua's home. Although Qin Mo currently had sufficient funds, he was short on grain coupons and completely lacked oil coupons. He needed to seek assistance from Wu Jiangwo to procure some coupons. During his visit tomorrow, he also intended to purchase rice, flour, and cooking oil. Chapter 73. Weekend visit to Shermu. On the following day, Qin Mo, laden with numerous packages, made his way to Yan Binghua's residence, situated within the faculty housing of the school. The building stood only 3 stories tall. Upon arriving at the entrance, he found himself panting heavily, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. This visit entailed an abundance of provisions, with just the rice and flour weighing a staggering 50 pounds. Additionally, he brought along cooking oil, pork, malt extract, and liquor. Qin Mo reflected on how his teacher daily prepared meals for him, feeling it unreasonable to accept such generosity without reciprocation. Had he the means, he would have certainly procured even more. He knocked on the door, and a woman's voice resonated from within. Lao Yan, hurry and open the door. I'm quite occupied here. Following this, footsteps echoed, accompanied by Yan Binghua's voice. It must be Qin Mo. The door swung open swiftly, revealing a beaming Yan Binghua before him. Greetings, teacher. I have arrived. Yan Binghua's smile radiated joy as he noticed the large assortment of items at Qin Mo's feet. Are you moving house? He instinctively remarked. Qin Mo grinned broadly, showcasing his pearly whites. I was uncertain about what to bring, considering you prepare meals for me daily, so I thought to bring some rice and other essentials. I hope you don't mind. Yan Binghua cast a reproachful glance at Qin Mo. Child, you are welcome here. There's no need to bring anything. These provisions must have cost a pretty penny. We shall see if we can return them later. Qin Mo nodded, refraining from dwelling on the matter. With the items delivered, he knew he could not take them back home. Come inside and have a seat. Your Shermu is aware of your visit today and has been busy in the kitchen since early morning, Yan Binghua said while assisting Qin Mo in bringing the items indoors. As they moved, he continued to chide Qin Mo for his extravagant spending. Qin Mo listened with a smile, sensing the genuine care his teacher held for him, akin to that of a family member. Once inside, Yan Binghua led Qin Mo to the sofa. You must be Qin Mo, the student. Following the voice, Qin Mo turned to see a gentle, dignified middle-aged woman with a soft smile standing at the kitchen doorway. You're Shermu, Yan Binghua whispered. Greetings, Shermu. Qin Mo replied politely. Ah, wonderful. You and Lao Yan chat for a bit. I have a couple more dishes to prepare before we can dine. Thank you for your hard work, Shermu. You truly go above and beyond, he added. Consider this place your home, Yan Binghua insisted. Pouring Qin Mo a cup of tea as they settled into the wooden sofa for a quiet conversation. Before long, Li Shuhua called them to the table. Come, let us eat. We can continue our conversation afterward. The dining table was already laden with 7 or 8 dishes, and Li Shuhua approached with more food, cheerfully announcing, You may begin. The soup will be ready shortly. Shermu, these dishes are incredibly lavish, Qin Mo exclaimed. Before Li Shuhua could respond, Yan Binghua chuckled. Your Shermu insisted on treating you well since it's your first visit. Your kindness is overwhelming. I feel quite embarrassed, Qin Mo admitted. You are like family here. Please don't be shy, Yan Binghua reassured him. Qin Mo remained standing until the last dish, the soup, was served, at which point they finally took their seats. He pondered why he had yet to meet the teacher's children but chose not to inquire, respecting the unspoken boundaries. Please, do sample the dishes and let me know if they suit your palate, Li Shuhua remarked, her impression of Qin Mo exceedingly favorable. His appearance was refined and upright, exuding an aura of comfort and courtesy. Unlike the current societal standards favoring robust, masculine features, Qin Mo embodied a gentleness that could be likened to as warm as jade. As the meal commenced, Li Shuhua continuously served Qin Mo, who complimented each dish's flavor sincerely. Her culinary skills were indeed commendable. With every praise, a smile adorned Li Shuhua's face, and her chopsticks never paused in offering him more food. Observing the overflowing bowl before him, Qin Mo eventually interjected, "Shermu, please, no more. My bowl can hold no more." Li Shuhua, smiling sweetly, replied, "No hurry, take your time. I will serve you more once you've finished." "Thank you, but truly, this is ample," Qin Mo insisted, feeling overwhelmed. "You're a young man. How can you eat so little? At Shermu's home, it's just like your own. Please, don't hold back," she encouraged. "Indeed, I am not holding back." After the meal, Qin Mo felt quite stuffed, despite his repeated claims of fullness. Whenever he managed to consume some of the food, Li Shuhua promptly added more to his bowl. He understood now why younger generations often joke that elderly relatives tended to overfeed their guests. Once the meal concluded, Qin Mo attempted to assist in clearing the table, but Li Shuhua gently ushered him back to the sofa. Yan Binghua then spoke, "Starting next week, we will cease theoretical classes and transition to practical training. I have discussed this with the principal. The base will be operational after school hours. While your theoretical knowledge is solid, much must be learned through hands-on experience, which will provide a deeper understanding." Qin Mo listened intently, refraining from interjecting. "Indeed. A few days ago, I wrote to my teacher, who should possess relevant books on CNC lathes. I shall request some to further your studies. However, regarding the intricacies of CNC lathes, I regret to say I cannot impart much more knowledge. You will need to explore and learn at your own pace." "Thank you, dear teacher." Qin Mo felt a surge of gratitude within him. He had not anticipated that. In order for him to gain insight into CNC lathes, his teacher would go to such lengths as to consult his own mentor. After tidying up the dishes, Li Shuhua joined them at the table. Yan Binghua refrained from discussing academic matters further and instead shifted the conversation to more casual topics. As dusk settled, Qin Mo took his leave. Upon departing, he noticed his teacher glancing at the items he had brought and hurriedly made his way towards the exit. "Goodbye, teacher, and farewell, madam," he exclaimed, hastening down the stairs. Yan Binghua, with his mouth slightly agape, chuckled helplessly at the boy's haste. Li Shuhua called out towards the stairwell, "Be careful on your way home, and remember to visit on weekends." There was no response from Qin Mo, as he had already raced down the stairs. Fearing his teacher might chase after him and insist he carry those hefty items. Chapter 74. The art of translation proves profitable. After delivering the translation materials to Director Liu, he handed Qin Mo a new assignment to continue his translation work. With the weekend free of obligations, Qin Mo decided to spend the entire day in his dormitory translating the materials. As evening approached, Zhu Ning and his two companions returned to campus one after another. With the onset of a new week, Qin Mo gradually acclimated to his identity as a student. He attended classes during the day, studied under Yan Binghua after school, and returned to his dormitory to translate materials. A week swiftly passed, and Qin Mo once again found himself at the brother restaurant. Upon arrival, Wu Jiangwo excitedly pulled him upstairs. "Qin Laudi, the FA restaurant is in trouble," Wu Jiangwo exclaimed as soon as they sat down. "Oh, what did their owner say?" Qin Mo inquired. He is searching for buyers everywhere." Preparing to sell the restaurant, Wu Jiangwo said, visibly thrilled. However, he had invested quite a bit into the restaurant before, so even if he is willing to lower the price, there aren't many who can take it over. Hearing this, Qin Mo chuckled, "Then there is no need to rush into contact with him. Let us wait a bit longer." Wu Jiangwo nodded in understanding. "I get it. Even if I need to find him, I'll choose the right moment. You can rest assured, Qin Laudi." At noon, Director Liu arrived. "Ah, Qin Laudi, I owe you a big one this time." Upon seeing Qin Mo, Director Liu appeared warm and friendly, grasping his hand. "The materials you translated for me last time have been submitted to the higher-ups. After thorough review, there were no issues whatsoever. Did you know? I've been commended because of your assistance. By the way, I almost forgot the important matter," Director Liu said, slapping his forehead as he reached into his briefcase to retrieve a thick stack of cash. "Laudi, this is your payment for the last translation, 300 yuan. Count it. Is it this much?" Qin Mo's expression was one of surprise. "It was merely the translation of some foreign technical documents, and I received 500 yuan in one go. Many ordinary workers don't earn as much in a year." "Ah, You don't understand, Director Lu laughed, explaining, our country currently lacks talent. Not to mention other fields, we are particularly short on translation professionals. Especially those capable of translating specialized technical documents are as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Before I met you, I scoured our county and couldn't find a single person capable of translating in this area. It's not just our county. Many surrounding counties are in a similar situation. So, this payment isn't actually excessive. I hadn't realized the scarcity of talent in our country had reached such a level, Chin Mo remarked thoughtfully. Well, there's nothing we can do. Everyone is aware of the previous situation, Director Lu replied. However, this will soon improve. The college entrance examination has resumed, hasn't it? Once batches of college graduates enter society, a variety of talents will emerge. Chin Mo agreed. Today's university graduates have significant value. Not to mention university graduates. Even those from vocational schools possess high value. To be precise, graduates before the expansion of enrollment held substantial merit. Chin Mo accepted the payment without further hesitation and handed the recently completed materials to Director Lu. Director Lu gave Chin Mo a thumbs up and carefully placed the documents back into his briefcase. After securing them, Director Lu hesitated and said, Laudy, I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. Director Lu, Chin Mo replied. Come on, no need to call me Director Lu. It feels too formal, Lu Gus said. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment during dinner later. Hearing this, Director Lu nodded in satisfaction. Laudy, weren't you asking me to help you find books on CNC lathes? Chin Mo nodded, looking at Director Lu expectantly. Director Lu continued, the matter I wish to discuss with you is related to this. I've asked acquaintances in the provincial city to find relevant books on CNC lathes. They managed to locate a few, but the content primarily discusses regular lathes, with only a brief mention in the final chapters. Such books would be of no practical use even if acquired. During the time Director Lu was commended by superiors, he learned of a set of materials regarding CNC machine tools. However, given Chin Mo's current status, it would be impossible for him to access them, let alone translate them. Lu Gu, can't we think of a way? Chin Mo furrowed his brow and pondered. For instance, I could offer to translate them for free. Director Lu shook his head. Laudy, that won't work. These materials reportedly contain many sensitive data regarding the most advanced CNC machine tools internationally. They were obtained through special means. Feeling somewhat helpless, Chin Mo contemplated that if all else failed, he might as well write a paper himself. If anyone inquired about how he managed to research the topic, he could simply declare himself a genius, claiming it was a sudden burst of inspiration. After all, who could definitively challenge such a claim? After all, Kekulé dozed off in a chair by the fireplace and dreamt of a snake eating its own tail, leading to the discovery of the benzene molecule. And Newton was struck by an apple, exclaiming, Eureka! As the law of universal gravitation was born. Chin Mo reasoned that he had merely discovered some aspects of CNC lathes while having daily interactions with them. Although he was just a vocational school graduate, he was still the provincial champion, wasn't he? With this thought, Chin Mo felt it was quite reasonable. Noticing Chin Mo's silence, Director Lu said, Laudy, don't lose heart. This matter isn't entirely without solutions. Chin Mo returned his focus to Director Lu. If he could review those materials, it would certainly be preferable. At the very least, it would lend greater credibility in the eyes of the outside world. Director Lu continued, My dear brother, your current status categorizes you as an external member of our team. Thus, certain confidential matters are naturally beyond your reach. Should you become a formal member, however, the situation would be entirely different, as you would then be one of us. Chin Mo blinked and fixed his gaze upon Director Lu. The latter felt a sense of unease under Chin Mo's scrutiny and was about to speak when Chin Mo inquired, Lu Gu, why do I get the impression that you don't quite resemble a bookstore director? Director Lu rubbed his nose and replied, My dear brother, do you imply that I possess some extraordinary identity? Do not overthink it. What I meant by being one of us is simply your formal inclusion in the translation team. Ah, so that's what it is. Then I shall join, Chin Mo declared immediately. Subsequently, Director Lu elucidated the prerequisites for joining, which included a solid foundation in foreign languages, along with his support. Furthermore, there would be a background check conducted by the relevant authorities to ensure everything is in order before one can officially commence employment. Chin Mo harbored no objections and comprehended the rationale behind such measures. Chapter 75 The translators are classified by levels very well. I shall take care of this matter. Director Lu promptly assured. After finishing the meal, Qin Mo returned to the school with the foreign materials newly provided by Director Liu. To his surprise, translation proved to be quite profitable, invigorating Qin Mo with newfound enthusiasm. Despite having his elder brother and third brother engaged in the procurement of mountain goods at home, Qin Mo still retained his share. He firmly believed that merely receiving money without contributing was not acceptable. His elder and third brothers had not voiced any objections thus far, but Qin Mo was aware that if this situation persisted, it could foster unspoken grievances among them. He did not wish for their brotherly affection to be strained over monetary matters. His relationship with his second brother, Qin Lu, had already reached a point where they could barely stand to face each other. It would be detrimental to create rifts with his elder and third brothers as well. Moreover, both of them had their own families, and Qin Mo felt it was imperative to maintain clarity regarding financial dealings. Only in this manner could their bond endure. It was not that Qin Mo was pessimistic. He believed that there existed camaraderie among brothers that transcended financial concerns, though such sentiments were undoubtedly rare. Some relationships that appeared harmonious might not necessarily fracture over money, yet often, it was merely a matter of numerical thresholds. When figures reached a certain level, the dynamics could shift entirely. Currently, with the income from translation, Qin Mo had already formulated a plan. The next time his elder or third brother brought goods into the city, he would express his intent to forego any profits from the mountain goods procurement. Director Liu had made it abundantly clear that upon officially joining the translation team, there would be a fixed monthly salary. Furthermore, upon completing translation tasks, there would be additional bonuses, the amounts of which would vary based on the complexity of the materials translated. After returning, Director Liu promptly submitted a letter regarding Qin Mo's membership in the translation group. All that remained was to await an investigation from higher authorities to confirm there were no issues, allowing him to join officially. A week later, Director Liu received a clear response from above, granting permission for Qin Mo to become a member of the special translation team. While conveying this news to Qin Mo, Director Liu also handed him the credentials that had been prepared. Brother Liu, may I now commence translating the materials on CNC machine tools? Qin Mo inquired. It should be permissible, Director Liu replied, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Avoiding eye contact with Qin Mo, Brother Liu, don't jest with me. What do you mean by should be permissible? You see, this matter is somewhat complicated. I did not anticipate that the confidentiality level of the CNC machine tool materials would be so high, Director Liu admitted, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. What do you mean? Brother, when I went to the provincial city to retrieve your credentials, I intended to bring back the CNC machine tool materials for you to translate. However, I did not expect some complications to arise. Has someone else already taken the materials to translate? Qin Mo asked. No, Director Liu shook his head. The difficulty of translating those materials is quite significant, and we have yet to find a suitable translator. What is the reason for this? It is because you have just joined the translation team and are classified as a level 1 translator, whereas the CNC machine tool materials require at least a level 3 translator, Director Liu explained. Qin Mo blinked and, after a moment of silence, responded, so even if I become a member of the translation group, I still lack the qualifications, correct? Brother, do not be anxious, Director Liu quickly reassured him. Although you are currently classified as level 1, you have already translated 3 foreign documents. Once you complete these 3 translations and they pass the review, you will advance to level 2. This is also my fault. I was unaware that members of the translation team are categorized by levels, each requiring different materials for translation, Director Liu expressed, feeling guilty and somewhat embarrassed in front of Qin Mo. Qin Mo waved his hand. Do not blame yourself, Brother Liu. You are assisting me, and I appreciate it greatly. Besides, according to your explanation, as soon as I reach level 3, I will be eligible to translate the CNC machine tool materials. Brother Liu, please elaborate on the highest level of translators and the requirements for advancement, Qin Mo requested. Director Liu then provided a detailed overview of how translators could advance in levels and the relevant standards. Afterward, fearing Qin Mo might misunderstand, he added, Brother, I genuinely did not know about these matters before. You know, I struggled to find anyone to assist with translation previously. I only learned this due to your influence. According to Director Liu's introduction, the translation team comprised a total of 9 levels, arranged sequentially from 1 to 9. Currently, Qin Mo was classified as a level 1 translator. The method to elevate one's level was straightforward. One needed to translate a certain quantity of materials at each level with high accuracy to progress to the next. The complexity of the required materials varied with each level. The first 3 levels were relatively simple, while ascending beyond level 3 significantly increased the difficulty. As for translators at levels 7, 8, and 9, they could not take their materials home and had to translate in designated locations. Brother Lu, please help me secure more translation tasks. I wish to reach level 3 as quickly as possible, Qin Imo expressed earnestly. Of course, no problem at all, Director Lu replied. Upon returning that day, he immediately assigned Qin Imo a plethora of translation tasks. When Qin Imo saw the substantial stack of foreign materials, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Director Lu had thoughtfully brought a sturdy iron box, instructing Qin Imo to securely store the materials inside. The box was quite heavy, prompting Qin Imo to call upon Zhu Neng and others to assist him in transporting it back to the dormitory. Ah, Uncle Lu, what brings you here? Zhu Neng greeted Director Lu upon seeing him. Wu Neng, do you know Brother Lu? Qin Imo asked in surprise. Brother, Uncle Lu has been a long-time drinking buddy of my father. I've known him since childhood, Zhu Neng replied. Director Lu chuckled. I should have realized that you and Qin, the younger brother, are classmates. Qin Imo silently marveled at how small Luo Ling County truly was. All right, let us first carry the items back to the dormitory, Qin Imo remarked. Once the weekend arrives, we shall dine together at the brothers' restaurant. Zhu Neng informed Director Lu briefly before turning to join Qin Imo and the others as they transported the iron boxes towards their residence. Brother, what did Uncle Lu send over? It's packed in such a heavy iron box. Zhu Neng inquired with curiosity. Qin Imo responded in a hushed tone. It's nothing significant, merely some foreign documents that I am assisting in translating. Are they confidential? Gu Chengfeng asked quietly, his tone tinged with excitement. The group, being younger than Qin Imo, still possessed youthful exuberance. The mere thought that they were handling classified documents filled them with exhilaration. Qin Imo deliberately lowered his voice. Well, you all should keep this to yourselves and not spread the word. Understood, brother, they nodded earnestly, their eyes darting around, anxious about being overheard. Qin Imo found their behavior amusing and thought it best this way to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Upon returning to the dormitory, Qin Imo placed the box beneath his bed and sat on the edge, contemplating whether he should take a leave of absence. After all, he had already memorized everything taught in class through his readings. If he took leave, he would have ample time each day to translate, hastening his journey to becoming a level 3 translator. Chapter 76. Taking leave while completing exams. If one wishes to do it, one must proceed. The following day, Qin Imo approached his homeroom teacher and phoned. Teacher, I would like to request a leave of absence for a period of time. Upon hearing Qin Mo's request, Enfeng's face was filled with concern. Qin Imo had always been highly regarded in Enfeng's class. Is there something happening at home? No. It's just that I have already thoroughly grasped this semester's courses. Coming to school every day feels like a waste of time. So, I thought it might be better to take a leave and engage in other activities. Enfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. How long has it been since the semester started? Qin Imo, did you just claim that you have completely mastered the current curriculum? Even though Qin Imo had entered the school as the top scorer of the college entrance examination, it was merely a vocational school. Yet, to declare that he had mastered an entire semester's worth of material within less than a month was utterly absurd. Enfeng began to doubt whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Qin Imo smiled and nodded. If you do not believe me, you may conduct an assessment. The other teachers in the office overheard the exchange between Qin Imo and Enfeng. Seeing Qin Mo's unwavering confidence, Enfeng suppressed his astonishment, his thoughts racing. Teacher, since Qin Imo has claimed to have mastered the material, I happen to have a test paper here. A teacher from another class interjected, Qin Imo, why not prove it publicly? With the suggestion made, other teachers chimed in, yes, indeed, Qin Imo. I also have a test paper here. Enfeng glanced at Qin Imo, feeling conflicted. While it would be fine if Qin Imo performed well, a poor score would not only embarrass Qin Imo, but would also reflect poorly on Enfeng. Since Qin Imo had been assigned to Enfeng's class, he had often boasted about him in front of other teachers. Whenever discussing students, Enfeng would invariably say, we have Qin Imo. This frequent mention had already caused some teachers to feel disgruntled. Now, with such an opportunity at hand, they could not resist joining in the mockery. Qin Imo smiled gently at Enfeng and suggested, Teacher, I believe this is a viable solution. What do you think? Enfeng hesitated before expressing his concern. Qin Imo, have you thought this through? If your final score is too low, your request for leave will be non-negotiable. I am confident in myself, Qin Mo replied, pointing to Enfeng's desk. I can take the test right here. Does that work for you? With Qin Mo's determination, Enfeng had no grounds to retract his agreement, silently praying that Qin Mo's eventual score would at least meet the passing mark. As Qin Mo sat at Enfeng's desk, the other teachers, smiling, approached with the test papers. Qin Mo, this is the final exam paper from the second-year students. Without further ado, Qin Mo accepted it and quickly scanned through the questions. The other teachers fell silent, placing their prepared test papers aside. Upon a brief review, Qin Mo felt increasingly assured. These are quite ordinary questions. There is no difficulty at all. Teacherin, may I borrow a pen? He had initially only intended to request leave, never anticipating he would have to answer questions. I have one. You can use mine, a nearby teacher promptly offered, removing a fountain pen from his pocket. Thank you, teacher. Qin Mo smiled as he accepted the pen, refraining from further conversation and began to focus on the test. All the teachers quietly observed Qin Mo as he tackled the exam. For the first question, Qin Mo quickly wrote down his answer. No one was surprised, as the initial questions were typically simple. It was expected that Qin Mo could answer them swiftly. However, upon reviewing his answers, they were all correct. He proceeded to the second and third questions with remarkable speed, reading each question once before responding. As time passed, the astonishment on the faces of the onlookers deepened. Since Qin Mo was still answering, they refrained from speaking, exchanging glances instead. This was a final exam paper from the first semester of the first year, with a designated answering time of 1 hour. Surprisingly, Qin Mo completed it in less than half an hour. Without any hesitation, he grabbed another sheet of paper and continued writing. Enfeng, the quickest to react, seized the completed test paper from Qin Mo. The other teachers gathered around, eager to discover how well Qin Mo had performed. Teacher and Shu Enfeng silenced the inquisitive voices and pointed to the still diligent Qin Mo. The teacher who had spoken quickly closed his mouth, gesturing toward the test paper in Enfeng's hands. Recalling the answers, Enfeng nodded and retrieved a red fountain pen from his pocket, lowering his gaze to begin grading the test. The process was swift, as it was last year's final exam paper, and the correct answers were well known. A teacher began to speak, only to realize that Qin Mo was still answering and promptly fell silent. The other teachers exchanged wide-eyed glances, astonished. Not a single answer on Qin Mo's completed test paper was incorrect. The paper bore a bold red 100 score. One teacher took the test paper and reviewed it from the first question, confirming that Enfeng's grading was flawless. Qin Mo had indeed answered everything correctly. At that moment, a broad smile spread across Enfeng's face as he looked at the other teachers, his chin lifted high. The brilliance of his student filled him with pride as a homeroom teacher. Several teachers smiled back at Enfeng, sharing in the pride of having Qin Mo as their student. However, a few teachers were displeased expressions. They were the homeroom teachers of other classes in the same grade as Qin Mo. Given the competitive nature between classes, the performance of each class significantly impacted their respective homeroom teachers' reputations and future prospects. Yet, some teachers began to speculate quietly. Had Qin Mo anticipated this situation when he came to request leave, perhaps by acquiring last year's exam papers in advance? Otherwise, how could he confidently declare that he had already mastered the current curriculum? Several other class teachers contemplated whether to discreetly approach Qin Mo, hoping to persuade him to transfer to their respective classes. However, Qin Mo remained engrossed in his examination papers, oblivious to his surroundings. Even if he had been aware, it would have made little difference to him. His sole purpose for being there today was to request a leave of absence. He swiftly completed the second paper, taking only half the allotted time. Setting it aside, he naturally commenced work on the third paper. Enfeng and his peers noticed that Qin Mo had already started on the second paper, prompting one teacher to quickly seize it for grading. Without further ado, the teacher began to mark the papers. Outside the teacher's office, Shin Bowen approached the window, instinctively glancing inside. Observing a cluster of teachers huddled together in silence piqued his curiosity, compelling him to enter. What are you all up to? Shin Bowen inquired with a cheerful smile. Chapter 77, Doubts about Performance Hush. Enfeng immediately placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Upon recognizing the principal, he hurriedly approached and whispered, "Principal, let us step outside to discuss. Qin Mo is currently answering the exam questions. We must not disturb him." Shin Bowen, having spotted Qin Mo, who was deeply engrossed in his work, felt a surge of curiosity. He nodded subtly and followed Enfeng outside. Once they were outside, Shin Bowen inquired. What brings Qin Mo here to take the exam? Principal, Qin Mo came to see me early this morning, requesting a leave of absence, and Feng quickly recounted the events. Let us return inside and see how he fares on the other papers. Shin Bowen's interest piqued further. Upon re-entering, they found the second exam paper had already been graded. Shin Bowen snatched it up eagerly, and a smile spread across his face upon seeing the red mark of 100. When they admitted Qin Mo, Shin Bowen had felt a considerable amount of pressure. After all, they had accepted a student who had been expelled from Shui Mu University, which inherently carried a degree of risk. Consequently, the school had chosen to handle Qin Mo's enrollment discreetly. Shin Bowen mused that by the time Qin Mo graduated, the incident of his expulsion would be largely forgotten. The more outstanding Qin Mo's performance, the more it would reflect positively on his decision to admit him, showcasing his wisdom as a principal. Should Qin Mo achieve great success in the future, he could proudly claim that he had restored a remarkable talent for the nation. There were 4 papers in total, and Qin Mo continued to answer with remarkable speed. However, the teachers present were oblivious to the fact that this pace was intentionally moderated by Qin Mo. In reality, he could have completed all 4 papers in under an hour. Since his last time in the classroom, everything he had encountered in his past life had become extraordinarily clear in his mind. Additionally, Qin Mo now possessed an exceptional memory. As long as he focused on reading or listening, he could retain every detail. Over the past few days, he had memorized the semester's material verbatim, coupled with the knowledge from his previous life. The exam papers before him were akin to elementary school exercises. As for the remaining 2 exam papers, Shin Bowen took it upon himself to grade them. Once Qin Mo completed his answers, he finally noticed Shin Bowen. Principal, you are here as well? Shin Bowen nodded with a smile before lowering his gaze to grade the 4th paper. Soon, another perfect score was presented before all. Qin Mo returned the pen to the teacher and turned to Feng. Teacher, regarding my leave of absence. With 4 perfect papers, Feng gazed at Qin Mo with admiration. No problem, you. Yet before he could finish, the homeroom teacher of class 3 interrupted. Qin Mo, have you done these papers before? Song Bin's question hung in the air, and the expressions of everyone in the room varied, ultimately converging on Qin Mo. Many shared Song Bin's suspicions. They were aware of Qin Mo's remarkable score in the college entrance examination, having topped the province. Upon learning that he had been placed in Feng's class, envy and jealousy had arisen among some. After all, class performance directly impacted bonuses and promotions. Setting aside those sentiments, many were also displeased with Feng's recent arrogance. Qin Mo regarded Song Bin, a middle-aged man with a balding head and prominent cheekbones, whose appearance was rather unwelcoming. No. This is the first time I have seen these papers, Qin Mo answered truthfully. Impossible, Song Bin declared emphatically. He then turned to the other teachers and Shin Bowen. Principal, esteemed colleagues, we have all been in education for quite some time. For a student like Qin Mo to achieve perfect scores on 4 papers without prior exposure is highly improbable, even for a graduating third-year student. Moreover, he completed all 4 papers in merely 2 hours, which is utterly absurd. Let us not forget, the school year has barely begun. While I acknowledge Qin Mo's excellence, his recent performance is not merely impressive, it borders on genius. After making his assertion, Songbin glanced at Qin Mo. I am not targeting you personally. Please do not take it to heart. However, it seems you staged this performance to secure your leave, underestimating our intelligence. Songbin's final remark caused the other teachers to regard Qin Mo with disapproval. They largely agreed with Songbin's assessment, feeling as though Qin Mo had taken them for fools. Qin Mo remained composed, seemingly unfazed by the bald-headed teacher's deliberate targeting. Principal, teacher Qin Mo addressed Shin Bowen and Feng directly. Since this teacher has raised doubts, I propose that you all set questions for me to answer on the spot. I trust this will dispel any notion that I possess such audacity to have both the principal and teacher and collaborate in fooling the rest of you. Shin Bowen had been observing Qin Mo's demeanor throughout, and upon witnessing his calm response to Song Bin's challenge, he pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, I see no issue with this. Feng exchanged a glance with Song Bin before smiling and asking, Qin Mo, the teachers have confidence in you. To avoid any suspicion of collusion with Principal Shan, how about we have all the other teachers pose questions? What do you think? Shin Bowen added, rest assured, the questions will remain within the scope of first-grade curriculum. Qin Mo grinned. I have no objections. Teachers, please feel free to set the questions. I should have no issues even with those from the next semester. Shin Bowen dismissed Qin Mo's comment about next semester's material as trivial and addressed everyone. All right, please write down any questions you wish to ask. And Feng stood with his arms crossed, seemingly devoid of any intention to pose questions. The other educators exchanged glances, and Song Bin discreetly signaled to a few of them. Before long, one of the teachers approached with a question. Qin Mo, this problem pertains to a knowledge point from the first grade. Let's see if you can tackle it. Qin Mo glanced at the problem briefly and replied with a smile, regarding the milling machine processing of curved surfaces, coordinate positioning. He answered with remarkable swiftness, not even taking the time to write, instead articulating his response directly. His answer to the first question was correct, prompting another teacher to step forward. Initially, the individuals posing the questions were merely a handful of other homeroom teachers who were not on good terms with Feng. However, as Qin Mo continued to answer without error, more teachers began to join in. Eventually, both Shin Bowen and Feng also started to pose questions. Initially, the inquiries were confined to the content covered in the first semester of the first grade, but as the session progressed, they began to introduce topics that would not be studied until the following semester. Chapter 78. Becoming a school celebrity. As Qin Mo answered more and more questions, the gazes of those around him began to shift dramatically. Up to this point, every answer he provided was correct. The subsequent questions pertained primarily to the content of the second semester of the first grade, with a small portion even delving into the second grade curriculum. Qin Mo, have you started self-studying second grade material? Shin Bowen inquired with curiosity. Qin Mo slightly shook his head, stating that he had not formally commenced his studies. But during his time at the training base with his teacher, there were occasions when they discussed topics from the second and third grades. The crowd suddenly understood, recalling that after school each day, Yin Binghua would provide Qin Mo with additional lessons at the training base, a fact that was no longer a secret within the school. Shin Bowen looked at Qin Mo with a beaming smile, his eyes filled with pride for the young talent. Well then, there is no need for further discussion regarding your leave of absence, Qin Mo. You may take leave whenever you wish in the future. With that, he glanced at Feng. Feng immediately chimed in. Qin Mo, in future classes, you may arrange your attendance as you see fit. Thank you, Principal. Thank you, Teacher. Qin Mo thought to himself, reflecting on the lengths he had gone to for the sake of convenience in taking leave, having spent the entire morning answering questions. Qin Mo, I wish to apologize for my earlier doubts about you. Song Bin suddenly approached Qin Mo, bowing slightly in apology. Qin Mo quickly sidestepped, saying, Please, teacher, there is no need for such formalities. I understand you were concerned for my academic integrity. With Song Bin publicly apologizing, Qin Mo felt it unnecessary to maintain a stiff demeanor. Song Bin straightened up, gazing intently at Qin Mo, why not transfer to our class? I can assure you that if you join us, I will wholeheartedly support whatever you wish to pursue. Song Bin, what do you mean by that? Feng interjected, wishing he could deliver a few sharp reprimands to Song Bin for his overstepping. Ignoring Feng, Song Bin continued to address Shin Bowen. Principal, I believe the learning atmosphere in our class is the most suitable for Qin Mo. He is exceptionally gifted, and I simply wish to ensure he receives the best guidance. Song Bin, be quiet. Qin Mo is my student, so mind your own business, Feng retorted. Shin Bowen raised a hand to quell both Feng and Song Bin, then turned to Qin Mo. You heard what Teacher Song said. What are your thoughts? With the teachers vying for Qin Mo's attention, Shin Bowen refrained from elaborating further. After all, there had been complaints from other class teachers regarding Qin Mo's placement in Feng's class. Thus, he decided to entrust the decision to Qin Mo. Principal, I am quite content as I am and have no desire to switch classes, Qin Mo replied. He felt indifferent about which class he belonged to, believing it unnecessary to go through the hassle of a transfer. Upon hearing Qin Mo's response, Feng breathed a sigh of relief while shooting a glare at Song Bin. Before Song Bin could respond, Shin Bowen interrupted him. Principal, Teacher, may I take my leave now? Qin Mo asked. Yes, attend to your own matters, Shin Bowen replied. After leaving the office and returning to his dormitory, Qin Mo began his translation work. At noon, Zhu Neng arrived with food from the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the dorm, Zhu Neng exclaimed, Big brother, you are truly impressive. Gu Qingfeng and Sun Zhonghe did not fare much better in their performance. Brother, how on earth do you manage to think like that? Never mind, you are simply beyond our reach. Come, let us eat. Zhu Ning opened the lunchbox, but did not place it in front of Qin Mo. The three had come to understand the confidentiality of Qin Mo's translation work, so they instinctively kept their distance while conversing. Qin Emo set down his pen and smiled as he stood up. I appreciate you bringing me meals during this busy time. Once I finish my tasks, I will treat you all to dinner at a restaurant of your choice. It is our honor to bring meals for you. Big brother, Zhu Neng grinned. Qin Emo shook his head in amusement. Seeing this, Zhu Neng said, Big brother, you must believe me. Do you know how many people are inquiring about you? Soon, Zhu Neng and Gu Qingfeng began to chatter excitedly. Big brother, you are now a celebrity in our school. After listening to their banter, Qin Emo simply shook his head, dismissing it. It turned out that his feats of answering questions in the classroom office had spread throughout the school in just one afternoon. Many teachers, before beginning their lessons, would lament, You are the worst class I have ever taught, before recounting Qin Mo's impressive performance in the office. Their conclusion was often, If only you could emulate Qin Mo, I wouldn't mind if you slept through class or didn't he even show up. By the end of the afternoon, Qin Mo had indeed become a school celebrity. Zhu Neng and his two companions, sharing a dorm with Qin Mo, also found themselves in the spotlight, as everyone was eager to learn more about him. All right, I must get back to my work, Qin Mo declared, setting aside the lunchbox to continue his translation tasks. In the past, Qin Mo had focused solely on translating quickly to achieve the status of a level 3 translator. However, he suddenly realized that through his translations, he was simultaneously engaging with cutting-edge technology from around the globe. With his remarkable ability to retain information, the future benefits were immeasurable. Not to mention, translating also came with financial rewards. Thus, Qin Mo's motivation for translation grew even stronger, and he found himself primarily in the dormitory. Whenever he felt fatigued, he would head to the training base to learn from Yin Binghua. Xiaomo, you haven't been home in a while. Your aunt has mentioned you several times. Why not come home this weekend? Over time, the bond between Qin Mo and Yin Binghua had deepened, with Yin Binghua and his wife treating Qin Mo as if he were their own nephew. Yin Binghua was aware that Zhu Neng and the other two were responsible for delivering meals to Qin Mo at his dormitory every day. Therefore, he prepared a portion of food at home for Qin Mo each day, instructing Zhu Neng and his companions to take it over without revealing the source to Qin Mo. Unbeknownst to Qin Mo, he would often praise the quality of the cafeteria meals whenever he dined, blissfully unaware of the secret behind them. In private, Qin Mo no longer addressed Yin Binghua as teacher, but simply referred to him as uncle. Uncle Yin, I fear I cannot make it this weekend, Qin Mo explained, indicating that he needed to travel to the provincial capital. After a period of diligent effort, Qin Mo had ascended to the rank of a level 3 translator, now qualified to translate materials concerning CNC machine tools. However, the documents in question could not be taken off-site, necessitating his journey to the provincial capital for the translation. On Saturday, Qin Mo and Director Lu set off together toward the provincial capital. Chapter 79, Translation Team Leader Ouyang Chung in the provincial city. Under the guidance of Director Lu, Qin Mo arrived at an inconspicuous small building. My dear brother, I can only accompany you this far. Only translators of level 3 and above are permitted to enter. On the way here, Director Lu had already briefed Qin Mo about the situation. The translation team ostensibly belonged to Xinhua Bookstore, but only level 1 and 2 translators were recognized on the surface. Once one became a level 3 translator, they would belong to a separate organization. Thank you, Lu Gu. I'll treat you to a drink once I'm out, Qin Mo replied. Brother, are you not treating me as family? Director Lu feigned annoyance. Drinks are no problem, but please do not be so polite in the future, Qin Mo said, clasping his hands in a gesture of apology. Don't be upset, Lu Gu. I misspoke, he added, prompting Director Lu to pat his shoulder contentedly. That is more like it. Parting ways with Director Lu, Qin Mo approached the small building. After presenting his identification and passing the inspection without issue, he was granted entry. Qin Translator, the team leader's office is the innermost room on the left of the second floor, an attendant informed him. Retrieving his translator's credentials, Qin Mo nodded and smiled. Thank you. As he turned to leave, the man who had just checked him looked at Qin Mo's retreating figure, astonished. Mao Gu, this Qin translator seems rather young. The man known as Mao Gu withdrew his gaze. This Qin translator is no ordinary individual. Oh, Mao Gu, do tell me more. Enough. Maintain discipline. Do not pry into the identities of senior translators in private, Mao Gu admonished, as the inquisitive young man shrank his neck, refraining from further inquiries. His curiosity evident as he watched Qin Mo disappear down the corridor. Ascending to the second floor, Qin Mo made his way directly to the team leader's office. Knock, knock, knock. He gently tapped on the door of the innermost room on the left. Come in. Qin Imo opened the door and stood at the threshold, gazing at an elderly man by the window, his hair mostly white. Team leader? The elder appeared to be at least 60 years old, bent over his desk, diligently writing. Upon hearing Qin Imo's hesitant call, he continued writing without looking up. Please take a seat. There's hot water on the tea table. Feel free to brew some tea while I finish translating this manuscript, the elder instructed. Qin Imo refrained from further conversation and gently closed the door. The room contained a wooden sofa and a tea table, which held an enamel dish with a thermos and several white porcelain cups. Beside it lay a paper box labeled Longjing. Displaying no signs of discomfort, Qin Imo sat down, opened the box, and pinched some tea leaves with his fingers, placing them in a porcelain cup. After adding hot water, he savored the delicate aroma of the tea, taking small sips. Upon finishing one cup, he refilled it. You must be Xiao Qin, the elder's voice reached him. And Qin Imo realized he had put down his pen and approached. Qin Imo quickly stood up. Greetings, team leader. I am Qin Imo. The elder raised a hand, gesturing for Qin Imo to sit. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ouyang Cheng, the leader of the Shan and translation team. You may call me Ouyang Lao. Ouyang Lao. Qin Imo nodded gently, and once the elder was seated, he followed suit. Ouyang Cheng internally nodded in approval at Qin Imo's casual demeanor. Xiao Qin, regarding your request to translate CNC machine tools, Xiao Lu has informed me. You are now a level 3 translator, and you are aware of the rules governing our translation team, correct? Qin Imo replied softly. Director Lu briefed me on the way here, but he wasn't very clear on the specific details. Ouyang Cheng was not surprised. He took out a small booklet and handed it to Qin Imo. This is the code of conduct that all translators of level 3 and above must adhere to. Memorize it thoroughly. Once you have internalized it, you may officially commence your translation work. Qin Imo accepted the booklet and immediately began to browse through it. There's no need to rush, Xiao Qin. The person responsible for logistics will take you to your accommodation shortly. Settle in first, and you can review it at your leisure. The regulations were not overly extensive, yet not trivial either. Typically, it would take at least 3 days to memorize them all. Qin Imo, glancing quickly through the pages, said, no need. I'd like to memorize it now. I can begin translating right away once I receive the materials. Ouyang Cheng raised an eyebrow. Xiao Qin, you are rather impatient. The contents of the code cannot be memorized in haste. Qin Imo looked up, flashing a broad smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. Ouyang Lao, my memory is quite good. I should be able to memorize it swiftly. Without waiting for Ouyang Cheng's reaction, he lowered his head and resumed his rapid reading. Ouyang Cheng observed Qin Imo's earnest concentration and opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He returned to his desk and continued his translation work. The room fell into a quiet state. Though it did not last long. Within 20 minutes, Qin Imo's voice broke the silence. Ouyang Lao, I have memorized all the contents of the code. Qin Imo's remarkable memory was something he had long grown accustomed to. What? You're certain you've memorized everything? Ouyang Cheng set down his pen, astonished. Qin Imo smiled and nodded. If you doubt me, feel free to quiz me. Seeing Qin Imo's unwavering confidence, Ouyang Cheng's surprise quickly faded. Although he found it hard to believe that Qin Imo could memorize all the rules in such a short time, he decided to ask a few questions to verify his claims. What is the 30-second clause regarding confidentiality? Ouyang Cheng inquired. Regarding confidentiality, the 30-second clause states that Qin Imo's responses were consistently accurate. Ouyang Cheng continued to ask several more questions, and Qin Imo answered each one correctly. At that moment, Ouyang Cheng's perception of Qin Imo transformed entirely. He had not expected such formidable memory skills from him. Since Xiao Qin has fully grasped the confidentiality guidelines, let us proceed to collect the materials you need for translation. Thank you, Ouyang Lao. Ouyang Cheng waved his hand, indicating that there was no need for such formality. Come, I will accompany you to retrieve the materials. The documents here are managed by dedicated personnel, and only with the team leader's approval can they be obtained. Upon receiving the materials, Qin Imo felt a surge of excitement within. Soon, after he translates the documents regarding the numerical control machine tools and returns to school, he will be able to embark on his thesis. Qin Imo is eagerly anticipating the moment when his paper will be published. The information on numerical control machines is extensive. Far too much for a young man like Qin Imo to transport all at once. He has only collected a portion of it, intending to retrieve the remainder after completing the translation. The logistics personnel escorted Qin Mo to the designated area, and throughout this time, apart from Ouyang Cheng and the logistical staff, Qin Mo did not encounter any other colleagues in the building. He assumed that they were all diligently confined to their rooms, engrossed in their translations. The logistics staff led Qin Mo to his assigned room, mentioned that he could reach out if he encountered any issues, and then turned to close the door behind him. Qin Mo surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, the environment was quite pleasant. Chapter 80. Interview at the school. The room required no tidying up. It was impeccably clean. The independent bathroom, bedding, and personal toiletries were all brand new. It was evident that the treatment afforded to the translation team members was indeed exceptional. Qin Mo had brought along only a few changes of clothes, with no other luggage. After settling his belongings, he promptly opened the materials. Pens and paper were readily available, allowing him to swiftly immerse himself in his work. There was an abundance of information regarding the CNC machine tools, leading Qin Mo to estimate that he would be staying for an extended period. It had been some time since Qin Mo's family had departed from Luoling County Vocational and Technical School. Although Qin Mo was no longer present at the school, tales of his experiences in the classroom and his problem-solving prowess remained a popular topic among the students. As discussions grew in number, unbeknownst to Qin Mo, he had gained a substantial following of admirers at the school. Being a vocational school, Qin Mo was older than many of the second and third-year students. As students returned home for the weekend, news of Qin Mo reached the ears of his parents. Many colleagues at work would often discuss Qin Mo during their breaks, expressing their regret. Such a prodigy reduced to attending a county vocational school was truly a pity. This matter came to the attention of Huang Pingping, who was visiting her parents in Luoling. "Dad, is this Qin Mo the same one who was the top scorer in the college entrance examination from our province, Shannan?" Huang Pingping inquired with curiosity. Huang's father responded with a tone of regret. "Yes, what a promising talent. If he hadn't been expelled from Shui Mu University, he would undoubtedly have become a pillar of our nation. Alas, this child simply took a wrong step. Why couldn't Shui Mu University have given him another chance?" Upon hearing her father's response, Huang Pingping immediately realized that this could serve as excellent news material. As a reporter for Shannan Daily, she was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Qin Mo's earlier investigation. In fact, it was Shannan Daily that had initially reported on the matter. However, due to various reasons, the labels affixed to Qin Mo were later removed. "Dad, I'm going out for a bit this afternoon." Huang Pingping decided to visit Luoling County Vocational and Technical School to conduct an interview with Qin Mo. Upon arriving at the school, she presented her press credentials to the gatekeeper, who promptly notified the principal. When Principal Shen Bowen learned that a reporter was coming to the school, he hurriedly made his way to the entrance. In those times, being a journalist was a respected profession, quite different from the perception of reporters today. "Hello, Reporter Huang. Welcome to our school for the interview." Principal Shen greeted warmly. "Thank you for your cooperation, Principal Shen." After some pleasantries, Principal Shen suggested they head to his office first. "Principal Shen, I am primarily here to interview your student, Qin Mo. Would it be possible for you to take me directly to him?" Shen Bowen was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Huang Pingping to request an interview with Qin Mo. Noticing Shen Bowen's hesitation, Huang Pingping quickly inquired, "Is there a problem, Principal Shen?" "Rest assured, I am merely conducting a simple interview. After all, Qin Mo was the science champion of Shannan Province. It intrigues me why he chose to attend our school, and I wish to understand his thoughts on his current circumstances." Principal Shen shook his head slightly. "Reporter Huang, your timing is rather unfortunate. Qin Mo has been on leave for some time now, and he is currently not at school. Therefore, I fear you may be disappointed regarding your interview with him." "On leave?" Huang Pingping was somewhat incredulous. "When will he return to school? Or do you know the reason for his leave, or where I might find him?" "I'm afraid I am unaware of Qin Mo's current whereabouts," Shen Bowen replied. Huang Pingping's disbelief grew stronger at Shen Bowen's words. If Qin Mo had been on leave for an extended period, it implied that he had taken a long absence. Given that it was a long leave, how could he not have informed the school of his reasons? The more Shen Bowen emphasized this, the more determined Huang Pingping became to interview Qin Mo. "Principal Shen, since Qin Mo is not at school, may I interview his classmates instead?" Huang Pingping thought to herself that if she couldn't interview Qin Mo, she would speak to his classmates. Surely, not all of them could be on leave. Shen Bowen, unaware of Huang Pingping's thoughts, nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will take you to them." With that, Shen Bowen led the way. Watching him, Huang Pingping furrowed her brow slightly. His actions left her wondering if Qin Mo had genuinely taken a leave of absence. Upon arriving at Qinmo's classroom, they found it was just in time for the break. Noticing Feng was also present, Shinboen briefly introduced the two parties and explained Huang Pingping's desire to conduct an interview. Mr. An, I leave the matter of the interview with reporter Huang in your capable hands. After giving his instructions, he turned to Huang Pingping and said, Reporter Huang, I have other matters to attend to. Should you need anything, please feel free to approach Mr. An. Thank you, Principal Shan, Huang Pingping replied. And Feng immediately called over Zhu Neng, Sun Chong, and Gu Chengfeng. Reporter Huang, these three are Qinmo's roommates. Would you like to interview them directly? Huang Pingping had no objections and no longer doubted Qinmo's absence from school. After all, Principal Shun had brought her to Qinmo's class, so there was no reason for him to deceive her. Upon hearing that they were to be interviewed, Zhu Neng and the others appeared somewhat bewildered. The other students in the class, curious about the reporter's presence, gathered around. Huang Pingping wasted no time and promptly took out her paper and pen. Hello, gentlemen. Since you are Qinmo's roommates, I assume you share a close bond with him? The three nodded in unison. Indeed, Reporter Huang. Qinmo is like our elder brother. Our relationship is exceptionally close. Huang Pingping was taken aback, and Zhu Neng quickly clarified. Qinmo is the big brother of our dormitory. As Huang Pingping jotted down notes swiftly, she continued to inquire. Could you describe what kind of person Qinmo is in your eyes? Greetings, journalist Huang. Allow me to share with you the admiration that our esteemed elder brother, Qinmo, has garnered. Zhu Neng immediately began to extol Qinmo's virtues with fervor, his words a cascade of reverence. Upon concluding his remarks, Gu Chengfeng noticed Huang Pingping's attentive gaze and promptly added, You are unaware, journalist Huang, but the day before our elder brother took a leave of absence, with palpable excitement, Gu Chengfeng recounted Qinmo's remarkable feats within the classroom office. Zhu Neng and Sun Changhe occasionally interjected with additional anecdotes. Huang Pingping listened intently while taking notes. She learned of how Qinmo had captured the favor of the practical training instructor, who provided him with personalized guidance each evening, and she was also informed of the intricate details surrounding Qinmo's examination endeavors in the classroom office. As Zhu Neng and his companions shared their tales, other classmates chimed in, each contributing their own accounts of Qinmo. Once the interview concluded, Huang Pingping, under Zhu Neng's guidance, proceeded to seek out Yin Binghua. Chapter 81. Nothing more than average throughout the entire afternoon, Huang Pingping remained at the school, interviewing those who had interacted with Qinmo. The fact that Qinmo was being interviewed by reporters once again became a hot topic among the students. In this era, being approached by journalists is regarded as a source of pride. After completing her interviews, Huang Pingping hurried back to the provincial capital that same day. The following day, an article titled The Current Situation of College Entrance Examination Top Scorer in the Shannan Daily attracted considerable attention. The report detailed Qinmo's experiences at the vocational school, highlighting how he managed to self-study an entire semester's curriculum in less than a month, which quickly became the focal point of discussion. The news of Qinmo, published in the Shannan Daily, rapidly spread to other provinces. Many ordinary universities, upon learning of this, found themselves regretting not having taken the initiative to admit Qinmo into their institutions. Just like that, the previously obscure Luo Ling Vocational and Technical School had successfully garnered recognition. A student like Qinmo could serve as a prestigious emblem for any school. Moreover, according to the report, with proper nurturing, this student might blossom into a remarkable talent for the institution. In Yanjing, news of Qinmo also reached the public. Consequently, a reporter from the Yanjing Daily decided to visit Shuimu University. The university's president, Chu Yingchun, was elated upon hearing that the Yanjing Daily wished to interview him. While awaiting the reporter's arrival, Chu Yingchun took the time to visit the restroom, retrieving a small comb from his pocket. Dipping the comb in a bit of tap water, he tidied his hair. Although his hairstyle resembled that of a Mediterranean, he believed that presentation mattered, especially if the reporter were to take his photograph. After stowing the comb back in his pocket, he hummed a little tune as he returned to his office. Before long, the reporter arrived. Hello, President Chu. I am Xiao Lu from the Yanjing Daily. Greetings, Reporter Lu. Welcome to our university for the interview. Chu Yingchun said with a warm smile, offering a handshake. Once seated, Xiao Lu smiled and asked, President Chu, shall we begin? I am ready at any time, Chu Yingchun replied. Xiao Lu took out his notepad and sat up straight. President Chu, could you elaborate on the decision to rescind the admission of Shannan Province's top science student, Qinmo? Chu Yingchun's smile faltered momentarily, taken aback by the sudden inquiry regarding Qin Mo. Had it not been for Xiao Lu's mention, he would have completely forgotten about this individual. As the president of one of the nation's top universities, Chu Yingchun had never particularly valued Qin Mo. After a brief recollection, he managed to remember the circumstances surrounding the issue. Reporter Lu, the reasons for rescinding Qin Mo's admission were detailed in the announcement we made at that time. As you can imagine, the university handles numerous affairs daily, and Qin Mo's matter has been quite some time ago. I can hardly recall all the specifics. I suggest you refer to that newspaper for a comprehensive understanding of the situation. At this moment, Chu Yingchun felt a twinge of annoyance, having initially expected a personal interview, which now seemed far from the case. His demeanor shifted, losing the warmth from earlier, and his tone became considerably more subdued. While most people hold a deep respect for the profession of journalism, Chu Yingchun was not among them. He was the president of a leading university. In terms of status, he was significantly elevated. Even if it were the editor-in-chief of the newspaper before him, he would not be overly concerned. Furthermore, in Chu Yingchun's eyes, status was not the most important aspect. What mattered were the connections he had forged with the numerous students from Mu University who now occupied significant positions in various organizations. Chu Yingchun firmly believed that if he required their assistance, these students would not hesitate to respond. Xiao Lu, unaware of Chu Yingchun's change in attitude, perhaps feigned ignorance. President Chu, regarding the investigation that led to Qin Mo being taken away, are you aware that it has since been clarified? Xiao Lu inquired. Chu Yingchun shook his head. Reporter Lu, I just mentioned that the university's daily affairs are complex. How could I have the energy to follow the developments of a single student? But he is a provincial top scorer. Surely you must have some interest? Xiao Lu pressed. Chu Yingchun's eyes flashed with disdain. Reporter Lu, this is Mu University, one of the nation's top institutions. Provincial top scorers are quite commonplace here. They are merely ordinary students among many. Xiao Lu nodded slightly, acknowledging Chu Yingchun's earlier statements. While provincial top scorers might be rare in other schools, they were indeed numerous in elite institutions like Mu or Beijing. Although they could not be deemed entirely ordinary, a significant number certainly were. So, in your view, President Chu, Qin Mo is merely an average student? Xiao Lu's question lingered, leaving Chu Yingchun contemplative. Indeed, in our institution, Qin Mo is, in fact, just another ordinary student. President Chu, do you happen to know where Qin Mo went after his admission was rescinded? Chu Yingchun's expression shifted slightly as he conjectured that perhaps this Qin Mo had been recruited by Beijing. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. Beijing University and Mu University were both esteemed institutions. A student whose admission was revoked by Mu would not be sought after by Beijing. The two institutions had been in a quiet rivalry. If they were to recruit Qin Mo, it would surely invite ridicule from Mu University. Before Chu Yingchun could respond, Xiao Lu continued, Qin Mo is now a first-year student at Luoling County Vocational and Technical School. Oh, that institution seems quite commendable. For Qin Mo to gain admission, there is indeed fortunate for him. Chu Yingchun remarked, feigning familiarity with Luoling County Vocational and Technical School, a name he had never heard before, merely jesting. Principal Chu, after Qin Mo's enrollment, he completed an entire year's curriculum in less than a month. Moreover, Xiao Lu quickly recounted the article from the Shannan Daily regarding Qin Mo to Chu Yingchun. Some have remarked that Mu University's decision to forego Qin Mo was a significant loss. What is Principal Chu's perspective on this? Upon hearing this, Chu Yingchun merely scoffed. It was merely a vocational school curriculum. Completing it in a month poses no challenge for our students. A loss. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Principal Chu, based on your comments, can I interpret that you view Qin Mo as inconsequential? Indeed. Qin Mo is merely an individual with serious ideological issues and a slight academic talent. Chu Yingchun, growing increasingly impatient with Xiao Lu's incessant inquiries about Qin Mo, began to disparage him in various ways. He even asserted that not admitting Qin Mo was an exceedingly wise decision. Otherwise, Qin Mo would only tarnish the reputation of Mu University. The Beijing Daily published an article the following day, featuring Chu Yingchun's evaluations of Qin Mo on the front page. Qin Mo became the subject of widespread discussion, albeit this time mostly comprising disparaging remarks. Meanwhile, Qin Mo remained entirely oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of attention. Chapter 82. Gu Xinglong's thoughts. Chu Yingchun's assessment of Qin Mo garnered widespread agreement among the populace. Mu University, one of the nation's premier institutions, is presided over by Chu Ing-chun, the president, leading people to subconsciously regard his words as truth. In the provincial capital of Longcheng, Shannan Province, the articles in newspapers have also become a topic of lively discussion. The fact that Qin Mo hails from Shannan Province did not lead anyone to question Chu Ing-chun's statements. Rather, many felt that Qin Mo had brought shame upon the entire province. At school, Yu Shuang listened to her classmates discussing Qin Mo, yet her heart remained largely unperturbed. It was Friday, and her thoughts were focused on the evening ahead, when she would again accompany her brother Xinglong to the grove to catch fireflies. Initially, she found it difficult to relax in the grove, but with time, she began to appreciate the joy it brought. The thrill of sensing someone nearby only heightened her excitement. Tonight, they would venture to the small grove in the park, and she was filled with eager anticipation, knowing the park would be bustling with young couples strolling even in the dim light of evening. As night fell, Yu Shuang arrived at the park to meet Gu Xinglong. Without the need for excessive conversation, they moved in harmony deeper into the park. In a densely wooded area, they stealthily entered. After a flurry of catching fireflies, Gu Xinglong reclined against a stone, the glow of his cigarette flickering in and out as he inhaled. Although he typically abstained from smoking and saw little merit in it, he had recently heard that enjoying a cigarette after catching fireflies could yield great satisfaction. Thus, he decided to try it. And while the initial puffs left him coughing, he soon discovered the pleasure others had mentioned. Beside Gu Xinglong, Yu Shuang remained silent, tending to their collection of fireflies in the faint light. "You saw the news about your ex-husband, didn't you?" Gu Xinglong's voice was devoid of emotion. "Why bring him up? It would only dampen the mood." Yu Shuang's expression turned slightly unnatural, but fortunately, it was dark, and Gu Xinglong could not see her face. "Wasn't he studying at the vocational technical school in Luoling County? What would happen if I got him expelled again?" Yu Shuang felt a sudden chill, unsure whether it stemmed from the recent exertion or Gu Xinglong's tone. "Brother Xinglong, let us not waste our energy discussing that unpleasant person." In the darkness, Gu Xinglong's expression hardened as he listened to her words. "Do you still have lingering feelings for him?" "No, my heart belongs only to you." "Brother Xinglong, Qin Mo is merely a repulsive memory. It is best that way," Gu Xinglong replied, discarding his cigarette. "But, come here, we didn't have enough fun just now." Their firefly-catching game resumed with renewed vigor, and Gu Xinglong felt a sense of fulfillment. His desire to target Qin Mo stemmed not just from Yu Shuang's feelings, but also from her sister, Yu Bing. Having successfully secured time with Yu Shuang, Gu Xinglong did not abandon his pursuit of Yu Bing. With his connection to Yu Shuang, he felt his chances with Yu Bing had increased significantly. He was now practically a son-in-law to the Yu family, frequently visiting their home. To others, Yu Bing was merely his little sister-in-law, and he thought, how could a little sister-in-law not have a half-brother-in-law? The Yu family was currently in disarray. Yu Kuei had yet to receive a conclusive judgment, but everyone believed he was finished. As for Yu Kuei, he had long lost his former glory and was unemployed. Gu Xinglong believed he could easily manipulate the Yu family. Although he lacked a powerful background, he was now associated with a well-connected second-generation individual. His earlier mention of wanting to ensure Qin Mo could no longer remain in school was not merely for Yu Shuang's sake. It was to demonstrate his capabilities to the Yu family. After returning home tonight, Yu Shuang would undoubtedly tell her sister Yu Bing about his plans regarding Qin Mo. Once Yu Bing knew, the entire Yu family would be informed. Once the fireflies had been caught, the two left the grove and parted ways at the park entrance. Upon returning home, Yu Shuang did as Gu Xinglong anticipated and shared his intentions regarding Qin Mo with her sister Yu Bing. "What? Gu Xinglong wants to make it impossible for Qin Mo to continue his studies?" Yu Bing's voice rose sharply, her expression one of surprise and displeasure. "Who does he think he is? Compared to Qin Mo, my impression of Gu Xinglong couldn't be worse." "Keep your voice down. We mustn't let Mom and Dad find out." Yu Shuang quickly covered Yu Bing's mouth to silence her. In the adjacent room, Yu Kuei and his wife had not yet fallen asleep. They had heard Yu Bing's exclamation. "Old Yu, why do you think that young Gu is behaving this way?" Yu Mu asked softly. "It's normal for young people to be jealous and competitive," Yu Kuei replied. "Let us pretend we know nothing. I suspect young Gu still harbors some concern about Xiao Shuang having been with Qin Mo." The next day, Gu Xinglong penned a letter and sent it off at the post office. His intention to ensure Qin Mo could not continue his education was not mere talk. He needed to showcase his capability to the Yu family to prepare for the future when he would win Yu Bing's affection. After seeing the reports on Qin Mo in the newspapers, he recalled the letter he had just sent, addressed to a person named Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng, Gu Xinglong's younger brother, was a second-year student at the Luoling County Vocational Technical School and also the president of the student council. The news regarding Qin Mo had stirred significant debate among the students, including those like Gu Cheng. However, for everyone regarding the matters reported, they merely regarded them as fodder for conversation, harboring no significant negative opinions about Qin Mo. Just recently, Qin Mo's remarkable feat in the office continues to be a topic of discussion among many. Numerous students even hold Qin Mo in high esteem as a result. Conversely, An Feng and Yin Binghua were quite displeased upon seeing the report. Yet, despite their dissatisfaction, they found themselves powerless to act or speak out. After all, the other party remains the esteemed president of Shuamu Dashua, and their voices would scarcely be heard given the vast disparity between them. 2 days later, Gu Cheng received a letter from Gu Xinglong. After perusing the letter, a smile graced Gu Cheng's face. This time, I shall see how you, Qin Mo, meet your demise. The incident of Qin Mo working on exam papers in his office has rendered him a figure of immense popularity within the school, garnering him numerous admirers. As the president of the student council, Gu Cheng felt that his own prominence had been overshadowed by Qin Mo. Moreover, the girl he had set his sights on had also become one of Qin Mo's admirers, further fueling his discontent. Had Qin Mo been present at school, Gu Cheng would have long sought to undermine him. The student council wields considerable influence within the institution. His cousin is indeed impressive for devising such a strategy. Contemplating the method mentioned in the letter, Gu Cheng held a deep admiration for his cousin, Gu Xinglong. Chapter 83. Expulsion of Qin Mo. Go and inform all the members of the student union that a meeting will be held this afternoon at 3 o'clock. Gu Cheng instructed a fellow member beside him. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, all the principal members of the student union gathered. The president, Gu Cheng, 3 vice presidents, 2 from the secretariat, and heads of the 6 departments including the Academic Affairs Department, Public Relations Department, External Affairs Department, Cultural and Sports Department, and Life Services Department, totaling nearly 20 individuals, were present. Everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Cheng, eagerly awaiting his address. After surveying the room, Gu Cheng began to speak slowly. Is everyone here? The purpose of convening you all today revolves around a singular matter. I believe you have all seen the recent article published by the Beijing Daily regarding our fellow student, Qin Mo. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement, confirming they had indeed read it. My dear classmates, due to one Qin Mo, our Luoling Vocational Technical School has gained notoriety nationwide. Yet, this notoriety, I trust, elicits the same sentiment of embarrassment in you as it does in me. It has reached a point where I hesitate to disclose my school affiliation while outside. Gu Cheng commenced his lamentation, feigning deep emotional turmoil over the incident involving Qin Mo. At that moment, the assembly began to comprehend the true purpose behind Gu Cheng's meeting. As a result of Qin Mo's actions, our entire school has been shamed. We, as the leadership of the student union, must step forward now. Gu Cheng paused, leaving his statement hanging in the air. Indeed, President Gu is correct. Qin Mo is akin to a rodent's droppings, tarnishing the reputation of our entire institution. The student union cannot remain passive in this matter. Li Qingqing from the secretariat interjected promptly. We, as representatives elected by the student body, must always prioritize the interests of all students. President Gu, what course of action do you propose? Several department heads chimed in unison. Gu Cheng nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging their shared sentiment. Well, since we are all aligned in thought, allow me to present my specific ideas. Is there anything anyone wishes to add? The assembly shook their heads, indicating they had no further contributions. Very well, since there are no additional comments. We shall proceed according to the plan we discussed. With the meeting concluded, everyone exited the conference room, hastily gathering their respective departmental members. It must be noted that the influence of the student union was indeed substantial. The following day, a petition circulated among various classes. By afternoon, the document was densely populated with student signatures. Upon receiving the petition, Gu Cheng wasted no time and proceeded directly to the principal's office. He knocked on the door with a firm rap. Come in. Upon entering, Principal Shen Bowen greeted Gu Cheng with a smile. What brings you here, Gu Cheng? Principal, I was wondering if you had seen the article by Beijing Daily regarding our student, Qin Mo. A shadow crossed Shen Bowen's face. He had indeed read the report and felt equally unsettled. However, as the president of Shuamu University, he felt he was not on the same level as Gu Cheng. Even if he wished to refute the claims in the newspaper, it would be futile. Such actions would likely provoke even greater public outcry. Shin Bowen understood that if he were to counter the statements made in the article, he would face backlash from many who would stand against him, even without the need for Chu Ing-chun to intervene. Should Chu Ing-chun choose to step forward, it might jeopardize Shin Bowen's position as principal. The influence wielded by the president of Shuemu University was beyond what Shin Bowen could withstand. Yes, I have seen the news in the paper. Do not pay heed to their comments. Gu Cheng, please inform the student union to reassure the students not to be swayed by external opinions and to focus on their studies. Shin Bowen's remarks made it clear to Gu Cheng that the principal intended to protect Qin Mo principle. It seems challenging to appease the students at this point. Gu Cheng replied with a bitter smile. I have come to you precisely because the students have reacted strongly to this matter. He then presented the petition, filled with signatures, to Shin Bowen. Principal, this was just delivered to the student union by the students for you. Frowning, Shin Bowen accepted the petition and began to read it. Gu Cheng stood by obediently. As Shin Bowen read on, his expression grew increasingly grim. By the time he reached the final page, densely packed with signatures, his brow furrowed deeply. After a prolonged silence, he set the petition down and gazed at Gu Cheng. I understand the students' sentiments. Upon your return, please reassure them that the school will thoroughly investigate the situation regarding Qin Mo principle. This may prove difficult. The students are quite resolute in their stance, Gu Cheng said, looking troubled. Please do your utmost to soothe their concerns. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so, Gu Cheng replied, unable to outright refuse such a request, and reluctantly agreed to take on the task. Once Gu Cheng departed, Shin Bowen scrutinized the petition on his desk, feeling a headache coming on. The content of the petition was straightforward. It demanded the expulsion of Qin Mo, citing that his actions had brought shame upon the entire student body. Shin Bowen, however, could not bring himself to expel Qin Mo. The school had finally discovered a prodigious talent, and he hoped Qin Mo would bring glory to the institution in the future. Expulsion? That would be absurd. Yet, if he chose not to expel him, the matter presented another conundrum. A firm rejection was out of the question. A prudent solution was imperative. After pondering for a while without arriving at a satisfactory resolution, Shin Bowen decided to summon Feng and Yin Binghua to his office. The two had also been in low spirits lately and arrived in the principal's office. Principal, what do you need from us? Shin Bowen did not reply immediately, but handed the petition to Feng. Take a look at this. Feng, filled with perplexity, took the document and lowered his gaze, while Yin Binghua leaned in to examine it alongside him. In a short while, both their expressions darkened, particularly Feng, as he noticed several signatures among the students belonged to his own class. Principal, we absolutely cannot expel Qin Mo. Yin Binghua immediately asserted his stance. He genuinely held affection for this student. Principal, the matter concerning Qin Mo being taken away for questioning has already been thoroughly investigated. He is innocent of any wrongdoing. Since the beginning of the semester, Qin Mo has not violated any school regulations. To expel him based solely on a petition is utterly unreasonable. Feng echoed his sentiments. Qin Mo must not be expelled. Yin Binghua glanced once more at the petition before adding, to claim that Qin Mo brings shame upon the school is, in my opinion, absurd. The report from the Beijing newspaper, if I may say, is merely a means for that so-called principal of Shuemu University to vindicate himself for the earlier revocation of Qin Mo's admission. Chapter 84. A dispute across distances. Teacher Yin is indeed correct. Feng agreed, recalling how Shuemu University rescinded Qin Mo's admission. It has now been proven that Qin Mo harbors no issues. I suspect the Beijing newspaper is aware of this, which is why they sought an interview with the president of Shuemu University. The president, in an attempt to vindicate the initial decision, has resorted to disparaging Qin Mo to the reporters. Yin Binghua's face flashed with indignation. President, I believe we must publish a statement in support of Qin Mo. What if they are from Shuemu University? We cannot allow them to belittle our student like this, can we? President, I think Teacher Yin makes a valid point. Feng looked at Shin Bowen and suggested, why don't you issue a statement? Shin Bowen glanced at the two and smiled wryly, saying, how effective do you think that would be? Even if a statement is released, there is no guarantee that any newspaper would be willing to publish it. How would we know unless we try? Yin Binghua immediately replied. Shin Bowen shook his head slightly, asserting that we need not concern ourselves with external opinions. The primary focus now is how to address the students' petition. As long as we can placate the students, what impact could the external uproar possibly have? Yin Binghua protested. President, Shinboen interrupted, saying, "Enough, let us concentrate on how to soothe the students' emotions." Yin Binghua still wished to speak, but Feng held him back, signaling him to refrain from continuing. After restraining Yin Binghua, Feng then inquired, "President, what actions can we take? I have yet to formulate a plan," Shinboen sighed. "If I had a solution, I wouldn't have summoned the two of you here. How about we gather the leaders and teachers for a meeting? We could have the homeroom teachers and counselors calm their respective classes," Feng proposed. "I will think it over." In the provincial capital, within the small white building housing the translation team, Qin Imo stretched lazily, massaging his sore arms as he stepped outside. During this period, he had either been translating indoors or working in the courtyard, remaining oblivious to external affairs. "Xiao Qin, you're down so early today?" Ouyang Chung asked with a smile as he saw Qin Imo, the youngest translator in the team, who had recently achieved a third-level proficiency. Ouyang Chung had a particularly favorable impression of him. Initially, when he first saw Qin Imo, he was skeptical due to his youth. Translation is an endeavor that demands immense energy, especially when dealing with technical documents that require a vast reservoir of knowledge. Additionally, patience is crucial when working with such complex material. Qin Mo's current task involved translating information on CNC lathes, which necessitated not only extensive knowledge, but also considerable patience. Ouyang Chung had assumed that Qin Mo would struggle to remain focused for more than 5 days, yet he had persevered for over 10 days, demonstrating remarkable speed in his translations. The initial batch of translated documents was submitted and confirmed to be error-free, which led Ouyang Chung to regard Qin Mo with newfound respect and treat him as a prized asset. Qin Mo smiled at Ouyang Chung and said, "Old Ouyang, I have completed the final section of the CNC lathe documentation, so I thought I would take a walk." "Oh, you finished it all?" Ouyang Chung exclaimed with delight. "You have worked hard during this time. Be sure to rest well for the next few days." After a moment's thought, Ouyang Chung asked, "What are your plans now? Will you return to school or continue translating?" "Well, I intend to go back to school for a while. Translating work may take some time before I resume." Qin Mo paused briefly before adding with a smile, "Old Ouyang, you know my major is related to this CNC lathe translation. I have learned a great deal from this experience, and upon returning to school, I plan to delve deeper into my studies." Seeing that Qin Mo had decided to return to school, Ouyang Chung considered for a moment and said, "Xiao Qin, since you plan to go back, there are certain matters I can discuss with you now." Qin Mo looked at Ouyang Chung with curiosity. Ouyang Chung rose and said, "Let us talk in my office." Once in Ouyang Chung's office, before Qin Mo could ask anything, Ouyang Chung retrieved a stack of newspapers from his desk. "Take a look at this. There has been quite a commotion outside regarding you. To avoid interfering with your translation work, I refrained from showing you until now." Qin Mo's curiosity deepened as he accepted the thick stack of newspapers. The first article was from the Yanjing newspaper, featuring the comments of Shui Mu University President Chu Ingchun regarding him. Following that was a report from Shannan Daily a few days later, which included a statement from Luoling County Vocational Technical School. The overarching message was clear. Qin Mo is a student of Luoling County Vocational Technical School, and the school has faith in his character and academic abilities. Next, there was a report about students from Luoling County Vocational Technical School who united in petitioning for Qin Mo's expulsion. These students went so far as to strike classes to express their stance. The school swiftly identified the student council members responsible for organizing the strike, ultimately leading Shinboen to impose disciplinary actions on the leading figures, which quelled the incident. While the situation within the school was resolved, the external uproar only grew louder. First, Chu Ingchun of Shui Mu University published comments in the Yanjing newspaper, engaging in a public debate with Shinboen. Subsequently, many universities rallied in support of Chu Ingchun, casting harsh disparagements upon Qin Mo. In their eyes, he was deemed a scoundrel. Shinboen, standing alone, confronted the presidents of top universities such as Shui Mu University, Imo Du Zhandan, and Jinling University through the newspapers. Qin Mo felt a surge of anger as he read the derogatory remarks from those so-called prestigious university presidents. At the same time, a warm current flowed through him as he observed Shinboen facing the daunting pressure of so many esteemed figures. Qin Mo understood the weight of the burden on the president, given the immense influence wielded by the heads of these elite institutions. Qin Mo could not help but feel concerned about the principal's current predicament, swiftly leafing through the subsequent pages of the newspaper. However, the following articles contain no relevant reports, as if this remote confrontation had suddenly been paused. Ouyang Chung gently patted Qin Mo on the shoulder and urged him to take a seat. Once Qin Mo settled down, Ouyang Chung cheerfully inquired, "I sent it peculiar how the uproar was so intense, only to cease abruptly?" Qin Mo nodded, a sense of foreboding flickering in his heart. Could it be that the principal had fallen victim to the machinations of Chu Yingchun and others, who had wielded their influence against him? How fortuitous this matter turned out to be. As Ouyang Chung recounted the events, Qin Mo finally exhaled in relief, realizing that the principal was unharmed. It appeared that an official document titled Several Issues regarding further strengthening and perfecting the agricultural production responsibility system had been issued from the highest authority. The release of this document meant that the earlier situation involving Qin Mo and Yu Kuei had been definitively characterized. The cancellation of Qin Mo's admission to Shui Mu University had stemmed from this incident. Now that there was a clear definition, it indicated that the decision to revoke Qin Mo's enrollment had indeed been erroneous. Since such a mistake had been made, the subsequent remarks from Chu Yingchun and his associates lacked any credibility. They were left with no choice but to lower their banners, while Shin Bowen chose to withdraw gracefully, bringing the dispute to an abrupt halt. "Old Ouyang, may I stay here for a few more days?" Qin Mo inquired. Although the quarrel had subsided, he found it difficult to swallow his indignation. To insult me in the newspaper? To belittle me? They should brace themselves for a reckoning. Qin Mo silently vowed. Chapter 85 Seeking assistance from Ouyang Chung. You are indeed a member of our translation team, and your duration of stay poses no issue. Ouyang Chung did not inquire why Qin Mo had suddenly changed his mind. Thank you, old Ouyang. May I ask if there are any additional materials regarding machine tools available here? Upon finishing, Qin Mo added, if possible, I would also like to review the translations completed by others. Ouyang Chung shook his head, stating, the only materials we have concerning CNC machine tools are those you have translated. However, I can certainly inquire with other translation teams in different provinces to see if they possess any relevant documents. Qin Mo hesitated. Would this violate any protocols? Ouyang Chung chuckled. Not at all, rest assured. You are currently a level 3 translator, and the materials you are translating pertain specifically to CNC machine tools. According to regulations, you are permitted to access any information related to CNC machine tools. Noticing the look of confusion on Qin Mo's face, Ouyang Chung elaborated. Such regulations exist to assist translators in achieving greater accuracy during their work. After all, this field involves a plethora of specialized knowledge that often necessitates reference to other materials. This is entirely reasonable. After speaking, Ouyang Chung winked at Qin Mo, who instantly understood. Indeed, that makes sense. After completing my recent translation, I felt that certain terms were not particularly precise. If I could reference other relevant materials, there are numerous areas that require modification. Upon seeing that Qin Mo grasped his intent, Ouyang Chung nodded slightly, thinking, this young man shows great promise. Despite his youth, he possesses a commendable grasp of the art of language. Ouyang Chung concluded with a cautionary note. While you may consult other related materials, remember to maintain confidentiality. All content must remain undisclosed outside of our team. Do you understand? Qin Mo blinked, but did not respond immediately. Observing Qin Mo's expression, Ouyang Cheng's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. You are aware of our translation team's regulations. Any breach of confidentiality could result in severe consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo resolved to be forthright with Ouyang Chung. Old Ouyang, I shall not conceal my thoughts from you. During this period of translating materials, I have gained invaluable insights and have begun to form some ideas. However, they remain preliminary, and I lack certainty regarding their feasibility. Thus, I hope to explore additional resources. If my ideas prove viable, I plan to conduct research experiments upon returning to my school. According to my vision, should the experimental results be successful, I intend to publish my findings. Before Ouyang Chung could respond, Qin Mo continued, Old Ouyang, the newspaper you recently showed me, it featured those prestigious institutions discussing me, did it not? Whether I am truly worthless is not for them to decide, nor can I simply refute their claims with empty words. I must confront them with facts. They assert that individuals like me can only attend inferior schools, correct? Very well, I shall demonstrate to the nation that within this so-called inferior school, I, deemed a failure, can produce research that even their esteemed institutions cannot. Ouyang Chung grasped Qin Mo's intentions. He intended to achieve research results to counterattack those who publicly criticized him and his school in print. Nevertheless, Ouyang Chung did not believe that Qin Mo could genuinely accomplish this. He regarded Qin Mo as a commendable young man, exceptionally talented compared to most of his peers. In terms of translation, Ouyang Chung knew that among translators of level 3 and above, none were younger than Qin Mo. While there were many proficient young individuals in foreign languages, few could match Qin Mo's aptitude for translating technical materials. Among the translators known to Ouyang Chung, those of Qin Mo's age were predominantly at level 1, with only a few at level 2. As for level 3, Qin Mo stood alone. Despite perceiving Qin Mo's excellence, Ouyang Chung thought his ambition to use research results to retaliate against prestigious schools was utterly unrealistic. Qin Mo's intent was clear. He aimed to delve into the realm of CNC machine tools. Researching CNC machine tools is no trivial matter. If it were so easily achievable, the materials Qin Mo had translated would not be subject to confidentiality, and the nation would not invest such substantial manpower and resources in this field. Xiao Qin, I can empathize with your sentiments. It is unbearable to be publicly insulted. Yet, you cannot let this drive you to pursue research in CNC machine tools. To my knowledge, the foremost experts in this domain have only recently achieved modest results through collaborative efforts. You, as a solitary individual. Ouyang Cheng's meaning was unmistakable. The many top experts in China researching CNC machine tools had only managed to yield minimal results through collective endeavor, and many had dedicated their entire lives to this pursuit. In comparison, Qin Mo, a mere student just beginning his vocational education, likely had not even mastered the foundational knowledge. Now, having only translated some international technical documents, he fancied himself capable of conducting research and using his findings to confront others. Ouyang Chung felt that Qin Mo was still too young and far too naive. Old Ouyang, I understand your perspective. However, I still wish to give it a try. If I do not attempt it myself, I shall be left with a lingering sense of regret. Ouyang Chung gazed at Qin Mo's resolute expression and eventually nodded. Very well. Since you have articulated your desires so clearly, I shall not dissuade you further. Thank you, old Ouyang. I hope you can expedite this process. Ouyang Chung shook his head slightly, sensing the young man's impulsiveness. Choosing not to elaborate any further, he picked up the telephone on the table and began dialing. In no time, the call connected, and he communicated with the operator regarding the necessary connection. Hello, Lao Gu. Have you completed the translation of the materials pertaining to CNC machine tools that you were working on last time? You have finished? Excellent. Could you send the materials over to me? The situation is such that I have encountered some difficulties with the translation on my end, and I would like to incorporate your portion for a more seamless and accurate translation. I am quite pressed for time. As the phone call ended, Ouyang Chung chuckled and said, All right, the next batch of materials will be delivered tomorrow. Qin Mo, taken aback, replied, So soon? Ouyang Chung continued with a smile. Indeed, a dedicated personnel will be flying in to deliver them. How could it not be swift? Qin Mo suddenly understood that since these materials required confidentiality, it was entirely reasonable for them to be escorted by someone on a flight. In this era, air travel was not accessible to everyone, governed by numerous restrictions. This method also ensured a superior level of secrecy, mitigating the risk of unforeseen incidents during transit. Chapter 86. Defining research objectives. Having concluded the matter at hand, Qin Mo rose and departed. As he approached the door, he heard Ouyang Cheng's voice behind him. By the way, Xiao Qin Yu. Ouyang Laosher, do you have any instructions? Qin Mo turned to inquire. Ouyang Chung waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. You may continue with your work. Oh, with a sense of perplexity, Qin Mo exited. Ouyang Cheng's expression had clearly indicated he wished to communicate something, yet he ultimately swallowed his words. Within the confines of the office, Ouyang Cheng chuckled to himself. He had intended to advise Qin Mo not to hastily publish any findings he might uncover, but rather to first present them for review. However, he soon found this notion to be rather absurd. How could Qin Mo, a mere novice from a vocational school, possibly yield any significant results? Countless esteemed experts had toiled relentlessly over the years, yet few tangible outcomes had emerged. If Qin Mo were to achieve something noteworthy, it would merely serve to embarrass the elite institutions of the nation and render those experts seemingly inept. Upon returning to his own quarters, Qin Mo did not languish idly. Although he possessed a comprehensive understanding of the pivotal technical indicators of CNC lathes, he recognized that revealing them all at once would be imprudent. During this period, the machining precision of CNC lathes typically ranged from 0.01 to 0.1 millimeters. A select few foreign precision models could reach 0.004 to 0.01 millimeters, placing them in the top tier. As for domestic advancements, a breakthrough had only recently been achieved, theoretically allowing for machining precision as fine as 0.01 to 0.1 millimeters. However, due to immature technology, the actual precision for standard batch processing hovered around 0.05 millimeters. Achieving a precision of 0.01 millimeters would result in an exceedingly low yield, making mass production unfeasible. As for the international top-tier S precision of 0.004 to 0.01 millimeters, there was currently no possibility of catching up. Numerous factors influenced machining precision, including the construction of the machine tool, the motion system, the quality of cutting tools, cutting parameters, and the machining environment. Chen Mo meticulously cataloged the various elements affecting the control precision of CNC machine tools on paper. To enhance machining precision based on the current domestic foundation, improvements needed to be made across various domains. While modifications to the machine tool's construction could be accomplished with relative ease, the quality of cutting tools was beyond his immediate control, as it pertained to materials and would need to be considered in the future. Attempting to implement too many changes at once would only invite complications. Presently, domestic CNC lathes primarily relied on mechanical transmission systems. The superior precision of the top-tier foreign models was largely attributed to their superior integration of semiconductors and machine tools. Fortunately, current domestic technical reports suggested that the gap with foreign advancements was narrowing. Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration as he recalled the reasons for the gradual decline in international competitiveness. Those who advocated for a strategy of buying rather than building, pushing for a trade technology approach, had left the semiconductor research stagnant, ultimately leading to vulnerabilities. Shaking his head, Chen Mo muttered a curse under his breath. Returning his focus to the task at hand, he contemplated the essence of CNC machine tools, which, in simple terms, are machine tools that utilize numerical control technology to achieve automated processing. The working principle involves inputting processing parameters through programming, which the control system interprets into electrical pulse signals that drive the servo system to move the cutting tool along a predetermined trajectory to accomplish machining. The crux of this technology lies in the integration of semiconductors and machine tools. Currently, domestic semiconductor technology is not significantly inferior to that of foreign counterparts. This year, Yen University successfully developed the fourth-generation distributed projection lithography machine, achieving a precision of 3 micrometers. While this precision is considered to be at the international mainstream level, it still lags behind the top foreign models. Nevertheless, this level of precision in semiconductors is entirely sufficient for machine tool applications. The technical documents Chen Mo translated contain specific introductions to this field. The most precise models among the top-tier foreign machines have a pulse-equivalent positioning accuracy of 0.004 to 0.01 millimeters. Hence, he resolved that the machining precision for the CNC lathe he was researching would aim for a range of 0.004 to 0.01 millimeters. Chen Mo contemplated the necessity of first developing a machine tool capable of achieving the highest machining precision currently available, with further enhancements to follow. To produce a world-leading model immediately would be daunting. He understood well that progress must be incremental. Making excessively large strides could lead to setbacks. Throughout the day, Chen Mo remained engrossed in his work. With his objectives set, he needed to refine various details before he could commence his endeavors. The following day, around noon, the technical materials Ouyang Cheng had promised arrived. Upon receiving the documents, Chen Mo once again immersed himself in diligent study. Although the memories from his past life served as an advantageous resource, there remained much for him to learn. The recollections could only offer general insights. The specific details required a fresh examination. Fortunately, after the recent transformation in his mind, Chen Mo had developed an extraordinary memory, enabling him to retain information with remarkable efficiency. He needed only to peruse the materials once to grasp their content. Even so, it took him 3 days to thoroughly review all the documents, as there was an overwhelming amount of information. The benefit of this extensive study was a robust accumulation of knowledge regarding machine tools. Once he completed the review, Chen Mo formally bid farewell to Ouyang Cheng. Exiting the Xiaobai building, he gazed at the bustling streets outside, feeling a moment of disconnection. Who could have anticipated that within the confines of this modest building, There existed a group of individuals devoted to their work day in and day out. After orienting himself, Qin Emo made his way to the bus station. By the time he disembarked, he had arrived at his destination. Returning to Luoling County, dusk had already fallen. The county was small, so Qin Emo walked directly to the brother restaurant. Qin Laodi. Wu Jiangwo was initially taken aback upon seeing Qin Emo recently. There had been considerable media coverage regarding Shinboen's contentious exchanges with the presidents of various prestigious universities, creating quite a stir. The brothers Wu Jiangwo ventured to the school in search of the elusive Qin Emo. Naturally, their efforts were in vain. For all they learned was that Qin Emo had taken a leave of absence. Wu Jiangwo even inquired with Qin Mo's elder brother and third brother about whether he had returned to his hometown. The outcome was as anticipated. Qin Emo had seemingly vanished without a trace. Brother Wu, it has been quite some time, hasn't it? Qin Emo grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Come, let us step inside and converse. Upon entering the establishment, they found the hall bustling with patrons, the business thriving as ever. Let us ascend to the private room on the second floor. Following Qin Mo's earlier suggestion, Wu Jiangwo had transformed the second floor into VIP suites. As they walked, Wu Jiangwo leaned closer to Qin Emo and whispered, Brother Qin, your timing today is rather fortuitous. The county committee members are upstairs, hosting a welcome banquet for Secretary Yu. Would you care to join me in raising a toast later? Secretary Yu? Qin Emo momentarily faltered in recognizing the name. Brother, you surely must be aware, Wu Jiangwo replied, his surprise evident. Have you been wandering in some remote wilderness during this time? You were completely unaware of Secretary Yu's return? Chapter 87. Returning to school, your big brother-in-law. Wu Jiangwo reminded. Qin Emo instantly understood that Wu Jiangwo was referring to Yu Kuei. Brother Wu, please refrain from making such statements. Secretary Yu and I have no familial ties. Wu Jiangwo pretended not to hear and continued. Let me tell you, Secretary Yu has made a remarkable comeback this time. Lowering his voice and leaning closer to Qin Mo's ear, he added, Weren't you also taken away for investigation due to the household contract responsibility system? Now, there's an official document from the top, and Secretary Yu and his colleagues have not only regained their positions, but also received commendations from higher-ups as soon as they returned. It is rumored that Secretary Yu will only serve one term here in Luoling before being transferred to the city. As he spoke, Wu Jiangwo stared intently at Qin Emo, feeling unsettled under his gaze. Qin Emo asked, Brother Wu, why are you looking at me like that? Wu Jiangwo wrapped his arm around Qin Mo's neck and teased, Come on, brother, give me the inside scoop. Is there really nothing between you and Secretary Yu, or between you and your ex-wife? No. Qin Emo replied without hesitation. Really? Of course would I lie to you? Qin Emo rolled his eyes at Wu Jiangwo. Then that is strange. Wu Jiangwo muttered. What a mystery. Qin Emo couldn't help but retort. Brother, let me tell you, when Secretary Yu first arrived in Luoling, he came looking for me, inquiring about your whereabouts. On one occasion, he even brought his sister, Yu Shuang, along. Stop. Qin Emo interrupted, unable to contain himself. Do not mention Yu Shuang in front of me, and we can still be brothers. Wu Jiangwo opened his mouth, but ultimately decided not to utter her name again. As they spoke, the two had already reached the second floor. Wu Jiangwo paused and asked, So what do you say? Should we greet Secretary Yu first, or head straight to my office upstairs? Let's go to the office directly. After a moment of consideration, Qin Emo opted not to visit Yu Kuei just yet. They proceeded straight to the office on the third floor. Once seated, Wu Jiangwo began to scrutinize Qin Emo. Hey, I feel like you've gained a bit of weight since I last saw you. Qin Emo shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps it's because the food has been good lately. This was the truth. During his time in the provincial capital, working on translations, although it had drained a considerable number of brain cells, life was quite enjoyable. He had been eating well daily, coupled with minimal physical activity. Gaining weight was only natural. Curious, Wu Jiangwo inquired, Brother, where have you been and what have you been up to during this time? Qin Emo asked in surprise. Did Director Lu not tell you? No, Wu Jiangwo replied, and then quickly realized. So you've been working on translations? Qin Emo slightly shook his head. Let's not discuss this topic. Noticing Qin Mo's reluctance to speak, Wu Jiangwo recalled some information Director Lu had previously hinted at and chose not to press further. By the way, brother, could you sign this document? Wu Jiangwo said, retrieving a file from behind his desk. Qin Emo took it and asked curiously, What is this? Why do I need to sign it? I can't. Before he could finish, his gaze froze as he looked at Wu Jiangwo. Brother Wu, what are you planning? Wu Jiangwo smiled. The DFA restaurant has been acquired by us. You must not refuse. Without your assistance, we would never have had the opportunity to purchase it. Furthermore, you will need to provide strategic guidance on how to operate it moving forward. Brother Wu, I cannot accept this, Qin Mo said, placing the document back on the table without signing. The document Wu Jiangwo had asked him to sign was a shareholding agreement, granting Qin Mo 30% of the DFA restaurant. You absolutely cannot refuse. Before the acquisition, Jianjun and I had already discussed this. If you decline, it would mean you do not regard us as brothers. Moreover, we will need your wisdom for future operations. Offering advice is one thing, but as for the shares, I think not. Brother, listen to me. Wu Jiangwo began to persuade him in various ways, eventually stating that if Qin Mo refused, it would imply he looked down on him. After much back and forth, Qin Mo ultimately did not sign. However, the 30% shares were divided into two portions, which Wu Jiangwo was to later convey to their older brother and third brother. Subsequently, Qin Mo inquired about the current status of the DFA restaurant. Wu Jiangwo shrugged. After we bought it, we've kept it closed, waiting for you to tell us how to proceed. Qin Mo had already contemplated this matter beforehand. Brother Wu, the high-end market in Luoling County has essentially been monopolized by the brothers' restaurant. Therefore, the DFA restaurant can only be positioned as a mid to low-end establishment. Wait a moment. Let me jot this down, Wu Jiangwo interrupted, rising to fetch paper and pen. Qin Mo raised his hand to stop him. Never mind. I will write a plan for you once I return to school. We can implement it accordingly. According to Qin Mo's idea, the DFA restaurant would indeed require a name change. Luoling Snacks. Qin Mo planned to model it after the Sha County Snacks, suggesting that Wu Jiangwo and the others follow this approach. The cost of Sha County Snacks is low, and the investment in opening branches is minimal, making it suitable for rapid expansion. Upon learning of Qin Mo's arrival, Wu Jianjun hurriedly came from the kitchen. The three engaged in conversation for a while, and since Qin Mo wished to avoid encountering Yu Kuei on the second floor, they had the meal delivered directly to the office. After finishing, noticing the time, Qin Mo prepared to return to school. On his way back, Qin Mo carried the takeout from the brothers' restaurant. As he approached the dormitory entrance, he heard the voices of Zhu Neng and Gu Chengfeng chatting. Qin Mo kicked the door lightly. Who is it? Zhu Neng's voice rang out, and soon the door swung open. Brothers, long time no see. Qin Mo greeted with a smile. Zhu Neng, who had opened the door, was momentarily stunned before exclaiming, Wow, big brother? You're back? Qin Mo raised the takeout in his hand. You should have let me in first. I brought food for you all. Big brother. Gu Chengfeng, Sun Changhe, sprang up from their beds, greeting him with smiles. Qin Mo placed the dishes upon the elongated wooden table. Contemplating that you all must have already dined, hence he thoughtfully packed the barbecued delicacies, perfectly suited for a late-night snack. However, the others paid little attention to the meal, gathering closely around Qin Mo elder brother. Where have you been during this time? You have no idea. Zhu Neng and the others exchanged words, recounting the events that transpired in Qin Mo's absence. Most of these happenings were known to Qin Mo, particularly the ongoing verbal sparring between Principal Shin Bowen and Chu Yingchun. What remained unknown to him was the fervor with which he garnered a legion of admirers following the distribution of examination papers in his office, as well as the student council's petitioning activities. Elder brother, let me tell you, that scoundrel Gu Qing merely received a reprimand in the form of a notice in the end, Zhu Neng exclaimed indignantly. All right, let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. Qin Mo maintained an air of nonchalance, yet he silently noted Gu Cheng. The individual was oblivious to his identity, yet had the audacity to rally students in a petition demanding the school expel him. This incident was etched in Qin Mo's memory, and he resolved to confront Gu Cheng when time allowed. As he contemplated addressing Gu Cheng, his thoughts drifted to Lu Bao from Taohua village. That rascal had once been quite the nuisance, and now that the FA restaurant had closed its doors, it was high time to seize an opportunity to discuss matters with third brother. The time to settle accounts with Lu Bao had arrived. Chapter 88. The difficulties of beginnings. The dormitory was plunged into darkness. A few students lit candles, sharing a meal and engaging in conversation until the late hours of the night. The students of this era were markedly different from those of later times. They cherished their studies deeply. Even after a night of revelry that extended into the early hours, the thought of skipping class the next day was unfathomable. Qin Mo did not proceed to the classroom, but instead headed directly to the teacher's office. After locating and phoned to excuse his absence, he promptly made his way to the practical training base to find Yin Binghua. Having completed his exam in the office previously, Qin Mo was no longer under Infeng's scrutiny regarding his attendance. "Ah, you're back." Yin Binghua greeted Qin Mo with a beaming smile. "Yes, teacher, I have returned." Qin Mo replied with a grin. "You must come to my home for dinner tonight. Your teacher's wife has mentioned you several times." Qin Mo readily accepted the invitation. Upon entering the practical training base, Yin Binghua prepared to continue the previous lessons. Qin Mo approached a lathe. "Teacher, what is the price of this 6140 model?" he inquired. The 6140, a model of lathe produced by the Fengtian machine tool factory, was classified as a medium-sized lathe. "Oh, the initial purchase price of this 6140 was over 16,000, Yin Binghua responded. "Why the sudden interest in its price?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mo realized that his original plan was no longer feasible. While he had anticipated that a lathe would not be inexpensive, he had not expected it to be so costly. Before returning, he had intended to acquire a second-hand lathe and subsequently upgrade it to a CNC lathe. However, with the base price of a standard lathe exceeding 10,000, the cost for future upgrades would be even steeper. Thus, the aspiration to construct his own CNC lathe would have to be shelved for the time being. "Teacher, didn't you mention that the school was planning to purchase a CNC lathe for teaching purposes? When will that be acquired?" With his own plans thwarted, Qin Mo promptly revised his approach. Enhancing an existing CNC lathe would undoubtedly be more manageable. Yet, he wondered whether the school would permit him to tinker with a lathe that had not yet arrived. The likelihood of denial seemed high. A CNC lathe was a prized asset for the school, and any damage would be unacceptable. Alas, it appears the school's plan to purchase a CNC lathe is unlikely to materialize, Yin Binghua expressed with regret. Having long anticipated the opportunity to see a CNC lathe in person. "What happened?" Qin Mo inquired anxiously, sensing an unforeseen complication. Yin Binghua nodded in response and asked, "Are you aware of the recent statements made by the presidents of several major universities in the newspapers?" Qin Mo nodded, harboring a suspicion that this was the catalyst for the predicament. Yin Binghua succinctly recounted the events. The school had initially intended to procure a CNC lathe for future instructional use. After submitting their proposal, they received backing from the higher education authorities. However, the price disparity between CNC and standard lathes was astronomical. An economical CNC lathe, such as the C616 or C620, merely featuring a basic control system, would cost no less than 100,000. For mid-range models, prices began at 300,000. As for high-end models, due to reliance on foreign technology and the necessity for importing critical components, prices soared above 1 million. Given the average wage being merely a few dozen per month, the school's endeavor to acquire a CNC lathe represented a significant investment. The higher education department could neither afford such an expenditure nor would they allocate funds to a vocational school in a county. Shinboen had tirelessly sought connections to gather the funds for an economical lathe. However, amidst the recent public disputes with major universities, the previously pledged financial support from various institutions had been retracted. After absorbing the full scope of the situation, Qin Mo fell silent. He recognized the immense influence of major universities, yet he had not anticipated such a profound impact. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, "Could we not directly collaborate with a machine tool manufacturer? For instance, the school could provide technical support and talent, while the manufacturer sponsors the equipment." Yin Binghua contemplated for a moment before softly responding, "That is indeed a viable suggestion." However, he then shook his head. "For standard machine tools, perhaps it is feasible, but for CNC machines, it may prove challenging." Qin Mo remained unconvinced. "How would we know without trying? Shall we approach the principal now?" he proposed. Yin Binghua, not wishing to extinguish Qin Mo's enthusiasm, agreed. In the principal's office, Shinboen listened to Qin Mo's ideas, rendered momentarily speechless. Currently, there were only 4 manufacturers in the country capable of producing CNC lathes. The foremost among them was the Fengtian Machine Tool Factory, followed by Yanjing Machine Tool Factory, Jinling Machine Tool Factory, and Modu Machine Tool Factory. Shinboen pondered the improbability of a vocational school principal being acknowledged by any of these prominent manufacturers, given the competition from numerous top-tier universities clamoring for collaboration. It seemed an insurmountable challenge. Noticing Qin Mo's eager expression, Shinboen struggled to find the right words. "Principal?" Qin Mo finally spoke up, unable to contain himself any longer. Ultimately, Shinboen laid out the harsh realities before Qin Mo. The school was merely a vocational institution and paled in comparison to the major machine tool manufacturers. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo quickly clarified, "Principal, you misunderstand my intention. I meant we should negotiate with the Tongfeng machine tool factory. The top 4 manufacturers, as you mentioned, are simply unattainable. However, Tongfeng machine tool factory is different. It is situated in Tongfeng City, which is part of Shannan Province. Luoling County falls under the jurisdiction of Tongfeng City. Since we are all in the same city, communication would be considerably easier. Although the major manufacturers might overlook their school, they would not dismiss the opportunity to collaborate with a smaller entity like Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory." "Tongfeng Machine Tool?" Shinboen mused, somewhat surprised. That is indeed a possibility worth exploring. However, they cannot produce CNC lathes, and even the ordinary lathes they manufacture exhibit unsatisfactory precision and quality. "Principal, this is not an insurmountable predicament for us. If we were to successfully negotiate a partnership, our school's practical training facility could certainly benefit from the addition of a few more lathes, wouldn't it? A slight compromise on precision would be acceptable, as it would still provide students with ample hands-on experience." Shinboen nodded in agreement with Qin Mo's earlier remarks. With a few more lathes, students would not have to endure long queues for practical classes, allowing them more time to engage in hands-on learning. "Very well. I shall visit Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory soon and endeavor to secure the collaboration." Upon hearing Shinboen's consent, Qin Mo eagerly inquired, "May I accompany you, Principal?" Both Shinboen and Yin Binghua turned their gaze toward Qin Mo, their expressions filled with curiosity. Why did Qin Mo propose collaboration with the machine tool factory and now wish to join the discussions? Chapter 89. The plan to visit Tongfeng. Qin Mo flashed a smile and said, "This is my thought. Merely having our school involved may not carry sufficient weight. Therefore, I intend to invite a few individuals to accompany us." "Oh," Shinboen inquired with keen interest, "who do you plan to invite?" Qin Mo, without hesitation, revealed his intended guests. The first was Yu Kuei, the current head of Luoling County. Having Yu Kuei accompany them would undoubtedly convey their sincerity to the Tongfeng machine tool factory. Next was Lu Kai, who nearly became Qin Mo Sr. Like Yu Kuei, he had recently resumed work after an investigation and now enjoyed even greater prestige than before. Lu Kai oversaw industrial affairs, and even if he couldn't attend in person, a simple phone call from him would simplify matters considerably. As for whether he could persuade these two, Qin Mo harbored no concerns. Previously, the three had been investigated for the same incident, resulting in Qin Mo losing his opportunity to attend Shui Mu University. Thus they had endured hardships together. Upon hearing Qin Mo's intention to invite Yu Kuei and Lu Kai, Shinboen immediately agreed without a moment's thought. "All right, if you can secure their participation, we need not worry about collaborating with the Tongfeng machine tool factory." Having reached an agreement with Shinboen, Qin Mo wasted no time and went directly to find Yu Kuei. The proceedings unfolded smoothly. Upon hearing Qin Mo's request to accompany him to the Tongfeng machine tool factory, Yu Kuei readily agreed. "Secretary Yu, if we negotiate successfully this time, it would indeed benefit Luoling County significantly." Qin Mo had ulterior motives in seeking out Yu Kuei. If he could persuade the Tongfeng machine tool factory to establish a branch in Luoling County, it would not only facilitate cooperation with the school, but also enhance the county's industrial strength. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Kuei was immediately intrigued. Now that he was in charge of Luoling County, and following the implementation of the household contract responsibility system, rumors had circulated that once his term ended, he might be promoted to the city. Who wouldn't desire advancement? Yu Kuei also hoped for progress, yet at just over 30. He was already quite young for a county head within the bureaucracy. Even if he were truly transferred to the city, it was likely he would not enjoy the same level of authority as he did in Luoling County. Qin Mo's words sparked a thought in Yu Kuei. If he could establish a machine tool factory in Luoling County during his tenure, it would be a tangible achievement. When he eventually moved to the city, the position offered would be vastly different. "Xiao Mo, your proposal is indeed excellent, but whether the Tongfeng machine tool factory will agree is uncertain." After the previous incident, Yu Kuei regarded Qin Mo as a brother, even changing the way he addressed him. As for the idea of having Qin Mo continue as his brother-in-law, Yu Kuei had nearly abandoned it. The reason for this change lay with his sister, Yu Shuang. After concluding the investigation, he learned that she was pregnant. Yu Shuang had not concealed this. The father of her child was Gu Xinglong. The two had frequently wandered in the woods catching fireflies, never taking precautions, making it only a matter of time before she became pregnant. Initially, Gu Xinglong had considered persuading Yu Shuang to terminate the pregnancy. However, once Yu Kuei resumed his duties, he swiftly altered his stance and urged his parents to visit the Yu family to discuss his marriage to Yu Shuang. As for the earlier incident where he pressured the school to expel Qin Mo, Gu Xinglong had not forgotten it entirely. His sole focus now was on hastening his marriage to Yu Shuang. Apart from Yu Bing, who harbored reservations about Gu Xinglong, the rest of the Yu family supported the union. In the eyes of Yu Guei and his wife, Gu Xinglong had remained steadfast during their family's tribulation. Furthermore, with Yu Shuang expecting, the two families were hastily arranging the wedding. In these times, being found out about premarital pregnancy could lead to ridicule and gossip. Yu Kuei pondered that while Qin Mo might not become his brother-in-law, forming a brotherly bond with him was still a commendable option. Secretary Yu, success lies in human effort. If you represent Luoling County and demonstrate sufficient sincerity, there may yet be a chance. Yu Kuei nodded. Yes, I will take this matter to heart and strive to persuade them to agree to establish a branch factory in Luoling County. May I borrow your phone? Qin Mo inquired. Yu Kuei gestured for him to proceed. The process involved first connecting to the telecommunications exchange and informing the operator of the desired connection, after which direct communication could commence. After some effort, Qin Mo successfully reached Lu Kai. Lu Kai's secretary answered the call, and upon Qin Mo stating his name and purpose, the secretary, clearly recognizing Qin Mo, asked him to hold briefly before disconnecting. Moments later, Lu Kai returned the call. Qin Mo briefly outlined the school's desire to collaborate with the Tongfeng machine tool factory. Governor Lu, could you possibly lend your support? It would be even better if you could accompany us. Qin Mo had initially hoped for merely a word of endorsement from Lu Kai. He did not expect him to join personally. After all, Lu Kai's position demanded much of his time. To his surprise, Lu Kai readily agreed. Coincidentally, I am preparing to conduct research on our province's industry. Since you've called, I will arrange for our first stop to be in Tongfeng. With a reproving tone, Lu Kai added, by the way, why have you stopped calling me senior brother? I want you to know that you remain my junior, even if you did not attend Shuai-Mu University. He concluded with reassurance. The revocation of your admission by Shuai-Mu University is their loss. Indeed, what you say is true, senior brother, Qin Mo responded without pretense, promptly adjusting his form of address. Within the receiver, Qin Mo discerned his secretary whispering that the meeting time was fast approaching. Lu Kai's voice resonated through the phone. Well, I have another meeting to attend. We shall meet with Tongfeng later and engage in a more thorough discussion. Yes, senior brother, do attend to your matters. Qin Mo promptly replied. Please inform me in advance once the time to meet with Tongfeng is confirmed. Lu Kai assured him, stating that once the specific time was established, he would have his secretary make the necessary call. After hanging up, Yu Kuei inquired with a smile. So, will Lu Sheng be joining us as well? Qin Mo nodded. Yes, senior brother mentioned that he needs to conduct a survey on the province's industry, so it is fortuitous that he can accompany us to Tongfeng. That sounds splendid. We must make sure to share a few drinks then. Yu Kuei clapped his hands in delight. This was an opportunity to deepen his relationship with Lu Kai, and Yu Kuei was already looking forward to the trip to Tongfeng. Chapter 90, everything settled after the formalities were concluded. Yu Kuei and Qin Mo began to engage in casual conversation. Their discourse, initially centered around the household contract responsibility system, gradually transitioned toward economic development. What began as mere small talk turned into a remarkable exchange, as Yu Kuei was astounded by the depth of Qin Mo's insights on the matter. In August of this year, a document titled Further Enhancing Urban Labor Employment was disseminated from the upper echelons, explicitly permitting urban laborers to engage in individual industrial and commercial activities, thereby affirming the legitimate status of the individual economy from a top-level perspective. Qin Mo's suggestions to Yu Kuei primarily revolved around how to invigorate the individual economy to catalyze the entire market. Please speak more slowly. I need to take notes, Yu Kuei interjected, rising to fetch paper and pen. Once Qin Mo concluded his thoughts, Yu Kuei closed his notebook and gazed at him in silence for a prolonged moment. Qin Mo touched his face and asked, Is there something on my face? No, Yu Kuei responded, shaking his head. I am genuinely curious about how your mind works. Now I finally understand why Lu Shenghui said to wait for your graduation. Qin Mo shrugged. In truth, when I have free time, aside from reading books and newspapers, I enjoy pondering such matters. Your reaction suggests that my reflections have some merit. Merit? More than that. Yu Kuei exclaimed, If what you just articulated can be implemented without compromise, I firmly believe that Luoling County will undergo significant transformation. Yu Kuei, inherently capable, was precisely why Qin Mo was willing to share so much with him. Aren't you afraid of being summoned for questioning again, as before? Qin Mo joked. Yu Kuei mimicked Qin Mo's earlier gesture and shrugged. It's not like I haven't been called in for questioning before. What is there to fear? Moreover, the upper echelons have already issued a document, so I truly doubt those traditionalists would dare to act against it. It's getting late, so I shall take my leave, Qin Mo said as he stood up. If my senior brother calls to inform me about the time for going to Tongfeng, please let me know. Leaving already? Yu Kuei rose as well. Why don't you wait for a moment? It's almost time to clock out. Shall we go to the brothers' restaurant for a drink? Let us save it for when we go to Tongfeng. We can invite my senior brother then and have a proper drink together, Qin Mo replied. All right, we can drink at Tongfeng. After bidding farewell to Yu Kuei, Qin Mo did not head straight back to school, but instead went to the brothers' restaurant. He was not there to dine, but to wait for his third brother, Qin Hong, and his eldest brother, Qin Fu. He needed to discuss the situation regarding Lu Bao thoroughly. With the closure of the Fa restaurant, Lu Bao was unable to continue purchasing mountain goods. However, as Lu Bao was still the secretary of Taohua village, any actions against him had to be approached with caution. Nonetheless, with Yu Kuei back at work, Qin Mo was less anxious. If Lu Bao dared to misuse his position as secretary to engage in outrageous conduct, it would only lead to his downfall. Once Qin Mo grasped Lu Bao's vulnerabilities, his tenure as secretary would come to an end, and if he overstepped, imprisonment was not out of the question. Little brother, Qin Hong exclaimed upon seeing Qin Mo, his face lighting up with joy. It had been a long time since the brothers had last met. This time, Qin Fu and Qin Hong had come together primarily to sign an agreement with Wu Jiangwo regarding the 30% stake into Fa restaurant, which Qin Mo had decided not to take, instead allocating it to his elder and third brothers. After exchanging pleasantries, the three brothers joined Wu Jiangwo in a private room. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, Qin Mo broached the subject of Lu Bao's situation with his elder and third brothers. What is Lu Bao's current status? Qin Mo inquired. That scoundrel Lu Bao has been having a rough time lately, Qin Hong chuckled, while Qin Fu wore a similar grin. Let me tell you, since that Fa restaurant shut down, Lu Bao lost his market and halted the purchase of mountain goods. Many villagers have been privately cursing him. Qin Mo was not surprised by this. Given the villagers' character, it was expected. Lu Bao's cessation of purchasing mountain goods would certainly incite their ire. Were it not for Lu Bao being the secretary, many would have openly spat at him. Have those villagers approached you? Yes, several times, Qin Hong replied promptly. However, my brother and I chose to ignore them. Damn it. When we bought the tractor, they were all envious and said all sorts of unpleasant things. Now they want to sell their mountain goods to us? What nonsense. They expect us to purchase their goods at Lu Bao's prices. Qin Mo nodded in agreement with their decision not to buy the villagers' mountain goods. There was no need to indulge those who thought they could dictate terms based on Lu Bao's pricing. Even if they were to agree to purchase, it was clear that the villagers would feel entitled, believing it was a given. Who knows? They might even think that the brothers were profiting off their labor. Eldest brother, third brother, wasn't Lu Bao stirring up trouble everywhere before? Now we can return the favor and make his life difficult, Qin Mo said with a smile. You needn't worry about that. Qin Hong waved his hand dismissively. Despite Lu Bao being the secretary, I have plenty of ways to make things hard for him. Qin Mo had no doubt about his brother's words and chose not to press further, instead shifting the topic. By the way, have the lands in our village been allocated yet? Qin Mo asked. Yes, but I'm still troubled about how to manage the land that has been divided, Qin Hong said, scratching his head in frustration. The business of purchasing mountain goods was far more lucrative than farming, and they certainly could not let the mountain goods business suffer because of agriculture. Yet, they were equally unwilling to rush into farming. The emotional attachment to the land was deep for Qin Hong and his brothers. Qin Fu was fortunate. His wife, Lu Meiying, could manage the farming. As for the third sister-in-law, she could still work the fields for now, but in a few months, when her pregnancy progressed, she would be unable to continue. People these days were not so delicate. Many women continued to work in the fields until they were about to give birth. San Sa Li Chunyan similarly reassured San Gu Qin Hong, urging him not to fret over the family's fields, as she would tend to them diligently. However, Qin Hong held a different perspective. After all, the child they had longed for was not to be jeopardized. Upon hearing his brother's concerns, Qin Mo chuckled and remarked, "What is there to worry about? Sansa cannot work the fields, but we can always hire someone. He then turned to his elder brother and added, you too, elder brother. Spend a little to hire help. Dasa needs to care for the child and shouldn't be overburdened. Furthermore, regarding their parents, he suggested, allow them to cultivate seasonal vegetables on the nearby plots. For the distant fields, hiring assistants will suffice. It was inconceivable to expect the elderly couple to refrain from farming entirely. Hence Qin Mo proposed they grow some vegetables for their own consumption. Both Qin Fu and Qin Hong had no objections to Qin Mo's suggestion. Hiring labor for farming at a mere 2 coins a day would attract plenty of willing workers. After a hearty meal, Qin Mo returned to school. Next, he simply awaited notification from Lu Kai, after which he would proceed to Tongfeng City. With Lu Kai and Yu Kuei on his side, Qin Mo felt utterly assured regarding his plans. At that point, he would first submit his thesis, followed by the announcement of the newly developed CNC lathe. Chapter 91. Investigation of Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory. 2 days later, Qin Mo received a notification from Yu Kuei. On the 8th of this month, which is the day after tomorrow, Lu Kai will return to Tongfeng City for an investigation. Lu Kai will arrive a day early, on the 7th, in Tongfeng City. Qin Mo immediately sought out the principal and teacher Yan Binghua. After the three convened with Yu Kuei, they set off for Tongfeng City. At this moment, Bai Wei, the factory director of Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory, looked at the notification in his hand with a puzzled expression. The notice was issued by relevant departments in the city, indicating that provincial leaders would come to the Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory for an investigation and that he should make arrangements for the reception in advance. Following this notification, the workshop directors and above gathered for a meeting. Bai Wei instructed his secretary to commence the meeting. Although he was unsure why the higher authorities suddenly decided to investigate his factory, it was prudent to prepare for the reception. In truth, Bai Wei felt a sense of unease. Over the past 2 years, the operational conditions of Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory had deteriorated significantly. Under the pressure from the giants of the 18 Arhats, the factory was barely surviving. As the second half of this year began, the factory was on the brink of collapse, relying entirely on financial support from the city. Given the current situation of the factory, it was difficult for Bai Wei not to feel anxious about the impending visit from the higher-ups. Bai Wei sighed inwardly. When he took over Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory, it had just emerged from a tumultuous decade. During that unique era, the factory was managed by a group of inexperienced individuals, resulting in utter chaos. With even the production lines rendered inoperative, through considerable effort, Bai Wei managed to restore production. However, after years of neglect, the factory's technology had fallen far behind. The machine tools produced were not without market demand, as various products were in extreme scarcity domestically. As long as they were produced, there would undoubtedly be buyers. However, the Tongfeng City authorities insisted on setting product prices on par with larger factories, which was utterly absurd. How could anyone be persuaded to buy when the quality and technology of larger manufacturers far surpassed that of Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory? For the same price, customers naturally gravitated toward superior products. Director, everyone has arrived, the secretary whispered as Bai Wei was lost in thought. Oh good. Bai Wei collected his thoughts and proceeded to the conference room. Upon entering, the murmurs of the attendees ceased. Bai Wei, with an impassive expression, took his seat at the head of the table and surveyed the room. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he noted that many present had secured their positions through various connections. Their attitude seemed to reflect a mentality of merely getting by, indifferent to the factory's fate. In their minds, no matter how much the factory lost, it was of little concern, as their salaries were always guaranteed. The notion of an iron rice bowl was a widely accepted belief in society. No one considered that one day, state-owned enterprises might undergo restructuring, resulting in many losing their iron rice bowls. Is everyone here? Bai Wei said in a neutral tone. Well then, let us commence the meeting. Comrades, I have just received a document from above. As Bai Wei spoke, he passed the document to the person beside him for review before circulating it further. Reactions to the document varied, but overall, most appeared indifferent. If the higher-ups wished to conduct an investigation, so be it. Even if criticism were to arise, Bai Wei and the deputy director would be there to shield them. Understanding their mindset, Bai Wei refrained from further discussion and began arranging the reception tasks. At the Tongfeng City guest house, Qin Mo and Yu Kuei had already met with Lu Kai. The three enjoyed a meal at a privately owned restaurant that evening, conversing late into the night. Since they would be visiting Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory the following day, They moderated their drinking and did not consume much alcohol. The next morning, Qin Imo introduced Shen Bowen and Yin Binghua to Lu Kai. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they boarded their vehicle to Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory, with the Tongfeng city representatives accompanying them throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the entrance of Tongfeng Machine Tool Factory, they were greeted by a cadre of welcoming personnel banging drums and gongs, with a banner proclaiming the arrival of leaders at all levels to provide guidance. Lu Kai disapproved of such formalities, but chose not to voice his dissent. The vehicle slowly entered the factory amidst the cacophony of applause. After disembarking, Bai Wei, accompanied by the factory's leadership, approached with smiles plastered on their faces. In truth, Bai Wei shared Lu Kai's sentiments regarding the welcoming display. However, he feared that failing to adhere to such customs might provoke disapproval from the higher authorities. Subsequently, under Bai Wei's guidance, Lu Kai and Qin Mo toured various workshops. At each station, Bai Wei appointed the workshop director to provide an overview. Qin Mo listened intently amid the crowd, shaking his head in dismay. The directors struggled to articulate their points, and much of their commentary was irrelevant. As the individuals responsible for managing production, their competence left much to be desired. Lu Kai, who oversaw industrial affairs, had some understanding of factory operations. As he listened, the faint smile he wore upon arrival was replaced by a serious demeanor. Bai Wei, who had been discreetly observing Lu Kai's expression, felt a surge of anxiety at his change in demeanor. After completing the workshop tour, Bai Wei cautiously inquired, "Leader, it's almost noon. Shall we proceed to the cafeteria for lunch?" Lu Kai glanced at his watch. There were still 10 minutes until noon. He nodded in agreement without refusal. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Bai Wei led the group toward the private dining room. The factory had adopted a collective dining model, although the cafeteria was typically divided into several areas, with distinct sections for workers and cadres. Essentially, the cadres' dining area offered far superior meals compared to that of the workers. Suddenly, Lu Kai, who had remained silent throughout the tour, spoke up, "Let us dine in the workers' cafeteria today." Bai Wei appeared troubled, but felt unable to protest. They had already made arrangements to enhance the meal standards in the cadres' dining area for the day, including a case of Maotai. At this time, a case of Maotai contained 12 bottles, with the state-approved price set at 7 yuan per bottle. However, prices had begun to rise, with market rates reaching 12 to 13 yuan per bottle. The box of Maotai was a source of considerable distress for Bai Wei when he purchased it, costing over 100 yuan, nearly equivalent to half a year's wage for a laborer. Lu Kai, disregarding the others, proceeded directly to a table in the workers' canteen. The others had no choice but to follow suit, while a workshop director discreetly slipped away. With the leadership absent from the cadre canteen, arrangements needed to be made to transport the previously prepared dishes. Additionally, they had to explore options to temporarily elevate the meal standards in the workers' canteen. The workshop director made his way to the kitchen, quickly relaying instructions to enhance the workers' lunch standards for the day, ensuring they would be asked to arrive at the canteen a bit later. Once his tasks were complete, he quietly returned to the dining area. Qin Mo, Shen Bowen, and Yin Binghua were summoned by Lu Kai to join him at his table. This gesture caught the attention of the accompanying personnel from Tongfeng City, who stole glances at the trio. Shortly after they settled, someone arrived carrying a box of Maotai. Lu Kai, with a stern expression, remarked, "Ah, it seems your factory is quite prosperous. Take it away, we shall forego the wine." Chapter 92. Bai Wei's bold decision. How could the others not sense Lu Kai's dissatisfaction? Each of them felt a pang of unease. Lu Kai had first declined to dine at the staff cafeteria, and now he was also refusing to drink. It was evident that he was displeased with the leadership today. The accompanying personnel from Tongfeng City persistently cast glances at Bai Wei, urging him to persuade Lu Kai to have a few drinks. If Lu Kai were willing to indulge, then today's investigation would surely proceed without further complications. Bai Wei feigned ignorance and deliberately diverted his gaze elsewhere. The individuals signaling to him had brought several people to the factory, and it was rumored that apart from two who were his relatives, the others had received certain benefits to be there. Bai Wei had long harbored resentment towards them. Once they entered the factory, they exhibited no competence and yet flaunted their authority. The workers below were voicing their dissatisfaction loudly. Lu Kai's current stance was unmistakably clear. He was highly displeased. At this moment, Bai Wei had made up his mind. After the meal, there would be a discussion meeting. He resolved to lay bare the factory's current situation, regardless of the consequences. Either he would share in the punishment alongside those who had relied on connections to enter the factory, or he would potentially save it. The meal was consumed amidst a pervasive atmosphere of anxiety. Other than quietly conversing with Qin Mo, Lu Kai paid no attention to the others. It was only after they finished eating that the workers gradually began to arrive. Lu Kai was fully aware that the dishes on the table were far beyond what one would expect at the workers' cafeteria. Lu Kai rose and directly approached the window where workers were queuing for their meals. The Tongfeng city officials looked anxiously at Bai Wei. Yet, Bai Wei continued to act oblivious. Having decided to take risks, he had already prepared himself for the worst. Even if he were dismissed from his position as factory director, he could at least manage the entrance or the warehouse. Dismissal was out of the question. Not only was he the director, but even an ordinary worker could not be fired without a serious offense. Lu Kai surveyed the food at the window. It appeared quite satisfactory, with some meat, albeit in limited quantity, and a layer of grease floating atop the soup. Such provisions were already significantly superior to those found in most cafeterias. He was fully aware of the underlying issues. After observing the offerings, he returned with a stoic expression. "Let us take a break before we commence the discussion," Lu Kai remarked. Many breathed a sigh of relief, believing that since he hadn't mentioned the quality of the food, they had passed this hurdle. The meeting room was filled to capacity. Even Qin Mo had been summoned by Lu Kai, prompting curious glances from the crowd and much speculation. Qin Mo had become quite a figure, both for his previous status as a top student in the college entrance examination and for his recent prominence in the higher education discourse. Regardless of the mixed opinions about his reputation, everyone present had heard of him. Now, having failed to gain admission to Shuimu University, he had become Lu Kai's junior. Nevertheless, Lu Kai's attitude towards Qin Mo clearly indicated his continued regard for him. Everyone was compelled to reassess their future interactions with Qin Mo. As long as Lu Kai remained in power, they had to take Qin Mo seriously, even if he was merely a vocational school student at present. The atmosphere in the meeting room was profoundly silent, punctuated only by the sound of Lu Kai's fingers tapping on the table. The tension grew palpable, and those with weaker nerves began to struggle for breath, while Qin Mo took on the role of an observer, keenly noting the shifts in expressions around him. "Comrades," Lu Kai spoke slowly, prompting everyone to sit up straighter instinctively. "After witnessing the conditions at the Tongfeng locomotive factory today, I am deeply anxious. In the past, the Tongfeng locomotive factory was a source of pride for our Shannan province." As Lu Kai's words resonated, many faces began to change. The leadership's dissatisfaction was evident, which signified impending consequences for someone. It was imperative that someone be held accountable. Several senior officials cast covert glances at Bai Wei, who was diligently taking notes. Some were relishing the situation, having long held grievances against Bai Wei. Others were already contemplating that if Bai Wei were to be ousted, they might have the opportunity to step up, perhaps even replace him. Lu Kai delivered a series of critical remarks before finally addressing Bai Wei. "Director Bai, as the helm of the locomotive factory, do you have anything to say?" All eyes turned to Bai Wei, their expressions varied. The officials accompanying Tongfeng City regarded him with warning glances, signaling him to tread carefully. Bai Wei glanced at the accompanying officials, then surveyed the room, inhaling deeply. "To hell with it. Ever since I became the factory director, I have been stifled by a web of complex relationships. The factory's condition has been deteriorating, which I have witnessed with growing urgency, yet I have been powerless to act. Whenever I sought assistance from above, I was met with evasive responses. Yet when the factory's performance falters, I am the first to be held accountable. Director Lu and esteemed leaders, I bear an undeniable responsibility for the current predicament of the Tongfeng locomotive factory." Upon hearing Bai Wei's words, the accompanying officials exhaled in relief, casting appreciative glances at him. However, Bai Wei swiftly shifted his tone, his expression hardening. "I do not seek to evade responsibility. Rather, I wish to elucidate the true causes behind our current state to Director Lu and all esteemed leaders today. I have made earnest efforts, repeatedly visiting higher authorities and submitting countless requests, yet I have only encountered excuses, let alone any real support. Furthermore, the management within the factory is equally chaotic, a reflection of my own capabilities. However, it is not solely my fault. Take the workshop director of Workshop 1, who drinks on the job with his subordinates. Despite my disciplinary actions against him, I was summoned by the upper management and reprimanded, forced to rescind my punishment. Oh, Director Lu, you may not be aware that the workshop director is the nephew of a certain leader above." Bai Wei had completely laid it all out, launching into a cascade of grievances regarding the factory's myriad issues. The workshop director he had just mentioned had a leader's brother-in-law among the accompanying personnel. At this moment, the other party fixed a piercing gaze on Bai Wei, the malice in his eyes unmistakable. Only when Lu Kai cast a glance at him did he lower his head, a growing sense of anxiety beginning to envelop him. Observing Lu Kai's actions, Bai Wei immediately unleashed a torrent of grievances, articulating every issue plaguing the factory without restraint. He did not pause to contemplate the repercussions that might follow his outburst. Qin Emo, having listened intently, regarded Bai Wei with newfound admiration. Despite Bai Wei's apparent criticism of others, Qin Emo discerned his genuine desire for the factory's development. Through the various applications he mentioned submitting to higher authorities, it became evident that he was a person of considerable capability. Should the upper management embrace his suggestions and extend their support, the Tongfeng locomotive factory might not rival the great enterprises like the 18 Arhats. Yet it would certainly not languish in its current state of stagnation. The symposium extended for an extensive duration, concluding only as evening descended. Lu Kai chose not to remain for a meal at the factory, departing directly after entering his vehicle. An accompanying official from Tongfeng City cast a venomous glance at Bai Wei before turning to leave. Indifferent to their disdain, Bai Wei resolved that if necessary, he would simply resign, without significant changes. Enduring the status quo was too stifling. Chapter 93. Commencing research upon returning to the guest house, Lu Kai declined the hospitality offered by the Tongfeng authorities. Subsequently, Lu Kai, Yu Kuei, and Qin Emo ventured to the restaurant they had visited the previous day. It was evident that the Tongfeng locomotive factory had deteriorated significantly. Lu Kai set his wine glass down, his face etched with anger. He could hardly fathom how a once thriving state-owned enterprise had fallen to such a state. Lu Shuang, I have a suggestion for you. Would you care to hear it? Yu Kuei spoke softly. Go ahead, Lu Kai replied. Having shared the experience of being questioned together previously, Lu Kai had begun to regard Yu Kuei as one of his own, and indeed, others had already recognized Yu Kuei as a protege of Lu Kai. During the symposium, I closely examined the various reports from the Tongfeng locomotive factory. In my opinion, the factory is utterly beyond salvage. Coupled with the intricate web of interpersonal relationships within, I find it exceedingly difficult to envision a revival. Therefore, my proposal is to relocate the Tongfeng locomotive factory directly to Luoling County. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai shot Yu Kuei a glance. Your calculations are rather audacious. It's as if the abacus beads are bouncing off my face. Yu Kuei did not shy away from the truth, readily admitting, indeed, I have my personal interests at heart. However, this could genuinely save the Tongfeng locomotive factory. I can assure you, Lu Shang, if the factory relocates to Luoling, I will ensure its successful navigation. All local departments will provide unwavering support. Qin Emo interjected joyfully, Senior brother, I believe Secretary Yu's idea is splendid. Our purpose in coming here was to discuss collaboration with the Tongfeng locomotive factory. If they can move the factory to Luoling County, future cooperation will be far more convenient. Originally, Qin Emo had planned to propose establishing a branch of the Tongfeng locomotive factory in Luoling, but given the current circumstances, such an endeavor seemed unrealistic. He had also contemplated transforming the idea into a partnership for a research institute between the factory and the school, yet Yu Kuei's suggestion was evidently superior to merely establishing a research office. Lu Kai began to ponder seriously. After a considerable pause, he remarked, this matter is worth considering, but specifics will need to wait until I return. Qin Emo and Yu Kuei exchanged glances. Lu Kai's words indicated his approval of the relocation proposal. However, moving the factory was not a decision to be made lightly. Even for Lu Kai, many factors required coordination. Nevertheless, deep down, Lu Kai wholeheartedly supported Yu Kuei's suggestion. Should the locomotive factory flourish post-relocation to Luoling, both Yu Kuei and Lu Kai would reap the benefits. As Yu Kuei sought advancement, so too did Lu Kai. The three continued their discussion on the topic of relocation for a while longer. The next day, Lu Kai summoned Bai Wei and the primary leaders of the locomotive factory to the conference room of the Tongfeng Municipal Committee, along with relevant supervisory departments from the city. The main agenda of the meeting was to discuss the collaboration between the locomotive factory and Qinmo School. With Lu Kai's endorsement, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. Although the finer details of the collaboration would require further discussion. This was the outcome of the prior night's deliberation among Qin Emo, Lu Kai, and Yu Kuei. The plan was to finalize the collaboration first, and then once Lu Kai returned, to initiate the necessary procedures for the factory's relocation. At that point, official documentation would be issued from the province, compelling Tongfeng to acquiesce, regardless of their initial reluctance. The specifics of the operation would hinge on Lu Kai's execution, a prospect he felt confident about. Following the previous inquiry, both he and Yu Kuei had significantly bolstered their standing. During the meeting, the school and the locomotive factory formally signed a memorandum of collaboration. In the afternoon, Lu Kai departed, returning to the provincial capital. Qin Mo and his companions also made their way back to Luoling County, taking with them a lathe produced by the factory. Upon returning to the school, the lathe was installed in a dedicated room within the practical training base, with the key entrusted to Qin Mo. Initially, Shin Bowen had reservations about Qin Mo's desire to conduct independent research on the lathe. However, Yin Binghua asserted that he had nothing left to teach Qin Mo. In fact, in terms of knowledge regarding lathes, Qin Mo had far surpassed him. Thus, Shin Bowen relinquished his hesitations and handed over the lathe to Qin Mo. Having witnessed Qin Mo's remarkable learning abilities, Shin Bowen harbored no doubts about Yin Binghua's assessment. With the lathe in his possession, Qin Mo officially embarked on his research journey. Although it was not a CNC lathe, it served as a promising starting point. The factors influencing the machining precision of a conventional lathe were numerous. Any misstep in design, manufacturing, or operation could lead to processing errors. For now, Qin Mo set aside design and manufacturing considerations, intending to revisit them once the Tongfeng locomotive factory relocated to Luoling County, where he could implement relevant improvements. He resolved to focus initially on the operational aspects, hoping that if Lu Kai's progress proceeded smoothly, it would align with the factory's relocation timeline. In reality, the relocation of the factory would not consume excessive time. All production equipment was readily available, and the environmental requirements for the factory were not overly stringent. Previously, a mining equipment factory had existed in Luoling County, but was vacated after moving to Tongfeng, leaving the premises available for the locomotive factory's use. Research endeavors are often tedious and monotonous. Each day, Zhu Neng and the others could only meet Qin Mo in the dormitory during the evenings. Upon returning home, Qin Mo was often covered in machine oil, sometimes even smudged on his hands and face. A month later, Yu Kuei visited the school. "Wow, I hardly recognized you," Yu Kuei exclaimed upon seeing Qin Mo's sooty visage, unable to suppress a grin. Setting down the wrench in his hand, Qin Mo joyfully asked, "Has the Tongfeng locomotive factory already relocated?" "Yes, it has. The day after tomorrow, a celebration ceremony will be held. I came to inform you. You must attend," Yu Kuei replied, his face brimming with delight, pleasantly surprised by the smooth progress. The relocation of the locomotive factory to Luoling had initially raised concerns about potential opposition from the Tongfeng authorities, yet they had proved surprisingly cooperative. He merely considered that Lu Kai played a pivotal role in the matter. In truth, while Lu Kai did contribute, the primary reason lay with Song Fengshe, where many perceived the locomotive factory as a considerable burden. The prospect of shedding this encumbrance was simply delightful. As for the relatives stationed at the locomotive factory, they could easily be reassigned to other establishments. Song Fengshe is not limited to a single locomotive factory. Any alternative would suffice. Furthermore, it is important to refrain from referring to it as the Songfeng Locomotive Factory. It has now been renamed Luoling Locomotive Factory, Yu Kuei added with a smile. Qin Ma felt indifferent about the renaming. As long as the factory remained in Luoling, it would facilitate his forthcoming research. He had already completed improvements to the lathe operations to enhance precision, and now he was focused on the design and manufacturing aspects. For the past few days, he had been covered in grease, tirelessly disassembling various components of the lathe to identify areas for potential enhancement. Chapter 94. Collaborative Research and Development. At the celebration ceremony marking the completion of the Luoling Locomotive Factory, Qin Mo arrived punctually. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, he wasted no time. Accompanied by Yu Kuei and Principal Shin Bowen, he engaged in a lengthy discussion with Factory Director Bai Wei. After listening to Qin Mo's ambitious plans, Bai Wei was left in a state of disbelief, grappling with his incredulity. Were it not for the presence of Yu Kuei and Shin Bowen, he might have considered expelling Qin Mo from his office. The notion that Qin Mo intended to develop a CNC lathe was simply preposterous. If creating such a machine were as straightforward as he suggested, it would not command such exorbitant prices. Furthermore, Qin Mo spoke of developing mid to high-end models, with prices exceeding 300,000 yuan. Qin Our factory is still lagging far behind the mainstream locomotive manufacturers when it comes to producing even ordinary lathes. CNC lathes. Bai Wei sighed, shaking his head in resignation, his unspoken thoughts clear. Director Bai, I will take primary responsibility for the research and development of the CNC lathe. However, I will require your assistance in coordinating a few key technical personnel, Qin Mo asserted, not anticipating that the factory would lead the R&D efforts. Additionally, could you arrange for a dedicated workshop for my research? Bai Wei appeared troubled, remaining silent. I'm afraid that might not be possible, he ultimately replied, declining Qin Mo's request. The successful relocation of the factory had heavily relied on Secretary Yu's assistance. Bai Wei understood that if the factory did not quickly generate profits, even without prompting from Secretary Yu, he would feel guilty himself. Only a few of the factory's technical staff were willing to come along, and diverting them for research would jeopardize immediate production capabilities. Qin Mo found himself wanting to voice that the current products the factory produced had little market appeal, rendering them virtually worthless. However, he kept this thought to himself. He then turned to Yu Kuei. Secretary Yu, what is your perspective on the factory's production issues? Is there truly a need to rush into production? Yu Kuei had been frequently visiting the factory, engaging in discussions with Bai Wei about various matters. He was well aware of the factory's current situation. If the factory continued its previous operational and production practices from Tongfeng, it would struggle to carve out a niche in the market. Yu Kuei had considered suggesting that Bai Wei lower the product prices, reasoning that if they could not compete with larger manufacturers, they might attract customers by offering lower prices. As for production, he could only place his hopes on Qin Mo's academic prowess. Yu Kuei looked at Qin Mo earnestly and asked, Xiao Mo, how confident are you in developing a CNC lathe? Even if it's just the most basic model. After a pause, he added, if the factory can successfully produce a CNC lathe, even a basic one, I could immediately seek funding support. Without hesitation, Qin Mo replied, if it's merely the basic model available on the market, that is quite simple and can be achieved swiftly. However, it lacks technical sophistication, and even if produced, the profit margins would be minimal. My suggestion would be to focus on mid-range models first, and use the profits to further develop high-end models. Once the performance of the high-end models surpasses that of foreign counterparts, we can export them, thereby earning substantial foreign exchange reserves for the country. The attendees dismissed Qin Mo's aspirations for high-end models, treating them as mere flights of fancy. The thought of high-end models was beyond the imagination of all present. With numerous top experts in the country still struggling to produce mid-range models, how could they possibly create high-end machines without relying on imports for critical components? If such advancements were made domestically, it would be impossible to export them. Instead, they would strictly safeguard the technology. Xiao Mo, are you truly confident in developing the basic model of a CNC lathe? Yu Kuei inquired once more, his expression serious. Bai Wei, perplexed by the exchange, wondered why Secretary Yu seemed to take Qin Mo's claims seriously. Qin Mo tilted his head, contemplating before softly responding. Secretary Yu, you are aware that I recently visited the provincial capital, correct? Yu Kuei nodded, awaiting Qin Mo's elaboration. Yes, I was taken there by Director Liu of the Xinhua bookstore, as I had previously assisted in translating some foreign texts. Although Qin Mo refrained from explicitly stating that these were technical documents, Yu Kuei quickly grasped the implication. He understood that there was a dedicated translation department established by the state, responsible for translating various technical materials sourced from abroad. With this realization, Yu Kuei became hopeful. So, you are confident? Qin Mo shrugged. As I said, developing a basic CNC lathe is quite manageable. Very well. State your requirements directly. I, along with Director Bai and Principal Shun, will fully support you, Yu Kuei decisively declared. Secretary Yu this. Bai Wei attempted to interject, but was silenced by a wave from Yu Kuei. Shen Bowen observed the back and forth between Yu Kuei and Qin Mo, noting how Yu Kuei's initial skepticism had shifted upon hearing about Qin Mo's visit to the provincial capital. There was clearly more to this than met the eye. But Shen Bowen refrained from asking questions. Since neither Qin Mo nor Yu Kuei offered explanations, it was prudent for him to remain silent. As his thoughts turned, he smiled and stated, Qin Mo is indeed a rare talent at our school. I have no reservations. I assure you that the school will provide substantial support, whether in personnel or resources. Thank you, Principal. Qin Mo smiled at Shen Bowen, who nodded in acknowledgement, returning the smile. At this moment, Bai Wei remained perplexed as to why Yu Kuei and Shen Bowen had suddenly chosen to support Qin Mo. Upon feeling the gaze of the three upon him, Bai Wei finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. Since Secretary Yu and Principal Shun have chosen to believe, I shall also take a gamble." He turned to Qin Mo and said, "If you require assistance from the factory, please do not hesitate to inform me directly." Qin Mo, unreserved, began to articulate his demands. "Director Bai, first and foremost, I require a minimum of 3 skilled technicians familiar with lathes. Additionally, I need your assistance in procuring various electronic components. I will provide you with a detailed list once I return." As Qin Mo concluded, Yu Kuei, with a beaming smile, added, "The funds necessary for the factory's procurement will be supported by the county." Bai Wei instantly exhaled in relief, as the items Qin Mo intended to purchase would indeed require a significant amount of money, which the factory simply could not afford.